He was one of the three most formidable experts in the Jianghu, renowned as the war god. Yet he chose to remain neutral, aligning with no faction, even as the demonic sect began its relentless invasion of the Central Plains. Driven by an unyielding love for his homeland, he made the audacious decision to infiltrate the demonic sect's main stronghold alone, intent on halting their advance. What followed was a cataclysmic battle that shook the very heavens and earth. He successfully repelled the demonic sect's assault, but the cost was his own life. He believed himself to be dead, yet when he awakened once more, 2 decades had inexplicably vanished. He had been reborn into a younger body, but his cultivation and strength were now tragically halved. The demonic sect, however, had not been utterly eradicated, and once again schemed to conquer the Central Plains. The tasks he failed to complete in the previous Great War, could he achieve them now? Would he finally be able to utterly destroy the demonic sect this time? Join us as we delve into this epic saga. The story begins at a certain city gate, where voices constantly echoed with agitated whispers. You don't know who he is? You're truly ignorant of his identity? Indeed. He appears so young, and his attire is utterly threadbare. But how could that lowly, unknown individual possibly dare? He not only humiliated our mighty blood serpent warriors before those common folk, but he even dared to openly challenge me, Sect Master Zhu Zhang. Swiftly, a lone figure appeared outside, dragging another person in his grasp, who was utterly drenched in blood and in a tragic state. The middle-aged man stood his ground, his eyes narrowing ominously as he stared down the newcomer. The young man wasted no words. With a decisive swing of his arm, he hurled the bloodied figure directly towards the middle-aged man. The disciples standing behind the middle-aged man gasped in horrified shock at the tragic state of the fallen warrior. The middle-aged man snarled at the young man. So, it was you all along. It seems you are already prepared to court death then. The young man showed not an ounce of fear. Instead, a mocking sneer played on the corners of his lips. So you are the sect master of this insignificant blood serpent faction? Enraged by this blatant humiliation, the middle-aged man's fury surged even higher. Damned bastard. I will tear your body into 100 pieces, then toss your shredded corpse to the wild dogs in the forest. With those words, he actively lunged forward, charging at his foe. Receive my blood-shattering claw. The young man remained utterly still, even as the 2 devastating claws closed in, mere inches from his body. But just as the claws were about to connect, his figure inexplicably vanished from the spot. The sect master flinched, snapping his head up, yet found no trace of anyone in the air. At that exact moment, the young man softly alighted behind him. Startled, the middle-aged man frantically spun around, launching his claws towards the young man once more. But defying expectations, the young man vanished again, reappearing instantly behind him. A triumphant smirk deepened on his lips. The middle-aged man lashed out with his claws once more, bellowing, "Damned bastard! Do you dare mock me with such petty tricks?" After a relentless flurry of attacks, the sect master finally managed to clip a lock of the young man's hair and tear a small piece from his robe. An attack even grazed his face, a minor hit that sent the middle-aged man into a frenzy of smug triumph, laughing raucously. You mock your opponent, yet you fail to even track his movements, he roared, unleashing yet another strike. Unable to evade, the young man was utterly blasted away, his body striking the wall like a severed kite. Witnessing his foe collapse miserably to the ground, the middle-aged man sneered in satisfaction. I had imagined you to be far more capable, given all your petty tricks, but judging by your current pathetic state, it seems those tricks are all you possess. Even if you haven't heard the name of the blood serpent, you've lived a miserable life relying on those useless, petty tricks. And now, your pathetic life is about to end. I, the sect master of the blood serpent sect, shall be the one to personally end you. You should feel immensely honored by this fact. But in a shocking turn of events, the young man merely raised his hand and effortlessly caught the attack. This impossible feat made the sect master's eyes bulge, utterly unable to comprehend what he was seeing. The young man, with immense force, seized 2 of the sect master's fingers and brutally snapped them backward. Once more, that knowing, triumphant smirk curled on his lips. The middle-aged man dared not hesitate. He swiftly raised his remaining hand, unleashing a powerful palm strike to push his assailant back. The young man slowly rose, sighing dismissively. Honestly, how embarrassing. The techniques you just employed surely vanished from existence 20 years ago. The middle-aged man roared back in indignant fury. What did you say? What in the heavens could you possibly know? The young man then proceeded to enlighten him. I know everything, especially about those who wield this technique. I slew the last practitioner of this technique 2 decades past. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man was utterly aghast. Who precisely are you? Speak your name at once. Who are you, truly? The young man met his gaze with a solemn smile. I am Mu Xin, the god of war, the name mortals whisper for me. The middle-aged man's body quivered, beyond his control. What? The god of war? He then abruptly erupted into uproarious laughter. This tale is truly preposterous. With his words concluded, he lunged once more, unleashing a claw strike at the young man. His strike was deftly evaded, impacting the stone wall instead and gouging a deep crater. A sneer remained etched on the middle-aged man's lips. If you are the god of war, then I am Xianxian himself, Xianxian, a revered deity of Taoism. I care not where you heard that fabled name, Mu Xin, but I shall tolerate no more of your blasphemous ramblings. He roared, charging forward once more, but the young man seamlessly shifted back, evading rather than engaging. The middle-aged man, seething with frustration, pressed his assault. Continue your cowardly evasions and empty boasts while breath remains in your lungs. With these words, he unleashed another furious claw strike. Though the young man raised both hands to parry, he was still forcibly driven backward. The middle-aged man cackled, a chilling, triumphant sound. Mu Xin perished 2 decades past, reduced to naught but skeletal dust. Even should he somehow be reborn, a scurrying rat like you, skilled only in deception, could never embody his might. His pronouncement finished, he lunged, launching the young man skyward with another brutal claw attack. The young man was repeatedly sent sprawling, tumbling across the unforgiving ground. He lay there, seemingly utterly spent, momentarily unable to rise. The middle-aged man scoffed, a frosty sneer on his face. Whatever your true agenda, wherever your so-called Longzong city may be, I shall dispatch the elite warriors of the Xuxe to eradicate it. Be they man, woman, or wailing babe, I shall hunt down and slaughter every soul who bears knowledge of your existence. We shall forge an undeniable legend for the mighty Zhu Shi. And now, perish! With that declaration, he brought his claw down in a crushing blow. Yet, in that instant, one of his sleeves was utterly shredded. To his utter disbelief, his entire right arm was not merely cut, but savagely torn asunder, gushing blood in a grotesque spray. This atrocity, it was Mu Xin's doing. The middle-aged man stammered, unable to comprehend, staring at his tormentor. What in the heavens just transpired? How could this be possible? What unholy power has wrought this destruction? What have you done to me? How could a wretched, conniving mouse like you inflict such a wound? He collapsed to the earth, writhing in agonizing pain. Mu Xin. He died 2 decades ago. The young man let out a chilling laugh. Believe what you wish. It will not alter your inevitable doom, nor the fate of those who follow. You are merely the first to fall. The middle-aged man's eyes, blazing with renewed ferocity, locked onto him. An end, young fool, always heralds a new beginning. You shall escort me to the very depths of hell, for I shall be the one to end your insolent journey here. But scarcely had he launched himself forward, before he could even unleash an attack, a devastating kick slammed into his jaw. His body was sent hurtling, sprawling across the ground, instantly rendered unconscious and utterly stripped of his combat prowess. Fresh blood welled from his mouth, several front teeth shattered and missing. The young man turned, his gaze sweeping over the terrified remaining contingent. The Zhu She's reign ends here. Should any of you still fail to grasp this truth, then by all means, step forward and face your demise. Every face among the remaining disciples was drawn taut with terror. Not a single soul dared to advance. The young man stood, unmoving, his gaze fixed upon them, awaiting any defiance. After a tense silence, with no challengers emerging, he finally turned and walked away. Thus, he had slain the leader of the Xuxe. He departed with an air of unchallenged authority, none daring to bar his path. For years, the righteous and demonic factions had maintained a fragile equilibrium, neither daring to ignite a full-scale war. The sword sage Chongyang led the righteous path, while the ruthless sect master Dan Xing commanded the demonic cult. Both formidable powers had long been held in check by Mu Xin, a figure of unwavering neutrality. Yet, one fateful day, the son of Dan Xing was brutally beheaded. Whispers claimed he had been burned alive. A horrifying end. Thus, the entire demonic cult erupted in furious rebellion. The demonic alliance, under Dan Xing's leadership, was plunged into an abyss of searing pain and unbridled fury. To uncover the vile assassin of their sect master's heir, they scoured every corner of the realm, employing every ruthless method imaginable. At last, the culprit was unearthed. To their astonishment, the perpetrator was none other than Bai Mu, a venerated sect master of the righteous faction. While all initially dismissed it as a mere accident, Bai Mu's blatant displeasure at being implicated, coupled with his chilling silence instead of a denial, served as his true answer. Bai Mu's defiant stance ignited Tan Xing's incandescent fury, directly precipitating the tragedy that was to follow. Thus, the delicate balance between the two great powers was irrevocably shattered. From this point, the devastating great war between the righteous and demonic factions was unleashed. In hindsight, the titanic clash between the righteous and demonic factions has now raged for a full 2 decades. Mu Xin, trailing behind, let out a solemn sigh, How swiftly the currents of time have swept by. It feels as though I merely awoke from a harrowing nightmare, only to discover that 2 decades have already vanished. Observing the young man's silent, unwavering gaze, Mu Xin found himself perplexed. Why do you stare at me thus? The young man scratched his head, offering a wry smile. It is nothing. Nevertheless, during the Great War, both the demonic and righteous factions were evenly matched. The brutal conflict unfurled across every corner of the Jianghu. Yet as time wore on, both sides endured catastrophic losses. When Chong Yang's blade pierced Tanxing's heart, the morale of the righteous alliance surged instantly, renewed with vengeful vigor. With Tanxing's fall, the demonic alliance quickly faltered, plummeting into a relentless spiral of defeats. Ultimately, the demonic faction could no longer withstand the overwhelming pressure from the righteous. They were forced to flee, retreating deep into the towering, desolate mountain ranges. Thus, the Great War concluded, with the righteous faction claiming a decisive, hard-won victory. Consequently, the Wulin Alliance established dominion over 70% of the nation's vast territories. Such is the concise account of the Great War, as I have come to understand it. I could elaborate further, delving into far greater detail, yet that narrative remains riddled with perplexing inconsistencies. It would be profoundly unsettling to weave in such dubious details. Mu Xin's brow furrowed. Inconsistencies, you say? The young man affirmed. Precisely. In my estimation, this entire Great War was fraught with glaring anomalies from its very inception. Consider the disappearance of Sect Master Bai Mu, vanishing before the Great War's full eruption, only to inexplicably reappear once the conflict concluded. Furthermore, the 2 formidable protectors of the demonic sect also vanished without a trace during that same period. But the gravest, most monumental inconsistency of all was the sudden disappearance of Mu Xin himself. The masses concocted myriad explanations for Lord Mu Xin's vanishing act. Many deliberately skirted the subject, simply murmuring that he had grown weary and departed. Yet I find such tales utterly unconvincing. Others propagate the belief that he transcended, becoming a true deity of the Tao. Hai Ming, upon hearing this, let out an incredulous chuckle. A deity of the Tao, you say? The young man continued, a thoughtful expression on his face. However, it does possess a strange plausibility, for he vanished without a single trace, even as he stood at the absolute zenith of the martial world, for 20 long years. If you could only tell me, why did you abruptly vanish, only to re-emerge 2 decades later? Mu Xin's voice resonated. Hai Ming, you perceive that I was no ordinary man from the very moment our paths first crossed. Even without a single word of my true identity, you still recognized me. Hai Ming blinked in stunned realization. That? I heard tales of you from Chongyang long ago, and I witnessed you vanquish Shusha in a single, devastating strike, then stride directly into the righteous faction's stronghold to dismantle them, all by your lonesome. Therefore, I believe the truth to be self-evident. Mu Xin cast a sharp, piercing glance. And that alone was your reasoning? Beyond the questions about my past, is not the very manner in which you discerned my identity far more intriguing? Hai Ming's agitation flared. You jest with me, do you not, Lord? How could you possibly expect me to comprehend secrets known only to yourself? Mu Xin's voice was laced with a cool edge. I observe a nascent star of the righteous faction daring to raise his voice to me. Should you prove capable of enduring a single strike from my hand, then, and only then, shall I impart the answer you seek. Well, is that agreeable? Hai Ming adopted a deceptively nonchalant demeanor. I have already endured countless threats from Lord Chongyang. Thus, fear does not touch me. Mu Xin cut him off, his voice sharp. I am not Chongyang. It appears he never truly enlightened you on the true extent of my capabilities, did he? Hai Ming hastily darted forward, mumbling incoherently. I believe we are nearing our destination. Let us press on with greater haste. Mu Xin, witnessing his antics, merely sighed with an amused smile. A moment later they stood atop a towering precipice. Hai Ming gestured below, his voice filled with awe. How fortunate that the skies are so exceptionally clear today. Were the customary mists to shroud us, Lord, this magnificent vista would remain utterly hidden. Mu Xin stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the vast expanse below. There, nestled amidst the landscape, lay the illustrious Wulin Alliance. Hai Ming, his curiosity piqued, turned to him and inquired, What is your next move, Lord? Do you wish to proceed below immediately? Ming stood there, deep in thought, gazing below, offering no response, his intentions remaining enigmatic. To establish a sect for martial artists, nurturing them to resist foes and defend the Wulin sects. This is the sacred purpose of the Wulin Alliance, in establishing the righteous martial alliances. Anyone can join the righteous martial alliance, if you grasp my meaning, though the entrance examination will, naturally, be exceptionally difficult. But your primal chi and internal energy are exceptionally powerful. Thus,
This poses no challenge for you.
Since you wish to enter the righteous martial alliance, I must utter this truth.
I believe it would be best to first gather intelligence, rather than assume a new identity, especially considering the grave matter you are about to undertake.
Ming shook his head.
It is no grave matter at all. It is merely vengeance.
Perhaps the entire Wulin world will perceive me as an enemy. Hai Ming interjected.
I have already stated. I pledged to the senior that I would follow you until the very end, he continued. It must be because you walk alongside Zhong Yang, for your words and thoughts echo his own.
Hai Ming smiled cheerfully.
Indeed, others often remark on my resemblance to Senior Zhong Yang, he explained.
While resembling Zhong Yang has its merits,
that individual's spirit is far too irresolute. If you do not share that particular trait of his, then it is truly for the best. We do not wish for others to discover my true identity. Therefore, from this moment, you shall call me Mo Yang, and I am your sworn companion.
Upon hearing the two words, sworn companion,
Hai Ming was instantly taken aback.
Soon, the shroud of night receded, yielding its dominion to the brilliant, white sun. Outside the righteous martial alliance, a massive, boisterous crowd had already converged.
Hai Ming and Mo Yang were also making their way toward it, observing the immense throng.
Mo Yang questioned with doubt.
Are all these individuals truly seeking to enter the righteous martial alliance?
Hai Ming confirmed.
Indeed. Many come here for the prestige the Wulin alliance bestows upon the righteous martial alliance, not for the noble purpose for which it was founded. As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something, halting abruptly. My meaning is, Brother Mo Yang, those who survive the elimination rounds and proceed to the final stage are typically only 1% of all participants.
That is the truth of the matter.
Mo Yang cast him a sharp glance. You speak as if you wish to expose my identity. Are you always so flustered when speaking with your sworn companion?
Hai Ming sighed deeply.
I shall endeavor to overcome this shortcoming.
Precisely at this moment, a voice from the distance resounded, calling his name.
In a swift motion, the individual strode forth, appearing directly before them.
So many have gathered today, haven't they?
I even spot some who returned from last year. But tell me, who is this man standing beside you?
Hai Ming chuckled.
He is an old sworn companion who seeks to join the Righteous Martial Alliance this very year. His name is Mo Yang. The other man chuckled. Forgive my bluntness, but from which sect do you hail?
Hai Ming scratched his head awkwardly. He is merely a lone wanderer, belonging to no sect at all, thus you need not concern yourself with such an unknown individual.
The other man nodded, cupping his hands in greeting. I understand. Then it is truly a pleasure to meet you. I hear this year's examination will be far more rigorous than in previous years. Therefore, I wish you abundant good fortune.
Hai Ming offered a polite smile and bid him a dignified farewell.
I shall see you again within the Wulin Alliance.
Once he had departed, Hai Ming then explained to Mo Yang. That was Jiang Shan, a former member of the Beggars Sect, and also my revered senior within the Wulin Alliance.
Mo Yang questioned again. What precisely did you mean by a lone wanderer belonging to no sect?
Hai Ming explained.
I had to speak thus, for I believe it is best not to attract undue attention.
Mo Yang nodded.
Your reasoning holds merit. Very quickly, the grand gate swung open.
The murmuring crowd, abuzz with discussions, eagerly turned their heads. Inside, one person led the way, while two others followed, pulling a cart.
Hai Ming was clearly puzzled. What in the world could that be?
The three individuals strode before the crowd and declared loudly.
All right. Pay close attention. You have expended great effort to come here for the Righteous Martial Alliance examination. However, in this trial, those who fall below the standard will be eliminated immediately.
The assembled crowd immediately erupted in widespread panic.
What does this mean? Has the examination system truly been altered? It was never like this in previous years. The middle-aged man glanced at his subordinate behind him, gesturing for him to retrieve the cloth. One person swiftly stepped forward and decisively pulled down the cloth. The very moment Mo Yang beheld the object behind the cloth, he was utterly startled. This is a Shikang stone. It resembles steel, yet it is a unique stone whose durability is amplified by high internal energy. An ordinary strike alone will prove utterly incapable of harming it. The middle-aged man chuckled, stroking the Shikang stone. Please, cleave this stone with your martial arts, and endeavor to leave even a single mark upon its surface. But the indentation forged upon it must penetrate at least an inch deep.
Should your strike carve an indentation of at least 1 inch, you shall be deemed worthy to partake in this trial.
But should you fail, regrettably, you will be forced to retreat, returning whence you came. No sooner had he spoken than a formidable figure, saber slung over his shoulder, stepped forward. This is but child's play. It seems you'll soon be fetching a new trial stone,
for I shall cleave it asunder, like mere tofu, with a single, decisive stroke.
The middle-aged elder merely chuckled, gesturing for him to proceed.
Indeed, I eagerly await your display.
The young master swiftly approached the stone, hoisted his saber, and unleashed a devastating, forceful strike. Yet, beyond all expectation, the stone remained utterly unscathed, while his imposing saber splintered into countless fragments. The young master's face contorted in disbelief as he cried out, "Impossible! My blade can conjure flames, yet it failed to leave a scratch, not even a full inch. This monstrosity wasn't even grazed." The elder, standing idly by, merely chuckled. "Oh dear, what shall become of that shattered blade now?" Mo Yang, observing from afar, felt a subtle smirk play upon his lips. It appeared the Zhenwu alliance was deliberately escalating the trials, demands, the challenges resumed with relentless pace. Suddenly, a splintered fragment of a blade ricocheted dangerously close to the elder examiner, jolting him entirely. "Ho ho, how truly perilous! It seems I need not even inspect this one myself. Next, step forth!" No sooner had his words left his mouth than another contender emerged. "Why do you all tremble in such disarray?" He then brandished his blade, striking the colossal stone. Though his weapon remained intact, not a single blemish appeared upon the unforgiving surface. Another aspirant advanced, wielding a formidable, spiked mace. Yet ultimately, it too failed to imprint even the slightest mark upon the stone. The elder sighed, shaking his head in rapid succession. Why has not a single soul proven themselves worthy? Hai Ming, standing beside Mo Yang, ground his teeth. That resistance stone is truly insidious. At this rate, none shall pass. Swiftly, the next contender stepped forward. Observing the newcomer's demeanor, the elder's heart stirred with a silent gasp. This was a man with eyes like honed blades. The young master advanced decisively towards the stone. Then, like all before him, he executed a resolute, sweeping strike. Immediately the assembled crowd erupted in a cacophony of whispers. Was his impact distinct from the others? Did he succeed? What transpired? Mo Yang mused internally. A masterful strike, utterly devoid of wasted effort. If this holds true, then he has most assuredly prevailed. Indeed, just as he surmised, a visible fissure now marred the once impenetrable stone. The elder, brimming with exhilaration, rushed forward to inspect. "Remarkable! A full 3 inches! More than sufficient. You have passed. Enter now." Mo Yang then questioned Hai Ming regarding the contender's identity. But even Hai Ming remained oblivious to the man's origins. A subtle smile played on Mo Yang's lips. "I had presumed your knowledge to be boundless, yet it seems even you possess blind spots." Hai Ming sighed deeply. "How could I possibly possess such insight? I am hardly a living compendium of all worldly knowledge." Suddenly, a jolt of recognition electrified his senses. Mo Yang, observing his fixed gaze upon the figure before them, inquired, "What troubles you? An acquaintance of yours?" Hai Ming nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. That is, a former Sect leader's direct descendant, Bai Zhen, the grandson of Bai Mu himself." "Why would that man seek entry into the Zhenwu alliance?" Mo Yang countered. "And why should he not partake?" Hai Ming elaborated. "When Bai Mu relinquished his esteemed position, his own son, Bai Shu, ascended as the new sect master, and since their declaration of secession from the Wulin alliance, their stance has remained unchanged." Bai Zhen swiftly advanced, swinging his sword upon the stone. As predicted, he became the second to successfully pass. The next to grace the stage was a formidable female, her weapon, a single strand of silver thread. A murmur rippled through the onlookers, questioning if such an unconventional weapon could possibly prevail. Beyond all expectations, the female warrior somehow managed to shear off a corner of the massive stone. The examiner erupted in boisterous laughter. "Truly astonishing! A mere thread, outperforming even the mightiest blades." The next to emerge was also a female. Hai Ming's astonishment intensified upon beholding these two female contenders. They are Bai Heiling and Bai Yuni. This implies that all direct descendants of Bai Mu are seeking entry into the Zhenwu alliance. This is an unequivocal sign that Bai Shu intends to usher his sect back into the fold of the alliance. Mo Yang completed his thought. Indeed, a rather overt maneuver. He would not send all 3 of his direct heirs to the Grand Martial Alliance simply to re-establish relations. He must have a deeper agenda concerning the alliance. That woman, like the one before her, wielded a thread as her weapon. She couldn't sever the stone slab, but she created enough of a fissure to pass the assessment. Before stepping inside, she suddenly turned her head to glance behind her. As Hai Ming met her gaze, his cheeks immediately flushed with embarrassment. Well, whatever the reason, it no longer matters. The examiner then declared loudly, "It seems more talents than expected are beginning to emerge here. So who is next?" Mo Yang immediately prepared to advance. Hai Ming stammered, attempting to intervene, but it was already too late. The moment the onlookers saw Mo Yang, a commotion erupted. "What is this? Is he from the nomadic faction? He doesn't even possess a weapon? The examiner observed Mo Yang, inwardly assessing him. Though his appearance is ragged, his eyes hold a profound depth, and his aura is far from ordinary. This is truly an inexplicably formidable individual. Mo Yang walked to the stone slab and rolled up his sleeves. Only then did the crowd finally realize he intended to use his fists. The examiner offered a friendly, inviting smile. My apologies, please proceed. The audience below burst into derisive jeers. How can he strike with bare hands when even steel swords prove insufficient against it? His hands will surely shatter. Haiming scoffed coldly, thinking inwardly, for a moment, I too thought like them, but I had forgotten. At that moment he was a man more formidable than any steel blade, wielding power that crushed all opposition. He was the supreme martial artist of the entire world. That was Musin.
He swiftly unleashed a powerful punch upon the stone slab. This single strike directly caused the massive stone to shift backward, leaving the examiner utterly dumbfounded by this development.
Mo Yang's fistprint was now deeply etched upon the stone slab's surface, and the assessment continued.
After an unknown period, a fair number of participants had now passed within the Grand Martial Alliance's grounds. They were all gathered in a vast courtyard, and the eyes of the crowd secretly glanced towards Mo Yang and Haiming, who stood in a corner. Haiming scratched his face.
Brother, it seems you've garnered quite a bit of attention, haven't you? Mo Yang responded indifferently. It's not as if I wished for it, Haiming sighed. If you had used a sword instead of your bare hands, perhaps you would have attracted less attention, wouldn't you agree?
Or perhaps even more?
Mo Yang suddenly noticed something to his side. The direction of his gaze was fixed on a woman in red robes. Their eyes met directly, and then, displeased, she immediately turned her head away.
From afar, the crowd continued to watch the two of them and whispered amongst themselves.
Who is that individual standing beside Haiming? Is he the one who qualified using only his bare fists?
That is what they are saying, elder brother.
Baizhen smiled faintly. Perhaps he only knows how to use his fists because he wasn't properly taught.
Observing the people here,
it seems there are indeed a few powerful experts present. I wonder who among us will prove to be the strongest. Bai Haling smiled, gazing in a certain direction.
If no one is concealing their true strength, he appears quite formidable, especially with the way he draws so much attention.
Bai Zhu sighed. Haling, even you are captivated now? Only then did he notice Bai Yuni standing behind him.
I heard no sound, so I assumed you had already left. She did not reply, instead recalling inwardly. The alliance's standing grows ever stronger, while our Bai family manor declines. Therefore, I must re-establish relations with the alliance to ensure our rapid expansion.
Yuni, you and Bai Zhu's companions must participate in the Grand Martial Alliance. Become the bridge between the alliance and the Bai family manor.
She stood there, lost in thought, recalling her father's earnest instructions.
Haiming and his group also noticed her then. His cheeks flushed crimson once more. That is young Miss Yuni. Seeing him standing there foolishly grinning like an idiot, Mo Yang, who was beside him, was left helplessly speechless. The examiner swiftly approached once more.
Ho ho, I trust I haven't kept you waiting for too long. The assessment to enter the Grand Martial Alliance shall now commence.
Esteemed guests, please follow me into the courtyard. Haiming turned, his gaze sweeping over his companions. It has truly begun, Mo Yang. We shall meet again after this trial. Haiming stood, a triumphant cry escaping his lips. You must uphold that promise, brother. Even if you falter, I will not leave you to face it alone. Mo Yang smirked inwardly. This irritating fellow finally shows the true colors of a friend. The gathered disciples swiftly approached a figure. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am the leader of the Zhenwu Alliance, also known as Qilu Lijiang. Upon hearing his name, a palpable tension immediately gripped the assembled crowd. Qilu Lijiang? Is he truly the leader of the Zhenwu Alliance? A living legend, said to have annihilated countless devil cult disciples with a single, devastating strike.
Lin Jiang's voice boomed once more. This upcoming trial differs greatly from the preliminary assessment you just completed. In essence, its difficulty will be vastly amplified.
However, if your martial prowess truly reaches its peak, then you shall undoubtedly advance to the final stage. Like all of you, I harbor great anticipation for this trial. Now, for the first challenge. We shall commence with the five senses trial. The disciples exchanged wary glances, a murmur rippling through them. The five senses trial? Does the honored leader intend for us to commence it here? In this very courtyard?
Leader, how are we to undertake this examination? Without further words, Li Jiang hurled a grenade directly into their midst.
It tumbled into the heart of the crowd, then detonated, instantly shrouding the vast courtyard in a dense, suffocating cloud of smoke and dust.
Before the disciples could even process what transpired, several more devices were unleashed, plunging the entire area into a tumultuous sea of smoke and echoing with frantic cries.
By the heavens! What is this? Is it a poisonous mist? No, It is merely a dense fog. Mo Yang stood unmoved within the swirling mist, calmly assessing his surroundings. He swiftly perceived an anomaly. Lurking within the enshrouding fog, a contingent of assassins was steadily closing in. A faint, intrigued smile played upon Mo Yang's lips. A single disciple, still oblivious to the true nature of the disturbance, cried out in frustration, "This cursed fog! I can see absolutely nothing. Confound it all! What exactly is it they seek to test with this farce? Pardon my intrusion, but do you possess any insight into what they demand of us?" The words had barely left his mouth when an assassin lunged forth, initiating a swift assault. The young man was mercilessly struck down, his body collapsing lifelessly onto the earth. The assassin let out a cold sneer. "The answer is glaringly obvious. If you fail to comprehend it, then you are destined to fall." With the mist now completely enshrouding them, assassins materialized on all four sides, and even atop the surrounding rooftops, sending the disciples within into utter panic. What calamitous events are truly unfolding here? His cry had barely escaped his lips when the young man was swiftly incapacitated. Elsewhere, a disciple had begun to grasp the truth. Yet before full comprehension could dawn, an assassin sprang forward. The youth had no opportunity to react, and was thus felled by the strike, collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this scene nearby, Bai Zhu instantly unsheathed his sword, turning to his younger sister beside him with a grave warning. "Healing. Covert assassins lurk within this mist. From my perspective, this trial is designed to gauge how long we can withstand the covert assassins' onslaught within this shroud of mist." "And UNHI? Where has she vanished to?" He Ling shook her head, a worried frown on her face. "I know not. Where could she have gone?" Bai Zhu's senses suddenly flared, perceiving an imminent threat. He whirled around, his blade sweeping up to parry the assassin's sudden assault. His longsword, a flash of steel, effortlessly cleaved through the assassin's wooden blade. The assassin, daring not to linger, swiftly retreated, vanishing back into the obscuring mist. He melted back into the fog, but not before offering a rare word of praise. "You possess formidable skill indeed," He Ling commended. "Truly, Brother Bai Zhu stands unparalleled. Before I could even raise a hand, you had repelled them with a single, decisive strike." Bai Zhu's brow furrowed as he gazed upon the longsword in his grasp. "I came perilously close to failing in my defense against them, and that potent sword intent emanated from mere wooden blades. Though not true powerhouses, their rigorous training was undeniably evident. A single moment of negligence would undoubtedly spell instant defeat. Already, countless participants lay sprawling, rendered unconscious by the brutal onslaught." Mo Yang stood, observing the chaotic scene with profound contemplation, unaware of the red-robed woman watching him from a distance. Gripping her sword hilt, she moved with silent precision. Then, finding her moment, she soared above him. Yet, her true target was not Mo Yang himself. As a shadow guard swung his staff towards Mo Yang's back, she intercepted, her sword a flash that severed the blow. Witnessing her intervention, the shadow guard hastily vanished into the swirling mist. Mo Yang turned, his gaze sweeping over her, his expression utterly composed, betraying no hint of surprise or confusion. The woman, too, sheathed her blade, their eyes meeting in a silent, profound exchange, a fragment of memory stirring within her. "Alas, I cannot provide the answers you seek, but there is one who possesses such knowledge. He journeys toward the Martial Alliance and the Sea Alliance. His name is Mo Yang." She stood lost in thought for a brief moment, then, with a swift movement, departed. How pitiful. Such nonchalance will only make you a target. Mo Yang, however, remained utterly unfazed, his composure unshaken. Just then, from behind, another staff descended with brutal force. Without even turning, he effortlessly raised a hand, seizing the wooden staff, and with a terrifying squeeze, shattered it into splinters. The shadow guard, witnessing this display of power, recoiled in terror, retreating once more into the shroud of mist. "He shattered my wooden staff with his bare hand?" Meanwhile, elsewhere, another fierce battle raged. The shadow guards launched relentless assaults, yet still failed to overwhelm their formidable opponent. Furthermore, the individual unsheathed their blade and unleashed a swift retaliatory strike, a streak of light that sliced across the guard, sending fresh blood spattering onto the earth. The shadow guard surveyed the wound on his shoulder, a twisted smile forming. "To wound me with a mere counterstrike. Truly fascinating." Elsewhere, Li Jiang conversed with his subordinate. "What is the current situation?" Among those who evaded the mist and fled the arena, 3 in 10 had already been struck and marked for termination. Li Jiang had given his subordinate a directive to eliminate half of them. But with a sword on the verge of shattering, this task was a crushing burden. Night soon descended. "You reckless fool! I heard Sang Shu's words and came. Is it true you infiltrated the first trial disguised as a shadow guard?" The other man, irritated while changing his clothes, scoffed. "That loud-mouthed fool, Sang Shu. I heard there were a few exceptional talents among the participants, possessing formidable martial prowess. My curiosity was piqued, so I came to observe. Lin Jiang gritted his teeth in seething anger. But you explicitly stated you had no interest in this examination. The two then moved to a table, settling down to share a flask of wine. So, after frolicking amidst that chaos, did anything pique your interest? The other man sighed. Quite contrary to what I had heard. Most of them fell far short of my expectations. Yet, a select few among them did manage to capture my interest. Lin Jiang's eyes widened in surprise. Is that so? How truly splendid.
Who could possibly capture the discerning eye of the great sword Du Cheng, the sword emperor of the martial alliance?
Du Cheng continued. They didn't merely catch my attention. They genuinely surprised me. Each of them stands at a distinct cultivation realm. Though the chaos prevented me from accurately gauging their full cultivation realms, they are vastly different from any other participant I've witnessed in this examination thus far.
Li Jiang set his wine cup down. This is truly excellent news amidst such troubling affairs. In truth, the Martial Alliance has long hoped to unearth a new generation of exceptional prodigies. Hence, I feared no one would meet our lofty expectations. But now, hearing your words, I can finally rest at ease. Du Cheng blinked, slightly taken aback. A group of prodigies? You must be thinking of the same thing, Lin Jiang confirmed. Indeed. The Dragon Catching Squad. We intend to establish an entirely new Dragon Catching Squad. The scene shifts. All the examinees were currently resting in this area. After making us run circles through that deadly maze until near death, this is what they offer us to eat? This food is appalling. And what kind of wretched lodging is this? He Ling, too, grumbled in frustration. How can the martial alliance of this realm be allowed such utter incompetence? Big brother, Bai Xiao sighed. We did not come here as honored guests, did we? Elsewhere, Yoker approached Mo Yang, her heart brimming with gratitude. If Master Mo Yang hadn't fought by our side, I fear I would have never overcome the trial. Mo Yang calmly replied. Not at all, young lady. Even without my aid, you would have undoubtedly succeeded. There is no need for such lavish praise, young lady. I merely did what was necessary. Hao Ling cast a disgruntled glance in their direction. And yet, after I warned her not to be the first to depart, that wretched incompetent. Bai Zhu cast a questioning glance at Hao Ling. What troubles you? Hao Ling explained. After he defended and vanished into the swirling mist, I was left utterly alone. I had extended my threads and was weaving them, busy fending off the encroaching enemies, when suddenly, one discovered me. He seized my thread, leaving me completely defenseless. It was then that two of them charged at me, and I was on the verge of failing the entire trial. Precisely at that critical juncture, Mo Yang reappeared, effortlessly sending both attackers hurtling away. If you extend your threads in such a manner, you must be swifter and more astute. However, it seems you are constrained by your own impetuous techniques. Yer then appeared from behind her, her presence a silent assurance. I will handle this flank. You focus on securing that one. Elder Sister Ha Ling may believe I am unworthy of your alliance, but I place my trust in you now. The three then strategically split, each facing a different direction, their backs guarding one another. Those on your flank are mere distractions. The true threat, the one truly aiming for us, still lurks unseen within the impenetrable mist. The two of you shall deal with them. I will dispatch the remaining forces. He is both exceptionally powerful and remarkably astute, his experience so profound it seems he has witnessed every secret unfolding within this mist. Bai Shu, her curiosity piqued, inquired about the other's identity. Ha Ling responded, He is Mo Yang, a figure rumored to be a solitary wanderer, relying on no one. Bai Shu mused, a faint, intrigued smirk playing upon her lips, while the rest of the onlookers began to buzz with fervent discussion. Ha, truly, master. The sole reason we overcame this trial was undoubtedly due to your esteemed presence. Precisely. It was entirely due to your unparalleled swordsmanship. My apologies. We have been inexcusably late in our introductions. I am Jiang Shu, and this is Jiang Xiang. The young man glanced at them. I had no leisure for such thoughts then, but upon closer inspection now. You two appear to be twins, do you not? The duo nodded in unison. Indeed, we are true-born twins. The young man smiled. I am Li Bang. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. The quietude of night gently drifted by, bringing with it a sense of fleeting peace. As midnight descended, Mo Yang silently pushed open his door, stepping out into the hushed darkness. He ascended a solitary rock, sitting in quiet contemplation, his gaze fixed upon the moon. Unbeknownst to his unseen observer, their presence, however faint, had not escaped his perception. Have you come again merely to perturb my peace? I had thought, perhaps, I could enjoy a moment of tranquility. The woman, her concealment broken, ceased her attempts to hide, and calmly stepped into view. I hope you do not misconstrue my presence as an act of pursuit. My path merely led me this way, and I happened to hear a human presence nearby. But how could you have known I was here?
when I had already concealed every trace of my aura. Mo Yang calmly retorted, "Consider it as if I cast a pebble, and it coincidentally struck a lowly frog."
The woman let out a cold, indignant snort.
"Such insolence! You dare to liken me to a mere frog?" Mo Yang countered. "Does the comparison truly matter, so long as the fundamental nature remains unchanged?"
The woman, ignoring his provocative question, stated with utmost gravity,
"My name is Han Yu. And what, pray tell, is yours?" As daybreak arrived swiftly, a voice boomed. "All contestants, prepare to assemble. The second trial is about to commence. Proceed immediately to the training grounds." A sluggish procession of contestants began to shuffle out, a palpable exhaustion clinging to them. "Perhaps I slept in an awkward position last night," someone mumbled. "And this training ground is rather vast, isn't it?" An official's voice cut through the air. "The examiners will arrive shortly. Be seated and maintain absolute order." "Do you have any knowledge of what the next trial entails?" Yukir, seated beside Mo Yang, spoke up to inquire. "Were you able to rest?" Lord Hanyu Mo, meanwhile, sat brooding not far away.
The two Jiang brothers chattered animatedly.
"They can't possibly cull many more participants, can they?"
"Surely not. They just culled people yesterday.
There's no way that will happen again."
Swiftly, the examiner approached. "Congratulations on passing the Wuju Shi.
"I am the examiner for the second trial, known as the Trial of Insight. My name is Zhu Ming." Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions involuntarily contorted.
"The Trial of Insight?
I haven't even begun, and my head already aches." Zhu Ming stood in the center of the arena, a smile playing on his lips. "Haha, I've observed you all. Why does everyone look so utterly exhausted?"
"We certainly didn't force you to stay up all night, did we?"
"I had already granted you ample time to rest, had I not? But seeing you so exhausted, it seems yesterday's trial proved incredibly arduous."
The Jiang brothers responded.
"It was more than merely difficult. Even a true battle would not be so harrowing. It was as if we stood at the precipice of life and death."
Zhu Ming laughed heartily.
"Haha, is that truly the case? In such a condition, how could I possibly subject you to another trial? Someone, bring forth what I have prepared." As he finished speaking, several maidens entered, bearing trays laden with items.
Zhu Ming explained.
"This is a type of tea named shan shu. It will help clear your minds and invigorate your circulation. Furthermore, its exquisite taste and aroma, and even its color, are reasons that crown it as the finest tea." The disciples eagerly reached out for the tea, eager to sample its wonders.
Zhu Ming further elaborated.
"Even on a battlefield, one has the right to recuperate to continue the fight. With my authority as an examiner, I shall grant you a moment. Therefore, please relax and savor this moment." Li Bang picked up the tea, sniffed it deeply, then offered his praise.
"Superb." The Jiang brothers, having finished, immediately demanded more cups.
The Baggy family members similarly lauded its exquisite taste. Yer gazed at the cup in her hand, lost in thought, when suddenly Mo Yang spoke up, a solemn warning in his voice. "Just touch your lips to it. Do not drink. It seems something has been laced within the tea." Yer startled upon hearing this, her arm holding the teacup involuntarily trembling. After a moment, Zhu Ming once again spoke up. "Are you all feeling comfortable now? It feels as if all fatigue has dissipated, has it not? The taste and aroma are truly exquisite." Zhu Ming gleefully waved his hand. "Then let us begin the trial. What lies before your eyes are both common herbs and priceless, rare ones. Your trial is deceptively simple. You must use these herbs to concoct an antidote for yourselves." The crowd was utterly bewildered. "An antidote for us? What in the heavens is he speaking of?" Swiftly, one participant could no longer bear it, their entire body writhing in discomfort. He suddenly vomited a mouthful of dark blood, yet while the crowd panicked, Zhu Ming stood there, a chilling smile of keen interest on his face. Bai Zhu gritted her teeth. "Damn it! This is poison!" He Ling also clutched his abdomen, spewing fresh blood. Did he truly lace the tea with poison? Zhu Ming elucidated. "I can only challenge you by poisoning you, it is true, but consider. In the future, you will undoubtedly encounter poisons."
"Very well. As I have stated, the tea you drank has been laced with a potent poison. With time, it will intensify, clouding your minds and senses.
You will lose consciousness within the next half hour. Thus, the trial will conclude at that point. You must identify the poison that afflicts you, and concoct an antidote for yourselves.
Should the discomfort become too great, you are free to withdraw at any moment.
I will then have someone administer the antidote I have prepared beforehand."
"Very well, so be it."
He then exited, and closed the door behind him.
The clamor of angry curses from the crowd resonated without end.
"Damn it all, how can we possibly find it amidst countless poisons?
Even if we knew the antidote, how could we possibly concoct it in this state?
Heavens above, what cruel trial is this? I want to give up. This is a damn cursed trial." Yer looked at Mo Yang with suspicion. "How did you know there was poison in the tea, and that you could protect yourself? Why did you choose to tell me? Of all people, Mo Yang calmly replied, I only help those who need saving. Wasn't that your very suggestion? Tell me. You're jolted, remembering her own words. If you need assistance, please do not hesitate to ask me. Though I doubt you would ever truly require my help. Mo Yang responded, I will not refuse your offer. If it's not too much trouble, may I inquire about any other unique talents you possess? Beyond that thread?
Though it would be a long time before they truly separated, recalling everything left her utterly stunned.
Mo Yang merely smiled at her, saying nothing further. Euchre then proceeded to examine the state of those afflicted by the poison. Although there were myriad types of poisons, they ultimately boiled down to 5 basic categories.
Please, forgive me for a moment.
His body was unnervingly cold, and blood flowed from him.
Since I exhibit no such symptoms, the poison might be affecting the lungs.
The Snow Mountain tea has a richer color and aroma compared to other teas.
Therefore, the poison he ingested must have possessed a color and taste, which he attempted to mask with the tea.
And since the Martial Alliance does not utilize lethal poisons, combining these clues leads to the conclusion that this toxin must be.
At this precise moment, Mo Yang interjected.
It appears to be either a dispersing blood toxin or a swift serpent poison.
You're fretted.
Indeed. Their symptoms appear simple, yet there are numerous antidotes, making it difficult to discern the correct one, Mo Yang continued. But it presents no issue, if only you understand the distinctions between them. The key difference lies in the Danchan's reaction. This poison did not cause any issue with my Danchan. Yor was utterly bewildered. You drank the tea? How could you possibly remain unharmed?
Not far away, the crimson-robed woman found fresh blood seeping from the corner of her mouth.
He certainly drank the tea with us. Don't tell me he possesses innate poison resistance? My curiosity drives me to madness. Mo Yang, what, precisely, is your true identity? The scene shifts outside. Durong stood somewhere, arms crossed, lost in profound contemplation. In his mind, he replayed last night's conversation with Li Xiang. You know, there are dozens of cultivators joining the Martial Alliance. Merely increasing the number of cultivators isn't sufficient to truly strengthen us. But if among them there are talents so exceptional, even you must acknowledge them. That is an entirely different matter. The Dragonclaw faction is the answer. The time has now come. He was lost in thought when suddenly, a voice resonated beside his ear. Looking at your ashen face, it seems you are not awaiting the examination results at all. The one who spoke was Zhu Ming. A short while later, all the individuals were successfully detoxified.
If not for young lady Bai Zhu, we would all have surely failed this examination.
He Ling, standing by, scoffed with irritation. It was merely a single medicinal formula. Yet they continue to praise that girl endlessly.
Bai Zhu whispered a reminder.
Keep your voice down. You have already used her medicine. Do not speak ill of her. He Ling stared in disbelief. Are you now defending that girl?
At this moment, Yor sat alone, basking in the gratitude of the surrounding crowd.
Please, everyone, cease praising my meager abilities. If you truly say so, then our own talents are even more negligible. Young lady's capabilities are truly extraordinary.
Euchre's face revealed a clear sense of helplessness as she glanced towards Mo Yang, who was leaning against the wall behind her.
The scene shifts back to Durong and his companions. You bewildered them by subtly adding venomous snake fangs into their tea, yet they still managed to overcome it. Few possess the discerning eye to differentiate snake venom fangs from blood dispersal poison. Zhu Ming nodded in agreement. Indeed, after I provided the antidote at the examination's end, they glared at me as if they wanted to devour me alive. If looks could kill, I would surely have been reduced to dust and bones. Durong's expression turned solemn. It seems Li Jiang's convictions are growing increasingly resolute. Venerable Zihuge, what are your thoughts on this matter?
Zhu Ming, perplexed, retorted with a question of his own.
Thoughts on what, exactly? Durong pressed on. Have you heard anything about Li Jiang?
Zhu Ming chuckled. You speak of the new core, I presume?
It appears Li Jiang has already made his decision, but I, for one, have not. However, observing the recent circumstances among the various sects, I have gradually come to believe that the establishment of the Dragonclaw Corps is imperative. Du Chong sighed deeply. In short, I perceive you are leaning towards supporting the formation of this new corps.
Zhu Ming continued, I merely suggested we consider the matter.
Do you not agree? Compared to the main Wu Ming, the scales are heavily tipping towards the Dragonclaw Corps. Du Chong replied. Naturally. For if the main Wu Ming is the shield, then the Dragonclaw Corps will be the sword. A double-edged blade. That is why, Zhu Ming interrupted. At times the definitive cure for a festering wound upon the flesh is to decisively excise it. Though the process may inflict pain, drawing much blood and tears, it is still preferable to letting it fester and gambling with one's own life. At this precise moment, someone else approached from behind. Venerable Zihuge, Preparations for the second trial have been completed. Zhu Jiming immediately turned and departed. Li Jiang desires Du Chong to become the leader of the Dragon Claw Corps. I believe the only one truly qualified to ascend to that position is none other than him. No matter what others may say, your decision remains paramount. Is that not so? The scene then shifted to the group of examinees. The entire group was being led somewhere unknown. The sounds of their ceaseless discussions echoed through the air. Another task? I'm not even certain the poison has been fully expelled, yet we face another examination. Are they truly trying to torment us to death? Do you know the nature of the next trial? What a redundant question. How could I possibly know? A guard from outside bellowed. The examiner for this trial has arrived. All participants, swiftly proceed inside. The interior is exceptionally dark, and the staircases are perilously steep. Exercise extreme caution. Do not misstep. The moment the group stepped inside, a flurry of hushed whispers erupted. I never imagined such a place could exist beneath the earth. The architects and builders must have toiled immensely. Zhu Jiming approached, a slight smile playing on his lips. This is not yet the time for astonishment. This is merely the antechamber to the tomb of a revered martial artist. Many other chambers lie beyond. The cultivation chambers here are where martial artists sought to cultivate special secret techniques. But the intricate passages connecting them have formed an impenetrable labyrinth. A few who ventured here for the first time lost their way, never to behold the light of the sun again. The second phase of the comprehension test will commence within these very walls. The test is deceptively simple. Within half an incense stick's time, you must escape this labyrinth. Should you fail to complete it within the allotted time, you shall be rewarded with a mark of death. I sincerely hope none of you will be abandoned here, and that I shall encounter you all once more upon the surface. As he departed, the group once again erupted into a clamor. I knew it! I cannot believe they would abandon us in this hellish place. Perhaps there is some profound mystery hidden within. Calm yourselves, everyone. I shall guide you through this round, for I have already memorized every passage leading to this point. Surely he could not have anticipated that we could still display such arrogance without exerting a single ounce of effort. Splendid, my friend. Quickly, lead us onward. Once we emerge from this place, I shall treat you all to a sumptuous feast of bundo mam tom. My comrades, you must cling to my every step. He Ling let out a chilling laugh. Those fools will inevitably lose their way. Another voice chimed in. I can detect a faint tremor and subtle sounds emanating from the very walls themselves. This implies that the tomb of this formidable cultivator is, in fact, a mystic artifact that constantly shifts its position. Another cast a doubtful gaze upon him. How could you possibly discern such a thing? The young man elaborated. My sect is the Tieki sect. We are the creators of such mystic artifacts. From the moment we descended, I perceived minute shifts and subtle sounds emanating from the surroundings. Mo Yang, too, spoke up. He is correct. However, the shifting nature of this mystic artifact is not the true concern. Just now, I detected a sweet, insidious scent. The moment his words faded, Han Yu instantly flinched. What is that? What is this scent? The two Jiang brothers also started, their gazes darting wildly around. I, too, detect that same sweet aroma. Mo Yang continued to elaborate. In truth, this entire subterranean tomb is slowly being suffocated by poisonous gas. Precisely. There is no longer any room for doubt. This is undoubtedly a toxic gas, a trial designed merely to impede our progress. Therefore, they would not employ lethal poison. Yuni raised a hand to cover her nose. Whether the toxicity is mild or potent, we are still breathing, and thus, we will inevitably be afflicted. Both Jiang brothers instinctively clutched their heads. Indeed, I'm already starting to feel dizzy and lightheaded. Hearing you say that, I too feel a sudden wave of dizziness washing over me. Yuni exclaimed in surprise. But I haven't even mentioned the symptoms of poisoning yet. Another voice cut in. Then the critical point is this. The longer we remain here, the lower our chances of escape become. Mo Yang strode over to the red-robed young man and inquired about his name. After learning the other's name was Guan Sheng, he then asked if Guan Sheng could locate an exit. Guan Sheng scratched his head. While I comprehend how this mystic artifact operates, I still need to track the shifting locations. The darkness around us is too profound. It renders me utterly blind. There is no way to escape in merely half a shichen, but if everyone were to become my eyes and ears. Before he could even finish speaking, the group surged forward, clamoring to assist. Mo Yang gestured. Lead the way, Brother Guan. The group then swiftly followed Guan Sheng. Observe every crack or fissure on the ceiling, the floor, and the walls as well. Report even the slightest anomaly to me. Mo Yang, bringing up the rear, glanced back, lost in silent contemplation. Han Yu was nowhere to be seen. Hadn't the girl been right beside him just moments ago? Yuni, seeing him halt, asked with a puzzled expression. Why are you not proceeding, sir? Master Mo did not reply, but instead urged. She should go ahead. I will follow closely behind. Yu Ni, without further questioning, gently nodded in agreement.
Mo Yang moved alone through the secret passage, deep in thought as he walked. Searching for an exit nearby was futile. If his memory served him right, this was Hunmeng powder. When their comrades were wounded, the nomads of the northern wastes used it as a wound-healing powder, but only in extremely minuscule doses. Outside, Zhu Jiming gazed at the poison with a sinister smile. If you continue to inhale this smoke, its effects will reveal the very origin of its name, a sweet, deadly fragrance. You will fall into an illusion born of your heart's demons. Mo Yang stood there, cursing inwardly. Damn it all. I've been circulating my qi to the utmost, trying to slow the spread of the toxins, but it seems to be utterly futile. He was swiftly and completely overwhelmed by the poison's potency. The fears and pains buried deepest within your heart are what will strangle you. Flashes of long-buried memories swiftly erupted in his mind. The flesh and blood of our fallen brothers shall bind us together. We shall bathe in the blood of our enemies to become even mightier. And today, I shall ascend to godhood, with the bloodline of Min. It is far too late. Today marks the death anniversary for all of you. Even if you were divine beings, you would still perish. The figure standing on the platform commanded his subordinates. Rip out his heart and bring it back to me. Mo Yang, utterly fearless, unleashed a devastating punch, straight towards the charging horde. With every single strike, the very heavens quaked and the earth fractured. After a brief pause, he launched himself skyward, hurtling straight towards the leader entrenched upon the platform. The other's eyes glowed blood red, a ferocious gaze overflowing with unconcealed killing intent and dark demonic energy. Outside this harrowing vision, Mo Yang involuntarily crumpled to the ground, reliving tormenting memories that assailed his very being. Even he could not resist their poisonous grip. No one could. That child, Han Yu, suffers the same plight. I must find her. And quickly. Meanwhile, Han Yu gritted her teeth, her entire being taut with unbearable tension. The poison's insidious tendrils had already reached her, dredging up the deepest, most agonizing memory from her childhood. The haunting image of her own mother's suicide. How could that madwoman abandon her own child, simply to reunite with her deceased husband? What a damnable waste. Such a delectable beauty, gone before I could even partake. What to do with this accursed burden now? She bears such a striking resemblance to her mother. Perhaps I could keep her and train her myself? Han Yu remained slumped against the wall, clutching her head, as the memory replayed, each agonizing frame extracting an involuntary cry from her. I will surely slaughter them. I will annihilate every last one of them. Outside the secret passage, Zhu Geiming and his retinue waited in stoic silence. He turned to his subordinate, inquiring about the passage of time. The subordinate replied, Not much time remains, Elder Zhu. Zhu Jiming pondered inwardly. It seemed the Hunmeng powder had indeed caused considerable distress for the participants. If the trial concludes thus, both Du Chong and Li Jiang will be gravely disappointed. At that very moment, a subordinate behind him pointed ahead, breaking the silence. Senior Zhu Ge, he announced. Look, Guansheng and his group have finally emerged. The first batch of trial participants had successfully returned, having conquered the challenge within the stipulated time frame. As they exited, the group erupted in joyous cheers, embracing each other in triumph. We did it, everyone! We actually did it! Zhu Jiming offered a satisfied smile. They must be parched, he mused. Take them for water immediately. The attendant quickly approached the jubilant crowd, speaking cordially. A resting place has been prepared nearby. Please, follow me for just a little while longer. Yer followed the group, but her gaze was fixed on the entrance of the secret passage, a palpable worry clouding her features. She worried for Mo Yang. Just then, a scornful voice cut through the air. What right do you possess to worry for others, the voice sneered, when you yourself succumb to the medicinal effects, becoming nothing but a dead weight for us? If you wish to prove your worth, then first prove you can even care for yourself. That would be far more productive than simply sitting there, an utterly unsightly nuisance. Upon hearing such scathing remarks, Healing Yor was momentarily struck dumb, unable to form a response. Zhu Jiming, observing the group with a somber expression, noted that the protagonist had yet to emerge. His actions are exceedingly irregular. I had fully expected him to be among the first to emerge. You must hasten, young one. Time is running perilously short. Yet I refuse to abandon my expectations of you. Deep within the secret passage, Mo Yang soared high into the air, landing atop a vantage point to gain a commanding overview. The insidious poison continued to permeate his very being, causing the haunting specter of that figure to incessantly appear before his eyes. Not even a single breath offered him a moment's peace. With a few more steps, he encountered a figure slumped tragically ahead. As he approached, the figure slowly turned its head, revealing a disturbed gaze. I did not kill them! The figure shrieked, seizing a rock as he rose, then lunged forward, intent on attacking Mo Yang. I did not kill them!
So why do you all falsely accuse me?
Witnessing this pitiful scene, Mo Yang uttered but one word: madness. Then, with a swift, decisive swing of his arm, he struck the man's neck. The young man instantly crumpled, knocked unconscious by the precise strike, falling limp to the ground.
Mo Yang gazed at the fallen youth, sighing inwardly. To think a disciple of the esteemed Tang clan could be reduced to such a state. He could only surmise the others fared no better. At that precise moment, a spectral voice echoed in his ear. They are scattered, strewn throughout this place, everywhere.
They wander aimlessly, ensnared within the most agonizing memories of their past.
They are naught but walking husks, lifeless and broken. Yet, how can you remain so unnervingly calm?
Who are you, truly?
Mo Yang, who in the heavens are you?
He offered no reply, instead moving to gently support the slumped figure of Han Yu.
Child, he began, my identity holds no significance now, for I have a profound vengeance to exact against the Wulin Alliance.
However, I have squandered far too much precious time searching for you. To locate the exit within the scant time remaining is now an impossibility. All they need to do is emerge before the time limit expires, correct? The scene shifts to the exterior, where Durong sat upon a cliff face, listlessly tossing small stones into the abyss.
I cannot help but harbor doubts about this grand scheme. Is this newly proposed regiment truly the sole path forward? To revitalize the alliance by excising its rotten core? I demand ironclad assurances. Assurances that, no matter what unforeseen calamities arise, we can still prevail with unwavering certainty.
As he remained lost in thought, the very wall before him began to tremble violently.
Countless fissures spiderwebbed across its surface with terrifying speed, before it ultimately erupted in a cataclysmic explosion.
Du Chong recoiled, instantly springing to his feet.
Before his utterly incredulous and bewildered expression, Mo Yang emerged from within, cradling the unconscious Han Yu. Meanwhile, night had descended upon a distant, formidable tower.
The collective High Council's verdict on the formation of the Dragon's Claw Legion is that it cannot possibly be realized.
I fail to comprehend why you have so abruptly decided this endeavor is imperative for our future.
Zhu Jiming calmly responded. Forgive me for amending your words, Venerable Elder, but the conclusion is not that it cannot be achieved, but rather that it demands far greater scrutiny and deliberation.
Another voice interjected, inquiring, have there been any significant shifts within the Zhengwu alliance?
Zhu Jiming shook his head, a decisive negative.
The elder pressed further. And what of the Wulin Alliance's internal disciplinary review? Is it Master Zhuge's implication that this very internal review poses a direct threat to the stability of the Wulin Alliance itself?
Zhu Jiming elucidated.
The alliance's power burgeoned forth from the monumental war between the righteous and demonic factions. It subsequently expanded its influence by forging intricate ties with myriad other forces. The unsettling truth is that the alliance has never conducted a thorough, incisive investigation into these very forces. That, Venerable Elders, is my true point of concern.
Upon hearing this, the assembly erupted in a cacophony of dissenting opinions and urgent deliberations.
Were it not for these crucial alliances and relationships, how could we ever have ascended to our current stature and power? We must not gamble upon such uncertain ventures. It will only breed fierce resentment should we delve into matters best left undisturbed.
If the formation of this new regiment ignites internal strife and cleaves our unity asunder, will you, Zhu Jiming, bear the full weight of that devastating responsibility?
Zhu Jiming clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. I fully understand the esteemed elders' profound concerns, yet I assert that we shall achieve our objectives with the Dragon's Claw Legion. And if you all consent to confront the Alliance's internal ailments? Another voice abruptly cut him off. You propose this new legion will comprise solely of martial practitioners, yet to reach their 20th year?
Zhu Jiming responded. These young talents will be exceptionally pliable, and their remarkable achievements at such a tender age undeniably signify extraordinary innate aptitude and profound comprehension.
They can be forged to serve my will, becoming the honed blade that shall suppress any who harbor treacherous ambitions against our order. The elder's voice sharpened, demanding, then who, pray tell, shall be appointed to command this untested new legion?
Zhu Jiming responded with conviction. I hold absolute faith that Du Chong possesses the profound capabilities required for such a momentous task.
The elder let out a dismissive snort. Du Chong? If it is indeed Du Chong, he currently serves as co-leader alongside Yi Jiang, guiding the Zhengwu alliance. However, his eccentric and unconventional nature is notoriously pronounced. Are you asserting that they shall be the most exceptionally gifted talents among this entire cohort of contestants?
Such a notion has never once reached my ears.
Zhu Jiming inclined his head respectfully towards his interlocutor.
Precisely so, my esteemed alliance master, Zhu Jiming affirmed. The elder then continued, his gaze sharp.
But I have heard whispers that some unforeseen incident transpired during the underground segment of the trial. Zhu Jiming then elaborated, his voice steady.
It was due to my oversight, a momentary lapse in vigilance. A single contestant, from the exterior, utterly breached the confines of the chimney flue. A short while later, having concluded their heated discussions, the assembly finally dispersed, each elder retreating to their own abodes. Du Chong stood beneath the vast canopy of a nearby tree, silently observing the scene with unwavering intensity. He and Zhu Gaiming then proceeded indoors, their expressions hinting at a profound and private discussion. They proposed that the members of this new legion must confront seasoned, true warriors in combat. This is both for their direct learning and to ensure their strategic acumen and profound comprehension truly align with their exceptional martial talent. This, Master Du, is less an examination, and far more a crucible of trial by fire. Du Chong's brow furrowed. If that is the case, does it imply that even upon its establishment, this new legion shall be denied official recognition and legitimacy? Zhu Jiming nodded gravely. Even if the alliance wished to grant it, such open recognition is presently impossible. Should the Zhengwu alliance commence its investigations, conflicts will inevitably ignite between our alliance and the myriad other factions. How do you imagine the myriad forces would react were the alliance master himself to step forward and personally bestow official recognition upon the Dragon's Claw Legion? They have already exerted their utmost efforts, overcoming countless formidable obstacles to reach this point. Now, their only task is to channel their remaining strength into conquering the next, even greater trial. Should their performance prove exceptional, the new legion's formal establishment shall swiftly follow. Du Chong let out a heavy sigh, a regretful shadow crossing his face. Alas, I find myself unable to render aid in this particular predicament. Zhu Jiming smiled subtly, a knowing glint in his eyes. This burgeoning triumph, Du Chong, owes its very existence to your unwavering efforts and profound contributions. It is precisely because of your resolute determination that I possess the courage and unwavering resolve to stand firm against the elders' vehement opposition. Truth be told, I anticipated a far longer period of deliberation and uncertainty from your end. What, then, spurred your sudden and decisive resolve to commit to this arduous path? Du Chong's expression hardened. I should have refused. Yet, just as I prepared to abandon all hope, after contemplating countless dead ends, in that very moment, a guiding light appeared. That individual illuminated a new path for me, a path I could never have conceived on my own. At that precise moment, Li Jiang approached. There you are. Trouble has erupted at the Kangshu Pavilion. Both men were taken aback. The scene shifts, revealing Han Yu, alone and forlorn, perched upon a desolate rock. From below, Mo Yang's voice cut through the silence. If your intention was merely to rest, you wouldn't have journeyed all the way to this desolate peak. If you intended to offer gratitude for my assistance, spare yourself the effort, for it is already too late. To his astonishment, Han Yu's voice exploded into a furious snarl. Be gone! If you refuse to reveal your identity, then vanish from my sight. Mo Yang let out a deep sigh. Still, so utterly unyielding? Why this relentless obsession with my origins? Do you not fear the perils of such persistence? Han Yue pressed again. Do you know the Chongyang swordsman? He said that the individual bearing the name Mo Yang would possess the answers I seek. I have seen it. Your power, if you so desired, is formidable enough to topple the entire Wulin alliance single-handedly. I could never hope to attain such a fearsome realm. How could you possess such might? But never mind that. Do you truly intend to become a part of this alliance? This entire situation is utterly illogical. I question the very purpose of conveying these words to you. She rose from the rock, leaping down to where he stood. Yet, I am certain that if learning your true identity meant courting death, that old Chongyang swordsman would never have permitted me to seek you out. Now, reveal your true identity. Who are you, in the end? For a long moment their gazes locked, piercing and intense. Then, Mo Yang finally broke the silence with a sigh. Does Du Chong truly know my intentions? If he indeed guided you to this place, then it signifies that the path I tread holds the answers you desperately seek. You may accompany me, but the answers themselves, you must unearth for yourself. Seeing him prepare to depart, Han Yu's voice rose sharply. I care not what you intend to do with me, only... Mo Yang sharply cut her off. Nor do I care for your answers. My only demand is that you do not disrupt my grand design. Prepare yourself. For my true identity, and all that you shall encounter hereafter, will be a truth most difficult to bear. Having spoken, he disregarded her entirely, swiftly departing the scene. Han Yu stood rooted. Her eyes widened into furious slits, her teeth grinding as she glared at his rapidly disappearing silhouette. As Mo Yang strode away, a silent sigh escaped his lips. Why is this young one so relentlessly stubborn? Her temperament so uncannily similar to that individual's Pergi. Meanwhile, in a different location, Zhu Ming and his retinue were assembled. A soldier, torch in hand, reported grimly, "Even after summoning 5 formidable martial artists, we barely managed to subdue it. There was no discernible murderous intent, yet its strength was unnaturally immense, particularly for a mere girl. The one bound on the ground is your." Zhu Ming's gaze instantly discerned her true identity. Du Rong then inquired, "Did she breach the Kangshu Pavilion's defenses entirely on her own?" The subordinate confirmed. "From my observations, she was indeed entirely alone." Zhu Ming's brow furrowed. "That sacred ground houses countless martial arts secret manuals. A trespass of that magnitude is a grave, unforgivable offense. Confine her. Once she regains consciousness, proceed with a thorough interrogation." With that command, the guards lifted her and departed. Zhu Ming stood in silent contemplation. To handle this internal affair, a meticulous investigation is paramount. Li Jiang questioned, "Anyone else perhaps, but why must it be the daughter of the Bai family manor?" Du Rong elucidated, "Even if our relationship with the Bai family manor is delicate, we are still bound by the immutable laws of the alliance. That principle supersedes all other considerations." The scene shifts once more. Has word already spread? Our subordinates have already received intelligence that the daughter of the Bai family manor has been apprehended and imprisoned. The following morning, a resonant announcement echoed. "All participants of the Qizhusheng trials, assemble immediately at the training grounds." The aspiring cultivators swiftly emerged from their quarters. Jiang Xiang, his brow etched with doubt, approached Bai Shu. "Since yesterday, I have not seen your younger sister." Bai Shu turned her head, casting a swift glance at He Ling. The latter immediately shook her head. "I, too, have not seen her." Bai Shu offered an explanation. "She prefers solitude, but she would never be late. There is no cause for alarm." Jiang Xiang's face remained a mask of profound bewilderment. "You, a respected elder brother, do not even know your own sister's whereabouts? How can one be so utterly unconcerned?" He Ling, seething with rage, prepared to charge, ready to fight to the bitter end. This arrogant fool just thoroughly humiliated her elder brother. Bai Zhu restrained her, explaining, "My sister often distances herself due to ongoing family feuds. Please do not misunderstand the situation." Jiang Xiang suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Their rift would only widen, and the family conflict would spiral into an even deeper chasm. "If you truly require counsel, then I shall—" Before he could even complete his declaration, Jiang Shu lunged forward and brutally seized him. "Everyone, pay no heed to my younger brother. Unlike myself, Jiang Xiang possesses a rather blunt and direct disposition." Bai Zhu remained silent, yet a grim, unsettling shadow clouded his features. The scene abruptly shifted to another part of the hall. As Jiang Xiang and his companions stepped into the chamber, they were baffled by the sheer number of martial artists gathered there. "Are all of you truly feigning ignorance? Or am I the sole individual who has taken notice? We are being treated no better than common criminals." Moments later, Du Chong strode in from the outside. "If you are truly innocent, this situation will baffle you. Otherwise dread will surely consume you." "My name is Du Rong." Guan Sheng's heart thudded in shock. Du Chong? Did he truly claim to be the legendary great sword, Du Chong? Jiang Xiang's jaw dropped, utterly stunned. Could this man be a sword emperor, on par with the likes of Qilu Lijiang? Du Rong's voice resonated once more. "I had intended to bestow rewards upon you all for your arduous efforts throughout the trial. However, due to an unforeseen and grave incident that transpired last night, I regret to inform you that those rewards are now rescinded." An intruder breached the cultivation scroll repository, systematically pilfering its most profound martial arts techniques. Bai Shu's heart jolted with a premonition. "Wait," he thought. "Don't tell me he's about to reveal, and the perpetrator is none other than the very individual absent today. Bai Yur, the young mistress of the esteemed Bai Jiazhuang." She resisted with ferocious defiance, yet ultimately, she was overpowered and subdued. She is currently incarcerated within the Grand Dungeon, and will face relentless interrogation until the true motive for her infiltration, the identities of her accomplices, and the mastermind behind this scheme are fully exposed. Until this grave matter is conclusively resolved, the examination will, of course, be indefinitely postponed, and every single one of you shall remain confined to these grounds. He Ling's countenance darkened ominously as she cast a piercing glance at her elder brother. Bai Shu immediately stepped forward, cupping his hands in deference. "I am Bai Shu of the Bai clan. Are you truly denying us access to Yusur? Are you entirely certain my younger sister committed such an act?" Du Rong's gaze sharply pierced him. As I have already stated, she was apprehended red-handed. What further discussion could there possibly be? Bai Shu's expression hardened. There must assuredly be some grave misunderstanding. My sister would never commit an act that could tarnish the honor of our esteemed clan. I shall immediately dispatch word to my clan's investigative corps,
instructing them to cooperate fully with the alliance. Du Rong coldly dismissed him. Such interference is utterly unnecessary. Affairs transpiring within our alliance are exclusively handled by our own authority.
Perceiving his intent to depart, Bai Zhu raised his voice, desperately attempting to halt his exit.
Du Rong slowly turned, his eyes piercing Bai Zhu with an icy, murderous glare, his killing intent utterly undisguised. Confronted by that chilling gaze, Bai Zhu's entire being involuntarily convulsed with an uncontrollable tremor. Du Rong's voice, now a frigid threat, echoed. Do not compel me to reiterate my words a second time. Bai Zhu dared not utter another syllable, his head bowed in utter submission. The two Jiang brothers moved to lean against the wall, a heavy sigh escaping their lips. What in the world has truly transpired here? This entire affair defies all logic. How could such an innocent young lady possibly be responsible for this transgression? Guan Sheng then added. Now that I reflect upon it, the young mistress appeared exceedingly distressed, almost as if she were compelled to act against her will.
The purple-robed disciple interjected. I sensed she was not herself that day. This heinous act is simply uncharacteristic of her very nature. The remaining disciples then clamored, each eager to voice their own opinions and conjectures. Could it be that she simply took a wrong turn? Or perhaps her actions were merely driven by innocent curiosity? Do you truly believe that young mistress to be an imbecile? Such a naive explanation is utterly implausible. Or has she perhaps meticulously planned some deeper scheme? He Ling, unable to bear their incessant conjectures any longer, abruptly rose to her feet and bellowed. How dare you utter such baseless accusations? Silence yourselves and await the official investigation. Bai Xiao immediately countered. Unacceptable. We cannot afford to simply await that outcome. I simply cannot fathom why Yor would ever commit such an act. Our investigation team should have been summoned, yet they vehemently declined. There is a profound anomaly in this affair. We must ascertain Yor's true motives, not through investigation, but from her own lips. He Ling furrowed her brow. She is imprisoned within the dungeon, while we remain trapped here. How can we possibly achieve this? At this critical juncture, Mo Yang unexpectedly interjected. For the sake of our clan's honor, I counsel you to patiently await the interrogation's conclusion. Bai Zhu clenched her jaw, her voice laced with steel. What blasphemy did you just utter? Mo Yang remained utterly unperturbed, simply stating, Ponder that counsel with utmost care. From all I have observed and heard concerning you, your priority should unequivocally be the clan's honor, not your sister's perceived injustices or personal safety. Though Bai Zhu seethed with resentment, she found herself utterly unable to retort. Meanwhile, the scene dramatically shifts to the Grand Archives, which had descended into utter pandemonium, scrolls and ancient tomes strewn haphazardly. You can plainly witness it. It is unmistakably clear that the young girl was frantically scouring for something. None can discern her true intentions. Yet this chamber has been left in absolute disarray. Zhu Jiming pressed further. Has anything been lost, or sustained any damage? The attendant let out a heavy sigh. We are meticulously cross-referencing the inventories, yet I fear it will prove futile. I believe the young girl was searching for specific texts or classified documents. At that precise moment, an attendant hastily entered from outside, seeking Zhu Ming. The Reverend Sect Master urgently requests your presence, esteemed Lord Zhuge. The scene then abruptly shifts to Mo Yang's gathering. He ground his teeth, declaring with fierce conviction, I am the eldest son of the Bai family, and furthermore, I am yours elder brother. Thus, both carry immense weight for me. I will not simply remain here idly, awaiting mere reports of the outcome. If you intend not to assist, then beware of your blade. Lord Mo Yang's lips curved into a subtle, knowing smirk. The dungeon is fortified by an impenetrable guard. Thus, infiltration is an impossibility. Conflict is an absolute certainty. So what say you to an additional aid? Swiftly, dusk descended. From my meticulous observations, the dungeon is enclosed by towering, unbreachable walls and guarded by approximately 20 formidable soldiers. With your extraordinary skills, you can assuredly infiltrate the premises tonight, retrieve your belongings, and penetrate the dungeon without detection. Once the protective ward is neutralized, you shall rendezvous with Bai Yor. The paramount objective is to avert all casualties on both sides. You must exercise extreme caution, allowing no unforeseen mishaps to transpire whatsoever. Han Yu, observing from the sidelines, was plagued by profound confusion. He strives to become an esteemed member of the alliance, yet his actions consistently brand him as an adversary. To what end is he truly striving? Outside, the cadre of guards were congregated, engaging in idle chatter. Xianxiang stealthily peered through a narrow crack in the door, observing their movements. It appeared they had just completed a shift change, leaving precisely 4 sentinels guarding the entrance. Bai Zhu's expression hardened, declaring, This is our final, desperate gambit.
This affair bears no relation to any of you. I cannot possibly foretell the full repercussions of this endeavor." Yet before he could fully articulate his warning, the two Jiang family brothers interrupted him with jovial laughter.
"We have broken bread together and shared countless arduous journeys throughout these passing years. Furthermore, we have jointly delved into the sagas chronicled on the Hugo Review channel.
Thus, this matter most assuredly concerns us all." The purple-clad figure also chimed in, stating, "It's almost as if you fear we would force the burden of responsibility upon you." Guansheng continued, "Even if I were to retreat now, they would still deem me culpable for failing to restrain you all. This truth is now as stark as the midday sun."
Witnessing their unyielding resolve, Bai Shu ceased her attempts at dissuasion.
"Do not dare to harbor regrets. I offer you this solemn warning," Mo Yang countered. "There shall be no regrets, for young Miss Bai is our revered benefactor." He then shifted his gaze towards He Ling. "This now falls upon your shoulders." He Ling's face contorted with displeasure, her brows furrowing into a cold scoff. "Not again. I shall not yield to your command." Outside, the patrolling guards suddenly detected an anomalous sound.
One guard swiftly advanced, inquiring, "What commotion transpires within?"
He Ling answered with feigned embarrassment. "Esteemed sir, I have unfortunately partaken of tainted provisions, and thus require immediate leave to attend to a pressing matter." Witnessing her impeccable performance, the two Jiang family brothers struggled to suppress their erupting laughter. Another sentinel, hearing this, immediately interjected. "Let us not inflict further indignity upon the young miss amidst these men. Unbar the gates."
The young guard, upon hearing the command, swiftly unsealed the entrance.
The instant the portal swung open, what assaulted his vision was the utterly grim and menacing countenances of the waiting figures. The startled young sentinel, before he could even register the impending threat, felt a hand clamp down with deadly force upon his throat. Mo Yang instantly burst forth with blistering speed. The three other youths quickly drew their blades, but before they could even react, they were decisively struck down. A wave of profound shock rippled across the faces of everyone present. Unbelievable! In one fluid motion, he had subdued all four. Mo Yang wasted no words, urging them to depart swiftly, and the entire group activated their light body techniques to soar away. They moved in unison across the rooftops, striving to evade all prying eyes. Moments later, Du Cheng arrived at the prison gates.
Seeing no guards stationed outside, an uncontrollable fury welled within him.
"Fools! I explicitly commanded them to maintain vigilant watch." Suddenly, a chilling realization struck him. He swiftly advanced and threw open the prison door, revealing 4 unconscious guards within. The scene now shifts to the main dungeon. The guards here were sluggishly yawning, overcome by exhaustion from a long day. Suddenly, Jiang Xiang appeared, signaling to him to rest.
The startled youth, before he could even comprehend what was happening, was struck unconscious by Jiang Shu.
Another guard nearby, witnessing this, was stunned, but before he could react, Bai Heling had swiftly bound him with her rope. Following immediately, Bai Zhu charged forward, rendering him unconscious. Meanwhile, Guansheng had also seized another guard, as the figure in purple robes delivered a powerful blow to the opponent's abdomen, instantly incapacitating him. On this side, Han Yu had also just subdued a guard. Mo Yang, genuinely surprised, remarked, "I didn't expect you to be participating as well." She let out a cold HMPH, turning her head away. "You were the one who told me to follow you. Don't get ahead of yourself." Mo Yang sighed and smiled faintly, saying nothing more. Immediately, the entire compound erupted into a commotion, sealing off all escape routes. They are undoubtedly still within these walls. They are considered some of the most exceptional martial artists in history.
Should you encounter them, hold them back at all costs and summon reinforcements.
As Du Cheng and Li Jiang strode along, they grumbled bitterly about how all their carefully laid plans had been utterly ruined by this incident. "I truly cannot fathom this."
Li Jiang gnashed his teeth. Either they were blinded by even greater benefits, or they never intended to join us from the very beginning.
Soon, 2 subordinates rushed forward from ahead to report. "Lord Durong, there's a conflict at the prison. It must be them." Durong's brow furrowed as he remembered Bai Yukar, who was confined in the prison.
The guards were still attempting to impede Mo Yang's group, but all their attacks proved utterly futile.
Mo Yang deftly dodged a few blows, then effortlessly slammed his opponent's head to the ground. Han Yu, observing from the front, frowned deeply as her mind involuntarily recalled the scene within the Misty trial that day. The more she pondered it, the more vexed she became. "Perhaps I shouldn't be here. I feel like an unnecessary burden." At this moment, Bai Zhu and her group also arrived. "We've handled all the guards outside," she reported, but one of them managed to escape. Guansheng sat powerlessly to the side, filled with profound guilt. "It's my fault. I thought he had lost consciousness, but I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Those other people will arrive soon." Mo Yang's expression remained perfectly serene. "Given the commotion we've caused, I could have guessed as much. Once inside, focus entirely on rescuing Maiden Bai. I will guard the entrance from outside, so make haste." With that declaration, He decisively unleashed his power, shattering the wooden door. The guards inside had all gathered and were now standing ready. I warn you all, retreat immediately. The group wasted no words, instantly charging forward into battle. Guan Sheng, however, remained seated, clutching his leg and groaning. Mo Yang walked over to him, inquiring, "Are you injured?" The youth reassured him. "It's nothing serious, just a minor bleed." Mo Yang cast a glance at Han Yu, signaling for her to entrust this matter to him. Upon hearing his words, she couldn't help but be startled. "You will stand against them alone?" But as the words left her lips, a sudden realization struck her. How foolish of me to even ask. Mo Yang stepped outside, closing the door behind him, a faint, intrigued smile playing on his lips. Outside, a throng of figures surged forward. Du Rong and a prominent figure spearheaded the assault. Not through the main entrance, but soaring over the city walls with their formidable Qinggong. The entire group leaped inside, then descended to unbar the main gate. The city gate swiftly unbarred, allowing Du Rong to stride inside. Facing him stood Mo Yang, an unyielding sentinel. Catching sight of Mo Yang, Du Rong's countenance involuntarily twisted into a scowl. From the rear, Lin Jiang barked orders for his subordinates to take the injured for immediate treatment. He then scathingly addressed Mo Yang. "The area saturated with death key has already been sealed. This, the most secure stronghold in our alliance? You jeopardize for the sake of that one girl? I care not who incited your rebellion, but should you surrender now, your crimes will be mitigated. Fail to comply, and face the full, unyielding wrath for defying the alliance." Mo Yang calmly retorted, "I seek only justice. I have no desire for conflict, so I urge you to retreat." Enraged, Li Jiang lunged forward, intent on a brutal confrontation, but Du Rong swiftly restrained him. Du Rong explained to Mo Yang, "We have already revealed the truth to you." Mo Yang let out a cold, derisive laugh. "The truth your alliance feeds you?" Du Rong reeled back, startled. "Are you daring to question the alliance's integrity?" Mo Yang's gaze turned piercing, fixed upon him. "Du Rong, do you truly believe that every action taken by the alliance is righteous and just? We, however, place our faith in the truth we have uncovered. Do you truly dare to place yours in the alliance's version of events?" Hearing this, Du Rong's face tightened, a cold sweat beading on his brow, as if a chilling realization had just dawned upon him. Li Jiang burst forward once more, bellowing, "Enough of your incessant babbling! I shall ensure you never utter another word. All of you attack! Let no one escape!" Mo Yang remained utterly expressionless as the frenzied mob surged toward him like a tempest. A leading assailant brandished his blade, cleaving downwards with lethal intent. It seemed our protagonist would be bisected by that single, crushing blow. Yet in that razor-thin moment of ultimate peril, he effortlessly shifted, evading the strike with impossible grace. Another assailant seized the opening, lunging forward with a piercing thrust. Mo Yang deftly arched his body backward, narrowly avoiding the strike. In the same fluid motion, he unleashed a crushing punch directly into one assailant's face, while his other leg lashed out, slamming into the jaw of the second. Both young assailants were sent hurtling sideways, slamming violently against the city walls. Undeterred, another charged with grim determination, blade aimed to kill. Mo Yang casually brushed the attacking blade aside with a flick of his hand. To the assailant's shock, his longsword was effortlessly knocked from his grip, sent spinning into the air. It soared across the battleground, forcing another combatant to scramble desperately to parry the rogue weapon. The original assailant found himself seized by the collar, then contemptuously hurled backward, crashing into his own bewildered comrades. Realizing the futility of individual assaults, they instantly shifted tactics, opting for a concerted, overwhelming group attack. 3 assailants, converging from 3 distinct directions, unleashed simultaneous, synchronized sword strikes. A faint, fearless smile played on Mo Yang's lips. Against their combined assault, he performed an unthinkable maneuver. Abruptly spinning, he presented his back to their oncoming blades. Before the baffled attackers could even comprehend his move, he pivoted back, unleashing a whirlwind of kicks, each striking an assailant with surgical precision. With a single, fluid rotation, he had effortlessly neutralized them all. The 3 young assailants were sent careening in 3 disparate directions, their bodies impacting with sickening thuds. Witnessing this overwhelming display of power, the remaining crowd faltered, their resolve crumbling, a momentary reluctance seizing their very spirits. Mo Yang slowly turned, his gaze sweeping over them with an icy, menacing intensity that promised dire consequences. A palpable tension gripped the faces of every single man present. "Is this man a demon?" one whispered. "He obliterated our combined assault with a single, sweeping motion." Mo Yang stirred, a subtle shift in his posture once more. At the slightest tremor of his movement, the remaining young assailants visibly flinched, a collective shiver running through them. Mo Yang, however, did not launch another attack. Instead, he merely stood, letting out a drawn-out sigh of apparent disappointment. "Excellent. It seems none of you are foolish enough to charge forward any longer, correct? Now take these fallen fools away and seek proper treatment for their wounds." At this critical moment, Lin Jiang stormed forward from the rear, roaring, "What in the blazes are you all doing? You mean to tell me a single, insignificant whelp has reduced you all to trembling cowards? Where is the honor? Where is the martial dignity of our alliance warriors?" At his scathing rebuke, the faces of the entire host darkened, and a formidable surge of martial aura erupted from their forms. Mo Yang, who had been walking ahead, suddenly paused, sensing the shift in their demeanor. He calmly bent down, retrieved an unseen object from the ground, and, without even bothering to turn, casually flicked his wrist, hurling it backward with astonishing velocity, carving a path directly through the stunned crowd.
Its unerring trajectory was aimed squarely at the boastful Li Jiang, who had just bellowed his defiance.
He barely reacted in time, raising his blade to intercept. Any slower, and his life would have been forfeited. What Mo Yang had just unleashed was a single, deadly spear. Though he had perfectly parried the assault, a grim tension etched itself onto his features. His gaze locked onto the distant young man's back, silently assessing his foe. He was mere inches from having his life extinguished.
Could he truly strike with such precision at my temple, without even deigning to look?
Durong's brows furrowed in a silent acknowledgement. It was merely a warning, a stark reminder that Mo Yang could claim their lives at a whim.
Yet, Mo Yang remained with his back turned, facing away from them.
"I warned you to avoid bloodshed on both sides," Mo Yang's voice cut through. "But none of you heeded my words. Retreat now, if you value your lives and wish to remain whole." At his declaration, the entire group tensed once more. Durong, too, was gripped by unease. Only Li Jiang, his face a grim mask, erupted into a booming, defiant laugh. "I know not from what backwater of Zhonghua you hail, but this is the Wulin Alliance. Do not flaunt your meager skills, for the alliance needs true power, not empty bluster, so—"
Before Lin Jiang could even complete his arrogant pronouncement,
Mo Yang's cold voice sliced through the air, cutting him short once more. "I have already warned you. Is your hearing so utterly impaired?"
Li Jiang's patience shattered. With a furious roar, he launched himself forward, his movement technique blindingly fast, appearing before Mo Yang in a mere blink.
Even Li Jiang himself was startled by his own blistering speed. Yet his sword, meant to cleave through Mo Yang, found only empty air. Mo Yang had effortlessly evaded it. Inwardly, Lin Jiang grudgingly acknowledged. Indeed, his reputation as a cultivator is well earned. No wonder they call him the Sword Emperor of the Wulin Alliance. As Mo Yang once again deftly dodged Lin Jiang's next assault, the young master retaliated instantly, his leg lashing out with a brutal kick aimed directly at the elder's head. Fatal blow. Had it connected,
Li Jiang's arm shot up, blocking the attack with a cold snort.
"No need for such reminders," he spat, before unleashing his own retaliatory kick, a relentless flurry that transitioned into a furious sword chase.
It seemed certain that this strike would cleave Mo Yang asunder, separating flesh from bone. Yet the blade met only the cold, unyielding stone of the city wall.
From behind, Durong's voice boomed a stark warning. "Lin Jiang, beware!" Even as the words left his lips, Mo Yang materialized, ghost-like, directly beside the elder.
Li Jiang frantically brought his sword up,
barely deflecting Mo Yang's surging fist.
Even with the block, the sheer force of the blow sent him hurtling back several dozen zang. His body trembled uncontrollably, a testament to the devastating power.
What terrifying, overwhelming internal energy is this?
In that same instant, Mo Yang vanished from his spot, leaving Durong's face etched with extreme tension.
He had dodged Li Jiang's formidable blade and repelled the elder with but a single strike. "Mo Yang, who, precisely, are you?"
Li Jiang pondered for a beat, then finally spoke once more.
"I dismissed you as a mere braggart, but it seems your martial cultivation realm is far from ordinary. Nevertheless, you are the one who incited chaos within the Alliance's dungeons, and for that—" Before his sentence could conclude, another spear materialized from the void, hurtling towards him. This time, however, Ducheng surged forward, interposing himself to deflect the incoming projectile. Mo Yang's gaze was ice-cold as he swept over them. "Once more, I demand nothing but justice."
Ducheng's expression hardened. "What exactly is this justice you claim to seek?
You have provoked the entire Alliance in your pursuit of it.
Do you truly believe you can stand against the might of the Alliance with merely a handful of cultivators?
Why pursue a path you are utterly incapable of shouldering?" Mo Yang let out a chilling, sardonic laugh. "Incapable, you say? I stand before two venerated sword emperors of the Alliance, and I remain utterly unscathed." Durong's voice held a renewed solemnity. "You tread an extraordinarily perilous path." Mo Yang, however, remained utterly unfazed. "On the contrary," he asserted, "I am precisely where I need to be." Durong's voice sharpened. "So, this is the confrontation you truly desire?" Mo Yang's warning carried a chilling finality. Do not accuse me of failing to forewarn you.
Fearless, the two elders advanced in unison,
their faces etched with unwavering resolve.
Mo Yang offered no further counsel. "If this is your chosen path," he declared, "then I shall grant your ultimate desire."
At that critical juncture, a lone fan sliced through the distant air, hurtling towards them.
It struck both Durong and his companion, precisely aimed at their heads. The two, moments before resolute in their bloodthirsty charge, were stunned, their gazes snapping upwards.
High upon the city wall, Zhu Jiming stood, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Enough," he announced. "Cease this conflict now. Though I find myself curious about the outcome of this grand confrontation," he continued. "It is time for it to end."
Meanwhile, deep within the dungeons, Bai Zhu and his companions had finally located Yur, and were now engaged in earnest conversation with her.
Yur made no attempt to deny her actions. "Indeed, it was I who ventured into the archive pavilion. I have nothing more to say. Please understand my intentions, elder brother." At her words, the onlookers were struck dumb, disbelief painting every face.
Zhang Xiang sighed deeply.
"We have truly stirred up a hornet's nest." Outside, Mo Yang remained a silent sentinel, allowing none to pass.
Swiftly, the gates of the detention hall creaked open.
Bai Zhu and his group emerged, leading Yur from within.
Outside, the Alliance forces had completely encircled the area. All escape routes, high and low, were sealed.
Zhu Jiming let out a knowing hum of interest. How utterly perfect. They have emerged. Bai Zhu approached Mo Yang's side. "Yur has something she needs to tell you." Durong cast a sharp glance at Zhu Ming, his gaze laden with accusation.
"Zhu Jiming, cease with the theatrics and explain yourself."
"What precisely is the meaning of all this?" Zhu Jiming's gaze fell on Bai Yur. "Produce what you conceal beneath your robes, Bai Yur." His words caused a visible tremor to run through her. Bai Zhu turned, a flicker of doubt in his eyes as he looked at her, but he remained silent.
Zhu Jiming extended a calming hand. "Fear not, it will prove your absolute innocence."
The onlookers exchanged perplexed glances at Yur. Prove her innocence? What in the heavens is truly happening? Yur, drenched in anxious sweat, pleaded. "Swear to me that no harm will come of this." Zhu Jiming's expression turned grimly serious. "I swear upon my own life." Yur bit her lip, relapsing into a tense silence. After a fraught moment, she plunged her hand into her robes and produced an item.
She swiftly moved to him, presenting the item to Zhu Ming.
He accepted it, then queried, "How did you come into possession of this missive?" Yur, her composure regained, recounted the tale without reservation. "After the trial concluded, I sought respite beneath a shade tree. This very missive was carried by the wind and deposited at my feet."
Zhu Ming held the letter aloft. "It is utterly clear now. All these events stem from this very letter, discovered by Bai Yur." Li Jiang, unable to bear the suspense, urgently implored him to read the contents aloud.
Zhu Ming wasted no further words. He swiftly broke the seal and began to read. "The 9 individuals who successfully navigated the Alliance's recruitment trial pose a formidable impediment to our grand future endeavors. Slaughter them all and display their corpses before the training grounds. The identity of the orchestrator and the precise time of the assassination are concealed within a tome in the archive pavilion." This section is redacted, rendering it unreadable. The subsequent directive states, "Should the plot be uncovered or meet with failure, ignite the Alliance, then embark upon a ruthless slaughter."
No sooner had he finished reading than Yur, once more, spoke.
"I sought to personally thwart these machinations by uncovering the tome that held the true identity of the perpetrator." Zhu Jiming mused. "But you knew not which volume held the secret, and so you scoured them all, did you not?" Upon hearing this, the 2 Jiang clan brothers visibly brightened. "So, she truly sought to protect us?" Li Bang interjected. "And the entire Alliance as well," Zhu Jiming confirmed with a nod. "Precisely. While her actions were impetuous and defied the Alliance's laws, her motivations were utterly pure. All of you, likewise, confronted formidable foes to safeguard your Alliance brethren, all while unearthing the truth, a deed worthy of immense pride." Durong, still bewildered, pressed, "But what of the volume containing this crucial information?"
Yur slowly shook her head.
"I failed to locate it." Durong's confusion deepened. "But you claim to have scoured every single tome," Zhu Jiming elucidated. "It does not exist." "Durong? This entire missive is nothing but an elaborate fabrication." Durong stood utterly dumbfounded, his jaw hanging agape. Li Jiang then spoke up. "Wait a minute, don't involve me in that." Zhu Jiming smiled, glancing at him. "I don't know either, which is precisely why I'm here."
In his mind, he recalled the Alliance Lord's previous words. "Do you truly believe they would defy regulations to rescue their companion, Zhu Jiming?" Recalling those very words, he began to expound.
"When the Alliance Lord revealed the new challenge during the council, he secretly orchestrated a charade to test if you would discern the hidden schemes and injustices, and if you possessed the courage to fight back. And all of you have passed his test. Transition to a different scene.
Two torch-bearing guards, on their patrol, reached a crossroads, where they encountered another individual, rushing over to question him. "Hey, where have you been?
How goes the prison?" The other man chuckled, then explained. "The high-ranking officials have concluded, ordering us to stand down and return to our original posts." Upon hearing this, the two guards gaped in utter astonishment. "It's over? How could it possibly be over so quickly?" The man shook his head. "I was only stationed outside, so I wouldn't know the full details."
"Could you deliver the orders to the North Gate on my behalf as well?"
The two men readily assented. "Of course, it's on our way anyway. It seems nothing untoward has occurred then. Once we deliver the orders, we'll just seize someone and interrogate them for answers." The young man stood silently, watching their retreating figures with a pensive gaze. Once alone, he quietly moved behind a thick tree trunk, seemingly conferring with an unseen individual.
After the young man finished his report, the other person was visibly shaken.
"They declared Bai Yor innocent? Just moments ago, they condemned her to execution. How could she suddenly be deemed innocent?"
The young man explained. Zhuge Ming intervened, and subsequently resolved everything amicably. They barred all guards from entering, so I could glean no further intelligence. However, after the incident, all warriors of the Zhuge clan were rewarded. It is said they were honored for upholding justice against the alliance.
The man gritted his teeth. Daring to defy the alliance was for justice? He mused to himself. Before Zhuge Ming and his clan's warriors entered the prison, I heard the Alliance Lord secretly met him. Could the Alliance Lord himself have intervened, perhaps to aid in establishing the Dragonclaw Brigade? After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly instructed the young man to investigate further, while he himself departed with haste. As he departed, he silently vowed, "I will crush this new brigade in its infancy, even if he lent them his aid." Transition to a different scene. Yuger was currently resting in a tent after her stint in the dungeon, while Bai Zhu stealthily drew aside the tent flap to observe his younger sister from outside. As he turned, he noticed Mo Yang and his companions. She was clearly overcome by sheer exhaustion, lying upon the cold ground, a sight that was entirely understandable. Bai Zhu accompanied him outside to converse. "Did you foresee this outcome from the very beginning?" Mo Yang nodded. "I was certain it was bound to unfold this way." Bai Zhu pressed on. "Why were you so utterly convinced?" "Your claim she never mentioned the matter of the letter to anyone," Mo Yang explained. "I knew nothing of a letter, but I knew precisely what actions she would take." Upon hearing this, Bai Zhu grew even more bewildered. "If you knew everything, then why?" Mo Yang's expression turned grave. "Because I know the true nature of young Miss Bai. You should go attend to her and remain by her side, as any true elder brother would." Bai Zhu stood there, bowing his head, watching Mo Yang's figure recede into the distance. Elsewhere, Guansheng sat upon a boulder in deep contemplation, when suddenly, a voice of inquiry resounded in his ear.
"How fare your injuries?" Seeing it was Mo Yang, he replied with joy, "Young Miss Han's medicine is remarkably effective."
"My pain has greatly subsided. I am truly relieved that all matters were resolved without further complications. But I cannot predict what tomorrow will bring." Mo Yang calmed him, urging him to rest, while he himself continued his solitary path, claiming he wished to ponder certain matters. Guansheng spoke up once more. "If you are troubled, pray tell me what weighs upon your mind." Mo Yang then ascended a towering cliff face, allowing the biting winds to lash against his countenance. His mind replayed the recent events, lost in thought, when suddenly, he sensed an anomaly. Someone was moving with blinding speed through the forest, streaking directly towards him. Despite having already sensed the opponent's presence, Mo Yang remained still, not so much as turning his head. Abruptly, he raised his hand, then pivoted, clenching his fist, poised to strike his approaching foe. Hai Ming, witnessing this, panicked and hastily intervened. "Hold on. I meant to startle you for amusement, but it seems that won't quite work. Esteemed sir, it is truly a pleasure to encounter Lei once more." At this, a sudden realization struck him. It hasn't been that long. Soon after, Mo Yang and the other person settled down on the cliffside to converse. "Why have you only now sought me out?" Hai Ming explained. "During the ongoing examination, is it not forbidden to meet with candidates? If we are discovered together like this, it will undoubtedly escalate into a major incident." Mo Yang pressed. "Then why are you here now? You wish to know if Bai Yor is unharmed, do you not?" Hai Ming flinched, swiftly denying it. "That is not the case at all. Usually, they would target promising candidates who have passed, anticipating changes in the personnel of the Xiaolong sect. Yet, inexplicably, this year there has been no such movement, and by any means, I have been unable to discern the reason behind this anomaly." Mo Yang's expression turned grim. "Tell me, has the Xiaolong sect undertaken any missions related to investigations?" Hai Ming stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. "Investigations, you say?" "It appears there have been none." Mo Yang pressed for confirmation once more, then declared, "They have assigned us investigative tasks, and the Alliance Master himself issued the directive. Hai Ming once again fell into deep contemplation, stroking his chin. If that is the case, the most probable interpretation is that they intend to establish a new faction. As for these investigations, I believe they are attempting to elevate the standards. Upon hearing this, Mo Yang found the reasoning to hold a measure of truth. They likely intend to purge dissenters under the guise of investigation, and we are destined to be the vanguard of that very scheme. Hai Ming added. Even so, they would not reveal their intentions so overtly from the outset. Mo Yang's expression hardened. We shall soon uncover the truth. I will convey your regards to young Miss Bai. Hai Ming stammered awkwardly. That is not the reason for my presence here. I have only met her twice. Even a mere encounter with her is fraught with difficulty. Mo Yang chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at him. Do you wish for me to arrange a match on your behalf?
Soon, the dawn broke. Your ear, roused abruptly from her deep slumber, quickly sat upright. On the bedside table, a potent pill and a bowl of water awaited her. The multitude then gathered outside. Durong, standing prominently before them, declared in a booming voice. Your trial of capability assessment is now complete. Through this arduous challenge, you have unequivocally demonstrated your exceptional prowess. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to each of you. All have performed admirably. However, the reality you are about to confront will prove far more brutal and agonizing than any mere challenge. We are embroiled in a ceaseless war against a new breed of foe, and these adversaries are closer than you could possibly imagine. They lurk, concealed beneath the guise of trusted allies and fellow disciples. These insidious elements perpetually undermine our arduous achievements and relentlessly amplify their malevolent influence. In other words, every single ideal we strive for, everything we endeavor to protect, lies squarely within their insidious grasp. Through rigorous internal investigation, we shall tear away the masks of these traitors and utterly obliterate them. And this noble, paramount mission I shall undertake alongside every single one of you. However, I shall not compel any of you. The path you choose to walk rests solely upon your own will. If you possess the resolve to stand with me against these treacherous, scheming infiltrators, then inscribe your name and affix your seal upon this sacred covenant. Reborn to become an integral part of the Xiaolong Alliance's Internal Investigation Division. The multitude, without a trace of hesitation, surged forward, eagerly rolling up their sleeves. Swiftly, the entire assembly completed their pledges. Only a single figure remained, Mo Yang, who sat there unmoving, a statue of contemplation. Durong's brow furrowed as he gazed, lost in a profound recollection of Zhu Jiming's ominous words. We know nothing of him, not even his true motives or his obscure origins. From all I have observed, he is a perilous, double-edged blade, nigh impossible to truly control. If we handle him judiciously, he will assuredly ascend to become an unparalleled swordsman. But if he cannot be brought to heel... As this thought resonated, Durong's countenance betrayed an increasing, palpable tension. Mo Yang, however, remained seated, immersed in silent deliberation, his decision yet unmade. A short while later, at the imposing headquarters of the Xiaolong Sect, the two Jiang brothers gazed upward at the grand plaque above them, their voices filled with awe. I still cannot fathom it, one marveled. From this day forward, will this truly be our dwelling? And our uniforms? They are utterly opulent. When else would we ever don such lavish garments? From an upper floor, Bai Shu observed the twin brothers through a window, letting out a weary sigh. How utterly pragmatic, she muttered to herself. Meanwhile, Bai Haling was joyfully admiring her own resplendent new attire. Who could truly know? Even on the day of the Alliance's establishment, the Alliance Lord did not deign to appear. These garments do not seem bad, though I confess I do not particularly favor this style. Guan Sheng and Li Bang too were discussing the attire. Han Yu, however, remained apart, standing alone in a corner. Only Mo Yang remained in the changing room, his uniform still laid out, unworn. He stood there, contemplating the uniform, lost in thought. Suddenly, Xianxiang pushed open the door and poked his head in. You haven't changed yet? The leader has arrived. You must hurry and put it on, brother. I mean the vice leader. Mo Yang then changed into his attire and stepped out. The assembled crowd was astonished by his new appearance. Merely changing his uniform made him seem like a different person entirely. Or perhaps he was always like this? Even Han Yu's cheeks flushed at his striking demeanor. Du Cheng swiftly approached. The history of the martial world has taught me, in this realm, justice without strength is worthless. Therefore, beyond your formal training days, you must also forge yourselves through personal cultivation. Each of you will be personally instructed by a master. His name. He had not yet finished speaking when a figure descended from the rooftop, cutting him off. So, I will introduce myself, Du Cheng? With that, the figure soared downward. His landing shook the very ground of the plaza, an overwhelming display of dominance. Witnessing his imposing and majestic presence,
The crowd could not help but be startled. Heavens above! Such terrifying internal energy.
Du Chong clasped his hands in greeting towards the newcomer, a gesture of profound respect.
You have arrived? Mo Yang furrowed his brow, lost in silent contemplation. The newcomer seemed vaguely familiar. He then addressed the assembled crowd in a thunderous voice. I have long anticipated this meeting with all of you, the warriors of a new era. Before I introduce myself, allow me to first test your abilities. With those words, he clenched his fist, unleashing his true Q and lunging towards the group. The two Jiang family brothers were his first target, though they desperately raised their swords to block his fist darts. Xianxiang was utterly unable to withstand the strike, and was sent flying. At that precise moment, his hand was ensnared by a silken cord. His other hand suffered a similar fate. The architects of this unexpected maneuver were none other than the Yor sisters. Though they had seized his hands, maintaining their grip proved to be an immense challenge. Both were swiftly reeled back by his raw power. He swung his fists, striking both of them in the abdomen, sighing, "Too weak. Unworthy."
Witnessing this, Guansheng reached for his sword, but before he could even draw it, the master flashed forward, delivering a devastating kick to his head.
It seems I must instruct you all from the very foundations. Mo Yang remained remarkably serene as the master attacked. Waiting until the strike descended upon his head, he calmly raised his hand to block it. The master's incredibly powerful strike was forcefully halted by Mo Yang, a sight that filled him with astonishment. Everyone present, like the master himself, was utterly taken aback. After exchanging a single move, Mo Yang suddenly recalled the opponent's identity. If my memory serves, he is the Sunset Poison Hand. The Sunset Poison Hand gazed at his still trembling arm, his heart seized by alarm. What is this? It felt as if I had punched an impossibly solid object. Despite this, he swiftly masked his emotions and burst into booming laughter. Hey, I have heard tales of a martial artist who fought barehanded against the Alliance's experts within the prison walls. So you are that very individual.
He swung his fist once more, but Mo Yang effortlessly evaded the strike.
Mo Yang executed a movement technique, phasing behind the master. However, the master reacted with lightning speed, instantly spinning and unleashing a kick. Mo Yang once again ducked to evade. His continuous failed attacks ignited a furious rage within the master. This cunning old fox! I must confirm whether my judgment is mistaken. The technique he intended to unleash next was known as the Imperial Sovereign First. He hurled his fist forward, commanding Mo Yang to brace for the blow. Mo Yang stood firm, his gaze locked coldly onto the incoming strike, with no intention of dodging. As the fist closed in, he raised his hand to meet it head-on. The crushing strike was halted dead in its tracks once again, leaving Du Rong watching from the sidelines in utter horror. Did he just catch Huang Hun's Imperial Sovereign First with his bare hands? At this moment, Huang Hun knew with absolute certainty that his senses had not betrayed him. The instant his martial technique made contact, he felt its destructive force being absorbed by a perfectly compatible power. A shocking thought crossed his mind. Could the boy be using protective chi? But how could someone so young achieve such a mastery? Unable to watch any longer, Du Rong rushed forward to mediate. Lord Huang Hun, I believe that is enough. It's only the beginning. Please do not crush their morale. Huang Hun let out a deep breath and withdrew his hand. I am Poison Hand Huang Hun. I shall be in charge of your training.
Training begins tomorrow. It will be brutal and relentless, so prepare yourselves.
His eyes then darted back toward Mo Yang. From beginning to end, the youth stood there with an unreadable expression, maintaining absolute silence. A moment later, Huang Hun slipped away to a quiet corner, staring at his own hand in disbelief. How utterly absurd. Right then, the Alliance Master approached him. Everyone claims I have abandoned the Dragonclaw squad, but am I not the one who desires their success the most? Huang Hun, guide them for me. Ah, and pay close attention to the one who made you feel so ridiculous.
Huang Hun bowed his head. Please rest assured, my lord.
My eyes are already on him. Night fell rapidly. Han Yu walked alone up the stone steps. I still can't get used to this uniform. My movements feel so stiff and unnatural. I should warm up before training begins to get comfortable in it. The moment she pushed open the doors to the martial training grounds, she found Mo Yang already standing there. An ominous, surging aura faintly emanated from his body.
He stood motionless with his eyes closed as if in deep meditation, yet a violent whirlwind erupted around him, thrashing the surrounding trees. Han Yu froze in her tracks at the sight. Denser streams of true qi surged aggressively around Mo Yang, his face contorting in apparent strain. Countless images flashed through his mind. Ancient martial arts techniques manifesting in rapid succession. After the 9th stance, his consciousness reached a towering mountain peak, while his physical body collapsed to his knees, his true qi violently, wildly tempestuous. Through sheer, exhausting willpower, he forcibly executed the 12th stance. He remained on his knees, drenched in a heavy sweat. To think that after undergoing reincarnation, I gained a body decades younger,
he thought. Yet the cost of it was the most vital element, the 12th stance. A portion of my origin chi was lost when I was reborn into this vessel. After a brief moment, he exhaled deeply, stabilizing his internal energy. He glanced toward Han Yu and asked, "How long have you been standing there?" Han Yu remained silent, slowly stepping forward instead. "Are the enemies I must face truly monsters like you?" Mo Yang countered. "Are you afraid?" Han Yu snapped back. "Why would I be afraid?" Mo Yang imparted gravely. "Fear is what makes a person brave. Courage without fear is incomplete. It seems you came to warm up before training. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave." Han Yu suddenly drew her blade and pointed it directly at him, catching Mo Yang by surprise. Han Yu stared at him with absolute seriousness. "Spar with me?" The corners of Mo Yang's lips curled into a smirk. "I am always ready." Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on her face as well. "Very well." The two stood face to face, their eyes locked. As the scene shifted elsewhere, Durong gasped in shock. "What? Cooperate with the other squads? I believe internal training alone is more than enough for now." Huang Hun responded, "I have already sought their aid. They are all renowned legions, thus it is most fitting for the Dragon Catch Corps to train alongside them. They will secretly contact us once prepared, and set forth for our location with utmost haste." Durong offered no further objections, clasped his hands, and accepted the command. As he departed, he sank into deep contemplation. The renowned martial arts of the Assassination Corps and Ambush Corps lie in ambush and assassination. They have endured hellish training, and it is rumored that every member is a martial arts grandmaster. Could the Dragon Catch Corps possibly seize the initiative against such formidable foes? Upon reaching the martial practice field, he was abruptly startled by sounds emanating from within, drawing his gaze. He hastily approached, pushing open the door to investigate. At this hour, someone is still here? Inside, Han Yue and Mo Yang were engaged in intense combat. She relentlessly swung her sword, assailing Mo Yang, who deftly evaded, then retaliated with a fierce punch. They exchanged a flurry of blows, neither yielding an inch, until, after a tense moment, they broke apart. Mo Yang's lips curled into a subtle smirk of approval. "Not bad," he conceded. Sweat trickled down Han Yu's face. Her expression was utterly serious, betraying an unwavering resolve. Durong observed from outside, his gaze fixed intently. The following morning, the first training session officially commenced. With the very first exchange, Jiang Xiang was sent hurtling backward by Huang Hun's devastating punch. Witnessing this, Jiang Shu asked with concern, but Huang Hun did not allow him to wait. The very next target of Huang Hun was Jiang Shu himself. In the blink of an eye, he, too, was instantly sent sprawling by a single, powerful palm strike. After sending both flying, Huang Hun clasped his hands and delivered a stern lesson. "Had this been genuine combat, both of you would undoubtedly be dead." Next. No sooner had he uttered the command than Bai Shu instantly unleashed a furious sword slash. Huang Hun deftly leaned back, evading the strike, then swept his hand outwards. A hit-and-run tactic? Do not even dream of escaping my grasp. Just then, a rope coiled around his arm, binding him. He was restrained by He Ling, utterly unable to pursue Bai Shu. He yanked with immense force, then let out a cold snort. Yet another one of these cheap, petty schemes? But precisely then, another rope swiftly coiled around his entire body. His hands were instantly bound and sealed, rendering him utterly immobile. Bai Shu wasted no time, seizing the opportune moment to unleash a decisive sword slash. Huang Hun remained utterly unfazed. Instead, a faint smirk played on his lips. Before Bai Shu could even act, he was sent flying by a swift, powerful kick. The young man was sent sprawling, tumbling painfully across the ground. Huang Hun then strained with immense power, forcibly breaking free from his restraints. Such paltry tricks are utterly futile. But this time, the two sisters, He Ling and her kin, would not so easily concede defeat. Both simultaneously exerted their might, snapping the ropes taut and upward. This unexpected move caught Huang Hun entirely off guard. Before he could even react, the rope snapped forward, striking him squarely across the face. Enraged, he furiously released the ropes, clasping his hand to his face and cursing, "Such a despicable trick!" Seeing an opening, Guansheng immediately lunged, refusing to miss the opportunity. But fate had other plans. No sooner had he charged forward than Huang Hun blocked his wooden sword with one hand, while the other clamped down, seizing his throat in an iron grip. He was then violently hurled backward, smashing into He Ling. Huang Hun then swung his arm, flinging the wooden sword he had seized from Guansheng. The wooden sword's trajectory was aimed directly at Yu Ni. In that critical instant, Han Yu suddenly materialized, raising her sword to intercept the projectile. The wooden sword was deflected, sent hurtling back towards Huang Hun. Struck by his own weapon, his expression visibly darkened with fury. Han Yu's face was grim. "If Guansheng's sword were real," she stated, "your left arm would have been severed twice over." Huang Hun erupted in a booming laugh. Truly, you prioritize appearances, he scoffed. Very well. If that is your conviction, then I shall engage you with but one hand. Han Yu wasted no words, instantly charging forward. He arched backward, deftly avoiding her strike, while simultaneously unleashing a fierce counterpunch. Han Yu was no pushover. She instantly ducked, narrowly evading the blow, then unleashed a powerful kick directly to his shoulder. The impact forced him to stumble precariously to one side. Han Yu did not relent, pressing her advantage with unwavering momentum. But, to her utter surprise, he seized her wrist, twisting and slamming her forcefully to the ground.
Your speed is commendable, yet these games have run their course. Your ambush was indeed impressive, but to truly defeat me you have a long path ahead. Still, for your current level, this was already exceptional, he declared, then instantly unleashed a powerful kick, sending her flying. Han Yu skidded across the ground, hurtling towards Mo Yang's feet. Annoyed, he lifted his gaze, meeting the eyes of Huang Hun. The elder stood, a cold sneer on his face, stretching. What an audacious girl, daring to cast such malevolent glances at her master. He called for the next challenger, but seeing their hesitation, he angrily roared, "Are you afraid? Come forth!" But in an instant, a startling realization dawned upon him. Behind him, as if out of thin air, a hand now rested, undetected by ghost or god. If this were a true battle, Senior Huang Hun, you would already be dead, would you not? The one who stood behind him was none other than Mo Yang. A short while later, a cart was pulled up outside.
What is all this? The two cart pullers explained. No one from the Dragonclaw troop came for lunch, so we thought we'd take it home to eat ourselves. They already have something else to eat. Du Chong was dumbfounded. That's impossible. He felt a profound confusion. Had the morning training not yet concluded? The two men, carrying the food, ascended the steps, asking as they went, "So, shall we eat this pile in the dining hall?" Du Chong did not stop them. "Feel free," he simply stated. He then strode purposefully towards the training grounds. This is merely the first training session. Yet why has it taken so long? As he pushed open the door, he saw the entire Dragonclaw troop standing there. This sight filled him with utter bewilderment. What in the world? In the center of the grounds, Mo Yang and Huang Hun stood opposite each other, locked in a fierce stare. A subtle killing intent radiated from Mo Yang as he gnashed his teeth and questioned fiercely, "How dare you humiliate your own master?" Mo Yang calmly replied, "The moment I struck your vital point, the battle was already concluded. Are you angry because you lost?" Huang Hun's aura erupted as he roared, "Silence your insolent mouth. Do not dare provoke me." Mo Yang showed not a trace of fear. Instead, the corner of his lips curled into a blatant sneer. Huang Hun's fury intensified. "You bastard!" he cursed, lunging forward once more, unleashing a barrage of punches. Yet Mo Yang still deftly evaded them all. Without pause, he spun around, his legs sweeping upwards in a powerful kick. Mo Yang raised his arm, blocking the incoming kick. Deep down, he was genuinely surprised. Huang Hun was different from yesterday. His moves were becoming increasingly potent. Huang Hun pursued with relentless fervor, determined to chase Mo Yang down, no matter how he dodged. Mo Yang evaded and parried, inwardly analyzing the fight. Yet, with every punch, he holds back his full power. Is he hesitating because he doesn't wish to harm me? Has he not yet comprehended my true strength? With this thought, he once again blocked Huang Hun's attack, then prompted him to unleash his full power. What kind of punches are these from a revered master? Huang Hun erupted once more. "Insolent fool! If you truly court death, then I shall grant your wish." He immediately unleashed a ferocious punch directly at Mo Yang's chest. Mo Yang took the full force of the blow, instantly skidding backwards. For the first time, a grim expression appeared on his face. Seeing this, Huang Hun inwardly panicked. "Damn it! He provoked me, and I lost control." Though a portion of my power was nullified by his strength, he still had to withstand at least 2/10 of my full force. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Though I didn't strike your vital point, you will still be bedridden for several days. You have no one but yourself to blame for this. All of this is your own doing." Mo Yang's lips suddenly curved upwards. "All right." Seeing this, Huang Hun froze, utterly unable to believe his eyes. Mo Yang, incredibly, stood perfectly unharmed, not a single scratch upon him. Huang Hun's mind reeled in disbelief. How? How is this possible? A subtle, radiant aura of true qi now enveloped Mo Yang. Mo Yang's stance caused Huang Hun to recall the image of someone he knew. Wait, no, that's impossible. Just as Mo Yang prepared to lunge and thoroughly thrash him, a loud voice suddenly boomed from behind. "That is enough. What do you intend to do to your own master?" Vice Leader Mo Yang, seeing that it was Du Chong, let out a breath. "You've arrived?" Du Chong approached Huang Hun, bowing slightly as he advised, "Calm yourself, Senior Huang. He has never been properly disciplined until now. Please, Your Excellency, extend your understanding." Huang Hun paid him no mind, his trembling body fixed on Mo Yang. Min, the fabled god of war. His mere presence is enough to strike terror into any heart. Yet I am certain he perished 2 decades ago.
2 decades have elapsed, and now, before me, stands one who wields the very same martial arts.
Could I have been mistaken? Or has that unprecedented, epoch-making event truly come to pass? Mo Yang then entered to speak with Du Rong. Lord Huang Hun has vanquished countless assassins and foes. You, perhaps, need not spar with him, but our other, less experienced members desperately do. Adhere to his rigorous training, and cease to cause further disturbance. Mo Yang interjected. I harbor no intention of causing disturbance. I merely—
Before he could complete his thought, Du Chong hastily interjected, cutting him short.
I understand your actions stem from a reason, yet now you are a member of our alliance, the vice commander of the Dragonclaw Legion.
Your conduct and pronouncements must align with your esteemed position, and I trust you shall uphold this, even without my reminder.
Mo Yang exhaled slowly. I shall endeavor. He then departed the chamber, stepping out into the open.
Du Rong stood by the window, gazing out, a sigh escaping him. He is truly exceptional, he mused. Yet his thoughts remain an impenetrable mystery to me.
A short while later, Mo Yang rejoined the assembled ranks. Tonight, he declared, each of you shall commence self-training. Undoubtedly, you have all experienced the intensity of training with Lord Huang Hun. Yet, our journey remains vast. Remain resolute, and press onward, each and every one of you.
Swiftly, the twilight descended, casting long shadows.
Hai Ming strode alone down the path. As he proceeded, a voice suddenly resonated within his ear. What exactly are you doing? The voice belonged to the venerable elder whom he and Mo Hai had encountered outside days prior. The two then proceeded side by side. Are you attempting to secretly rendezvous with the Dragonclaw Legion?
From our very first encounter, I discerned he was no ordinary individual.
He has, it seems, ascended to the vice commander position of the Dragonclaw Legion, has he not? Hai Ming uttered a sigh of amazement.
Truly, there appears to be no secret beyond your sagacious knowledge, venerable one.
The elder confirmed with a nod. Indeed. You inquired as to when the location for the martial arts exposition would be determined, did you not? Hai Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. It has already been decided? He then recounted the entire affair to Mo Yang. It is a momentous event of the martial alliance itself. There, one can encounter renowned masters from various sects and receive profound guidance from venerable predecessors. Ordinarily, one may transmit an invitation to their desired sect and await their acceptance. However, this time, only the grand leader shall determine the chosen sect and auspicious timing. Mo Yang's brow furrowed in surprise. So, to which destination do you intend to journey? Hai Ming responded, the Hebei Pang family. Upon hearing this name, Mo Yang's countenance instantly darkened, creasing with displeasure. Witnessing this, Hai Ming's features clouded with a growing sense of bewilderment. What troubles you so? Mo Yang elaborated. It is merely that I find myself somewhat incensed by the Hebei Pang family's unsettling silence. When the blood serpent cult ran rampant across our territories, they, as the dominant power governing a vast region of Hebei, could not possibly have been ignorant of the blood fiend's existence. If they possessed knowledge yet chose to feign ignorance, then an unholy alliance or mutual benefit must undoubtedly have existed between them.
Hai Ming stroked his chin in deep contemplation. I too heard Elder Jiang speak precisely those words.
He then meticulously recounted Elder Jiang's pronouncements from that fateful time. How truly peculiar. When the blood serpent cult flourished, not a single sound or protest emerged from their side. Yet the moment that abhorrent sect crumbled, they dispatched investigators and seekers with frantic urgency. Mo Yang's gaze sharpened, suspicion clouding his eyes. Does Jiang Shan know I was the one who personally annihilated the blood serpent cult? Hai Ming responded, his voice tinged with a hint of uncertainty. Given the vast scope of his intellect, it is entirely within the realm of possibility. Mo Yang pressed further. And what of my true identity? Hai Ming swiftly waved his hand in dismissal. I do not believe he possesses knowledge of that particular matter. Mo Yang's expression grew stern once more. Is he a man worthy of our trust?
Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jiang Shan had just painstakingly scaled a massive rock from the mountain's base, now standing there, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted.
How much further must I traverse? I am truly so utterly exhausted that I feel my very breath abandoning me. Yet, it is moments such as these that I shall forever remember. Why must I walk this arduous path when easier routes beckon? Perhaps avoiding such trials would be for the best.
He sought a quiet place to settle, his mind replaying the cryptic conversation he'd had with Hai Ming.
Mo Hai had been correct. A shadowy organization operated in secret, its motives and identities veiled in absolute mystery.
Surely he harbored crucial knowledge, didn't he? Only with profound insight could he speak with such unwavering conviction.
Hai Ming's words echoed. When the moment arrives, I shall reveal all. Therefore, You must not refuse him. Lord Chongyang himself commanded my aid, and thus, I place my trust in him." Jiang Shan gasped in astonishment. Sword Saint Chongyang? This recalled conversation stirred a growing tide of suspicion within his heart.
Whispers claimed the Sword Saint Chongyang was no longer the legend of old, his fierceness dulled by age. Yet, who would dare defy a divine decree?
As he sat, lost in profound contemplation, a new presence emerged before him. "What treasures are you skulking about for, loitering in our domain?"
"This wretched cur dares to occupy my favored resting place?" Jiang Shan sighed, rising slowly to his feet.
"You claim to be brigands, yet you possess not an ounce of discernment? This elder is simply passing through. Now begone!" One of the ruffians roared, unable to contain his fury. "What are you dawdling for?"
"Seize him! Do you take us for fools, you ancient fraud?"
Jiang Shan wasted no words. His hand flashed to his weapon, an invisible blur. None saw him strike. Only that when his weapon returned to its sheath, the three brigands lay utterly incapacitated. He raised his head, letting out a weary sigh. "Such trivialities always seem to find me. Forget this. I must hasten to Hebei." The scene shifts to the Claw Dragon Sect. Durong inquired of the man opposite him, "How fare the preparations for the martial arts discourse?" Li Jiang explained. "The abrupt change in venue has presented challenges. Even with numerous martial artists, preparing for a month-long event demands considerable time and effort. The first contingent will embark tomorrow morning, with the second following a week hence." "And the members of the Claw Dragon Sect, how have they fared? Is Lord Huang Hun still pushing them to their limits?"
Durong raised his cup, taking a slow sip without answering, as the scene transitioned to the bustling training grounds. There, clad in formidable armor, stood Huang Hun himself. He was relentlessly training the disciples of the Claw Dragon Sect. Bai Zhu fluidly weaved and evaded his onslaught, before unleashing a swift sword strike in retaliation. Huang Hun's arms were encased in reinforced iron gauntlets, rendering him utterly impervious to the young swordsman's blade. With a surge of raw power, he flung Bai Zhu backward, forcing the disciple to relinquish ground, before erupting into a hearty, booming laugh.
"Excellent. Far superior to yesterday's performance." As he commanded them to continue, Guansheng materialized abruptly behind him. Yet, the moment he spun, his opponent had already vanished without a trace. With blinding speed, Guansheng reappeared, once more flanking him from behind.
Yet even with such speed, Guansheng's strike was deftly evaded by Duchong, who dipped swiftly.
He then unleashed a vicious kick in riposte, but Guansheng was equally quick, leaping clear to avoid the blow.
Like Bai Zhu before him, he was propelled back to his starting point, prompting a nod of approval from Huang Hun.
"It is not merely a select few. Each of you has surpassed your limits since yesterday. From this moment, you will be the ones to evade my strikes. Now, let us elevate the intensity." Observing from the sidelines, Mo Yang stood silently, his gaze fixed upon the spectacle. A short while later, back at the Claw Dragon Sect headquarters, Huang Hun returned from training to converse. They advanced with astonishing speed. Engaging two simultaneously is exhausting. Facing three at once, I would truly concede defeat. Durong continued. "Observing your arduous sweat, I can surmise the truth of your words." Huang Hun pressed on. They even trained themselves throughout the night. But how could they possibly achieve such profound advancement in such a short span? Du Song smiled. "That is the sweet fruit of your arduous efforts, Lord Huang." The scene shifted back to the training grounds, where Mo Yang instructed the disciples. "Your sword Kuqi is unstable. Are you fatigued?"
Jiang Xiang retracted his blade, lamenting.
"With such a tattered weapon, how can one's sword Qi ever hope to stabilize?" Mo Yang admonished, his voice stern. "In the crucible of true combat you will find no quarter for excuses." Jiang Zhang stammered. "I understand, master, but if only I possessed a superior blade." Mo Yang cut him short, his voice sharp. "Do you know the very first truth one must comprehend to truly harmonize with their blade? It is the relentless hours you dedicate to wielding your sword, to truly befriending it. You and the sword become one. Only then will its use truly grant you freedom. You wield the blade unbound, no longer shackled by its form. You can achieve perfect harmony with your sword, even if it is but a dull edge."
Jiang Xiang harbored doubt. Even so, he thought, surely a proper blade, not a mere twig that could snap at any moment, would be superior?
Without another word, Mo Yang strode forth and snapped a mere branch from a nearby tree.
After stripping it bare of leaves, he brandished the branch aloft, then walked purposefully towards the stone tablet where Jiang Xiang had been training moments before.
The onlookers watched in stunned disbelief.
Surely he isn't serious?
Mo Yang fixed his gaze upon the stone tablet, a distant memory stirring within his mind. "I wagered a round of drinks with him, betting that you could cleave this very boulder in two with naught but a branch. Who bet I could achieve such a feat? Both of us, naturally." Upon hearing this, he dismissively cast the branch aside. How utterly mundane. Why would anyone wager on such a paltry, insignificant matter? Instead, why don't the two of you wager on your inability? Then treat us all to a round of drinks. Recalling this distant memory, a faint, nostalgic smile touched the corner of his lips. Then, assuming a battle stance, he unleashed a decisive, cutting strike against the stone tablet. With an astonishing, clean strike, the stone tablet was instantly sundered into two perfect halves by the simple branch.
The entire crowd, witnessing this impossible spectacle, gaped openly, their minds struggling to comprehend the feat.
As twilight deepened, Han Yu walked alone, her solitary figure threading through the silent, ancient forest. As she traversed the path, she unexpectedly chanced upon Mo Yang and Hai Ming, deep in hushed conversation. "We depart tomorrow," Hai Ming stated. "Should my investigation yield any findings, I shall relay them to you through Jiangshan." Mo Yang added, "Jiangshan's acceptance of my proposal implies he possesses crucial knowledge. There is undoubtedly something amiss, so you must proceed with extreme caution." Hai Ming, however, merely offered a reassuring smile. "Fear not, for I am no frail willow. To bring me down would be a monumental task indeed." He swiftly departed, his figure vanishing into the shadows. Only after Hai Ming was completely out of sight did Mo Yang speak again, his voice cutting through the stillness. "The charade is over, Han Yu. I have been aware of your presence," she gasped, visibly startled that he had so effortlessly discovered her hidden position.
The two then proceeded to walk alongside each other, engaging in hushed conversation.
"Are they all at the training grounds already?" Han Yu inquired. The lingering sword qui from that single branch must have ignited their martial fervor, making their blood surge with anticipation. "It seems the Dragonclaw Legion is poised to take yet another monumental leap forward. Why do you not join them then?" "Ku," she pressed. Han Yu offered no reply, instead turning the question back upon him. "That man? He is Hai Ming of the Wulin Alliance, is he not? The one you were just speaking with. Does your plan, intertwined with his, somehow involve the advancement of our Dragonclaw Legion?" Mo Yang replied with an unnerving nonchalance. "Likely so." Han Yu was clearly far from satisfied with his dismissive response. Her expression immediately darkened, and she advanced, blocking his path, her sword already half drawn and pointed menacingly.
"Do you not consider it utterly shallow and dismissive to exclude me from such pivotal matters?"
"If we are indeed walking the same path, then surely I deserve to be privy to your schemes?"
Yet Mo Yang's expression remained utterly unperturbed, a mask of serene indifference.
"Am I now obligated to report every single detail of my endeavors to you?" Han Yu retorted, her voice edged with pain. "Do you not trust me?" Mo Yang's cutting reply pierced the silence. "And do you, Han Yu? Do you truly trust me? Is it so effortlessly simple for you to place your trust in another?"
Confronted by the piercing clarity of his question, she found herself momentarily speechless, utterly at a loss for a fitting reply. With a heavy heart she bowed her head, her gaze deflecting from his penetrating stare, unable to meet his eyes. He lingered no further, swiftly departing and leaving her in the somber stillness. "Calm yourself, this matter is—" But before Mo Yang could even complete his thought, Han Yu sharply cut him off. "I trust you," she declared, her voice imbued with a newfound resolve. "Though it was not easily given, I genuinely, profoundly trust you." This time, the tables were turned. It was Mo Yang who stood utterly frozen, a rare moment of speechlessness overtaking him. As dawn broke swiftly across the sky, Lin Jiang, standing prominently in the training grounds, addressed the assembled multitude with a booming voice. "As many of you are aware," he proclaimed, "the Hebei Pang clan stands as the most ancient and, indeed, the most formidable cultivation sect throughout the entire Hebei region. You shall glean invaluable insights there. Therefore, I command you to make the utmost of this month-long martial arts exposition, and return to us, hale and unscathed." Having received their instructions, the multitude then dispersed, each member setting forth on their journey. Hai Ming, too, was among the departing group. Yet the moment he stepped outside, his keen senses detected something profoundly amiss. Not far off, Mo Yang stood, a silent sentinel, leaning against the corner, patiently awaiting. Hai Ming cast a fleeting glance, a faint smile playing on his lips, his gaze speaking volumes without a single uttered word. And so, the procession departed, their forms swiftly vanishing from the sight of the Wulin Alliance. The Alliance Master stood surveying from a mountain peak, a profound sigh escaping his lips. Their journey to the Hebei Pang clan commenced at the precise, opportune moment. A figure from behind, clearly bewildered, dared to inquire, "Forgive my bluntness, but why, of all places, the Hebei Pang clan?" The Alliance Master explained. "Hubei, Hunan, Sichuan, and Qinghai. Even the esteemed Hua Mountain in Xianxia has seen countless martial arts teachings. But Hebei? It remains barren. Thus, I dispatched them to Hebei this time. To neglect that region would be an unforgivable oversight." The scene shifts. Hidden amidst perilous cliff faces, a colossal architectural complex loomed. Within its depths,
Several figures conversed intensely, their voices echoing without pause.
Considering his immense power, enough to claim the vice leader position of the Claw Dragon Squad, and the martial techniques he wields, which perfectly match our descriptions, your subordinate can affirm. This legend of the Alliance is undoubtedly the very one who annihilated the Blood Serpent sect. The figure, still seated, pressed for the adversary's name once more. Upon learning the adversary's name, Mo Yang, he raised his wine flask and drained its contents in one swift, defiant gulp. Mo Yang, you say? Indeed, this piques my curiosity. The blood-robed figure continued. According to our latest intelligence, the Claw Dragon Squad has already set forth for the Hebei Pang clan this very morning, ostensibly for their martial arts teachings. At this revelation, the other figure sprang to his feet, a surge of agitation coursing through him. The Hebei Pang clan, you say? The blood-robed figure clarified. It appears to be a sudden, unforeseen decree from the Alliance Master. The middle-aged man erupted in a thunderous laugh. Ha 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 ha! That old fool truly intends to launch a preemptive strike against us. Maintain close surveillance on the Claw Dragon Squad and Mo Yang, while concurrently preparing for our own advance to Hebei. The blood-robed figure hesitated, about to utter a word, but before he could finish, the other man's wine bottle arcs through the air, smashing directly into his face. A mere shadow? Yet you dare to defy me? Jiang Tang, gripped by sheer terror, scurried away, fleeing towards the outside. Your subordinate will prepare immediately. The middle-aged man stood in grim contemplation, a heavy sigh escaping his lips, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. The scene then shifts to the Claw Dragon Squad. Du Rong watched Huang Hun approach, a profound sense of bewilderment clouding his mind. There is no training scheduled for today. What urgent matter brings you here? Huang Hun responded. I bear tidings from both the Assassination Squad and the Ambush Squad. Meanwhile, Mo Yang and his formidable group continued their rigorous training in unison. Having concluded his discussion with Huang Hun, Du Rong swiftly made his way to this very location. He and Mo Yang then retreated inside, unfurling a meticulously crafted map as their urgent discussion began. Can you accomplish this task? Mo Yang challenged, his gaze piercing. Do I truly have a choice? Du Rong erupted in a burst of exhilarated laughter. From the sidelines, Jiang Xiang interjected, his voice laced with profound bewilderment. A training trial? Mo Yang elucidated. Pingding Mountain, Davy Mountain, Tiantai Mountain, and Guang Mountain. Upon the summit of each and every one of these peaks, a banner shall be firmly planted. These sacred banners are meticulously guarded by formidable master cultivators. In this perilous trial, you must overcome all who impede your advance, seize the grand banner, and ultimately return to the Alliance. The assembled figures clamored. So long as we retrieve the banner, the method of acquisition is irrelevant, is it not? This sounds deceptively simple, does it not? How many days are allotted for this task? Mo Yang's response was curt. 10 days. A wave of utter dismay immediately swept through the assembled group. Are you jesting with us? 4 formidable mountains in merely 10 days? Bai Zhu, however, maintained a far greater composure. We must divide ourselves into 4 distinct groups. The others still deemed it utterly unfeasible. Even with 4 divisions, reaching Guang Mountain was an impossible feat. The journey there and back, even at their peak speed, would consume the entire 10-day allocation. And beyond that, they were expected to vanquish formidable guardians, Mo Yang affirmed. Precisely. They may possess an overwhelming numerical advantage, but they cannot possibly seal every ascent path to the mountain peaks. And even if they have laid ambushes in anticipation of our banner retrievals, a significant portion must inevitably remain behind to guard their posts. Should this hold true, then the ascent to the summit will not be an insurmountable challenge. Yet that, in itself, is not the true problem at hand. The moment we approach the mountain peak, they will all converge to defend the flag. Their primary objective is not to impede our ascent, but to keep the flag rooted in place. I shall exploit that to my advantage, seize the flag, and return within the designated 10 days. The following dawn, as the first light broke, Durong stepped out into the courtyard for his morning practice. A servant sweeping the grounds saw him emerge and offered a respectful greeting. He inquired of the servant if Mo Yang's group had awoken yet. The servant smiled and replied that they had departed 2 hours prior. Du Song was utterly taken aback by this revelation. Meanwhile, Mo Yang's group moved through the forest at an astonishing speed. Mo Yang, at the forefront, loudly called out to the Flat Peak Mountain team. Followed by the remaining teams, Han Yu was the one paired with him in a squad. She swiftly surged ahead, declaring she would lead the way. Mo Yang, unwilling to concede, immediately accelerated, surpassing her. Seeing this, Han Yu gnashed her teeth in vexation, refusing to fall behind, swiftly caught up, running abreast with him. Elsewhere, atop a mountain, a messenger pigeon flew down, landing on someone's hand. He retrieved the message from its leg, then remarked, "It seems they set out 4 hours before the designated time." The other person, hearing this, remained supremely confident.
Exploiting time won't secure them victory. Contending with our assassination corps? Prepare to engage them in battle. The flag we hold must not be lost, no matter the cost. Soon, night fell. Somewhere deep within the forest, the Wulin Alliance group was camped around a bonfire. I am not one to find restful sleep upon the cold, hard ground. We must reach Hebei Pang by tomorrow, right? Indeed, likely by noon. Hai Ming, sitting absorbed in thought in a corner, suddenly startled. Not far behind a tree, a figure was lurking. Seeing Hai Ming suddenly rise, his companion couldn't help but ask with suspicion, "Hai Ming, where are you going?" Hai Ming offered a smile. "I simply need to relieve myself for a moment." He then accompanied Xianxia deep into the forest, separating from the group. He produced a tube and handed it to him. "This is a flare, used by the nomadic faction. Hold it thus, then pull the string. When you reach Hebei, ignite it. Members of the nomadic faction in the area will see it and report to the alliance." Hai Ming smiled. "You must have discovered something, haven't you?" Jiangshan continued. "The drug traffickers and merchants transporting food to the Pang family ceased their supply when the Blood Serpent sect collapsed. But after some time they resumed their activities. But only a single carriage transports at night, without a single torch, and accompanied by martial artists. Thus, I sought an opportunity for a discreet investigation. I could not see inside, for the lid was tightly nailed shut, but a foul stench and a chilling aura emanated from within." Hai Ming recoiled. "A foul stench and chilling aura?"
Jiangshan nodded. "I can surmise what lies within but still require confirmation. It is somewhere in Hebei Peng. Thus, I need you to seek it out and investigate."
Hai Ming raised the flare in his hand. "Then whether I ignite this or not depends entirely on what lies within that crate, does it not? Whatever it is, it shall ignite this flare."
Soon, dawn broke once more. Hai Ming's group now stood atop a cliff face, observing the distant horizon. "We have finally arrived. The most powerful sect in the lands of Hebei lies directly before us." The Claw Dragon Corps was still undertaking the challenge. 2 individuals from the Flat Peak Mountain team had already reached the foot of the mountain. Li Bang gazed at the mountain before them and mused. "It is as unremarkable as its name suggests. We can ascend to the peak by any path, can't we?" Bai Shu added. "This is a vast mountain, and also the nearest. As predicted, this will be the place with the most martial artist guardians." His mind replayed the group's discussion before their departure. "Thus, regarding Flat Peak Mountain, we need someone capable of a frontal assault." Li Bang and Bai Shu, with their unparalleled skill, were tasked with securing this area.
This mountain peak would be theirs. The two exchanged a silent glance of resolute understanding, then simultaneously drew their blades. "We will meet at the summit." The tranquil forest immediately stirred with an ominous disturbance, sending birds scattering wildly into the sky. The black-clad assassins atop the peak had also detected an approaching presence from the south, drawing perilously close.
"Report all movements toward the summit. The target to the south is closing in on the peak. He is a member of the Claw Dragon Brigade."
The identified target to the east also appears to be a member of the Claw Dragon Brigade. It was said that they numbered 9, yet only 2 have appeared? Do they truly believe they can claim the flag with merely 2 individuals? What utter insolence! Bai Zhu and Li Bang, mid-movement, abruptly changed direction.
The assassins were thrown into immediate panic. The eastern target had vanished without a trace, and so too had the southern. The leader, standing atop the summit, remained utterly composed. The quickest way to find a frog hidden in the grass is to poke a stick into every suspected spot. Each target will be met by 3 men. Instantly, 6 figures streaked down from the summit, splitting towards the east and south. They moved with blinding speed and ethereal grace, seemingly gliding through the forest. Bai Zhu, at this moment, was expertly concealed high in a treetop, hidden from their sight. On the other side, Li Bang was likewise in careful concealment. This was precisely Mo Yang's plan. When you near the summit, conceal yourselves. They will then relentlessly hunt you down like frogs in the grass. That is when the trap is sprung. Flee towards the summit. When they pursue, they will believe you are merely hiding. They will desperately attempt to block your ascent, just as Mo Yang had precisely foreseen. They're running towards the summit again. My men are hot on their heels, but we cannot confirm their identities due to the dense foliage. If this continues, by the time we reach the summit, we won't know which faction they belong to. This, too, was part of Mo Yang's meticulous plan. With their vision obstructed, their judgment will be clouded, prone to errors, and their reactions will falter. That will be a critical breach in their defenses. Meanwhile, shifting focus to the Claw Dragon Brigade's 2nd squad. Have I told you yet why this trial is so paramount to me? Would it kill you to simply seal your lips and breathe? How can I breathe if my mouth is sealed? He Ling sighed in exasperated resignation, utterly speechless at this individual. Zheng Xiang also sighed.
This has become grave. She was bewildered. Why is it grave?
Jiang Xiang stated calmly. I have never been separated from Jiangshu. Whatever we have done, we have always done together until now."
He Ling was incredulous. "Are you telling me this is the first time you've ever done something without him?" Zhang Xiang confirmed with a light chuckle. "Precisely. That is the very reason. Since this is the first time, it absolutely must succeed, so that, should we ever be separated in the future, Jiangshu will not need to worry for me and can focus more entirely on his own path. Unlike me, he tends to grumble constantly." Upon hearing his confession, He Ling fell silent abruptly, then quickened her pace with long strides. Hearing that, "You're not so different yourself. I've heard that twins possess a shared sensory link when they are separated. Therefore, if one succeeds, the other will naturally follow suit." Hearing this, Jiang Xiang knew she was offering him comfort, and couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, Bai Shu, charging towards the summit, was assailed by a barrage of wooden projectiles. Not far from him, Li Bang faced a similar onslaught. The two of them had now reunited once more. The assassins ahead were now in utter disarray. They had breached their defenses, and were making a direct charge for the flag. "What are you doing? Stop them immediately!" Li Bang, while parrying the enemy's relentless assault, shouted a powerful call to Bai Shu. Bai Shu wasted no time, instantly soaring forth towards the flag. He decisively swung his sword, severing the grand banner. The Zhaolong Corps would claim Pingding Mountain's flag. The assassin leader, witnessing this, roared again. "Are you simply going to stand there and watch them take the flag? Do you wish to be branded the most incompetent assassination corps in history?" Upon hearing this, the assassins behind them surged with renewed vigor, relentlessly pursuing Bai Shu and his companion, determined to reclaim the flag. Without hesitation, the two decisively plunged down the cliff, with the assassins hot on their heels, relentless in their pursuit. "Faster! Do not let them escape!" As they pursued, they simultaneously unleashed a torrent of concealed weapons. The moment Bai Shu and his companion plunged into the forest, they were immediately assailed by the assassins, hidden projectiles. The leader, however, had yet to make a move, remaining utterly calm upon the mountaintop, despite the flag being stolen. "They are truly formidable." A moment later, Bai Shu and his companion had mostly escaped the assassins' relentless chase. Bai Shu, utterly exhausted, leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. "We escaped, didn't we?" Li Bang turned back, asking with concern. "Are you injured?" Li Bang inquired. Bai Shu confirmed. "One of those wooden swords grazed me, so I cannot run at full speed." Li Bang sighed. "I suppose we won't be able to rendezvous with the team at Dabi Mountain now." Bai Shu, drenched in sweat, countered. "Are you suggesting we abandon them?" Li Bang retorted. "Can you return alone?" Bai Shu merely smiled without a word, yet his face radiated absolute confidence. Li Bang then permitted him to return, while he himself swiftly rushed to provide aid. Dabi Mountain was the most challenging peak, difficult to thoroughly survey, and requiring at least 3 individuals due to its immense size. However, Guang Mountain demanded even more personnel. Mo Yang's words echoed in his mind. Thus, 2 people alone would naturally be insufficient. Therefore, after the Pingding Mountain team secured the flag, they would immediately have to support Guang Mountain. Pondering this, Bai Shu couldn't help but sigh. Upon closer reflection, the deputy leader's arrangements seemed to lack any contingency for his and Bai Shu's failure. Even stranger, none of the 9 had found this peculiar. Meanwhile, at Guang Mountain, a messenger pigeon had just arrived in the sky above. "It seems the Pingding Mountain team has succeeded." "Is that so? How many people did they send?" Hearing that there were only 2 individuals, left the other person utterly astonished. Even though the assassination corps comprised only new recruits, seizing the flag with just 2 people was truly unbelievable. "It seems this Zhaolong Corps will be a tough challenge." Pondering this, he immediately ordered his subordinates to ignite a flare, signaling the imminent arrival of the Zhaolong Corps. "Anyone abandoning their post will endure a month of hellish training." The flare swiftly soared into the sky. He Ling and her companion, moving through the forest, startled, and halted upon seeing the flare. Soon, dusk descended. Mo Yang and his companion were now resting in an open field. She turned to him and inquired, "How did you come to know Hai Ming?" Mo Yang sighed. "You still have the energy for such trivial questions. We only have a brief moment to rest. Therefore, quiet your mind and regulate your..." Han Yu's face clearly showed annoyance as she retorted, "How much energy does speaking truly expend?" Mo Yang glanced at her, a slight upturn of his lips. "I encountered him at an inn near Hubei. At that time, an arrogant member of the Blood Serpent Sect was causing trouble, so I dealt with him. And the innkeeper, pale with fright, warned me that meddling with the Blood Serpent Sect would yield no favorable outcome. Therefore, I proceeded directly to the Blood Serpent Sect to take care of them. It was then that an individual from the inn rushed to my aid. That individual was Hai Ming. Thus we met and became sworn brothers, and with his assistance, I was able to join the alliance." Han Yu, visibly startled, cut him off. "Wait a moment. I heard the Blood Serpent Sect was mysteriously wiped out. Are you saying you and Hai Ming were the ones responsible?" Mo Yang let out a heavy sigh. He should have spoken only after collecting his breath. Dawn broke over Guang Mountain. Li Bang, after a rapid journey, had finally arrived. He Ling was resting beneath a tree. As he approached, he called out her name, her face etched with exhaustion. He Ling replied, "Lord Lai, you have arrived?" She attempted to rise, but an indescribable weakness coursed through her legs. She collapsed back to the ground almost immediately, startling Li Bang greatly. He Ling gritted her teeth, asking, "Is he still all right?" "He diverted the enemy, ensuring my escape. He is down at the mountain slope." "But where is my elder brother?" Li Bang helped her lean against the cliff face and explained, "He was wounded, so he has already returned ahead." He Ling grabbed Li Bang's sleeve tightly. "Find him! Find Xianxia and bring him back here," Li Bang replied solemnly. "Rest assured. Leave it to me." He then swiftly departed, embarking on his rescue mission. In her mind, He Ling recalled Xianxia's prior words. "This trial is paramount to me." The more she pondered, the more perplexed she became. "How strange," she mused. "I am not one to typically worry for others." The scene shifts to Mo Yang and his companion. They had now reached the vicinity of Tiantai Mountain. Han Yu surveyed the path ahead, analyzing the evolving situation. The enveloping mist made the mountain appear to float ethereally. Mo Yang continued, "Once we secure the flag here and return, the alliance must inspect Dabi Mountain." Han Yue, perplexed, countered, "I recall the Pingding Mountain team was designated to support Dabi Mountain, then proceed to assist Guang Mountain." Mo Yang explained, "Our team possesses the strength to conquer Guang Mountain, but Dabi Mountain demands a different approach." Han Yu remained utterly confused. "This is merely a trial," she stated. "I fail to comprehend why you approach it with such gravity." "I disagree," she declared. "I will accompany you to Guang Mountain." Mo Yang swiftly fell in step behind her. "This trial may hold no importance for you," Mo Yang stated. "But for the Dragonclaw Brigade, it is an entirely different matter. Therefore, trust me. You will accomplish it." Han Yu, for reasons unknown, felt her cheeks flush crimson. Mo Yang met her gaze directly, his eyes piercing. "Is it truly so easy for you to trust others?" Han Yu froze for several agonizing seconds. She then turned and walked away once more. "You are unlike others. You are far too trusting." Mo Yang watched her retreating back, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. He offered no further words. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, two figures moved stealthily. The flags of Pingding Mountain and Dabi Mountain had been seized. Dabi Mountains was lost at dawn. "I know there are two of them. One spoke, and one is a woman, correct?" "Truly laughable. This damned mist is an absolute bane. If our flag is also lost, how will Guang ever show his face again?" As they moved, they suddenly spotted a solitary figure sitting on a distant rock. Both immediately halted, exchanging perplexed glances and murmuring, "By now we have truly lost too much face." "Hey," one hissed. "Did you not hear that the patrol team consists of only two? Are you deaf? You scoundrel, which team do you belong to?" The solitary figure wasted no words. He immediately produced two hidden weapons, then decisively turned and launched them at the duo. Neither could react in time. Struck by the hidden weapons, they slumped to the ground, utterly unconscious. Before fully losing consciousness, one of them struggled to utter a final question. "Why? Why did you do this?" The figure walked up to them, a cold sneer twisting his lips. "You two unfortunate fools are truly unlucky. My designated prey is named Mo Yangji." The scene shifts to another locale. Han Yu and her companion were moving at alarming speed through the dense forest. They were spotted by a group of assassins lying in ambush. The assailants made no move to stop them, instead quickly firing a signal flare skyward. Those stationed atop the mountain, witnessing the flare, instantly understood its grim message. Two figures approached from the south, swiftly firing a vibrant blue flare to signal their allied forces. On the opposing side, their view obscured by the peak, the red flare had remained unseen, but the blue signal now pierced through the sky. They swiftly converged all available forces, mobilizing from every direction towards the southern flank. Mo Yang's countenance darkened as he spoke to Han Yu. "They have discerned our trajectory." Meanwhile, the shadowy figure had already dispatched the other two. Seeing the blue flare ignite the sky, a cruel smirk twisted his lips, and he moved with chilling swiftness from the south. A ceaseless barrage of bullet-like hidden projectiles shattered the silence of the air. Each impact shredded the trees, bringing them crashing down instantly. The assassins had now unleashed a torrent of hidden weapons to halt the progress of Mo Yang and Han Yu. The projectiles whizzed past their faces, embedding themselves deep within the tree trunks around them. Han Yu observed the approaching projectiles, her eyes narrowing in recognition. "These were wooden bullets," she mused. "To be struck would inflict considerable pain, would it not?" Mo Yang retorted with a calm, almost mocking tone. Perhaps you should volunteer to test that theory?
4 shadowy figures materialized before them, unleashing a simultaneous volley of countless wooden projectiles as Han Yu's blade flashed, cutting them down in a whirlwind of steel. Witnessing her raw power, the assailants were gripped by profound terror. The two wasted no time engaging them, soaring into the air, and effortlessly clearing the heads of their stunned pursuers. Only after they had passed did the assassins snap out of their stupor.
They bypassed us, one exclaimed. Are these two even human? All of them then launched into a renewed, desperate chase.
These are no ordinary individuals, a voice among them declared. They are both swift and formidable, unquestionably martial masters.
As they ran, Mo Yang cautioned Han Yu to conserve her energy for the trials ahead at Derby Mountain. But her stubborn resolve burned bright, and she bristled at the advice. She merely snorted, "I know what to do." Yet just a few steps further, Mo Yang spotted a deadly ambush hidden within the canopy. Only Mo Yang's senses were sharp enough to perceive it. Han Yu remained utterly oblivious. As a lethal downpour of wooden projectiles descended, he instinctively yanked her back by her robes, saving her from being instantly felled. Mo Yang's mocking smile played on his lips. "What was that you just said?" he queried sarcastically. Han Yu's expression darkened, and she merely offered a cold snort of defiance in return. The assassins, gliding through the treetops, bellowed. "They have breached the ridgeline and are nearing the summit. Converge and intercept them now." Another relentless torrent of wooden bullets was unleashed upon them. Yet, with preternatural agility, the two evaded every single projectile, surging forward with blistering speed.
They then plunged downwards, off the edge of a sheer cliff as they ran. But Mo Yang abruptly froze.
As Han Yu caught up, he questioned her on her skill in lightness techniques.
Before them yawned a chasm,
a terrifyingly deep abyss.
The opposing mountain range lay impossibly distant, a feat challenging even for seasoned masters, let alone an utter impossibility for common mortals.
Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from behind. "The fog obscures your path, does it not? This is Mingshan Valley, a sheer, precipitous drop, a full 25 zang wide. You have reached your inevitable end." Yet, Mo Yang's countenance remained utterly serene, revealing not a single ripple of fear. The leader of the assassins boomed. "Now, your capture of the flag is an impossibility. Surrender immediately. If you dare to resist, you shall face consequences far beyond your imagination." His subordinates, flanking him, immediately assumed battle stances, letting out a fierce roar that shook the very air. The leader pressed on. "If you refuse to surrender, then do not blame me when I ensure only half your lives remain upon your return to the Alliance."
Mo Yang's voice cut through, utterly dismissive.
"There is no need for surrender, nor for battle. We shall simply cross this chasm and reach the mountain peak."
Han Yu frantically shook her head.
"But I cannot. They claim it spans 20 zang. My absolute limit is 12 zang." Mo Yang interjected with quiet authority. "That will be more than sufficient."
Han Yu stared blankly, utterly bewildered by his words.
Mo Yang turned his gaze to the assassins, his voice echoing with disdain. "It is you who should abandon all hope. The chasm between our cultivation levels is as vast as the distance that now separates you from that very flag. Once we traverse this valley, the flag will be within our grasp, and you shall be utterly powerless to stop us." With his declaration made, he turned, commanding Han Yu to move forward.
She asked, a tremor of concern in her voice.
"Are you truly serious about this?" The assassin leader watched them approach the precipice, his eyes widening in utter disbelief. "Do you truly think I'm that gullible? Such a distance is impossible to cross." Mo Yang reassured Han Yu as they ran. "Trust me, you only need to leap with all your might." Han Yu was drenched in sweat, muttering, "Faith alone won't suffice."
"Damn it all," the leader frantically bellowed at his subordinates. "What are you fools staring at? Move now, intercept them, or do you wish to tidy up their remains?"
Mo Yang and Han Yu swiftly reached the precipice of the abyss.
Han Yu, utterly terrified, shut her eyes tightly, not daring to open them, as both resolutely gathered momentum and leaped into the void, leaving the chasing assassins frozen in stunned disbelief. "They're truly insane." Han Yu, who had kept her eyes tightly shut, finally couldn't help but open them. She found herself embraced by Mo Yang, suspended precariously in midair. Upon witnessing this impossible feat, she couldn't help but turn her head, eyes wide with astonishment, to gaze at him. The two of them, against all odds, finally landed safely on the opposite mountain peak. Han Yu collapsed helplessly onto the ground, her entire body still convulsing with residual terror. "Heavens above, we cheated death." The assassins on the far side, witnessing their impossible leap, clamored furiously, turning back to descend and begin their arduous detour up the mountain peak. Mo Yang strode over, taking Han Yu's hand, and pulled her back to her feet. "Still afraid of plummeting into the abyss, little one?" Despite her profound terror, she stiffened her resolve, refusing to concede defeat. "I am not a child." Mo Yang, not bothering to argue, turned his gaze towards the distant mountain peak. "Very well.
Let us proceed. On the mountain peak, only a handful of guards protected the flag, as the full military force had yet to arrive.
In an instant, Mo Yang vaulted up from below. The two young guards had no time to react before he decisively struck them down.
Han Yu, without a moment's hesitation, surged towards the banner, unleashing a decisive sword strike that cleaved the flagpole in two. Both then seized the emblem and departed. Mo Yang reminded her, "It will be difficult to return to the Alliance in time. If you still intend to proceed to Derby Mountain, you must hasten your pace." Before her departure, Han Yu did not forget a final admonition. "Mo Yang, I doubt I need to tell you this, but please, take care of yourself."
She then wasted no further time, quickly departing.
Mo Yang stood there, watching her form vanish, before he too turned and sped off in the opposite direction. As he ran, a sudden, chilling realization struck him, causing him to halt abruptly, his face contorting as he stared intensely into the mist ahead.
Swiftly, a shadowy, indistinct figure began to materialize from within the swirling mist.
Good heavens! I had suppressed my aura to its utmost limits, yet I was still detected? You must be Mo Yang. Surely you have already perceived my exhilarated, bloodthirsty intent? Mo Yang retorted sharply. Who are you?
The figure's lips curved into a smile of profound interest, yet offered no reply.
Mo Yang, his patience wearing thin, questioned again, I demand to know. Who are you?
The figure calmly elucidated. My identity is of no consequence.
You are the vice leader of the Claw Dragon Corps, Mo Yang. It is your identity that truly matters. I have been anticipating this encounter with great eagerness. Mo Yang is it? No sooner had the words left his lips than a concealed projectile whistled towards Mo Yang's face. Though it only grazed past him, it nevertheless severed a lock of his hair. The projectile then impacted the massive tree trunk behind, instantly causing the colossal timber to splinter and explode into fragments. Mo Yang remained utterly motionless from start to finish, completely unperturbed by the violent upheaval erupting behind him. The assassin's smile widened, an amused chuckle escaping him. Your composure in the face of my little greeting truly captivates me. Not even a flinch, not even a blink. At the very least, your audacity is quite impressive. Mo Yang, wasting no words, simply stepped forward.
Seeing this, the assassin's pleasure intensified.
Otherwise, where would the true thrill of the hunt lie? His figure then slowly, tantalizingly, dissolved into the enveloping mist. Mo Yang, mid-stride, instantly froze, his eyes sharply scanning his surroundings, desperately searching for any trace of his adversary. Another hidden projectile swiftly streaked towards him, yet he deftly evaded its deadly trajectory. The assassin had now materialized directly above his head, unleashing two more hidden projectiles, this time aiming directly for Mo Yang's eyes.
The very spot where Mo Yang had stood was instantly engulfed in a billowing cloud of smoke and dust, as the assassin landed silently on a tree branch, calmly awaiting the outcome.
Yet from within that very cloud of dust, a concealed weapon swiftly shot back, reversing its course.
This unforeseen retaliation struck the assassin with profound surprise.
He instantly leaped back, narrowly evading the blow. Landing once more, he concealed himself behind a tree, a silent sigh escaping his lips. You may grasp the game's essence, but your understanding remains shallow, your skills unrefined. As the dust settled, Mo Yang's form had vanished without a trace.
Before the assassin could even register what transpired, he materialized abruptly behind him.
Mo Yang unleashed a devastating punch without a hint of hesitation, sending the assassin hurtling through the air. The assassin crashed against a distant tree. Before he could recover, Mo Yang lunged forward, seizing him by the throat and lifting him effortlessly. Beyond the attire you wear, nothing betrays your origins as a native of Zhongyuan. You are not from this land. Even with a hand clamped around his throat, a smirk twisted the assassin's lips. Two gleaming short blades instantly materialized in his hands. Mo Yang narrowly dodged, sacrificing only a lock of hair to the swift, deadly strike.
He pressed his advantage, launching a furious, relentless assault. Yet in an instant, Mo Yang once again utterly subdued him.
Enough of this charade! Mo Yang slammed another punch into the assassin's chest, a single blow that sent him hurtling backward, obliterating countless trees in his path. The entire forest shuddered from the impact, enveloped in a choking cloud of dust.
What was once a vibrant wood became a desolate wasteland of splintered trees and shattered earth.
Mo Yang made no move to pursue, instead standing silently, an ominous patience settling upon him. From within the settling dust, the assassin swiftly rose again, his body grotesquely contorted. Yet a chilling, delighted laughter bubbled forth.
Your power far exceeds my expectations. However, you can merely wound me, not end my existence.
At that precise moment, a signal flare soared into the distant sky, drawing a casual sigh from the assassin.
Trisk, a truly regrettable development. I surmise those scavenging rats from the ambush party have stumbled upon their fallen comrades.
Mo Yang's brow furrowed. You slaughtered them? The assassin replied with chilling nonchalance. They merely interrupted our rendezvous. It appears I must make my exit before their numbers swell. A pity, truly, but my allocated time for you has reached its limit. Mo Yang lunged, a blur of motion. You dare believe you can simply escape?
The assassin produced a small projectile. In an instant, a blinding crimson mist erupted, engulfing the space between them.
As he vanished, the assassin's voice echoed. Fear not. We shall meet again soon. Our little game will resume, young one. By the time the crimson mist dissipated, the adversary's presence had utterly vanished. Mo Yang stood contemplative. Through this transmigration and rebirth, I have acquired a new, youthful vessel.
As I retrace my memories from 2 centuries past, 2 grave errors now stand revealed concerning you.
Your first mistake, neglecting to uncover my true identity. Your second, exposing your infiltration into Zhongyuan, directly involving the unfinished affairs of 2 centuries ago. If you possess the courage, then aim your malice here, for I shall utterly obliterate every single one of you. The scene abruptly shifts to a desolate ravine.
Fresh blood stained the earth. The assassin was concealed within, channeling his cultivation energy to staunch his grievous wounds. Damnation. So young, yet his skills and inner energy are horrifyingly potent, utterly defying imagination. Unthinkable that he single-handedly exterminated the Blood Serpent sect. There must be a deeper, hidden agenda behind his every action. His allegiance to the Alliance is merely a facade. He stands as the greatest impediment to our organization's grand ambition. I must eliminate him with utmost haste. Elsewhere, as dusk descended, Yuni clutched the signal banner, sprinting relentlessly. Though fatigue clawed at her, her body drenched in sweat, she pressed on without a moment's pause, her mind racing. There is a small town, Shenan, nestled at the base of Mount Guangshan. Before his departure, Mo Yang had issued a clear directive. Regardless of securing the banner, all were to convene there, awaiting his arrival before the midnight hour of the 6th day. After a grueling, desperate sprint that pushed her to the brink of collapse, Yuni finally reached the outskirts of the remote village. She stood, gasping for breath, her gaze fixed on the village, her mind replaying the sacrifice of Jiangxu and Guansheng, who had remained behind to halt the pursuing assassins, affording her precious time to flee. Yuni had sworn a solemn oath then. She would return, and Mo Yang would be with her. The memory intensified her gnawing anxiety for their fate. At that very instant, a sudden, chilling sensation jolted her. Without a moment's hesitation, she flung her arm, launching a coiled rope backward with expert precision. Her target, a shadowy figure lurking amidst the trees behind her. The rope was seized, then abruptly yanked taut by an unseen force. From the shadows, Mo Yang emerged, his form materializing before her astonished gaze. You're late. Upon seeing him, Yuni's breath escaped in a ragged gasp, and she crumpled, utterly spent, to her knees. Vice Commander, I failed to recognize you. What has befallen your hair? Mo Yang rushed to her side, gently clasping her shoulder. Are you unharmed? He inquired, his voice laced with concern. Where are Jiangxu and Guansheng? Yuni sighed. They stayed to cover my retreat, but I fear for their fates now. Mo Yang nodded. Return now. I will impart my internal energy to you, then you must bear this flag back to the Alliance. Yuni's voice filled with apprehension. No, I swore I would return by your side. Mo Yang's calm words soothed her. You have done more than enough. I will handle the rest. Now, steady your breathing and compose yourself. He then placed his hand upon her back, beginning to channel his potent, true qi. Meanwhile, a grim scene unfolded at Guangshan, still heavily guarded by a multitude of assassins. The journey from Guangshan to the Alliance takes a minimum of 5 days, and today marked the 6th. Then no one is coming to save you. You have been abandoned. He sneered, speaking to Jiangxu and the other captive, who lay bound on the cold ground. Seeing their unmoving forms, he rose, addressing his subordinates with a booming voice. It seems the stupefying agent was unnecessary. Even if we gave them the antidote, they could never make it back in time. Should we grant them the antidote and release them now? Just then, a figure rapidly soared into view in the distance, instantly throwing the gathered assassins into a panic. Someone is coming! It's not the girl who bore the flag away! He moves with astounding speed. He will be upon us momentarily. The leader's brow furrowed in confusion. If it is not the young lady, then who could it possibly be? No matter, it hardly matters. Everyone, prepare for battle! Mo Yang glided through the treetops at a terrifying, unnatural speed, as the leader's face twisted into a snarl, shouting, He's here! Focus all your attention! Mo Yang swiftly soared above their heads, fearlessly dropping directly into the heart of their formation. The leader immediately waved his hand, roaring for his brothers to charge and fight to the death. From all directions, the assassins surged forward, attempting to encircle Mo Yang. Mo Yang utterly ignored their presence.
striding forward as he effortlessly swept aside and struck down each assailant. Though their numbers were vast, he dispatched them with astonishing ease. In mere moments he stood before the primary leader. Facing such overwhelming might, the leader's entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. Mo Yang made no move to strike him, instead standing there, asking gravely, "May I take the captives now?" The scene shifted to the Dragonclaw Legion's encampment, where Du Chong's inquiring voice resonated. "How fares your ankle?" Bai Shu emerged from within, replying, "It's still a slight inconvenience, but far better now."
Du Chong gazed at the battle flags on the table, lamenting. "One warrior has returned, bearing a single banner."
Bai Shu added, "Today is the 10th day, the final deadline. I am certain they will return victorious, my Lord Commander."
Precisely then, a subordinate rushed forth, pointing towards the distant horizon.
"Lord Commander, look!" Not far off, He Ling and Xin Yu, alongside their group, materialized into view.
Seeing their return, Bai Zhu could not suppress his excitement and roared, "They're here!" A wave of uncontainable joy also washed over Du Chong's face. The returning party quickly approached, cupping their fists in respectful greeting. Bai Yuni, Jiang Xiang, Li Bang, and Han Yu were present, bearing the flags of Dabi Mountain and Tiantai Mountain. Du Chong waved his hand. "You must all be utterly exhausted. There is no need for such formalities. Relax and recuperate. Quickly, prepare food and drink for them." Bai Zhu went to He Ling, showering her with joyous praise, then proceeded to thank Li Bang.
Jiang Xiang, however, suspiciously inquired about the whereabouts of his elder brother. Li Bang replied, "The Guangshan team has yet to return." His gaze then shifted towards Han Yu and the vice commander as well. Soon after, dusk descended, painting the sky with hues of twilight. The final deadline loomed ever closer. Elsewhere, Jiangshan was casually chatting with two guards on watch. "I've already placed my bets. Will all the members of the Dragonclaw Legion return victorious or not?" a guard replied. The young man with the ankle injury returned 3 days prior. 4 more individuals also made it back this morning. Jiangshan's brow furrowed in doubt. "And what of the vice commander?" The news that Mo Yang had not yet returned utterly astonished him. Just at this moment, Han Yu approached, seeking to interrupt them. Seeing her departure, a guard couldn't help but inquire, "Where are you headed?" Han Yu replied casually as she walked, "I go to welcome my returning comrades." The guard chuckled heartily. "They'd better return. Even if the payout isn't much, I've placed my wager on their success." Jiangshan, however, remained profoundly silent, watching her receding figure without a single word. Han Yu paid them no mind, quickly walking away. Jiangshan pondered, lamenting silently. After the crushing defeat of the demonic sect in the Great Martial Arts War, rumors spread that both Mao Kuei and sect master Tan Xing had perished due to their failure. But no one knew that Mao Kuei had taken a crucial step ahead, spiriting away Tan Xing's bloodline and his personal guards. All their assets were confiscated, the men were beheaded, and the women were subjected to torture. And though it remained unconfirmed, it seemed Tan Xing's daughter had concealed her identity and infiltrated this very place. Those eyes, burning like fire, though only a fleeting glimpse, carried an aura of cold ruthlessness and sharp resolve, not to mention her identical sword craftsmanship. Had this girl been hiding within the enemy's embrace all this time? Han Yu remained utterly oblivious to the scrutiny she was undergoing. She simply stood there, gazing intently at the distant forest. Soon, a jolt of realization struck her. At the end of the path, several figures slowly emerged into view. 2 names instantly surged into her mind. Mo Yang. Although she couldn't clearly discern their identities, an excited fervor compelled her to run. Seeing this, Jiangshan turned to look at the guard. "You should have bet more," the young man excitedly yelled to his companion. "Where are you all? Come on, put your money in." Han Yu soared like a swallow, sprinting towards the outside. Soon, she saw Mo Yang and his 3 companions returning, all perfectly intact. For the first time, she couldn't suppress her emotions and smiled. Finally! All 4 flags had been gathered before nightfall. Honestly, I didn't expect much, as completing it within 10 days was simply monstrous. Yet you not only retrieved all 4 flags, but also brought back every single member. You have never once disappointed me, Mo Yang. The prestige of the Dragonclaw Legion will soar immensely after this trial. This is all thanks to your extraordinary leadership and unwavering efforts, Mo Yang replied. While it's true I gave my all, no one could have predicted what would transpire. Only through the combined effort and cooperation of everyone could we overcome it. Meanwhile, the rest of the group was celebrating their triumph, recounting their recent experiences. And so, I bolted away in a flash to escape them. The sheer frustration was maddening. If I had been caught, I surely would have been chopped into mincemeat. I was practically suffocating, yet I couldn't stop running. Not dead yet, but certainly on my last breath. Just when I thought I could run no further, Li Bang appeared. In that moment, I encountered the true love of my life. Mo Yang, however, did not join them. choosing instead to stand alone in quiet contemplation. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear. I cannot help but think of what has transpired. For instance, that hairstyle of yours. Seeing that it was Han Yu, Mo Yang's expression turned quizzical. Why aren't you sitting with them? Han Yu shook her head. I am not accustomed to celebrating victories. That is all, Mo Yang continued. Even though it was merely a trial, this gathering holds profound significance. Such occasions are when you forge bonds with your comrades. Han Yu glared at him with annoyance. Then where are you? Why are you standing here? Mo Yang replied without the slightest hesitation. There must be a clear distinction between a genius and mere dregs, mustn't there? Seeing her agitation, he quickly reassured her. I am merely jesting. Han Yu stood dumbfounded, her mouth agape. I wasn't aware you possessed a sense of humor, let alone one capable of such jests. Suddenly, Mo Yang gasped, his gaze dropping downwards. Jiang Shan stood alone in the center of the courtyard. Afterward, Mo Yang bid farewell to Han Yu and departed. He swiftly arrived at a secluded pavilion, where Jiang Shan already awaited him. He approached, inquiring about the situation. Jiang Shan raised a hand, motioning for silence. Not far off, Han Yu was concealed behind a tree, secretly observing their movements. Jiang Shan cast a scrutinizing glance at Mo Yang, questioning if she could be truly trusted. Mo Yang merely cast a fleeting glance into the distance. That girl will not interfere, he stated calmly. Jiang Shan chuckled softly. Why such convoluted speech? Whether you trust her completely, or have utterly subjugated her, her true identity holds no relevance, does it? As long as she heeds your commands, that is all that truly matters. Mo Yang's voice turned sharp. That is not your concern. Jiang Shan, however, did not press the matter further. Signal flares ignited the night sky yesterday, a clear beacon from Hai Ming, confirming troubles within the Hebei Pang clan. Scant evidence suggests the Hebei Pang clan has been aiding the Blood Serpent sect, yet it remains insufficient to definitively prove a deeper connection. The Hebei Pang clan's cleanup was meticulously thorough. Thus, my investigation shifted elsewhere, where clandestine shipments of crates drew my keen attention. Unable to infiltrate their inner sanctum through disguise, I instructed Hai Ming to tail them and ascertain the contents within. These signal flares, once ignited, signify that he has indeed uncovered something within. A discovery that suggests the true crisis far surpasses a mere alliance between the Pang clan and the Blood Serpent sect. Mo Yang interjected, his voice low. The contents of those crates. They are corpses, are they not? Jiang Shan flinched visibly, a tremor of shock passing through him. How did you discern this? Mo Yang offered no explanation, merely directing a solemn warning toward him. Jiang Xiong, you must never speak of this to anyone, Mo Yang cautioned gravely. Jiang Shan shook his head, a grim uncertainty clouding his features. I cannot make such a promise. If the organization you intend to investigate has indeed desecrated those bodies, then my silence is an impossibility. Mo Yang nodded slowly. I am aware. That is precisely why I urged you to exercise extreme caution. Maintain this secret for 1 full week, or at the very least, for several critical days. With his conversation with Jiang Shan concluded, Mo Yang reunited with Han Yu and prepared to depart. She found herself utterly perplexed. You intend to leave without seeking the leader's explicit permission? Only you and I? Mo Yang clarified. Should the entire group proceed, it would cause undue delay and heighten our chances of detection. We could very well forfeit this crucial opportunity. Han Yu pressed on. Even so, that is the most formidable sect in all of Hebei. We must inform them, to at least secure a legitimate pretext. We cannot simply infiltrate on the mere sighting of a few corpses. Mo Yang then retorted. Do you recall my prior instruction for you to prepare? Han Yu started, the words jolting her memory. Unconsciously, she recalled his earlier command. You would do well to prepare yourself, for the trials you are about to face will be profoundly arduous to endure. Mo Yang continued. If you truly seek to uncover the answers you crave, then the path lies before you now. Han Yu once again stood bewildered, recalling the words of another. If you choose to follow him, you shall surely unearth the truth. Mo Yang reiterated his directive. Prepare yourself, and bring your blade. If you truly place your trust in me. Han Yu met his gaze, a resolute smile gracing her lips, all hesitation vanishing. The scene then shifted to another, far more ominous vista, a desolate landscape, cloaked in an impenetrable mist. Within the swirling fog, a lone figure slowly emerged. The figure advanced, then prostrated himself upon the ground. The enigmatic watcher questioned, For what reason have you appeared here? The young man responded, I have come to present a crucial proposal to the esteemed leader. The elder's voice was sharp, laced with disdain. Relay this message to your master. I do not deign to speak with petty figures. The young man, however, did not retreat. His resolve remained unshaken. Mere days ago, I contended with Mo Yang in solitary combat. He possesses a strength far exceeding our estimations,
He will prove a monumental impediment to our grand endeavor.
Therefore, I implore you to command our shadow assassins to eliminate Mo Yang, the other figure countered. We are all bound by orders to maintain utmost discretion, to remain outside the Alliance's vigilant gaze.
You have already exposed our organization's clandestine movements,
and failed to silence him definitively. And now, you dare to brazenly seek clemency for your reckless incompetence?
The young man's voice hardened.
I do not require clemency. I am merely concerned for the paramount safety of our very existence.
The individual spoke no further.
He raised a finger, and instantly, a black-clad figure materialized behind the young man, its head severed in that very moment, accompanied by the speaker's chilling words.
Even if the Lian Meng were to learn, only the Wu Ming, those truly honing their power, would act.
I hear Jiang Deng has arrived at the Pang clan. He seems to have come as a precaution, in case something unforeseen occurs. What should we do about him? Another figure, with a mane of silvery white hair, replied from his seated position on the ground. Whether intentional or not, we must make them understand. If they dare point their swords at us, they will pay a catastrophic price. Teach Jiang Deng that lesson.
Should you fail, exterminate everything that still breathes within the Pang clan, then ignite another blaze.
The scene shifts. A carrier pigeon soared through the air, and a middle-aged man retrieved a message from its leg, examining it. If it cannot be exploited, why should it be kept?
Transmit my order. The assassination squad is to be ready for a half-day's march to the Pang clan. Those who forge alliances, and those who attempt to break free from my control, I shall teach both a harsh lesson.
The next morning, within the Xiaolong Corps, Durong stood dumbfounded. The deputy leader has vanished? Guan Sheng and another explained. He was not in the Xiaolong Corps dormitory, and his clothing remains in his private chambers. But the two Bai family siblings also spoke up. The last time we saw him was last night, and then he vanished without a trace. Durong then questioned. Has Han Yu also gone missing? Yor replied. Her clothes are still here, but her sword is gone.
Li Bang and his companion confirmed.
We have searched everywhere within the alliance, yet we cannot find them. No one has seen them, nor is there any record of them exiting through the main gate. At that moment, a subordinate rushed out from within, clutching a letter for Durong, then immediately approached Huang Hun. After listening to him, Huang Hun couldn't help but be bewildered. They left just because they completed the trial? What? What do you mean? Desertion? Durong explained. Given the current situation, I suppose so, but that is not the issue. I found this in the deputy leader's private quarters. Huang Hun took the letter and read, finding Hebei clan written upon it. Durong continued. Perhaps he has gone there, but we do not know what he intends to do. Huang Hun mused. What a true coincidence. I just received orders from the Alliance Master to travel to the Hebei clan. He did not give specifics, but he stated I must go for the sake of the alliance. Durong was astonished. When are you departing? On another side, Mo Yang and a companion were frantically making their way.
Han Yu, after continuous exertion, was now drenched in sweat.
Mo Yang also noticed her condition. He immediately stopped. Let's rest for a while. Han Yu gasped. Why stop? I can still hold on.
She then leaned against a boulder and quickly drifted into slumber.
Mo Yang did not disturb her, quietly sitting guard. He smiled, thinking. She just said she could endure, yet now she's collapsed into slumber. She won't truly rest for long, but this relentless pace is undeniably too much for this young woman.
The reason I must venture into this tiger's den is likely because, 20 years ago, I failed to resolve everything.
In his mind, he recalled the battle of that year, a fierce, earth-shattering war.
Both wielded destructive power, and everything surrounding their battle was razed flat. Swiftly, dawn began to break.
Han Yu, after a night of deep sleep, now slowly opened her eyes. As she awoke, Mo Yang's voice echoed. Sleep well, did you? She startled and shot upright. How long did I sleep? Mo Yang reassured her. Don't worry, I also needed to conserve my strength for a bit. He walked over, extending a hand to help her up. Let's go. Han Yu said nothing more, took his hand, and stood up. The scene shifted. Hai Ming was currently sparring with someone, the young man's face etched with a hint of tension. Don't be so harsh. I want to learn, not be beaten black and blue. He then voluntarily retreated, as the middle-aged man retrieved his sword and handed it to a subordinate. I'm starting to envy your exceptional sword artistry. Hai Ming courteously clasped his hands. You flatter me, honored sir. Protector Pang. The one who had just sparred with him was Pang Zhong, the Pang clan's protector. They then walked and conversed. I had thought the training would not go well due to a lack of preparation, but the alliance leader changed his mind at the last moment. But seeing your dedication in training, I can now set my heart at ease. Hai Ming gasped in astonishment. Is that so? Seeing your gentle disposition, I had presumed you would not return to the alliance. Pang Zhong erupted in thunderous laughter, his interest visibly piqued. Is that truly so? Haiming pressed on. The Pang family's sword arts are so fierce and merciless, they send shivers down one's spine. Pang Zhang countered. You have already assimilated the Zhongshan sword arts, yet you still greedily covet the techniques of my Pang family?
Haiming chuckled, scratching his head.
Does your excellency possess the ability to read minds? Pang Zhang explained as they walked. The Pang family's movement arts are inextricably tied to one's disposition, making them exceedingly difficult to master unless one is raised within our lineage. Haiming responded. I now yearn to cultivate an acquaintance within the Pang family, to learn the very disposition you mentioned.
Pang Zhang shook his head. That is not something one can simply teach. Excessive pursuit of it will only harm the body. Even for a dear friend of mine, one who relentlessly yearned to become the strongest. A figure from behind immediately interjected, esteemed guardian. To speak of such matters to an outsider is, perhaps. Pang Zhang's face instantly darkened, and he fixed the man with a piercing glare.
He is a proud and esteemed friend of mine, a man of profound integrity. Regardless of his actions, I harbor not a single trace of shame. Haiming scratched his face, an awkward smile playing on his lips. Forgive my intrusion, but is the esteemed friend you mentioned?
Here the tunnels twisted and branched, a veritable labyrinth. Given the fiery temperaments of the sect's martial artists, minor disputes and conflicts were as common as daily meals.
This subterranean prison was specifically constructed to contain such unruly individuals.
Haiming lifted his gaze, scrutinizing their grim surroundings. I have never witnessed a prison of this scale within a sect. Yet why have you led me to this place?
Pang Zhang explained with a heavy sigh.
Regrettably, my esteemed friend also resides within these confines. Swiftly, the two arrived before a formidable prison cell.
Haiming stood transfixed, his gaze falling upon the cell. A palpable tension etched across his face.
Haiming gasped.
Is that? Pang Zhang replied. Indeed, he is the one known as the Colossal Blade. After enduring countless trials and tribulations during the Great Martial War, that very man is my sworn brother, Pang Zhang. Haiming's eyes widened in utter shock. His composure shattered.
Pang Zhang?
How could such a monumental figure be reduced to this state?
Pang Zhang let out a heavy sigh.
In all things, excess inevitably leads to ruin.
Pang Zhang was not content with merely controlling Hebei. He coveted dominion over the entire Central Plains, and thus he embarked on an arduous, relentless training regimen.
He severed all ties, isolating himself to train until his very being was ravaged. We strove to deter him, but his indomitable will remained utterly unshaken. Ultimately, he was consumed by a relentless madness, devolving into this tragic state.
Haiming recoiled, startled by the revelation.
Madness?
Suddenly, a guttural voice erupted from within the cell.
It was Pang Zhang.
Pang Zhang! The voice of Pang Zhang! I will end you, Pang Zhang! He shrieked with unbridled fury, then lunged maniacally towards the cell's formidable entrance. Yet, no sooner had he risen than he was violently wrenched back by the heavy chains. Pang Zhang sighed deeply. He rarely stirs from his stupor. Yet this singular obsession is the only vestige remaining within him, driving him to a madness that caused him to alienate me and his sworn brethren. His containment, too, is for the protection of our sect.
Haiming offered solace. Esteemed elder, please, restrain your profound grief. The two then departed. As they walked away, Pang Zhang added, I did not bring you here to witness his plight merely to solicit pity. At that precise moment, Haiming was startled by a faint, distant sound.
From within the cell, Pang Zhang's voice thundered once more. The Swagey army! I can feel the Swagey army! They must be halted at all costs.
These frantic pronouncements from the madman sparked a sudden realization in Haiming. They swiftly departed the subterranean prison, ascending towards the world above.
Pang Zhang cast an apologetic glance at Haiming. I offer my deepest apologies if I have caused you any distress.
Haiming promptly responded. It is truly nothing, Your Excellency. I understand your intentions were benevolent, so please, cast aside your worries.
Furthermore, I shall maintain absolute discretion regarding the plight of Senior Pang Zhang.
I am acutely aware that many would eagerly tarnish his illustrious reputation if his current state were to become public.
Pang Zhang offered a rare commendation. Indeed, a disciple trained by Swordmaster Chongyang is undeniably extraordinary. Your perception is truly astute, and your character, profoundly respectable.
Haiming clasped his hands in deference. I shall now return to my formation and resume my cultivation training.
He then departed alone. Only once his figure vanished did Pang Zhang's subordinate, who stood silently behind him, finally speak.
While you were occupied within the confines of the dungeon, word arrived that we are to welcome a most distinguished guest. Haiming walked silently, deep in thought, his mind pondering the Shui Jun that Pang Zhang had spoken of. Within the deep dungeon, Pang Zhang lay prostrate, his mouth ceaselessly babbling about the Shui Jun, a profound obsession that clearly consumed him.
Shifting our gaze to another scene, Within a certain peak courtyard, a pristine stream gently flowed.
Hai Ming stood beside the stream, lost in contemplation, a certain conversation echoing within his mind. He had once inquired, could a mighty expert truly be tormented by such derangement? The other had replied, those who have reached the pinnacle of cultivation understand their limits. Thus they would never train themselves to such a state. Hai Ming pressed further. But what if they were to make a mistake? The other had asserted with unshakable conviction. They would never make a mistake, for if they erred, they could no longer be called true masters.
Recalling all of this, Hai Ming affirmed with certainty that Pang Zheng was undeniably a true martial arts grandmaster.
He could not possibly be plagued by such madness.
Nor was it plausible that Pang Zheng, one of the Pang clan's strongest protectors, would be ignorant of this derangement. Pang Zheng had not inquired into what had befallen Pang Zheng, merely locking him away in the deepest, darkest confines of the dungeon.
Hai Ming once again recalled Pang Zheng's words from that time.
If this entire spectacle was merely an act, then Pang Zheng must surely be orchestrating some elaborate scheme. He then remembered Pang Jihan's agitated demeanor at that moment. His anger towards Pang Zheng was unequivocally genuine. There was not a single trace of falsehood within it. He then recalled Pang Zheng's final, stammering words. At that moment, Pang Zheng had patted his shoulder, stopping him from turning back. Do not worry. He often screams like that when in a fit of madness. Recalling everything, Hai Ming's expression could not help but twist in thought, as the scene shifted once more.
Everything proceeds according to plan. All will soon reach its conclusion. But why have you come here? The middle-aged man turned, a slight smile gracing his lips. It is I. Had I known no one else was present, I would have brought some cured buffalo meat and wine. Lord Pang, the one before you is Pang Zheng.
The two swiftly took their seats at the table, engaging in conversation.
I had intended to observe from afar, but the master commanded me to witness it with my own eyes.
Pang Zheng continued. It seems he fears we cannot properly discipline those impudent brats of the Wu Lin alliance.
The middle-aged man clarified. Do not misunderstand his intentions.
He dispatched me here purely out of concern for the Pang clan. When the grand slaughter commences, the Pang clan will lead the charge, and you, Pang Zheng, shall seize ultimate power.
Just imagine the boundless glory that awaits.
Pang Zheng gripped his wine cup tightly.
Lead the charge and seize power?
Indeed, the middle-aged man continued. The Pang clan shall reign supreme from Hebei to the entire Central Plains, becoming the undisputed hegemon of the Central Plains. Meanwhile, Hai Ming remained deeply engrossed in his contemplation.
They resurrected the blood sect, secretly transporting corpses.
If Pang Zheng orchestrated all of this.
But if so, what can I possibly do now?
If I hastily expose Pang Zheng,
it would merely alert the enemy and shatter the fragile peace.
Such a move would gravely endanger the Wu Lin alliance.
Has old Jiang sent word yet? If only Mo Yang were here.
Just then, a sudden realization struck him.
Not far from his sight, two shadowy figures were stealthily moving across the rooftops.
He dared not be careless.
He instantly drew his sword and surged forward.
He dashed towards the position of the two figures.
Then, without a shred of fear, leaped onto the rooftop.
He brandished his sword, pointing it at them, and roared, "Show yourselves!" His long sword was instantly parried by another blade.
Hai Ming's expression immediately tensed, and he cried out, trembling uncontrollably.
The one who parried his sword was Han Yu.
From behind, Mo Yang smiled. It seems we no longer need to seek you out. The three then proceeded into the room for a private conversation. I arrived after Jiangshan's message. Did you find the bodies in the crates? Hai Ming confirmed. Indeed, not just a few, but a vast number. As he spoke, he abruptly halted, his gaze intensely fixed upon Han Yu, who leaned against the wall. Mo Yang questioned, a hint of confusion in his voice. Did that old man not inform you?
Hai Ming countered.
Are you referring to Master Chong Yang? Mo Yang asserted gravely. She will be joining our ranks, Han Yue interjected. That is precisely why I did not depart. You should count yourself fortunate.
Hai Ming's face betrayed a hint of resignation. He could only offer a wry smile. With their identities now affirmed,
Hai Ming began to explain without a shred of concealment.
The bodies are entombed within an underground vault beneath the northern mountain. 4 warriors stand guard there, while a hunched old man constantly patrols the perimeter. We can infiltrate the moment he departs.
Mo Yang nodded. Excellent. We shall proceed to verify this immediately.
Just as the two were about to depart,
Hai Ming halted them once more.
Hold.
Mo Yang, there is one more crucial detail you must confirm.
He then proceeded to recount the grim events that transpired within the dungeon.
Mo Yang's eyes widened in alarm upon hearing this. The Blood Ghost Legion?
Hai Ming affirmed gravely.
Pang Zheng indeed spoke of them. It is possible a unit of the Blood Ghost Legion is hidden here, concealed from sight.
He knows everything.
Locating the Blood Ghost Legion could decisively prove the Pang family's collusion with these dark forces.
Mo Yang fell into a profound contemplation, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. At that precise moment, Han Yu unexpectedly blurted out, "These bodies,
And the Blood Ghost Legion. Who exactly are they? Mo Yang elucidated. They are mysteriously amassing a vast quantity of corpses. Throughout history, there has only ever been one terrifying purpose for such an act. Are you familiar with corpse puppets? Han Yu was utterly dumbfounded by the revelation. Corpse puppets are animated cadavers devoid of sentience, designed solely for the slaughter of humans or beasts. Their very existence serves a singular, horrific purpose: pure annihilation. The dark methods to forge corpse puppets have been clandestinely passed down through ages, but their very existence poses an apocalyptic threat to all living beings. Thus, the crafting of corpse puppets has been stringently forbidden in any and all forms. However, a sinister faction from beyond the Central Plains has recently infiltrated, resurrected these abominations, and unleashed them as weapons of war. This very faction is now masquerading among us, infiltrating and seeking to seize control of the entire Central Plains. Our true adversary, then, is none other than the dreaded demonic cult. Han Yu's eyes stretched wide in unadulterated horror. Meanwhile, back with Peng Zhang's contingent. Whatever they demand, grant it. Wine, sustenance, beautiful women, anything. Fulfill their every desire. The subordinate bowed reverently, accepting the decree without a trace of dissent. The crimson-robed middle-aged man remained positioned outside the very hallway where the two had just conversed. Swiftly, a figure materialized upon the rooftop. I have received urgent intelligence. The assassination squad has already convened nearby. The middle-aged man then commanded him to ensure their forces remained calm and fully prepared. Within his mind, the man mused. The Blood Ghost Legion belongs to us. They are but pawns. How dare anyone presume to claim them as their own? What utter fools. Meanwhile, Haiming and his companions were still deliberating. If we act rashly, we will turn this entire region against us, thus plunging the entire martial world into perilous danger. We must devise a credible pretext for our actions, to mask our true intentions. Mo Yang concurred. Precisely. Covertly inform the Zhengwu alliance of the current grave situation and await my explicit signal. Haiming, however, remained deeply concerned. Understood. But what are our true chances of victory against the most formidable sect in all of Hebei? Can just the three of us, even with the Zhengwu alliance, truly prevail? Mo Yang countered. We merely require irrefutable proof of the Pang family's vile collusion with the demonic cult. This may very well escalate beyond a mere skirmish. Yet do not despair, for even if an all-out war ignites once more, the Dragonclaw enforcers will assuredly arrive swiftly. Upon hearing this, Han Yu's face was etched with profound bewilderment. Mo Yang clarified. They will arrive under the pretense of apprehending me and Han Yu for our audacious escape. Han Yu let out a disgruntled huff. You sent them a message? You yourself explicitly stated not to report or speak of this to anyone. Haiming let out a low, intrigued exclamation. Regardless of the pretext, if Lord Duchong of the Dragonclaw enforcers makes an appearance, then even an all-out war will offer us no chance of success. Our primary objective remains to verify the nature of those corpses, and subsequently, to expose Pang Zhang. Haiming watched the two figures, Mo Yang and Han Yu, offering a final reminder. Be careful. And you as well, Miss Han. The two swiftly executed their lightness technique, leaping onto the rooftops and disappearing into the forest. Han Yu couldn't help but ask, I have a lingering question. Mo Yang, I was somewhat startled by the mention of our very existence. But will their collusion with the Pang clan truly lead us to the answers we seek? Mo Yang suddenly clasped a hand over her mouth, just as two guards passed by ahead of them. Blast that old fool. He must truly think us mere lackeys. I've wanted to skewer him countless times already. Once they had departed, Mo Yang turned to Han Yu and reminded her. For now, simply remember that you are a member of the Dragon Troop. Han Yu, a little subdued, simply nodded in agreement. Outside a secret passage, several guards stood watch, but Mo Yang and Han Yu had already stealthily approached the vicinity. They remained concealed behind a massive boulder, observing the guards. Han Yu whispered, It appears this is the place. The secret passage Haiming spoke of. Mo Yang picked up a small stone, then turned to Han Yu, asking, Are you ready? With that, he flung the stone. The guards stationed at the secret passage were instantly startled, their heads snapping towards the forest in a sudden commotion. Did you hear that? It sounded like a rabbit. A rabbit here? Let me go investigate. While their vigilance was momentarily lowered, Mo Yang and Han Yu moved with blinding speed, rushing into the secret passage. The two slipped inside, utterly undetected. The moment they entered, Han Yu gasped, startled. What is this stench? Mo Yang explained. It's the smell of incense, meant to mask the stench of corpses and prevent their decomposition. Before them, countless wooden crates were stacked in neat rows, filling the secret passage. Han Yu walked forward, counting their numbers, and was utterly horrified. Unbelievable. Are these all corpses? Without a word, Mo Yang stepped forward and pried open one of the wooden crates.
Swiftly, he pulled a corpse from within.
Han Yu knelt beside him, covering her mouth as she whispered, "What is it, Mo Yang?" He did not reply, instead pulling back the corpse's clothes, revealing the nape of its neck.
Witnessing the perfectly normal nape, Mo Yang found himself greatly perplexed. He then proceeded to examine another corpse.
It was pristine, bearing no signs of physical trauma. He then moved to inspect the nearby instruments. All of the deadly instruments were meticulously laid out here. The more he thought, the more he found the situation utterly baffling. Outside the secret passage, an old man approached, bellowing at the guards. "Don't you dare budge! How many times do I have to remind you, you wretched fools? Why did the Pang clan send such blockheads here?"
The guards watched his retreating back, secretly cursing under their breath. Confound him! Not a shred of a grandmaster's demeanor about him. Han Yu, who was keeping watch from deeper within, quickly caught the sound of the old man's outburst.
As soon as Mo Yang heard her warning, he replied, "It must be the one Hai Ming mentioned." Completely unaware of their presence, the old man continued to leisurely descend into the passage. In an instant, a hand clamped down tightly on his neck. Mo Yang gave him no chance to react, slamming him violently onto the floor. The old man, struggling tensely, choked out, "Who? Who are you?" Mo Yang's expression darkened, his voice laced with menace. "Don't play any tricks. Lie, and I will snap your neck. The outcome will be precisely as I just stated. I know you intend to create ghastly zombies with those corpses, but those paltry trinkets you have cannot possibly accomplish it. Furthermore, such zombies can only be created in places with dense yin energy, like a graveyard. The yin energy here is as fragile as your own life, making the creation of ghastly zombies utterly impossible in this place. I can surmise the truth, but I require your confirmation. What exactly are you scheming?" The old man feigned confusion. What ghastly zombies? I know nothing. I merely followed orders, and they promised generous payment." Mo Yang snarled, "I told you, what happens if you lie? Do you remember?" The old man, gripped by panic, hastily stammered, "It's the truth." When the corpses were brought, I was instructed that I had the authority to command the martial artists, under the guise of guardians. So, I merely supervised them and ensured no one entered this place.
Mo Yang pressed harder, his voice like steel.
"Who was it?"
The old man, choked until his tongue lolled out, was now writhing in extreme agony. After a moment, Mo Yang and his companion had exited the secret passage and re-entered the forest. They brought the corpses here to fabricate a scene of Xianxia creation. This matter was truly inconceivable.
But from where did these corpses truly originate? Mo Yang explained. They used the Xianxia as bait to implicate the Pang family in the crime of rebellion. Then, the alliance would be compelled to expel them.
Han Yu interjected.
If law protectors are backing them, what could they not do to the Pang family? Why would they still need to resort to such complications? Mo Yang lamented, "I cannot fully grasp their scheme, but recently, several orthodox factions within the Wulin have expanded on a grand scale without informing their allies, and the alliance lacks the power to unify all orthodox sects within the Wulin.
If the Pang family were to be expelled in this current climate, it would tear a massive rift within the Wulin. There have always been disputes and disagreements surrounding the Wulin's actions, often escalating so fiercely that civil war nearly erupted. One could predict that if the Pang family is expelled, the factions who already harbor discontent with the alliance will rise up. If this is truly their conspiracy, then we must prevent the alliance from eradicating the Pang family."
Han Yue asked skeptically, "But how are we to accomplish this?"
Mo Yang fell into deep thought,
not rushing to reply. Unconsciously, Pang Zheng came to his mind. The two of them quickly arrived at his place of imprisonment. "I am the vice leader of the Dragonclaw Division, part of the Wulin Alliance. I am here to rescue you." Upon hearing this, Pang Zheng couldn't help but be astonished, his jaw hanging wide open.
Switching scenes, Pang Zheng's subordinate led his men, carrying food, arriving with a cordial demeanor.
The law protector commanded delicious food be brought forth. "Is the jailer inside?" The guards keeping watch outside immediately blocked his path.
"We are under orders to stop all who approach."
The man was puzzled. "Orders? Orders from whom?" The young man nonchalantly replied, "From the jailer's servant." Upon hearing this, the man became even more bewildered. A servant? How could he have a servant? Could it be?
Inside the cell, the old jailer's eyes were now wide and vacant, his mouth agape, seemingly lifeless.
The group who entered, witnessing this scene, immediately panicked. On this side, Pang Zheng had now broken free from his restraints. They made an incredibly tempting offer. The Pang family would become the strongest sect in Zhongyuan. But I had already uncovered their true identities, and so, I refused. Yet that foolish Pang Zhong was seduced by their offer. He willingly handed over the entire Pang family to them, then poisoned me and imprisoned me in this very state. And that army known as the Blood Ghosts? They are the Blood Evil Sect. Upon hearing it was an evil sect, Mo Yang's expression became even more grim. The scene shifts to Peng Zhang's side. The news of the jailer's death had, at this moment, also reached his ears. The subordinate who had just brought food continued to explain. When he was found, his neck had already been broken.
This was clearly not the modus operandi of the Wulin's orthodox factions. Peng Zhang was tense and drenched in sweat, thinking to himself, just a moment ago, when he was here, everything was still normal. Thinking of this, he immediately waved his hand and loudly commanded, "Order all heavily armed personnel to swiftly track down the culprits. Furthermore, bring me my sword." He then personally led his brotherhood to search for the culprits.
The entire Pang family immediately erupted into a tumultuous uproar. Not a single nook or cranny must be overlooked.
There are 2 culprits, 1 male and 1 female.
Everyone, pay heed! The guards split their forces into multiple search parties, beginning the hunt. Meanwhile, at Hai Ming's manor, several figures were already seen loitering outside. Upstairs, 2 people were observing them through a window. Hai Ming's group was currently gathered here. Something has happened. Could this be the signal the vice leader of the Dragonclaw division mentioned? Hai Ming rebutted. No, it must be far more brutal than this.
Switching scenes, the Pang family's martial artists were vigorously scouring the area.
They seemed to be searching for something, but the middle-aged man remained extremely calm, thinking, finally, the alliance has made its move. Inform the assassination squad. Meanwhile, Pang Zhang is still detailing the situation to Mo Yang and his companion. The Pang family sealed its own fate the moment they colluded with the Blood Fiend Sect. Mo Yang countered. Only Pang Zhang and his henchmen allied with the Blood Fiend Sect.
The rest of the Pang family were simply deceived by him.
Once news of your survival spreads, we can set the record straight, reclaim your authority, and guide the Pang family back to the righteous path. Upon hearing this, Pang Zhang was momentarily at a loss for words.
Meanwhile, Pang Zhang was still leading his followers, fleeing at top speed. Reaching the outside of the dungeon, he saw the guards on watch had already been incapacitated. His face twisted into a snarl as he gnashed his teeth and cursed. Damn it!
Mo Yang and his companion were still assisting Pang Zhang inside the dungeon. Pang Zhang asked doubtfully, "Is the Righteous Martial Alliance here as well?" Mo Yang replied, "There is a considerable force. They will protect you." Pang Zhang sighed. "I fear it's not enough." Han Yui, walking ahead, suddenly stopped dead in her tracks. Seeing this, Mo Yang also halted, his expression immediately twisting into a grimace of grave concern. Ahead, Pang Zhang, exuding a fierce aura and unbridled killing intent, was blocking the exit. He demanded harshly, "Who are you?" The moment Pang Zhang saw him, he became agitated.
"Pang Zhang," Mo Yang warned him. "Stand aside, Protector Pang. If you do not wish to lose your measly life, this is your only option.
If you cannot even distinguish right from wrong, what good are you?"
Pang Zhang gnashed his teeth. "How dare you utter such words?"
Mo Yang handed Pang Zhang over to Han Yu to support, continuing, "Protector Pang, we already know everything. We know why you ceased investigating the Blood Serpent Sect, and why you secretly moved the bodies."
Pang Zhang shrieked in agitation. "I don't know what you are talking about."
Undaunted, Mo Yang retorted sharply, "Come to your senses, Protector Pang. Are you truly unaware that you are being exploited by the Blood Fiend Sect?" Mo Yang was about to explain further, but he was abruptly cut off.
"Silence! You infiltrated the sect, caused such a huge commotion, kidnapped my elder brother Pang Zhang, and you still dare to run your mouth?
Your crimes are unforgivable even in death, so cease fabricating such slander." Pang Zhang could not help but roar. "Stop spouting nonsense. Have you no shame?" Mo Yang continued. "If you believe I am fabricating lies, then examine yourself. What were you doing meeting Xiang Deng of the Blood Fiend Sect?"
At this, cold sweat poured from Pang Zhang's brow. He was utterly refuted, and had no argument left. He said nothing more, furiously circulating his chi as he drew his sword.
Mo Yang exclaimed, "You are even more obtuse than I imagined." Pang Zhang snorted coldly. "My patience has its limits." Mo Yang wasted no more words, turning to instruct Han Yu. "The moment the battle begins, take Pang Zhang and go."
Pang Zhang raised his sword and roared, "No one is leaving!"
Mo Yang gazed intently at him without a trace of fear, a profound, knowing smile playing on his lips. Confronted by Mo Yang's smile, Pang Zhang's face immediately paled, driven to absolute fury. He instantly launched himself forward. "I will cleave you in two." Mo Yang remained standing still, utterly fearless in the face of this onslaught. Though Pang Zhang struck with swift ferocity, his attack was easily sidestepped by Mo Yang.
Next, he casually raised his hand and unleashed a palm strike directly into Pang Zhang's chest. Pang Zhang's body shot backward like a broken kite, only halting after violently slamming into the wall. Simultaneously, Mo Yang urgently instructed Han Yu to swiftly depart. She spoke no unnecessary words, immediately leading Pang Zhang away. Pang Zhang worried. Pang Zhang is a genuine, formidable martial expert. Can he withstand him alone?
Han Yu dismissively urged him to worry about himself first, adding, "Even at your peak, you could not defeat him."
Pang Zhang swiftly propped himself up with his sword, rising once more.
"I underestimated you. My arrogance due to your youth led me to be careless. If you possess the audacity to do this, then I trust you also possess the skill to clean up this mess. He then once again swung his sword, attacking. Mo Yang remained silently standing, utterly fearless, as Pang Zhang's sword strike was once again easily dodged.
Pang Zhang, his indignation burning, once again lunged with his sword, utterly refusing to accept this outcome.
Mo Yang, with an almost casual motion, effortlessly halted the elder's longsword.
Pang Zhang was instantly rendered immobile, his blade frozen mid-air, unable to advance.
But Pang Zhang was no ordinary master. He swiftly lashed out with a kick, sending Mo Yang flying, and a triumphant, mirthful chuckle escaped him. Seizing the opportune moment, he swiftly unleashed his blade again, charging forth with the Raging Tiger's Spirit lunge. Mo Yang was forced backward, driven against the wall with nowhere to retreat. He slammed his foot down, gathering momentum, shattering the very ground beneath him. His fist tightened, ready to unleash a singular, explosive technique.
He intended to meet his adversary's overwhelming sword strike with nothing but his bare fist.
The blade and the fist met in an explosive collision.
But this time, it was Pang Zhang who was forced into a disadvantaged position.
He was actually pushed back, repelled by a single casual punch from Mo Yang. His face twisted into a mask of utter, profound disbelief. He repelled it? My ultimate full-force strike, shattered by a single punch? Mo Yang stood perfectly still, making no move to attack, a mocking glint in his eye.
Is your blade faulty?
Or perhaps you aren't fighting with your full might? Is it my youthful appearance that compels you to hold back? Your cultivation, surely, far exceeds such a meager display. The esteemed protector of the Central Plains, mightiest sect, cannot possibly be limited to such paltry strength. Pang Zhang, stung by the humiliation, roared as his true chi erupted once more. I shall hack you into 1,000 fragments and obliterate you. Outside, Pang Zhang issued a warning to Han Yu.
Pang Zhang has undoubtedly brought his own forces here.
His subordinates and warriors have undoubtedly surrounded the prison's exterior.
Han Yu sighed.
We have no other choice.
Just as Pang Zhang had predicted,
Pang Zhang's subordinates were vigilant outside.
Han Yue and Pang Zhang
swiftly emerged. As they emerged, the assembled figures immediately expressed concern for Pang Zhang's safety.
A trusted guard of Pang Zhang roared,
Why do you stand there gawking?
Seize them immediately!
The mob advanced with leering smiles. I'd hate to mar such a lovely face, one sneered. At that very moment, Pang Zhang roared aloud, ordering them to halt. The entire mob flinched, startled by the voice, their bodies instantly drenched in cold sweat.
Pang Zhang stepped forward, shielding Han Yu, confronting the encroaching figures. A wave of apprehension swept through Pang Zhang's subordinates.
It's Pang Zhang. Damnation, is that the one accompanying her? Did I save him?
Pang Zhang's voice thundered again. You may not recognize my current form, but surely, you still remember the sound of my voice. The crowd, of course, instantly recognized his voice.
Lord Pang Zhang, what? Why are you here? I heard your madness had rendered you immobile.
Pang Zhang clarified. As you can plainly see, I am no longer tormented by that supposed affliction.
All of you, heed my words.
Precisely then, the trusted guard shrieked, commanding them to ignore Pang Zhang. He is in the throes of madness. He will slaughter us all in that state.
Yet even now, Protector Pang Zhang sought to preserve his reputation, allowing him to walk free.
Pang Zhang's expression twisted, a raw, burning fury plainly visible.
Did that craven hound of the blood evil sect command this betrayal? The guard remained defiant. You, who indiscriminately slaughtered innocents, now dare to slander us as members of an evil sect. You have truly lost your mind. What a tragic end. You, who once coveted power above all others. But what good is it to you now?
Pang Zhang ground his teeth, his entire frame convulsing with barely contained fury.
This treacherous dog! Han Yu stepped forward once more, positioning herself before Pang Zhang.
Enough! It is plain they have no desire to heed your words.
The guard shrieked once more. Subdue Pang Zhang, and seize her, living or deceased, it matters not. The mob's hesitation vanished. They immediately roared, drawing their blades and surging forward in a unified wave. Han Yu, without a moment's hesitation, reached out and drew her sword.
She soared into the air, her eyes blazing with a terrifying crimson light. With one devastating downward slash, she instantly claimed a life.
Witnessing this, the man gasped, cold sweat beading on his brow. What kind of swordsmanship is that? Another combatant seized the opportunity, his blade whistling towards Han Yue, intent on ending her life. Yet, before his strike could land, her sword flashed, cutting him down first. Her eyes remained blood red, radiating an utterly terrifying aura, as another assailant leaped forward, roaring, Die! Despite the sudden assault, Han Yu swiftly raised her blade to parry, then countered instantly with a vicious kick aimed straight at his jaw. She vaulted into the air, her sword arcing down to cleave through the shoulder of yet another foe, claiming one more life. The young man who had just taken the kick clutched his jaw in agony, But before he could even recover his senses, Han Yu surged forward, bisecting his body in a single, brutal slash.
Her cold, sharp gaze now fixated on the ringleader standing in the distance, whose body involuntarily trembled. Yet another combatant charged forward to engage her. Witnessing her menacing eyes and deadly swordsmanship, the man suddenly realized a chilling truth. Those crimson eyes and the scarlet sword qui.
Yes, I remember now. Meanwhile, Han Yu's battle against the ringleader raged with escalating intensity. This opponent was no novice like the others. He brandished his sword, unleashing the fierce tiger roar and violent thunderclap techniques, instantly shattering the very ground between them.
Han Yu was driven backward by the force, her previous position now obscured by a cloud of dust and debris.
Within the swirling dust, Han Yu's expression remained grim, her eyes burning with a fiery crimson.
Moments later, the dust settled, revealing Han Yu's unmarred figure, standing defiant and unscathed.
The ringleader stared, utterly astounded by the sight. Han Yu let out a cold, mocking laugh. "You're merely a servant? Yet you boast such arrogance in your swordsmanship?" The man's entire body trembled with furious indignation. "What did you say, you wretched hag?" Han Yu, taking the initiative, surged forward to counterattack. "Allow me to teach you a lesson."
The remaining thug could wait no longer, drawing his sword and rushing forward, shouting a warning to his comrade.
"Be careful, that woman is," the ringleader roared, not wanting to concede an inch. "Get out of my way, she's mine." While the two bickered, Han Yu had already closed the distance. In a blink, she reappeared directly behind her opponent.
The ringleader swung his sword, only for Han Yu to leap into the air, effortlessly evading the strike.
She materialized behind him once more, prompting him to shriek in frustration. "You cowardly rabbit!" Han Yu wasted no words, her sword already rising. The middle-aged man had barely begun to raise his own blade when he suddenly froze, his body already bisected by Han Yu's relentless strike. Thus, the final assailant was decisively cut down by Han Yu.
Her chilling gaze again swept towards the ringleader. Witnessing her terrifying strength sent a wave of acute tension through him.
Yet, he did not cower in fear. Instead, his true qi surged wildly through his body. "On Mount Zan, I once battled a swordsman whose technique resembled yours. He was a sorcerer. Are you a disciple of that same sect?" "But why?" Han Yu cut him off. "I am currently a member of the Dragonclaw Corps of the Wulin Alliance." The ringleader was momentarily stunned into silence, unable to formulate a reply. The scene now shifts to Mo Yang. Facing him, Pang Zhong was still furiously circulating his cultivation technique.
He gritted his teeth, urging every last shred of true qi within him. The immense power shattered the cavern's ceiling above them.
His true qi solidified into bolts of lightning that crackled forth, grazing past Mo Yang and slamming into the wall, causing it to crumble. He then continued to wield his blade, unleashing the fierce tiger's rampage technique. Bolts of lightning, imbued with terrifying power, ceaselessly struck around Mo Yang. The earth and rock behind Mo Yang were continuously pulverized by the onslaught. Unfazed, Mo Yang stomped the ground, executing his first stance. Opposite him, Pang Zhong once again charged, launching his thunderclap strike. Around Mo Yang, a shimmering barrier suddenly manifested, blocking the opponent's blade.
Pang Zhong's heart seized with astonishment. A protective qi barrier?
Mo Yang gave him no time to ponder, unleashing his second stance with a powerful punch directly onto Pang Zhong's sword. Pang Zhong was instantly sent flying backward, slamming into the cavern wall. The impact shattered the stone, his body embedded deep within the rubble. Around Mo Yang, true qi continuously circulated. He exhaled a long, steady breath. Likewise, Pang Zhong, using his sword for support, painfully extricated himself from the debris. How can he manifest a protective qi strong enough to repel even my thunderclap strike? The more he thought, the less he could comprehend. "Who exactly are you?" Mo Yang advanced towards him, his voice cold. "You don't need to know who I am, because today, you will become a dead man." Pang Zhong gritted his teeth, roaring once more. "How dare you, you bastard!" Bolts of lightning crackled and flared violently around his form again. This display even startled Mo Yang. "No matter how strong you are, how can you be so utterly arrogant?" The ground beneath their feet instantly fractured and split apart, and the cavern ceiling likewise began to crumble. This entire place would soon collapse.
Swiftly, earth and stone cascaded down with a thunderous roar, threatening to bury Mo Yang.
Only the small area around Pang Zhong remained stable, untouched by the collapse.
He let out a triumphant, echoing laugh. "No matter your power, you shall ultimately be interred beneath this very mountain.
That wretched woman shall soon join you in your grave. For now, depart in peace, knowing she will follow."
Consumed by his malevolent glee, he swiftly fled towards the outside. The entire mountain now convulsed violently, its very foundations rattled by the upheaval within the secret passage.
Moments later, Pang Zhong finally burst forth, escaping the depths. Only then did a ragged sigh of relief escape his lips. He turned, his gaze darting back into the darkness for a final confirmation. Perceiving no further disturbance, he finally eased his mind and prepared to depart. But the moment he turned, a chilling shock seized him. For every one of his subordinates lay sprawled outside, lifeless corpses scattered across the earth. He gnashed his teeth, a furious roar escaping his lips. That cursed wench! Only a single, elite subordinate still clung to a sliver of life, propped against a jagged rock. A warrior of the Wulin Alliance's Dragonclaw Division.
He desperately struggled to deliver his report to Pang Zhang. Then, with a final, ragged breath, he too perished, joining his fallen comrades.
Yet not a flicker of sorrow crossed Pang Zhang's face at the warrior's demise. The Wulin Alliance's Dragonclaw Division?
The scene now shifts to the Zhaiyuan estate, where Hai Ming and his group are gathered. This very location was now also experiencing violent tremors. The assembled individuals within were utterly bewildered. What is happening? An earthquake? Once the violent shaking subsided, Hai Ming issued a decisive command to his people. That is the signal. Everyone, prepare to move. Immediately, the entire group surged outwards. Hai Ming led the way, his voice firm with caution. Avoid any unnecessary confrontation. We shall exit through the main gate and rendezvous with the Dragonclaw Division. At that precise moment, another peculiar sound echoed, and every member of the group tensed, their hands instinctively gripping their sword hilts in wary anticipation. Hai Ming, however, remained remarkably calm. He stepped forward, raising a hand to halt their hasty actions. The newly arrived figures were Han Yu and Peng Zhang. Upon seeing Peng Zhang rescued, Hai Ming's astonishment only deepened. Han Yu warned him, "Warriors infest every corner. We found no opportune moment to escape, so we took a brief respite." Hai Ming approached, his concern palpable as he inquired. Han Yu then began to explain Mo Yang's actions. He remained in the prison, confronting Pang Zhang to buy us crucial time for our escape.
Hai Ming's face tightened with apprehension. Mo Yang? And Pang Zhang? Han Yu confirmed the grim news, her face etched with profound worry. Witnessing her distress, Hai Ming offered a calming assurance. "Have no fear. He will surely prevail." He then turned, his gaze sweeping over the waiting group behind him. "You all must go ahead. She and I shall follow in your wake." Pang Zhang had personally delivered me to meet with Pang Zhang, and he likely harbored suspicions of my involvement in the prison break.
Should I accompany the main group, an unavoidable conflict would erupt before our rendezvous with the Dragonclaw Division. This would only invite further peril, particularly for the esteemed Lord Pang Zhang. A short while later, the group made their way towards two guards of the Pang clan. Noticing their approach, the guards immediately stepped forth to block their path. "Halt! The Guardian Elder has issued a decree. None shall leave their assigned quarters. You must return at once." The group feigned expressions of profound confusion. Is something amiss? We merely heard tales of the exquisite Dongdong wine brewed here and wished to sample its delights. Upon hearing this, one guard immediately brightened, responding, "You speak of the imported Dongdong wine? Indeed, it is a truly exquisite vintage." However, another guard, more vigilant, stepped forward and spoke with a sharp tone. "Enough! This is a direct command from the Guardian Elder. You must return to your quarters without delay." Yet, the group persisted, their pleas unwavering. "Do not be so inflexible. We merely sought to enjoy a few casual drinks." Meanwhile, Hai Ming remained concealed within, covertly observing the unfolding drama. The scene then shifts to another vantage point. Several subordinates approached Pang Zhang to deliver their report. "Your loyal forces have secured the outer perimeter. Escape is now an impossibility. Should any attempt to flee, your humble subordinate shall receive immediate intelligence." Pang Zhang gnashed his teeth, a dark fury in his eyes. Does this imply they remain ensconced within the chambers, having yet to emerge? He lashed out, seizing one subordinate by the collar and hoisting him aloft. "Then why have you failed to apprehend them?" That girl was utterly exhausted after clashing with my guardian and Pang Zhang. She could barely move under her own power. Your condition is 100-fold superior to theirs, and you possessed an overwhelming numerical advantage. Why have you failed to apprehend them even now? The man trembled uncontrollably, stammering, "They are likely still hiding somewhere. Your subordinate will move to capture them at once." Pang Zhang swept his arm, flinging the man aside. Truly a useless lot. At this precise moment, another figure swiftly rushed over to report to the protector. On this side, two factions had already drawn their blades. "You are causing unnecessary turmoil. Do not force me to reiterate. Return to your chambers immediately." The leader, with crossed arms, let out a sigh. "We are not causing trouble. We merely wished for some wine to ease the tension, for the atmosphere here is strung taut, making rest impossible. Yet you brandish your blades against us." The representative of the Alliance's Dragonclaw group, for some inexplicable reason, was momentarily speechless, unable to formulate a rebuttal. At this precise moment, another voice resounded. "The Protector's command is absolute. It brooks no exceptions.
even for outsiders.
The one who arrived was none other than Peng Zhong. Upon seeing his personal arrival, the group was instantly gripped by tension, all of them subsequently clasping their hands in respectful salutation.
Peng Zhong scrutinized them with a grim expression.
Swiftly, he discerned a missing person.
"I do not see Hai Ming," one man ventured to explain.
Hai Ming chose to remain behind, feeling fatigued and indisposed. Peng Zhong's icy gaze pierced him, causing the young man to tremble uncontrollably. To their surprise, he unexpectedly let out a mocking laugh. "Is that truly the case? Certain issues have arisen within the sect, thus I issued a command for no one to move. However, merely detaining you here will not resolve the predicament. Therefore, I have devised an excellent solution, to permit all of you to depart until this matter concludes." He then motioned for his subordinates to loosen the guard perimeter, allowing their departure.
Before their departure, the group did not forget to clasp their hands and offer him their gratitude.
Peng Zhong subtly instructed his nearby subordinate, "Dispatch elite warriors to their chambers." His countenance now bore a grim, murderous intent, clearly planning to silence them permanently. Swiftly,
a contingent of masked warriors converged upon the location.
Peng Zhong stood outside, a silent, watchful presence.
After a brief wait for his subordinates to gather, he then commanded them to scour the area. The scene shifts to the secret passage. At this moment, the area was nothing but a desolate pile of ruins. Within the collapsed cavern, rocks and debris lay strewn everywhere. At this precise moment, from beneath the mound of rubble, a hand abruptly shot forth.
Back at the lodging, after a relentless search, the contingent found not a single soul. Peng Zhong's countenance contorted into a grimace, drenched in sweat, a truly unsightly spectacle. Elsewhere, 2 young men patrolled the mountains.
Observing his companion heading uphill, the torchbearer couldn't help but voice his perplexity.
"Why are we taking that path?"
The other calmly retorted. "Surely, we must search the mountain inn too?"
The torchbearer flinched.
"If the esteemed guests discover the turmoil within the sect, it will irrevocably tarnish the Protector's reputation.
Do you not recall what befell Huangzhong last year when he challenged the Protector's authority?" The 2 young men then descended, utterly oblivious that not far off, behind a massive boulder, Hai Ming lay hidden. Witnessing their departure, he could not help but exhale a breath of profound relief. It unfolded precisely as Senior Peng had foreseen.
Peng Zheng replied, "That contemptible Peng Zhong values his reputation above life itself. This is known by all within our faction." Hai Ming assisted him up the mountain path. "I surmise there are still guests within,"
Peng Zihan affirmed. "This place has always welcomed travelers. There is a hidden passage beneath that inn. That location remains entirely unguarded." Han Yu trailed behind, her face still etched with profound worry, her thoughts inscrutable. Swiftly she recognized something unsettling, halting abruptly in alarm. "Hold! We must not proceed down that path." A memory flashed through her mind. Mo Yang interrogating that jailer. "Jiang Deng of the Blood Demon Sect is present. If he truly resides in the mountain lodging, then our escape is utterly impossible." At this precise moment, a shadowy figure swept in from the sky, descending behind them to cut off their escape route. His entire form was shrouded in blood-red robes, his very face remaining concealed. Han Yu's blade flashed forth as she demanded coldly, "Who are you?" He offered no reply, instead narrowing his eyes to scrutinize them. After a brief, unnerving silence, the true Kui within him erupted with fierce, mocking power. Pathetically weak. Han Yu's face contorted into a mask of tension, drenched in cold sweat, as she faced this terrifying aura. Hai Ming's heart hammered with ceaseless tension. "I have never witnessed such overwhelmingly potent internal energy." The man's eyes flashed with an incredibly ferocious, blood-red light. Not far away, a figure stood on the rooftop. It was his leader. Upon seeing the other party, he immediately suppressed his presence. Without a word, he then soared away. Hai Ming and his companion stood frozen in shock, utterly unable to comprehend his bizarre actions. The leader walked to a cliff face, standing there in deep thought, as the other man quickly returned to his side. "Why halt now? They already know your name, and the one accompanying them is undoubtedly Peng Zheng. If you let them live, the presence of our demonic sect will inevitably be revealed sooner or later." "Why did you act thus?" Jiang Deng questioned. Hai Ming, of the Zhongshan sect, was personally mentored by the swordmaster Chongyang. "If our demonic cult's involvement is exposed, we only need to delay until the matter blows over. But if we kill Hai Ming, we will inevitably face the monstrous old Chongyang. He is the gravest threat to our demonic sect. Therefore, if Hai Ming must die, he must fall by the hand of the Peng clan." Meanwhile, Hai Ming and his companions were moving with utmost haste. "Are you certain those were blood demons? If they were, why would they allow us to escape?" Peng Zheng voiced his concern. "I have an ominous premonition about this. They surely harbor some hidden scheme." Suddenly, he crumpled to the ground in agony. At that very moment,
2 sentinels in the distance shouted out questions. They quickly rushed towards the 3, but upon reaching the spot, found no trace of anyone.
"There's no one here," one guard stated.
"No, I'm certain someone was here. Quickly, alert everyone." Not far away, Hai Ming and his 2 companions were concealed under a stone ledge. One of the sentinels swiftly produced a signal whistle and blew it loudly.
Seeing this, Hai Ming inwardly grimaced, sensing the impending doom.
This is it. A host of figures rapidly converged from every direction. At this moment, Peng Zhang also received a report from a rushing subordinate. "It's in the direction of the mountain lodge, my lord." Upon hearing this, he became incandescent with rage.
"Why there, of all places?"
he roared. Meanwhile, Peng Zhang could no longer endure the pain and fainted. As expected, misfortunes rarely strike alone, Han Yu lamented. "It's only a matter of time before they find us." Han Yu worried. "If we bring him along, we won't be able to get far."
Hai Ming assented.
But he himself was devoid of any brilliant solutions. After a moment's contemplation, Han Yu offered a bold suggestion. "I will create a diversion to buy you time." Hai Ming looked worried. "You are already exhausted. Can you truly endure such a task?" Recalling Mo Yang's words, Han Yu felt a surge of renewed power. "Of course I can endure it." By now, the pursuers had converged, tightening their cordon and searching within a 5-mile radius. Just then, rushing footsteps sounded from behind. The moment a young man turned his head, Han Yu unleashed a powerful kick directly to his face. The young man writhed in pain on the ground, his combat capabilities instantly shattered. The torch in his hand shot towards his comrades, sending one scrambling amidst the chaos.
The remaining pursuers, witnessing this, were utterly enraged.
They simultaneously gritted their teeth, their gazes burning towards her. Han Yue stood defiant, a cold, mocking laugh escaping her lips. "You truly are pathetic."
One man drew his sword and lunged forward. "Insolent brat!" he roared. Han Yu leaped nimbly, evading the sword's lethal arc, then countered with a swift kick to his back. She leveraged his body as a springboard, vaulting herself away with startling agility. In an instant, she landed gracefully on the rooftop behind them. She turned, a sneer on her face, and taunted them. "You can't even touch the hem of my robes, yet you dare speak of fighting or killing?"
Infuriated beyond measure, the mob roared, "Seize her!"
Disregarding all else, they surged forward, clamoring to pursue Han Yu. Meanwhile, Hai Ming, witnessing this, allowed a triumphant smirk to play on his lips.
Across the rooftops, the 2 factions were locked in a frantic chase, one in defiant flight, the other bellowing in pursuit.
Soon, Han Yu found herself swiftly intercepted by several figures who rushed to block her path.
She was no ordinary opponent. With a swift kick, she sent a volley of roof tiles soaring. The young men blocking her path were immediately distracted, forced to deflect the airborne debris. One man landed directly in her path, his sword already arcing upwards. "Do you truly believe you can escape?" he sneered. But Han Yu, utilizing an ethereal movement technique, effortlessly slipped past him.
She had no desire to prolong the fight, launching herself towards an adjacent building.
But then, an unforeseen event unfolded. On the opposite rooftop, a group of figures lay in ambush, awaiting her arrival. With no other recourse, Han Yu drew her blade, launching a proactive assault.
Seizing the moment as she engaged one of her adversaries, another assailant immediately charged, sword arcing down from above.
Though Han Yu was utterly exhausted, her icy gaze betrayed no hint of fear.
She unleashed a swift kick, aiming directly for her opponent's chin.
The 2 assailants collided violently, rendering them incapable of further offense. Both then tumbled, entangled, down the rooftop, and without pause, yet another figure lunged from behind. Han Yu uttered not a word, her blade flashing forth with blinding speed, leaving none to witness how her opponent met their end. The clamor of shouts and cries reverberated relentlessly across the rooftops. "Are you certain she headed this way? We saw her flee in that direction, didn't we?"
"She cannot have escaped far. Even if you must search to the ends of the earth, you will find her for me."
Concealed in the shadows, Han Yu pondered silently. "Have I bought enough time for them to make their escape? I must depart quickly." But as she turned, a jolt of alarm shot through her, for Peng Zhang had, at some unknown moment, appeared, waiting. Seeing his sudden appearance, she couldn't help but feel a surge of dread for Mo Yang. Without a moment's hesitation, Peng Zhang sneered. "The one who accompanied you is dead. He has been buried beneath the earth and stones." Though Han Yu refused to believe it, his presence here ignited an uncontrollable surge of anxiety within her.
Peng Zhang cared not whether she believed him, as his oppressive aura erupted dramatically.
"You are alone. So Peng Zhang is now accompanying Hai Ming. Where are they?" Han Yu's lips curled into a mocking sneer. "Are they so enamored with their own reputation that they walk with their noses in the air?"
"Peng Zhang has already departed from this place, and Mo Yang is not someone you can ever truly kill."
Meanwhile, Mo Yang lay buried beneath the earth and stones, yet he clung to life. Within his mind, he recalled his arduous martial training from childhood, the countless stumbles he endured while cultivating. There were times he yearned to surrender, but each time, his revered master would appear. "Did I not tell you to rest until your complete recovery?" Mo Yang replied. "Because of my weakness, I nearly perished. I must train even harder." The old master sighed. "Do you desire strength so desperately that you'd forget your own wounded head?" Mo Yang answered indifferently. "Wounds heal swiftly, but if one is weak, one will surely be slain." The old master mused. "At such a young age, are you already so terrified of death?" Mo Yang continued. "What I fear more is to die before achieving my true aspirations." The old master sighed, falling momentarily into deep thought, before raising his staff and delivering a sharp rap to Mo Yang's head. "This is punishment for a mischievous child who injures himself. Healing your wounds might take me an entire lifetime. I will teach you how to mend your own injuries." "Good. Now, rise swiftly." Recalling this memory ignited an even greater surge of power within Mo Yang. The hand emerging from the rubble suddenly clenched into a tight fist, and his tightly closed eyes snapped open. Meanwhile, Han Yu remained locked in a fierce struggle. "You are utterly deluded, Pang Zhang. You will become an infamous fool in the annals of the Pang clan's history." Pang Zhang gnashed his teeth in fury, enraged by this brazen woman. Han Yu, utterly fearless, swung her blade to parry, but she was no match for Pang Zhang, and was instantly sent flying. A tremor of alarm ran through Han Yu. His power was truly terrifying. Pang Zhang charged once more. "How dare you defame me? You shall surely die." Han Yu's brows furrowed. She realized she could not escape him. She launched herself upward, evading his assault, then swung her sword down from above in a swift counterattack. Pang Zhang did not stand idly by to perish. He raised his arm to block, his wrists fortified by two immensely thick iron bracelets, which seemed to render Han Yu's blade utterly incapable of harming him. Yet, this single sword strike was far from without its devastating effect. Immediately after, his iron spear shattered into countless fragments, a shocking turn of events that utterly astounded him. Han Yu did not relent, her blade arcing once more, poised to cleave Pang Zhang in two. But it was not to be. In that critical instant he brought his sword up, parrying Han Yu's deadly assault. Undeterred, Han Yue unleashed another furious strike with her blade. Both long swords collided once more with a jarring clang. Han Yu fought with escalating ferocity, barely touching the ground before her sword arced upward again. Yet despite her relentless assault, Pang Zhang still managed to fend her off. This unexpected resilience infuriated her to no end. Pang Zhang gnashed his teeth and sneered coldly. "Behold your arrogance! Do you truly believe I am akin to the worthless wretches you vanquished?" With those words, he exerted his full might, brutally forcing Han Yu to the ground. Though she struggled with all her might, she was utterly suppressed, unable to offer any further resistance. Pang Zhang, his teeth still grinding, hissed a warning. "Know your place!" His blade pressed against Han Yu's throat, drawing a thin line of crimson. He pressed her once more. "If you wish to die a whole corpse, then reveal Hai Ming's whereabouts." With the blade kissing her neck, Han Yu remained defiant. "Go to the depths of hell to seek him." Just then, the enforcers of the Pang clan swarmed the area, sealing off every conceivable escape route. Once again humiliated by her defiance, Pang Zhang was consumed by a boundless fury. He bore down harder with the blade, just as the entire forest suddenly shuddered violently, tremors so powerful they reached even the distant mountain village. All present were immediately gripped by alarm at the massive disturbance. What in the heavens is happening? Even Pang Zhang, who had been solely focused on crushing Han Yu, was now utterly perplexed. He turned his gaze, directing it towards the direction of the underground prison. That was the epicenter of the most violent quakes. Upon the mountain peak where Jiangdeng stood, the ground vibrated with equal intensity. He spun around, casting his gaze behind him. Am I merely imagining this? The previous tremors had been caused by some deep subterranean collapse, but this time, the sensation was entirely distinct. At this precise moment, one of his subordinates rushed forward to report. "Milord!" Swiftly, an additional contingent of figures emerged, all of them moving in unison to kneel and pay their respects before Jiangdeng, his expression dark and severe, issued a chilling command. "Unleash a massacre." On this side, Han Yu instantly seized a fleeting opening. She swiftly scooped a handful of dirt, flinging it directly into Pang Zhang's face, then swept her leg upward to deliver a sharp kick to his back, finally capitalizing on the chaos to break free from his grasp. Temporarily blinded by the grit, he roared in a mixture of pain and enraged frustration. "That damnable wretch!" Han Yu wasted no time, leaping onto the rooftops and making her escape with breathtaking speed. Pang Zhang, seething with bitter resentment, snarled at his subordinates. "What are you fools still gawking at? Pursue her relentlessly and bring her back to me at once." Meanwhile, the Blood Ghost army, upon receiving the command, instantly sprang into action. Like a disturbed hive, the entire contingent unleashed their qinggong, soaring away in pursuit. Jiangdeng, however, remained rooted to his spot, his eyes fixed intently upon the distant mountain peak.
He harbored a profound interest in the source of these latest tremors. The scene then shifts to a distant location, one far more tranquil than the chaos just witnessed.
Within a secluded part of the forest, a group of individuals had gathered.
These were none other than the young disciples of the Martial Alliance, who had recently departed from Peng's forces. Soon, two silhouettes materialized within the dense woodland. These two were none other than Hai Ming and Peng Zheng.
Upon witnessing their return, the gathered disciples erupted in joyful exclamations. "It's Senior Brother Hai Ming! You have managed to escape?" Hai Ming responded. "And also Senior Peng Zheng. He requires a brief respite." The disciples swiftly moved to support him, guiding him to rest against a sturdy tree trunk. Hai Ming then inquired, "Have any of you encountered Guardian Peng?"
The group confirmed.
"Indeed, he appeared without warning, searching for you. He must have learned something significant."
"But I thought the deputy leader of the Claw Dragon Brigade was still locked in combat with him?"
"If the Guardian is here with us, then could the deputy leader have perished?" Hai Ming declared with absolute conviction.
"Impossible.
That is utterly out of the question. He is not one to be easily vanquished."
The onlookers were filled with doubt,
witnessing his audacious confidence. At this very moment, a resounding call echoed from the distance. The arriving contingent was none other than the Claw Dragon Squad.
At their head stood Huang Hun and Du Rong. Hai Ming's party swiftly approached, offering their respects. Huang Hun swiftly perceived a grave anomaly,
his gaze immediately fixating on Peng Zheng.
Witnessing the other's predicament,
he was utterly aghast.
He then stepped forward, questioning Peng Zheng directly.
"Is everything he claimed the truth?" Peng Zheng and Hai Ming confirmed. "Indeed, Protector Peng Zhang has conspired with the heretical cult, seeking to seize control of the Central Plains. But that, it turns out, was merely a deceptive lure from the heretical cult. They offered those terms solely to exploit the Peng clan.
The Blood Fiend sect harbors a sinister agenda. Their true objective is for us to purge the Peng clan, intending for our hands to condemn them for rebellion, leading to their utter annihilation."
Upon hearing this revelation, the assembly was plunged into even deeper shock. Du Rong then finally spoke. "This is a matter of extreme gravity. Thus, we must not rush to hasty conclusions." Hai Ming continued. "Deputy Leader Mo Yang has been conducting an exhaustive investigation for a considerable time, and he has amassed irrefutable evidence.
There is no longer any room for doubt regarding this affair." Upon hearing this, Du Rong and the other individual stood frozen for several crucial seconds. Only then did Huang Hun regain his composure, inquiring about Mo Yang's exact whereabouts.
The scene shifts to the cavern where Mo Yang was reportedly interred. Han Yu, having fled with profound anxiety, had finally reached this desolate location. Just as she prepared to venture inside, an ominous sensation suddenly prickled at her back.
She instantly spun around, her guard raised in vigilant caution.
In mere moments, a solitary figure emerged, advancing with deliberate steps, accompanied by a chilling sound.
"If Peng Zheng has already departed, then there is no conceivable reason for your continued presence here."
"Then tell me, why have you returned to this place?" The approaching individual was none other than Jiang Dang himself, his face etched with profound suspicion. Han Yu instantly recognized his identity, and a deluge of cold sweat erupted upon her face.
Meanwhile, the scene shifts to another grim location. The Blood Ghost army had now dispersed, commencing their ruthless slaughter. Though the warriors of the Peng clan resisted with desperate ferocity, they were ultimately overwhelmed and cut down without mercy. Having dispatched the last of the defenders, they proceeded to violently breach the inner chambers, relentlessly searching. A terrified maid cowered, trembling uncontrollably in a dark corner, desperately pleading, "Please, do not take my life. I am merely a humble servant." Regardless of her desperate pleas for clemency, her ultimate fate was to perish beneath his unforgiving blade. Fresh blood swiftly engulfed the entirety of the Peng estate.
On this other side, Peng Zhang remained utterly oblivious, still vehemently berating his subordinates. "How can you fail to even apprehend a mere girl? You are truly a pack of utter incompetence." While he was still spewing his furious tirade, a figure suddenly rushed towards him from the distance, breathless with urgency. "My lord, our forces are being ruthlessly cut down by a cohort of masked assassins.
Your subordinates have rallied and exerted every ounce of their strength, yet they are utterly incapable of resistance. Their techniques are exceedingly bizarre, and furthermore possess immense power." Upon hearing this, Peng Zhang's countenance immediately darkened ominously. "What, in the name of the heavens, is truly transpiring here?" From another direction, yet another messenger rushed forth. "My lord, individuals from the Martial Alliance demand an audience with you." They proclaim themselves Du Rong and Huang Hun, emissaries from the Claw Dragon Squad.
Upon hearing the identities of these unexpected arrivals, Peng Zhang's terror intensified, and cold sweat cascaded down his face like a torrent.
Meanwhile, on another front, Huang Hun's contingent stood in stark opposition to a formation of Peng clan soldiers. Both factions stood in ominous silence, their gazes locked in a chilling standoff. The atmosphere crackled with palpable tension. Moments later, Peng Zhong and his retinue finally arrived.
Clear the path. Protector my lord has made his arrival. The assembly, daring not defy, immediately parted. The instant Peng Zhong's eyes fell upon the opposing faction, he confirmed their identities. The presence of Haiming among them only served to heighten his already unbearable tension. The scene shifts to another location.
From within the swirling dust, a valiant figure stood. Mo Yang, his vital ki erupting, resembled a war god, finally breaking free from the rubble to rise. On this side, Peng Zhong observed the Xiaolong clan members, lost in silent contemplation. While Hai Ming escaped with Peng Zheng, the Xiaolong clan, along with Huang Hun the Poison Hand, appeared. This could not possibly be a mere coincidence. The timing must have been predetermined long ago. Did this mean the alliance already knew everything? If they truly possessed Peng Zheng, then he had no reason to stop them.
What was he to do now? Huang Hun slowly stepped forward. You have overthought this, Peng Zhong. I had hoped this was a false accusation, but seeing your reaction now, it must be the truth.
Peng Zhong struggled to compose himself before asking, "What are you saying?"
Huang Hun's face hardened. Stop feigning ignorance. There's no need for such deceitful words. Peng Zhong lamented inwardly. Do they truly know everything? Huang Hun continued. This is the last chance I will offer you, as an old acquaintance. I sincerely advise you not to resist any further.
Peng Zhong gritted his teeth, his expression grim, offering no reply.
Huang Hun sighed, then called out to Du Chong and the Xiaolong clan behind him.
Du Chong immediately roared, I am Du Chong, leader of the Wulin Alliance's Xiaolong clan. Any act of defiance against us will be deemed treason, and you will be severely punished for it. Upon hearing this, the members of the Peng family descended into utter panic. Treason? Is he truly speaking of treason?
My lord, what is the meaning of this? Confronted by the confusion of his subordinates, Peng Zhong could only stand in silence.
Du Chong continued, I order you, Protector, to immediately lay down your weapons and return with us to the alliance.
Peng Zhong's vital ki erupted. I do not think so. I am Peng Zhong, Protector of the Peng family. You dare not dream of giving me orders.
His aura surged even more ferociously, a clear declaration of his unwavering resolve. Confronted by his powerful aura, the faces of Du Chong and the Xiaolong clan members involuntarily contorted. Yet Huang Hun, standing opposite Peng Zhong, displayed no tension whatsoever, remaining exceptionally calm. He calmly uttered two words. Utter fool, mocking his opponent. The more he did so, the more it enraged Peng Zhong. Meanwhile, Jiang Deng had yet to strike. Conversing intimately with Han Yu, the alliance lacks the power to unite all Wulin factions.
That foolish Peng Zhong is merely one example.
With merely that Xiaolong clan, what could they possibly accomplish?
No matter how hard you struggle, you will change nothing. It will only hasten the arrival of your demise.
Han Yu clutched her longsword, responding with unwavering resolve.
We shall see.
Her vital ki immediately erupted ferociously, and a single sword strike instantly filled the ground with blinding dust. She seized this opportunity, turning to make her escape.
I have expended too much strength while running. How infuriating. Otherwise, I would have been able to fight him right now.
But Jiang Deng swiftly reappeared, once again blocking her path.
Mei Ken's sword techniques, are they? Truly intriguing.
He then reached out, seizing Han Yu's sword-wielding arm.
The Alliance Master must be quite desperate, wouldn't you agree?
Excepting even Ma Ken's followers, those defeated in the Great Wulin War. The longsword in Han Yu's hand was forcefully crushed, instantly falling from her grip. She moaned in agony, sweat pouring down her face like rain. Jiang Deng then raised his hand again, delivering a resounding slap across her face. Han Yu's body struggled, rolling across the ground in excruciating pain. He walked over to her, sneering coldly. What if we were to hang you on a stake, dressed in Wulin robes, atop the demonic sect's towering peak, a symbol for centuries? Han Yu, blood spilling from her mouth in agony, felt utterly powerless, unsure of what to do in this predicament. Just as Jiang Deng was reveling in his exhilaration, another voice suddenly rang out from behind him. What would transpire if your head, you cur, were severed and mounted upon the Wulin Alliance's training grounds? The one who spoke was Mo Yang, stepping forth from within. Witnessing the oppressive aura radiating from him, Jiang Deng instantly mobilized his internal cultivation.
Yet he showed no fear. Instead, a smirk played upon the corners of his lips.
Is that you?
Mo Yang advanced, his expression dark and ominous.
Meanwhile, on this side, the battle was poised to erupt. Peng Zhong led the charge, unleashing a devastating sword strike, his twilight true chi erupting as he roared to those behind him. Everyone, fall back!
He, Huang Hun, charged forward fearlessly, engaging Peng Zhong in a head-on battle to the death.
Peng Zhong's formidable sword cleaved down, only to be met by Huang Hun's two-handed block. The terrifying, oppressive energy unleashed by their fierce clash radiated outwards, causing the very ground to convulse violently, a truly dreadful spectacle. Peng Zhang continued his frenzied assault, relentlessly pressing his full might upon his opponent. Though Huang Hun managed to hold his ground, he was continually forced backward by Peng Zhang's relentless suppression. After a moment, Huang Hun finally dug in his heels, standing firm. No matter how much force Peng Zhang exerted, he could not budge Huang Hun even an inch.
Huang Hun then swiftly swung his leg, delivering a brutal kick directly to Peng Zhang's face.
Peng Zhang was sent flying backward, but in an instant, he twisted mid-air and landed back on his feet.
He gnashed his teeth, glaring at his opponent with profound bitterness and fury.
In stark contrast to Peng Zhang's discomposure, Huang Hun remained utterly calm and unperturbed, as if nothing had transpired. Witnessing this turn of events, the Peng clan guards grew visibly agitated and worried.
"Damn it! We must rush in and lend him our aid."
Seeing their restless eagerness, Du Cheng immediately spoke, his voice laced with menace.
"Tell me, what fate awaits you should you dare to resist?" At that very moment, the Zhao Long alliance also advanced. They moved to block the Peng clan guards, their silent stance a clear warning. Any who dared to stir would be cut down without mercy.
Du Cheng then loudly reiterated the command, sealing their fate.
The guards once more grew tense, beads of sweat tracing their brows, as Huang Hun again advanced towards Peng Zhang. "You've slowed, haven't you? Lost your composure upon realizing you placed your faith in utter trash, yes?"
Enraged and humiliated, Peng Zhang once more gnashed his teeth in fury.
He then once again hoisted his sword, charging ferociously towards Huang Hun.
Huang Hun clenched his fists and roared, "You, the protector of Hebei's strongest clan, move as sluggishly as a turtle?"
In a flash, the two stood face to face, their attacks clashing once more as the scene abruptly shifted to Jiang Deng's group. "Yes, your name is Mo Yang. You are the one who single-handedly brought down the Blood Serpent sect and claimed the life of their sect master." Mo Yang, utterly unconcerned, continued to walk with an air of nonchalance.
He approached, taking Han Yu's sword from her hand before Jiang Deng's incredulous gaze. Yet, Mo Yang paid him no heed, calmly proceeding to help Han Yu to her feet.
She chastised him. "Why did you arrive so late?" Mo Yang sighed. "It's a long tale. I'll recount it to you later, after I've dealt with Hugo's affairs." Feeling utterly humiliated, Jiang Deng's face instantly contorted into a dark scowl as he roared, "This is truly audacious." He immediately leaped, unleashing a palm strike directed at Mo Yang's back. "How dare you disregard me, Jiang Deng?" An earth-shattering palm strike, imbued with devastating power, instantly erupted. The earth and stones before them shattered and scattered chaotically. When the attack finally dissipated, the area was submerged in a cloud of smoke, dust, and ruin.
But before Jiang Deng could even revel in his apparent victory, Mo Yang's voice once again resonated. Peng Zhang must have already been escorted to safety by Hai Ming.
By now, the Zhao Long alliance has likely made their appearance. The two stood calmly, conversing not far off, utterly disregarding Jiang Deng, as if he were nothing.
Mo Yang then instructed Han Yu to convey their safe arrival to the Zhao Long alliance. She remained deeply worried.
But before her words could fully form, Mo Yang cut her off.
"There is no need to worry for me." She then quickly departed, casting aside all hesitation.
Only after she had completely vanished from sight did Mo Yang finally turn his gaze back to Jiang Deng. "You shall soon reunite with your Blood Serpent sect master." Jiang Deng erupted in a burst of scornful, mocking laughter. "You've slain a few weaklings, mere slugs? And now you believe yourself to be truly formidable? Do you truly believe you can stand against me, Jiang Deng?" A cold smirk touched Mo Yang's lips. A single humiliation was more than enough. He then launched himself forward, a powerful punch already arcing through the air.
Jiang Deng, equally unyielding, raised his own fist, a defiant challenge in his gaze. "Come then!" With not a shred of fear, both figures hurtled towards each other, their collision imminent.
But in that crucial instant, just as their fists were about to meet, Mo Yang vanished, only to reappear in a flash directly above Jiang Deng's head. Startled, Jiang Deng spun around, only for Mo Yang's devastating punch to crash down upon him instantly. Meanwhile, Han Yu moved with urgent speed through the forest, making her way towards the Peng family compound.
The terrifying shockwaves from Mo Yang and Jiang Deng's battle extended even to her distant location.
A cataclysmic explosion unleashed a blinding white radiance that engulfed the entire forest. Witnessing such a scene, her worry for Mo Yang intensified with every passing moment.
Back at the heart of the fierce confrontation, Mo Yang's expression tightened. His formidable punch had actually been forcibly intercepted by Jiang Deng.
The two combatants then disengaged, each pulling back to gain distance. Jiang Deng slowly reached up and shed his outer robe. "Do you believe such petty trickery can truly deceive me?" His aura, once suppressed, now erupted with even greater ferocity. Across from him, Mo Yang's presence mirrored his opponent's, his own aura rising to meet the challenge.
Jiang Deng's cloak drifted swiftly to the ground,
settling between the two formidable figures. The instant his cloak touched the earth, he launched himself forward, seizing the initiative with a preemptive strike. Mo Yang crouched, his fists clenched, adopting a ready battle stance. As Jiang Deng's attack approached, he fluidly sidestepped, eschewing a direct parry. Seizing the opening, Mo Yang unleashed a counterpunch. But Jiang Deng was equally formidable, intercepting the strike and instantly returning with a retaliatory blow. Mo Yang arched his body backward, skillfully evading his opponent's strike, then deliberately retreated further, widening the gap between them. Jiang Deng gritted his teeth, his voice a low growl. "You dare to strike and then flee? Do you take me for an utter fool?"
He unleashed yet another potent strike, sending dirt, rocks, and dust scattering wildly into the air.
From within the settling dust, Mo Yang abruptly leaped skyward, his form half obscured, half revealed within the swirling haze, a chilling sneer on his face.
"Indeed!"
Jiang Deng bellowed, his voice filled with fury. "Cease your insolence!"
With those words, he vaulted into the air, unleashing a barrage of punches to continue his assault. Mo Yang once more skillfully ducked and weaved, evading Jiang Deng as he relentlessly hounded him with aerial strikes, each infused with seething frustration.
After a tense exchange, Mo Yang finally found an opening and unleashed a swift kick, catching Jiang Deng squarely. Both combatants then descended back to the ground.
Jiang Deng, enraged to the brink of madness by Mo Yang's taunts, his eyes glowed with a feral, blood-red intensity.
"I will rend your very being into 1,000 fragments," Mo Yang sneered back, a provocateur to his core. "Oh? Do try to lay a hand on me then. To me, you are no different from that blood serpent fiend. The sole distinction is that you are marginally more corpulent."
Jiang Deng's fury escalated to new heights. He gritted his teeth, slamming his feet into the earth with such force that the very ground shattered and splintered.
"I shall ensure you live to regret this moment."
With those words, the true qi within his body surged violently into his palm. "For daring to utter such irrevocable words, you shall forfeit your very life."
The technique he unleashed this time was named the Blood Flame Claw. Wherever this attack tore through space, the very atmosphere was pulverized in its wake. Mo Yang stood utterly fearless, his hands clenched, his expression etched with grim resolve.
Jiang Deng's attack descended with terrifying speed, engulfing Mo Yang's position once more in a thick cloud of dust and debris.
But it did not cease.
Jiang Deng pressed his assault, unleashing yet another explosion that sent tremors through the entire forest. Meanwhile, on another side of the battlefield, Pang Zhong's longsword had been violently sent flying. Every spectator watched the unfolding battle with bated breath, their gazes riveted.
The longsword clattered across the ground, sliding far away. In the center of the arena, Huang Hun and his opponent still stood, facing each other. Huang Hun's expression remained utterly serene. "Is this truly what you deserve?"
Pang Zhong's face trembled, revealing the raw agony of defeat etched upon his features. For Huang Hun's single, devastating punch had landed squarely in his chest, causing one side of Pang Zhong's body to protrude unnaturally from his back, followed immediately by a torrent of crimson blood. Pang Zhong was thus utterly struck down. Huang Hun did not press his advantage, but stood silently, listening as Pang Zhong uttered his dying lament.
"I could not find salvation within the alliance. If I wished to safeguard the Pang family from them, this was the only path. To Pang Zheng, forgive me." He subsequently drew his final breath, his life utterly extinguished. Huang Hun stood there, a sigh escaping his lips. Utter foolishness. As Durong and his group observed with keen focus, a sudden cry for their leader erupted from behind them. The one who called out was none other than Han Yu. After a frantic rush, she had finally arrived. Hearing that Mo Yang was fighting Jiang Deng alone, the group was seized with alarm. "Are you speaking the truth? The vice leader is fighting alone?" Han Yu affirmed. "Indeed. He battles alone against a master of profound internal energy, Jiang Deng. We have no more time for delay. His subordinates are currently slaughtering and incinerating this very place." Han Yu's words struck the Pang clan members, leaving them utterly stunned. Just then, someone pointed outside and bellowed,
"Everyone, look! What is happening?"
A massive fire had erupted near the Guardian Elder's chambers.
It appeared her words were indeed true. Witnessing this, Du Chong's expression tightened, etched with profound tension. He strode towards Huang Hun, calling out to him.
Huang Hun replied, "I understand. I shall handle this matter, and then follow you all." Durong then turned to Hai Ming and inquired, "How many Zhengwu Alliance members here have experienced true combat?"
Hai Ming replied,
7, including myself." Durong commanded, "Gather them. You and Han Yu will remain here to protect Pang Zheng." Seeing their bewildered expressions, he explained, "You two have already done enough." He then addressed the Pang clan members, his voice thundering, "Those who burn your refuges, who slaughter your kin, are the barbarians who instigated Guardian Elder Pang's betrayal of our alliance.
You are the strongest clan in Hebei. You will not tolerate such humiliation, will you? Eradicate them all and reclaim your glory as the mightiest clan in Hebei. Who among you will fight alongside me?" The crowd immediately raised their blades, responding with a unified roar. On this side, the inferno still raged with furious intensity. The Blood Ghost army continued their merciless slaughter of the Pang clan members. The guards defending this area had almost all been cut down. Witnessing the assassins' charge, the few remaining survivors shivered uncontrollably. "They're here!" Just then, Dunchong burst forward from behind. "Do not let them deter you." The two charging assassins, seeing his sudden appearance, were forced to a sudden halt. Durong, without a shred of hesitation, cleaved down with his sword, his eyes blazing with fierce resolve. Though the assassin raised his weapon to block the longsword, he was still split asunder. The remaining assassin, seeing his comrade fall so easily, wisely retreated backward to evade. But as he retreated, he saw that someone was already standing behind him. He had been encircled by the Dragonclaw group. Dunchong, his face colder than ice, commanded, "Slaughter them!" The scene shifted back to the battlefield where Mo Yang was. This place was once again plunged into a murky haze of dust and smoke. Jiang Deng no longer made a move, instead standing in silent anticipation. Where Mo Yang had stood moments ago, a colossal crater had now formed. Seeing the unusual silence within, Jiang Deng couldn't help but let out a cold, smug laugh. Truly effortless. But swiftly, he vaguely discerned a figure, shrouded within the dissipating haze. His expression immediately twisted, filled with utter disbelief. Mo Yang stood there, perfectly unharmed, not a single scratch upon him. Jiang Deng stood rooted to the spot, utterly dumbfounded. How is this possible? The dust and smoke quickly dispersed, granting him an even clearer view of the situation. His blood-fiend claw, powerful enough to pulverize 5 tons of rock into fine dust, had failed to harm him? Mo Yang stood, his fists clenched, silently contemplating the powerful surge of energy that coursed through him. A sensation he hadn't experienced in a long, long time. He then turned to Jiang Deng, a mocking glint in his eyes. "You seem stronger than the Blood Serpent Sect Master, yet you are still merely a fool." With his words delivered, his form gradually vanished, instantly reappearing to Jiang Deng's left. In the blink of an eye, he was behind him again, his figure a blur of shadow continuously circling Jiang Deng, making it impossible for the elder to pinpoint his true location. Jiang Deng roared in fury, slamming his palm down. "Do you dare treat me like a mere plaything?" A mighty palm strike slammed into the ground, instantly pulverizing the earth and rocks around him, sending them scattering in all directions. Mo Yang, who was still moving, was also caught in the devastating shockwave. Having thus pinpointed Mo Yang's location, Jiang Deng seized the opportunity, lunging forward with a fierce attack. Another devastating punch sent him scattering into the air. But before Jiang Deng could even revel in his perceived victory, Mo Yang's voice resonated once more. Mo Yang abruptly materialized behind him, unleashing his first form with a furious punch. Jiang Deng had no time to defend or evade, and was struck squarely in the abdomen by the relentless blow. His body was instantly sent hurtling away, like a kite severed from its string. Before he could even halt his momentum, Mo Yang, with blinding speed, reappeared behind him, poised and ready. He crouched, raising his palm to unleash his second form. As Jiang Deng flew past, Mo Yang's second form crashed into his back. This devastating palm strike directly severed his spine. Jiang Deng's agonizing scream immediately pierced the air. Mo Yang showed no quarter, surging forward to execute his third form, delivering yet another thunderous punch to his foe. This punch, far more potent than the previous two, erupted with blinding white light once more, and the entire forest trembled violently in its wake. After delivering this earth-shattering blow, Mo Yang finally exhaled. He did not press his attack further, instead standing in silent anticipation. Not far away, Jiang Deng lay battered and crumpled on the ground, obscured by the rising dust, his fate unknown. His body was twisted and pinned deep into the earth, utterly motionless. Mo Yang made no move to approach or verify, simply standing still and waiting. Swiftly, a purple glow flickered in Jiang Deng's eyes once more. His vital energy surged anew, and he agonizingly rose to his feet, his twisted body miraculously regenerating. A terrifying pressure of vital energy continuously radiated from him. Mo Yang was visibly shaken. Unscathed? How is this possible? Jiang Deng quickly regained his composure, his gaze fixed on Mo Yang with a terrifying expression. "You dare disrespect Jiang Deng?" A slight smirk played on Mo Yang's lips. "If you couldn't withstand that, I would be utterly disappointed. I intended to teach you a lesson, to make an example, so that the next fool who dares challenge me will learn." Jiang Deng's fury intensified. "What an arrogant brat!" he roared, instantly flexing his power, sending earth and stones scattering. "You will not live to dream another day." The 2 iron cuffs binding his wrists shattered instantly. As the iron cuffs broke free, it was as if an ancient seal had been violently unleashed. His eyes blazed crimson as he activated a blood art, his clothes tearing apart as his muscles grotesquely swelled. Witnessing this transformation,
Mo Yang couldn't help but feel a flicker of surprise. Jiang Deng's body had now become significantly larger than before. Mo Yang's expression tightened. A blood skill for strength enhancement? I know much of the Blood Demon Sect, but I have never heard of such a technique.
His enhancement complete, Jiang Deng raised a hand. I shall rip out your heart.
With those words, his form vanished from its spot, reappearing high above Mo Yang's head. I will tear out your heart, and then devour it alive. Mo Yang was undeniably startled by Jiang Deng's terrifying speed, yet even so, he managed to swiftly duck, narrowly evading the clawed strike.
Though inwardly impressed by his opponent's speed, Mo Yang immediately retaliated with a fierce counterpunch aimed directly at Jiang Deng's side. But this time, his powerful punch failed to inflict any damage upon Jiang Deng. A shock rippled through Mo Yang. It was as if he were fighting a completely different entity. Jiang Deng then swiftly swung his arm in a brutal counterattack.
Although Mo Yang managed to block, he was still sent hurtling backwards.
He struggled to regain his footing, disbelief warring within him.
Unbelievable, he thought. He has become exponentially stronger in such a short time.
From across the way, Jiang Deng gloated triumphantly. I've got you now!
He immediately soared forward once more. Do you intend to scurry and hide like a craven mouse? Their fists and kicks clashed once again. As they traded blows, the very earth beneath their feet was violently churned, sending debris scattering. After a fierce exchange, Mo Yang finally retreated slightly, widening the distance between them. Yet, Jiang Deng showed no sign of weakness, violently striking the ground with his palm. As Mo Yang dodged the flying debris, he snorted coldly to himself.
Don't grow complacent. To me, you are merely a monstrous beast, thrashing in desperation before your demise. Regardless of Mo Yang's thoughts, Jiang Deng continued his frenzied assault. Smoke and dust perpetually billowed from their clash point. Mo Yang continuously dodged without launching a forceful attack, while Jiang Deng relentlessly pursued, refusing to yield. For a time, Mo Yang was continuously forced into a defensive, disadvantaged state. Faced with his opponent's relentless and violent assault, he found himself temporarily unable to launch a counterattack. Jiang Deng grew more frenzied with each strike, roaring, "Now is the time for you to descend into hell." Mo Yang raised both hands, attempting to block the incoming palm strike. Jiang Deng roared, unleashing the blood-burst claw, a strike imbued with terrifying power that sent devastating shockwaves rippling outwards, causing the entire forest to glow with eerie light as earth, stone, and dust scattered wildly. In the epicenter of the devastating impact, Jiang Deng's figure stood tall and defiant, his face etched with a grim, sinister expression. Beneath the raw violence of his attack, a deep, gaping crater had been carved into the earth. He surveyed the wreckage he had wrought, a flicker of regret crossing his features. Believing Mo Yang to be utterly pulverized, he turned to depart, muttering, "I suppose I'll simply have to find something else to devour whole." Yet, after only a few steps, he suddenly sensed something, freezing in place. A strange, numbing sensation now began to spread through the very arm that had just delivered the devastating palm. His arm suddenly twisted grotesquely, losing all power, leaving him utterly bewildered. He spun his head to gaze behind him, only to see a shadowy figure faintly emerge from within the lingering dust. Mo Yang sat there completely unharmed, gazing at Jiang Deng with an appreciative smirk. "You have certainly exceeded my expectations. For a mere beast wearing human skin to achieve such a feat, it truly is commendable." Jiang Deng's face was utterly consumed by horror. "Impossible! That strike contained the totality of my power, yet I am the one whose flesh has been torn. Could he truly have reversed my own blow with even greater force?" The more he pondered, the more his heart seethed with bitter unwillingness. "Damn it all! Just who exactly are you?" Mo Yang sighed. "I vividly recall the words he spoke to me 20 years ago. Today, I shall become a god with Musin's blood." Hearing these words, Jiang Deng's jaw dropped in absolute horror. He subconsciously recalled a figure from his past, an ominous warning echoing in his mind. No one here shall survive till tomorrow. He instantly linked the entity before him to that legendary being. But before he could even process his thoughts, Mo Yang had already made his move. With blinding speed, he materialized behind Jiang Deng, and before his opponent could even react, countless vital points on his back were struck. Excruciating pain immediately surged through Jiang Deng's entire being. Mo Yang did not pause, seamlessly executing the second form of his technique. This time, his arms were targeted, followed by the third form striking his legs, and finally, the fourth form pierced his very chest. After unleashing all four forms, Mo Yang launched a powerful punch, sending Jiang Deng hurtling through the air. From start to finish, Jiang Deng was utterly helpless, able only to endure the brutal onslaught and be sent flying. Yet despite the battering, he swiftly forced himself back to his feet. "Musin, if you are truly Musin." His words were brutally cut short by Mo Yang. 20 years ago, I became a demon, but now I have returned to finish what was left undone." Jiang Deng gritted his teeth. "A mere ghost is still but a dead soul.
Do you truly believe stopping us will change anything?
Heavenly blood shall boil within your flesh. Your blood shall dye the Zhongyuan lands red, flowing like a long river. My sole regret is being unable to witness his dying wish fulfilled, and our grand cause brought to fruition."
Immediately thereafter, fresh blood erupted from his body like a crimson rain.
He sank powerlessly to his knees, his lifeblood draining, before his body finally slumped lifelessly to the earth.
With an icy expression, Mo Yang turned to leave. Those words I shall etch into my very heart.
Meanwhile,
the inferno engulfing the clan's manor continued to spread. Upon the rooftops, a Blood Devil soldier frantically fled, glancing back to see the relentless Dragonclaw Brigade, still in hot pursuit, causing him to curse loudly. But now, a figure suddenly materialized in his path, blocking his escape.
"Hand your body over to me, young one." Their weapons instantly clashed, as the two warriors engaged in a fierce, rooftop battle of flashing blades.
In that very instant, a silken cord shot forth, coiling with deadly precision around the assassin's head.
The orchestrator of this sudden attack was none other than He Ling, who, with a fierce tug, sent the assassin hurtling through the air.
Utterly powerless to resist, he was violently dragged down and ruthlessly slammed against the solid wall of the house.
Pinned there, helpless and enraged, he cursed, "You wretched witch!"
He Ling granted him no reprieve, no chance to even stand, and with a surge of raw power, she utterly crushed his skull.
Witnessing this brutal display, Jiang Xiang's face paled, sweat beading on his brow.
"Is that truly you, senior sister He Ling?" He Ling let out a chilling snort. "They would even murder a child.
Those who prey on the innocent do not deserve a swift or whole demise."
Bai Zhu, also observing the scene, heard these words, and her gaze deepened, lost in troubled thought.
Meanwhile, Liu Bang found himself locked in a fierce struggle with another assassin, a battle that clearly was not going his way.
The assailant unleashed a relentless barrage, driving Liu Bang into a desperate defense, forcing him to parry blow after blow. After enduring for a time, the assassin, grudgingly impressed, spoke,
"Impressive, young one. But your journey ends here."
In that precise moment, a slender cord snaked out, binding the assassin's hand, utterly crippling his next strike.
The unexpected savior was Yu Ni. From a distance she let out a cold, taunting laugh. "He is not alone." The assassin sneered back. "You believe this petty trick will—" Before he could even complete his contemptuous retort, Guan Sheng materialized behind him in a blur, delivering a fatal, decisive blow.
Not far from the chaos, atop a nearby rooftop, two more assassins observed the unfolding battle, exchanging grim words. "My lord, the tide of battle seems to be turning against us. Over half of our assassination squad has already fallen, and the casualty count continues to mount."
The other, an imposing figure, inwardly mused. The Alliance's swift and decisive response is indeed surprising. Yet I am confident we can still crush them utterly. Still, for an elite assassination squad to be pushed to such straits, this task proves more arduous than anticipated. With this realization, he turned a sharp gaze to his subordinate, demanding, "Where is Jiang Deng? Where is that man when his presence is most crucial? Initiate a full retreat, and ensure the bodies of our fallen brethren are thoroughly incinerated." Upon receiving the command, the subordinate swiftly produced a signal flare. The moment the signal flare ignited the sky, the remaining assassins, scattered across the battlefield, instantly dispersed and melted into the shadows. Beyond the forest's edge, Han Yu and her companion moved silently. The cacophony of clashing blades had at last fallen silent. It appears the Dragonclaw Sect and Lord Huang Hun have brought everything to a decisive conclusion. What a profound relief. Though the entire area lay scorched and ruined, Han Yu, impervious to his incessant chatter, pressed forward with an unwavering stride. Hai Ming, sensing her urgency, inquired, "Why such haste? You are wounded. Are you perhaps concerned for Mo Yang? I've told you before, there is no need to fret over him." Han Yu paid him no mind, her silent steps unwavering, until suddenly she halted, a tremor running through her. For directly ahead, a solitary figure stood. Who else could it be, if not Mo Yang himself? Under the ethereal glow of the moon, their paths converged once more. Han Yu fixed her gaze upon him, her voice low. "I recall you once promised me that the answers I desperately seek would be revealed in this very place." A torrent of painful memories flooded her mind. My clan, my entire sect, they all paid the ultimate price with their lives. Every single one endured unimaginable humiliation and torment. Their only choices were to take another's life, or to end their own. I am forever haunted by the nightmares of my youth. The humiliation of witnessing my deceased mother's body, strung up like a trophy. I yearn for these nightmares to cease. I must end them. As these harrowing memories resurfaced, she finally pointed, her voice laced with accusation. The Blood Demon Sect. That is the answer, isn't it? At last, Mo Yang began to unveil the full,
intricate truth before her. There was a time when the righteous and demonic factions existed in a delicate balance, refraining from open war for supremacy. They maintained a fragile equilibrium, like river water not mingling with well water, with the righteous path ascendant, and the demonic sects flourishing in their own domains.
A third, enigmatic power, Mushin, remained steadfastly neutral. Were it not for the machinations of these three, perhaps none of this calamity would have transpired.
But the Blood Demon sect, consumed by insatiable ambition, coveted absolute dominion over the Central Plains.
They perceived the delicate balance between the two great factions as an intolerable obstacle to their goals.
Thus, they meticulously crafted an insidious plot to sow seeds of discord and ignite bitter infighting between the two powers. A scheme that ultimately detonated the cataclysmic Great Martial Arts War. Indeed, that was when Bai Muxia was accused of murdering Dan Xing's son. It was the Blood Demon who committed that atrocity. Upon hearing this, Han Yu was utterly stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief, before she turned and walked away. This information was simply too much for her to bear. Her entire body trembled, and her voice faltered. How could she possibly believe such a thing? Mo Yang continued. Only one man truly knows what transpired in the past. He knew that the Blood Demon was the root of all chaos, so he left the Central Plains to infiltrate the Blood Demon's territory.
After uncovering the truth, he desired to return to the Central Plains and resolve all disputes. But at that very moment, the evil cult had amassed a vast army of warriors, ready to wage war and march upon the war temple. Although he wished to return to the Central Plains and prepare for battle against the evil cult, time was a luxury he could not afford. Thus, he chose to intercept the evil cult's forces before they reached the war temple, personally confronting and annihilating their entire army. Ultimately, he vanquished their entire army and vanished, carrying with him the pivotal truth that prevented a catastrophic war from erupting. Han Yu turned to face him. Muxin? I have heard much about him, and I know his story well, but what you speak of, I have never heard from anyone.
How could you possibly know something only he would know? Mo Yang, how do you know? How could you possibly know this?
She shrieked in agitation, heedless of her surroundings.
Mo Yang stood there, gazing at her, his mind silently recalling a memory. This is a sword for my granddaughter. I commissioned the finest blacksmith in the Central Plains to forge it. It is magnificent. The blade is light, and its balance is absolutely perfect. It is like tempered jade, capable of cleaving through anything. The true value of this sword lies with its wielder. I pray it finds a worthy master.
Be careful what you wish for. Why not make it happen yourself? Become my granddaughter's master, and teach her to wield the sword for noble purposes?
I'm not so sure. If she's as stubborn and disobedient as you, then she surely won't listen to me.
Recalling this memory, he couldn't help but smile. He looked at Han Yu with grave seriousness.
Muxin is still alive. He passed everything down to me, and I shall continue to fulfill his aspirations. I am his personal disciple. Upon hearing this revelation, Han Yu was once again struck dumb. A moment later, Han Yu sat alone, utterly distraught. Not far away, Mo Yang and Hai Ming were conversing. If young Miss Han is so desperate as to conceal her true identity to join the Dragonclaw Brigade, I wonder if you too will need to feign an identity. Mo Yang? Perhaps Muxin is indeed the one she most yearns to meet. Mo Yang interjected. The girl will likely flee from the truth and blame me.
Hai Ming pondered.
She may indeed cast blame. But what if she learns the truth? At that point, we will be powerless to intervene. Mo Yang turned and departed. However, until that moment arrives, reveal nothing of my identity.
Do not let her know that you are aware of her true identity until she reveals it herself.
Hai Min stood there, observing Han Yu, and silently marveled. The granddaughter of Cult Master Ma Qi is part of the Dragonclaw Brigade. This is truly astonishing. He then called out to Han Yu. Young Miss Han, tigers frequently roam these mountains, so it is best to return now. Han Yu looked up at the sky and sighed. On the distant Pang family grounds, the fire still smoldered. The crowd was still gathered, desperately attempting to douse the flames, forgetting the already scorched areas, and continuously splashing water to prevent the wind from spreading the fire further.
Du Chong then instructed the Dragonclaw Brigade to disperse.
Let the Pang family handle the fire. For now, go to Pangzheng and gather all relevant documents.
There might still be remnants of Pang Zhang's influence.
Just then, a voice called out from behind them. The group turned their heads to see Mo Yang and his companions had returned. As he walked, he spoke. Upon our return to the Alliance, I shall accept any punishment for separating from the group without permission. Not far away, someone was secretly observing them. He then swiftly ascended the mountain and released a homing pigeon.
The pigeon glided through the night, unnoticed by anyone, and soon, the sun began to rise.
The pigeon's destination was the Martial Alliance. The Alliance Master stood with his hands clasped behind his back, listening as his subordinate reported the letter's contents. The message confirmed. Hebei now stands secure. and every member of the Xiaolong Corps remains unharmed. The Alliance Master let out a weary sigh. It was inevitable. Yet the storm approaches once more. The scene abruptly shifts to a desolate, hidden cavern. Within its depths, a grim sight. A lifeless body, solemnly laid upon a stretcher. Engaged with the Alliance's recent offensive, this subordinate realized too late they had already claimed the life of Elder Jiang. The subordinate confessed ignorance of the perpetrator's identity, yet suspicions weighed heavily on those who had only recently joined the Xiaolong Corps. The mysterious figure cut him short, a chilling voice echoing through the cavern. I have no interest in such trivialities. My sole concern is whether you have flawlessly executed the master's command. The kneeling youth, hearing this chilling query, could only stammer, lost for a coherent reply.
In an instant, a colossal saber hurtled through the air, piercing clean through his skull, bringing his wretched existence to an abrupt end. The shadowy leader moved with chilling precision, extinguishing a subordinate's life without even a flicker of an eye. You too, he declared, shall accompany Jiang Deng on his final journey to Heaven's Court. Only you two are deemed worthy of such a grim honor. The remaining figures froze, every muscle taut with fear, none daring to utter a single sound. No sooner had the chilling figure departed than panicked whispers erupted from the cavern's shadowy depths. As he departed, he pondered the implications. Jiang Deng was indeed dead. The scene shifts to a horrifying, shadowed chamber. There, the truth of his demise was laid bare. A Dantian, utterly shattered, a body drenched in crimson blood, internal organs pulverized to dust, every meridian irrevocably sundered. It was a death so brutal, so absolute, it defied even the definition of demise. This, he realized, was a stark and brutal warning delivered directly to them. The sheer casualties had indeed succeeded in igniting a colossal uproar throughout the Central Plains. The Alliance strives to let this matter fade quietly, yet they cannot quell the mounting pressure from those demanding the complete annihilation of the Pang clan. Furthermore, if the demonic sect now takes notice, they will undoubtedly realize they possess the overwhelming might to crush the Alliance at will. Such knowledge would only ignite the ambition of countless individuals, drawing them into the malevolent embrace of the demonic sect.
And the killer of Jiang Deng, while their identity remains elusive, has cast several shadows of suspicion. What, then, is our course of action?
The enigmatic figure remained utterly silent, listening to the entire report without a single utterance from start to finish.
Perceiving no intent for a reply, the subordinate bowed low.
I shall retreat and await your esteemed decision, master. With those words, he swiftly descended the mountain path, vanishing from sight.
The elder remained perfectly still, utterly oblivious to the subordinate's departure. Then, with terrifying slowness, his eyes unsealed, blazing forth with a crimson, blood-red light that pierced the gloom, the scene rips away, transporting us to the hallowed halls of the Wulin Alliance. As the first rays of dawn pierced the horizon, the esteemed elders immediately converged. The Hebei Pang clan consistently bickers over the sect master's position. The outcome, surely, is blindingly obvious. Dismiss such petty squabbles. My true bewilderment lies in their unwavering support for the nefarious Blood Serpent sect. As the foremost sect in Hebei, what conceivable gain could they possibly derive from aiding such a corrupt and depraved faction? This Blood Serpent sect. It is the first time I have even heard its name uttered. That Guardian Pang would collude with an evil sect is preposterous beyond measure, yet that is the sworn testimony of Pang Zheng himself. How can you speak of absurdity? Such testimony can easily be fabricated by those with malicious intent. Impossible! The Pang Zheng I know is an honorable and righteous man. He may harbor ambition, but he is no craven liar. Unless, of course, he was ensnared by insidious poison. Then, that would be a different tale entirely.
Rumors whisper that Pang Zheng regularly administered poison to him, keeping him captive and subdued.
What pointless drivel are you all incessantly spouting? They intend to forge Jiangxi. Monstrous, undead horrors. Do not dare tell me that any of you consider this a trivial oversight, a mere mistake. Regardless of the perpetrator, this atrocity poses an existential threat to all of humanity and defiles the very heavens. And since this abomination unfolded within the Pang clan's very domain, there shall be no further debate. What, then, is the fitting retribution for the Pang clan's transgressions? A short while later, within the hallowed halls of the Xiaolong Corps, Durong stood utterly stunned, Huang Hun's words echoing in his mind. What? A demand for the dissolution of the Hebei Pang clan? What utter madness does this imply? Huang Hun, as he stepped outside, began to elucidate the grave situation.
Thanks to Pang Zheng's damning testimony, nearly half of the elders voiced their vehement disagreement. Yet, regardless of their capacity to forge Jiangxi, irrefutable physical evidence remains paramount.
A substantial faction now advocates for a strict application of the law, demanding immediate and lawful retribution.
Durong pressed further, his voice laced with disbelief. Does even the revered Alliance Master consent to their dissolution?
Huang Hun exhaled slowly, a hint of relief in his voice. Fortunately, not entirely. Nevertheless, should the elders advocating for dissolution gain the decisive upper hand, even the Alliance Master, as the ultimate arbiter, would find himself with no other viable recourse. Upon hearing this dire explanation, Durong's countenance visibly darkened, a profound worry etching itself onto his features. His mind reeled, recalling Mo Yang's ominous warning. You must understand, the creation of Jiangxi is an absolute, unforgivable taboo. With that single transgression exposed, all our efforts to avert the Peng clan's dissolution will crumble to dust, rendering even Peng Zheng's testimony utterly futile. At that moment, he refused to believe it, reassuring her, "Do not fret. The elders will debate first. And even if they decide to disband, if the Alliance Master, the final arbiter, disagrees, then all will be well." Mo Yang countered. And how long do you believe the Alliance Master can withstand the crushing pressure from those old geezers?
Recalling this conversation now, Durong marveled even more at Mo Yang's predictive genius.
Huang Hun glanced at him and inquired, "Where is Mo Yang? I believe I must go see him." The scene then shifted to another location. Mo Yang and Han Yu were currently imprisoned in a desolate stone cell. Han Yu sighed. "I should never have listened to you, only to suffer such a wretched punishment." Mo Yang retorted, "Merits and demerits are distinct matters. Separating from the group is, of course, a transgression. Personally, I find resting in here quite agreeable." Han Yu, exasperated, cried out, "You might enjoy it, but I certainly do not. This place is dark and cramped. And worse, I am not alone. There are two of us." Mo Yang teased, "Is that why you're so embarrassed and can't sleep? I ask you, do you feel any discomfort being locked up with me like this?" Han Yu's face fell as she mused. "If we speak of discomfort, it started when I was still in the Hebei Peng. Every time I reached my most dire straits, I would habitually blame him. You abandoned the Great War and vanished without a trace. But because you are Mushin's disciple, you gave me the answer I desired." Thinking this, she turned her head and replied, "Only that the sleeping arrangements are uncomfortable, nothing more." Mo Yang continued his teasing. "A wooden bed looks far better than a grass bed with a stone pillow, wouldn't you agree?" A bold thought suddenly sparked in Han Yu's mind. Perhaps I should just eliminate this fellow right now? Sensing her expression, Mo Yang ceased his jesting, merely lowering his head with a sigh. At that precise moment, footsteps echoed from outside their cell. Mo Yang instantly sensed them, raising his head to see that the new arrivals were Durong and Huang Hun. Mo Yang remained seated in his corner, not bothering to rise. "You've come. Does this mean the situation has indeed worsened?" Durong replied. "The request for dissolution is currently being drafted. Of course, there are still elders who disagree with the dissolution, and the Alliance Master also seems to be against it. We still have time until the final decision is made," Huang Hun interjected. "Durong has explained it." "You knew things would turn out this way, didn't you?" Mo Yang continued. "The judgment of rigid conservatives and the decision of spineless fools. One doesn't need to think deeply to understand it." Durong tensed. "Stop with the sarcasm, Vice Leader," Mo Yang persisted. "They are trampling upon our efforts to protect the Peng clan. The demonic cult has already set their sights on the Peng clan, and with that ghoul trap they deployed, they were certain the alliance couldn't resolve this matter smoothly. And now, they will pay even closer attention to the decision the alliance makes. If the Peng clan is discarded, the alliance will have essentially severed an arm before its enemy. But if the Peng clan is not dissolved, they will set a dangerous precedent within the alliance. That self-interest is all that matters. In doing so, laws will hold no deterrent power, and the alliance's prestige will undoubtedly diminish. From the very beginning, the evil factions planned to exploit the Peng clan, leading to the alliance's plummeting prestige and internal division within the righteous path, just like what happened 20 years ago. Both Durong and Huang Hun were struck with profound fear. 20 years ago? What do you mean? Mo Yang elucidated. Indeed. By assassinating Tan Xing's son, those scoundrels ignited a great martial arts war, dividing the righteous path and the demonic cult. That was the demonic cult? Huang Hun's face was filled with utter disbelief. How do you know of this? Han Yu, who had been standing silently by, suddenly spoke up. Vice Leader Mo Yang is Mu Xin's disciple. Hearing this, both men were even more utterly astounded. Mu Xin, the god of war? Mo Yang inwardly sighed. I just said not to reveal it. Durong, facing him, questioned loudly. Vice Leader, are Ms. Han's words true? Huang Hun also looked at him sternly, awaiting his response. Are you truly that person's disciple? Mo Yang smiled. I am sure you have already sensed it. Huang Hun froze. Indeed, he had sensed Mu Xin's presence radiating from Mo Yang. Yet, despite all, he remained unyielding. Without further proof, I cannot be convinced. The two then proceeded to a grand martial arena. Huang Hun explained. Before that great martial arts war, I fearlessly challenged Muxin to a duel. It was then that I realized I was utterly no match for him. I still recall the unfathomable internal energy he wielded at that time. Mo Yang, if all of his power was truly passed down to you, if you are recognized to carry on his will, then I must witness his essence within you. Mo Yang's lips curved into a slight smirk. If he were here, he would say this. Display all your true capabilities.
Huang Hun was stunned into a daze, for Muxin had indeed uttered those very words back then, when he fearlessly roared,
Come then, Huang Hun. My proud martial arts shall make you pay for accepting my challenge.
Even if it means being deemed disrespectful, so be it. Behold, my sacred emperor's fist.
With those words, he actively launched himself forward. Even as the strike bore down on his head, Muxin stood utterly unperturbed. Huang Hun's swift punch connected with something solid.
Before him, Muxin now loomed like a towering mountain, his mere hand several times larger than Huang Hun himself. Transitioning back to the present, Huang Hun had now made his move, his fist closing in on Mo Yang's form.
Yet even so, Mo Yang stood calmly, utterly devoid of fear. After a moment, retreating to a different spot, Du Chong asked in confusion, Why did you withdraw your hand, master?
Huang Hun sighed.
It was useless. Did you not perceive it? His aura permeated the entire chamber. Upon hearing this, Du Rong was utterly stunned and overwhelmed with astonishment. I am still too inexperienced. Thus I could not discern it.
Huang Hun continued.
Am I truly the only one who perceived this? Long ago, I sensed an anomalous internal energy emanating from him, and I have always harbored suspicions about his true identity. Now all those suspicions converge upon a single answer. Du Rong questioned again. Are you certain he is Muxin's disciple? Huang Hun solemnly confirmed. Indeed. He is too uncannily similar to that man, so much so that I find the notion of Mo Yang being his reincarnation more plausible than him simply being a disciple.
Transitioning back to the prison cell.
I recall telling you to keep my identity a secret, did I not? Are you satisfied now? Han Yu replied, without an ounce of remorse. Thanks to me, we now have reliable backing and have been released. What's wrong with leveraging a truth that would eventually be exposed anyway? Mo Yang sighed. Haiming was mistaken, and I was proven right. Just then, Huang Hun and Du Rong approached.
Your revelation of being Muxin's disciple to us, everything you said is true, and your objective was to gain our trust,
Mo Yang countered. That was not my initial objective, but your assessment is accurate. However, despite the current turmoil, I still prefer to keep my identity concealed. Du Rong solemnly replied. Huang Hun and I will keep this confidential. But if you require any assistance, do not hesitate to tell us. We will support you to the fullest extent possible. Mo Yang smiled, glancing at him. I am pleased to hear that. Given the circumstances, I require your assistance with a few matters. Transitioning to the Claw Dragon faction. As Guan Sheng swept the courtyard, someone arrived to inquire about Mo Yang.
The vice leader has been imprisoned for separating from the team without permission.
The visitors were Haiming and his companion. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan couldn't help but seethe with indignation. You mean he was imprisoned even after achieving such a great merit? The leader of the Claw Dragon faction is far too severe. Haiming also spoke up. So if we go to where he is being held, will we be permitted to see him? Before Guan Sheng could even answer, another voice resonated. It would only be a waste of effort, Haiming.
The one who spoke was Mo Yang, who had just returned with Han Yu. She showed no desire to converse, heading directly inside.
I am weary, and will depart first. The bewildered onlookers watched her retreating figure, and Jiang Shan could not restrain himself from asking, Were you imprisoned with her? What did the two of you do to exhaust her so? Hao Ming, perceiving his skewed thoughts, immediately interjected with a loud voice.
Han Yu returned to her chambers, promptly shedding her armor, and collapsed straight onto her bed to sleep.
Only her long sword remained clutched to her side, even in her slumber.
Meanwhile, Mo Yang and his companions had entered a chamber and commenced their discussion.
How fares the matter I entrusted to your investigation?
Jiang Shan raised his tea to his lips, taking a measured sip, observing him with a scrutinizing gaze before offering a reply.
Hao Ming, growing impatient, finally spoke. Brother Jiang, I implore you. Jiang Shan raised a hand to halt him. Understood. I see. Those who transported the coffins bearing the Pang family's remains were precisely as you predicted. They were the escort detachment of a mercenary guild.
Hao Ming was greatly astonished by this revelation, while Mo Yang remained unfazed, as it aligned perfectly with his expectations.
Jiang Shan continued. Unfortunately, investigating which mercenary guild is involved, and whether any merchant consortiums are connected to this affair, will consume a considerable amount of time. Mo Yang interjected. I only require evidence proving that the leader of the mercenary guild colluded with the demonic sect and transported the corpses to frame the Pang family for creating Jiangxi.
Protecting the Pang family is our foremost priority. The investigation into merchant consortiums is secondary.
Jiang Shan shook his head grimly. Even so, the allotted time is simply Too short.
There are over a dozen mercenary guilds operating within Zhongyuan, deputy leader.
Even if I enlist the aid of my brethren from the Beggars' Sect, and we search with utmost diligence, it would still require at least a full month. Yet above all, time is our most crucial adversary. Rumors of the alliance investigating mercenary guilds will undoubtedly spread like wildfire. The true question is, will the demonic sect simply remain idle upon hearing such news?
Hao Ming stroked his chin in deep contemplation. After a moment, he finally posed a question. Brother Jiang, how many escort detachments typically transport such remains?
Jiang Shan replied. Typically 2, though for larger shipments, possibly 3.
Hao Ming then inquired further.
And what about the transport of exceptionally valuable goods? Jiang Shan again raised his tea, taking another sip. At least 7.
Hao Ming offered a slight smile.
It is merely an innocent conjecture of mine, but they employed scents to mask the stench of the corpses.
In other words, these goods were not permitted inspection, implying their immense value.
However, the sheer number of escort detachments suggests they were Wuslin masters. To hire such masters implies the guild possesses substantial financial resources. If it is a guild with such vast financial backing, then could it not be one of the 5 great guilds of Zhongyuan? Both Mo Yang and his companion were utterly taken aback by his deduction.
A short while later,
Mo Yang proceeded to meet Du Rong. Upon hearing Mo Yang's words, Du Rong appeared utterly perplexed.
So, you wish for a half-month's deferral?
Mo Yang affirmed. Indeed, Chief, that is precisely what I require.
Du Rong nodded gravely.
I shall proceed to meet the Alliance Lord and implore him to delay. However, the pressure from the elders has spiraled beyond control. Thus, I cannot guarantee the Alliance Lord's ability to postpone it. Mo Yang pressed on. Then, if possible, seek to secretly request its dissolution.
Du Rong was utterly thunderstruck, as if he could not believe his own ears.
He sternly questioned once more. Are you certain a half-month will suffice? Mo Yang declared with resolute conviction. Indeed, I make this plea to you, Chief, precisely because I can achieve it.
Meanwhile, Hao Ming and his companion had already departed. As they walked, they recalled Mo Yang's words. Tonight, I shall depart. Old Jiang, scrutinize the routes of the 5 great guilds and report to me.
Hao Ming, leverage your personal connections with Old Jiang to investigate the Beggars' Sect's branch within the alliance.
Jiang Shan slammed the table in fury. What absurd demand is this?
Are you implying that our Beggars' Sect harbors spies for the demonic sect? Mo Yang offered no reply, only gazing at him in silence.
Every time he recalled this incident, Jiang Shan's rage surged anew. Driven by agitation, he pressed his face close to Hao Ming's, demanding answers.
Do you, too, share this vile suspicion? Is your impression of the Beggars' Sect identical to that deputy leader's? Hao Ming swiftly moved to reassure him. Have you not already heard? The Beggars' Sect's branch within the alliance serves as our primary intelligence network, and we must verify this information with utmost scrutiny and without delay. Had he entrusted this task to you, it would undoubtedly place you in an arduous predicament. Hence, he sought my assistance instead. Yet, Jiang Shan remained deeply discontent, his fists clenching tight with suppressed fury. Indeed, I understand. But I cannot shake this profound sense of insult. Hao Ming approached, a comforting arm slung over his shoulder. Tell me, Brother Jiang, what must I do to lift your spirits? Why don't I procure some wine, and we, brothers, immerse ourselves in the tales on the Manhua Recap Op channel?
As twilight swiftly descended, it gave way to the frigid embrace of a somber, gloomy night. Deep within her chambers, Han Yu was still lost in slumber. Suddenly, her eyes slowly fluttered open. Without a moment's hesitation, her hand snatched the sword hilt, and she sprang upright, her longsword now a gleaming extension of her will, aimed directly at the newly intruded figure of Mo Yang. Even with the chilling steel pointed at his very being, he remained impassive, standing in tranquil silence, as if utterly unperturbed. Han Yue's voice was a chilling whisper. How long have you lingered within my chambers? Mo Yang offered no reply, instead counter-questioning. Do the nightmares no longer plague your sleep? Han Yu bristled with irritation. What concern are my dreams of yours? Mo Yang elucidated. It is not directly related. However, a lengthy journey awaits us. I merely wish to ascertain if your rest was undisturbed. Han Yu retracted her blade, her brow furrowed in suspicion. A long journey, you say? Mo Yang tossed a satchel he held onto the bed. These are your new garments. Dress yourself swiftly, then emerge. With that pronouncement, he discreetly exited, allowing her privacy to change. A short while later, Han Yu emerged from within the room. She gazed at him, an unreadable expression on her face. Do you truly believe this attire befits me? Mo Yang donned a similar black cloak. Cease your complaints. As long as you do not resemble a member of the Claw Dragon faction, it suffices. We are journeying to Xianxia to find someone who can curb the Pang family's destabilizing influence. Han Yue was astonished. Are we to capture them alive? The two departed,
utterly unaware that a shadowed figure behind the window was clandestinely observing their movements. A mere half-month remains. Thus, we must set forth at once. The duo then unleashed their qinggong, soaring down the mountainside with effortless grace. Durong closed the window, his visage etched with grim determination, revealing a resolve now firmly cast. As dawn rapidly broke, a group had already convened at the Alliance Master's residence, engrossed in urgent discussions.
Considering the recent developments, I harbor grave concerns that the tide may turn against us.
Only the decrepit, rotting tree remains, and the myriad factions have already begun to ravage its decaying form. We cannot stand by as they endanger the fledgling, vibrant branches that still cling to life. They have gnawed away at the foliage, and relentlessly devastated the very essence of the tree.
Had we only severed the diseased branches from the outset, the tree would not now be in such a perilous state.
The sheer audacity is galling. Yet, the Alliance Master remains seated, listening to their fervent arguments from beginning to end, uttering no word, merely offering a faint, knowing smile.
A short while later, Du Chong approached to seek an audience with him.
The old man exhaled slowly. "Half a month, you say? It sounds as though you are asking me to wager my very life on this endeavor, does it not?"
The leader of the Claw Dragon faction, Du Chong, responded. To permit the Hebei Pang family to dissolve in such a manner would assuredly invite an even more catastrophic loss.
The Alliance Master, grasping the gravity of the situation, could only offer a helpless sigh. "I question whether you might be overestimating the capabilities of the vice leader."
Durong pressed on.
"Only the vice leader possesses the acumen to untangle this predicament. Indeed, only he can resolve it with the utmost swiftness and efficacy." The Alliance Master turned his gaze upon him, his voice laced with gravity. "Do you truly place your faith in him?" Du Chong, solemn and unyielding, affirmed his conviction without a trace of hesitation. The two men then locked gazes, their silent understanding passing between them without another word.
Meanwhile, in a different corner, Zhu Geiming conversed with Huang Hun.
"This is far more than mere branch cutting. They intend to fell the entire forest, then raze it to ashes," Huang Hun responded. "Precisely why the Claw Dragon faction must launch a thorough investigation. Elder Durong is currently buying us precious time." Zhu Geiming's eyes gleamed with keen interest. "My anticipation is profound, but tell me, why have you summoned me? I find it hard to believe you called me forth merely for a casual tea ceremony." Huang Hun proceeded. "The archives detailing the great martial arts war, I believe them to be safeguarded within the alliance itself, yet whispers suggest they reside with the esteemed Zhuge clan." Zhu Geiming nodded in confirmation. "Indeed. But what purpose does your pursuit of such records serve?" Huang Hun clarified. "I have been tasked with scrutinizing all of our faction's undertakings throughout the preceding period." Zhu Geiming then pressed further. "Dare I inquire as to the identity of your benefactor?" Huang Hun, without a trace of concealment, declared the name. Mo Yang. Zhu Geiming was stunned. The deputy leader of the Dragonclaw gang? Meanwhile, at the Beggar Sect branch within the Wulin Alliance, a beggar on guard duty outside the entrance was sleeping profoundly, utterly oblivious to his surroundings. Jiang Shan approached, and upon witnessing the sight, his already simmering irritation flared into an even greater rage. Without hesitation, he strode forward and delivered a resounding slap to the young man.
Startled by the unexpected blow, the young man shot upright and bellowed,
"Which damned scoundrel dares to strike me?"
Jiang Shan, standing nearby, let out a helpless sigh.
"Snap out of your slumber. Have you grown so comfortable and well-fed that you've forgotten your duties in slumber?" Upon recognizing Jiang Shan, the young man instantly broke out in a cold sweat, paralyzed by fear. "Master Jiang Shan, it's not like that. My leg just aches a bit, so I'm resting here." Jiang Shan, however, raised his hand, poised to deliver another devastating strike. "I'll ensure you rest for the rest of your life." This is precisely why others suspect our alliance with those deranged fanatics. As soon as he stepped inside, he spotted Hai Ming engrossed in a private conversation. The elder, who had been conversing with Hai Ming, immediately greeted him warmly upon sight.
"Jiang Shan, you've arrived?" As Jiang Shan approached to perform a salute, the elder merely waved him off.
"It's all right. Among family, such formalities are unnecessary."
Jiang Shan turned to Hai Ming and inquired, "What brings you here?"
Hai Ming offered a smile. "I came specifically to see you, Brother Jiang." Gazing at that knowing smile, Jiang Shan's face betrayed not a single hint of pleasure. The elder, perceiving the unspoken cue, promptly withdrew, affording the two men their privacy. "You two continue your discussion. I have other engagements, so please excuse me." Hai Ming watched his retreating back and remarked,
"Branch Master Xiao Jun is indeed a man of dignity and humor." Jiang Shan, growing impatient, retorted, "Your visit to me is merely a pretext, isn't it?"
Hai Ming let out a hearty laugh. "It was merely on the way." Hai Ming chuckled. Jiang Shan's expression darkened. "You sly old fox. If you wish to avoid a collective beating, You would do well not to make your intentions so obvious.
Dusk swiftly descended as Mo Yang and his companion urgently pressed on.
Ahead of them lay countless towering mountain ranges, stretching endlessly into the horizon.
Meanwhile,
a certain village lay shrouded in an oppressive, ominous mist.
After a prolonged journey, Mo Yang and his companion finally arrived at this very spot.
Han Yu's expression was one of extreme caution. She continuously scanned her surroundings, glancing left and right with utmost vigilance.
She could discern that unseen eyes were discreetly observing their every move.
"This village is truly peculiar," she whispered. "Even the gazes of its inhabitants fill me with unease. If you intend to rest here, banish that thought immediately."
Mo Yang replied,
"I have no intention of resting. And furthermore, this is not a village at all."
Han Yu looked puzzled.
"If it is not a village, then what is this place?"
They advanced a few more paces, only to be confronted by a figure seated upon a large rock, whose aura emanated a clear threat.
"If you have no urgent business, then remain silent and vanish. Do not linger aimlessly here, lest you suffer an unnecessary beating."
Mo Yang stepped forward and inquired,
"Are you, perchance, the protector of the Xindang?" Han Yu's heart was consumed by profound suspicion.
"Are you from the beggar sect?"
The elder let out an exclamation of surprise. "So, it seems we have a situation." He then swiftly unsheathed a blade and raised it menacingly.
Instantly, countless figures materialized on the surrounding rooftops, encircling Mo Yang and Han Yu as the elder sought to calm the agitated masses.
"These newcomers are our guests. Everyone, return to your duties."
"All right.
Tell me, why have you sought out our hidden refuge?"
Mo Yang explained.
"Jiangshan told me he would send a messenger pigeon here." The other man then inquired, "So you come from the Xinlian Alliance?"
"We have been expecting you."
Jiangshan sent one messenger pigeon, and then another. The first advised us not to read the subsequent message, and this is the second letter. Mo Yang reached out and took the missive, then decisively tore it open to examine its contents. After reading its contents, he couldn't help but voice his admiration.
"Remarkably swift indeed."
The elder looked bewildered. What was remarkably swift? Mo Yang and Han Yu then continued their arduous journey.
Even a mercenary group, boasting capabilities to transport anything for coin, would surely hesitate at the macabre task of transporting corpses.
Even for immense wealth, they would still balk. However, from the perspective of sheer benefit, the demonic sect would ensure their offer was utterly irresistible.
Han Yu's brows furrowed in doubt.
"An exclusive escort for a grand merchant guild, perhaps?"
Mo Yang affirmed.
"Precisely. That is why I tasked Xianxia to investigate those mercenary groups.
Those who suddenly rose to prominence and expanded their territory both before and after the Pang family's demise." Han Yu's excitement flared. "Does that letter bear the name of this very mercenary group?"
Mo Yang confirmed. "And even the commander of the mercenary group."
Shifting scenes, a furious roar echoed from within a grand manor.
"You assured me there was nothing to worry about. Then why, even now, has the Pang family not yet been utterly dissolved?" The demonic cultist, seated opposite, allowed a smirk to grace his lips.
"Calm yourself, Commander.
It is merely a slight delay.
The Pang family shall inevitably be obliterated soon enough,
and everything related to them will fade into oblivion."
The commander remained agitated, his voice laced with fury. "Are you truly asking me to endure this agonizing suspense until then?"
The other figure coolly reminded him. "Did you not affirm that all evidence has already been incinerated? You merely need to keep your mouth sealed. What cause is there for such incessant worry?"
The commander gritted his teeth,
his voice a low growl. "Because I can no longer trust a single word that escapes your treacherous lips." The other figure remained disconcertingly calm. "As a reward for transporting a few mere coffin chests, we bestowed upon you exclusive dealings with the largest merchant guild in Zhongyuan. Thus, you must now bear some of this ensuing pressure yourself."
The commander's tension visibly mounted.
"Are you speaking of the dealings you seized from another, only to then hand over to me? That is no reward. It is merely a gilded gag to seal my lips."
The instant his words ceased, a gleaming saber materialized, embedding itself mere inches from his skull. The commander's face instantly blanched, seized by an overwhelming terror, daring not to utter a single syllable.
He stared at the opposing figure, stammering, "What? What in the nine hells are you doing?" The other figure's voice turned frigid. "I allowed you to yap, but it seems your yapping has grown excessive."
The commander's face grew even more terrified, utterly shaken to his core. The great saber was immediately recalled by the opponent, and he collapsed, a limp, powerless heap, onto the ground, utterly silenced. Ignoring his pathetic state, the figure continued. "Be grateful you still possess some utility, Commander Yang Jiang. Do not ever cross my will, or your end shall be anything but pleasant."
Yang Jiang's body convulsed, sweat pouring from him like torrential rain, utterly incapable of uttering another sound. The scene abruptly shifted. Deep within a dense forest, where a group was diligently escorting a valuable consignment.
"Commander,
with all our dealings with the Zhongyuan Merchant Guild transferred to that other mercenary group, have we not been utterly cast aside? What purpose do we serve now? The commander shook his head decisively. We have not been cast aside. Follow me, and quell your anxieties. The Zhongyuan Merchant Guild has maintained cooperation with our mercenary group for an exceptionally long time. Its head, Lin Xiong, is an old and trusted comrade of mine.
Even though continuous transportation errors resulted in significant financial losses for him, the reason he never held us accountable was not merely because he knew we lacked the means to compensate.
The subordinate's eyes widened in realization. But rather, because of the profound trust and enduring camaraderie forged between you two throughout all these years.
The commander affirmed.
That is precisely why I embark on this journey. Though it yields no tangible profit, consider it a repayment for his unwavering goodwill. Let us ensure this final consignment reaches its destination without incident. Regardless of the trials, it must be completed flawlessly. Suddenly, a sinister anomaly erupted directly ahead. The leading guard was abruptly cut down by a masked figure. Witnessing this horrifying sight, the remaining guards frantically drew their blades. Dark Forest Brigands! Damn their wretched souls! Their recent silence made me utterly complacent.
The Dark Forest Brigands sneered.
Robbed time and again, yet you still dare to traverse this accursed forest? From where do you summon such foolish courage?
With their taunts complete, they swiftly surged forward, initiating combat. At that very moment,
two ethereal figures tore through the air, descending into the forest.
The brigands, poised to strike, were utterly stunned by the sudden arrival of these new combatants. The two foremost brigands were instantly cleaved into two gruesome halves.
The one who had unleashed such a swift, devastating blow was none other than Han Yu herself.
The consignment guards, witnessing this brutal display,
were utterly stunned beyond words. The brigands dared not recklessly charge forward. Instead they stood rooted, vigilant, as one demanded. "Who are you?" Han Yu offered no reply, instead asking with an icy tone, "Are you truly just common Dark Forest brigands?"
Seeing only a lone female, the brigands' fear rapidly diminished. So it is merely a young girl, they thought.
At that precise moment, Mo Yang materialized, eerily appearing directly behind them. "I believe these are hired assassins, not mere brigands." The group was drenched in cold sweat, their hearts pounding. How did he appear there so suddenly? Mo Yang gazed at them with an icy stare.
"I wonder if you truly comprehend the folly of your actions." Before he could finish his sentence, countless blades descended upon him.
Yet Mo Yang utterly disregarded these assailants. With a casual wave of his hand, he effortlessly swept them all away.
The escort guards, witnessing the spectacle from the sidelines,
could not help but exclaim in awe. With just a single, understated strike, every single one of the bandits was vanquished.
The caravan master mused silently. He vanquished all 7 of them in the mere blink of an eye. Who, exactly, were these two formidable figures?
Mo Yang then turned to the caravan master. "You are the leader of this mercenary group, are you not? I have matters to discuss with you." A short while later, in a distant location, a man, his face etched with terror, demanded clarification. "Is this truly the case?" The other man replied grimly, "Indeed. Every single transport route you share with other mercenary groups has been intercepted by assassins." All transactions were thus diverted into the hands of Yangjiang's unified mercenary group. Mo Yang and Han Yu were also present. The hired assassins confessed everything. "If you still refuse to believe, I can arrange for you to hear the truth from Yangjiang's own lips." The middle-aged man interjected. "I do not doubt the words of my esteemed friend.
Even if he claimed the sun would rise in the west, I would believe him. However, words from those entirely unknown to me carry a vastly different weight.
Even with such testimony delivered by my esteemed friend, I cannot simply accept it as truth. Of course, I shall engrave your invaluable assistance into my very soul." Mo Yang continued. "We are here to apprehend Yang Jiang. To facilitate his swift apprehension, we require the full support of you, the venerable merchant master of the Zhongyuan Merchant Guild. This is why we have accompanied the caravan master here. I must exercise extreme caution, for this matter could swiftly turn dire. Thus, I can only reveal my true identity once he has been secured." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man was momentarily stunned, then sank into profound contemplation. The man beside him approached, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Their eyes met, exchanging unspoken understandings. The middle-aged man ultimately made his decision. He would lend his aid. "How may I be of assistance?" The scene shifts. On a desolate mountaintop, two figures stood silently.
Du Cheng, the formidable leader of the Xiaolong sect, frequently visited the Alliance Master. However, the whereabouts of the Xiaolong sect's vice leader and the young woman who accompanied him remained shrouded in mystery.
Having delivered his report, the man departed, leaving the black-robed figure standing alone.
Imprisoned 5 days prior, he had been released and vanished without a trace that very night.
With the Peng clan facing such a perilous crisis, His actions must undoubtedly be connected to this unfolding conspiracy. What, then, could he possibly be orchestrating?
Meanwhile, on a different path, Jiang Shan walked alone.
Heavens above, this stench of pigeon droppings is utterly overwhelming. No matter how I try, I simply cannot accustom myself to this foul odor. The moment he stepped inside, a voice from within greeted him. Why do you grace us with your presence at such an hour? Jiang Shan countered. Are you on night watch tonight? Has there been any correspondence from the Xianxia branch? After a brief check, the other man shook his head. None, he replied.
Jiang Shan's brow furrowed in doubt. Are you certain of this?
Is something amiss? The man, bewildered by Jiang Shan's sudden, seemingly nonsensical remarks, scratched his head in confusion. What troubles you? Jiang Shan merely shook his head. It is nothing, young man. The other man chuckled. You appear to be concealing something, Master Jiang.
Both Lord Jiang Shan and Lord Chu Jun seemed to be in a similar predicament. Jiang Shan, who had been about to depart, paused, utterly astonished. Even the Grand Branch Master?
The man explained, I know not if he pens a love letter or what, but he keeps writing with a blissful, foolish smile on his face. Jiang Shan then inquired about the letter's intended recipient. The man swiftly opened the ledger to check.
He said he would record it in the main ledger, but it seems he has forgotten.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan's face fell, leaving him utterly speechless. As he departed, he muttered under his breath, Has the old master truly grown so senile? Suddenly, Mo Yang's words echoed in his mind. Darkness often reigns supreme beneath the brightest lamp.
Do you dare beat your chest and claim with absolute conviction that no one within this very organization has colluded with the demonic cult? Recalling this singular incident, the elder couldn't help but exhale a long sigh. Even his own seasoned mind found itself strangely influenced by this enigmatic individual.
The scene dramatically shifts. Upon a polished, dark table lay a sealed letter, accompanied by 2 ornate command tokens. Lin Xiang stood rigidly to the side, his unwavering gaze locked onto those potent artifacts.
His mind replayed the solemn words of his trusted confidant. Unrivaled martial prowess and an unparalleled aura. No matter how meticulously he conceals it, his extraordinary nature shines through.
I sense this entire affair is a treacherous, muddled quagmire. Lin Xiang responded, his voice low and firm. Having given my word to assist, I shall. Yet, even the slightest miscalculation could unleash catastrophic repercussions.
The other figure offered a challenging proposal. Perhaps it is best to simply embrace the chaos and plunge headfirst into this murky challenge.
As the echoes of that crucial conversation resonated, a fierce resolve solidified within him.
He swiftly vacated the chamber, making his way to confront Mo Yang and his companion. These are the Zhongyuan Merchant Guild's sacred golden token and an official letter of introduction. Armed with these, you can effortlessly gain an audience with him,
eliminating any need for my personal escort. Though the probability remains exceedingly slim, I must still caution you. Should any unforeseen calamity befall you, Mo Yang, with unshakable conviction, cut him short. That shall not come to pass.
The 2 figures then departed with swift, determined strides.
Lin Xiang remained, watching their receding forms vanish into the desolate distance, a profoundly heavy sigh escaping his lips. Only then did Han Yu's frigid voice finally break the silence. I knew that dealing with such a guild master would utterly clash with my disposition. He feigned immediate and decisive assistance, yet ultimately provided us with only these meager trifles. A complete and utter waste of our invaluable time. Mo Yang, utterly unmoved, calmly retorted. That is simply the raw essence of his continued existence. When one weighs potential immense gains against inevitable devastating losses, exhaustive deliberation becomes an absolute imperative.
Should your judgment prove erroneous, your fate shall inevitably mirror that of the former leader of the Yangjiang escort agency. When one's vision is utterly blurred by the intoxicating allure of profit, they become blind to the lurking, insidious dangers, ultimately surrendering their very life into the manipulative grasp of another, without ever realizing their demise. Furthermore, dare I suggest that he brazenly wagered his entire life on that single desperate gamble?
I gravely doubt whether you truly comprehend the intricate nature of his character. Han Yu's voice dropped to an icy whisper as she retorted. If he proves to be an annoyance, simply eliminate him. I, for my part, shall ensure he cannot even stomach a single morsel of food. Elsewhere, a homing pigeon soared with quiet grace upon the currents of the wind, as atop a desolate, craggy mountaintop, a sinister cultist stood in silent, unnerving anticipation.
The avian messenger swiftly descended, landing with trained precision upon his gaunt, outstretched hand.
He wasted no time retrieving the urgent dispatch, then released the bird back into the boundless expanse.
A mere supposition? That the formidable Dragonclaw Legion has already breached the borders of Xianxia?
A supposition, you say? That utterly senile old fool. Did I not explicitly warn him against disturbing my meditations with such unsubstantiated drivel?
A subordinate,
his presence barely registered, approached stealthily from behind him. Lord Jiangjin. Every single assassin hired to guard the dreaded Black Forest. They have all perished.
Jiang Jin, with a sudden burst of internal energy, incinerated the letter in his hand. It seems this escort agency has indeed squandered a fortune hiring formidable experts. Yet, there is no cause for alarm. All prior logistical arrangements along this entire transport route have already been seamlessly transferred to the primary escort agency.
The subordinate nodded, his voice hushed. As you command, he then added. However, the brutal manner in which those assassins were eradicated by mere martial artists. It is disturbingly atypical.
2 were savagely cleaved in half, while the remaining 5 suffered utterly crushed skulls.
Not a single trace of resistance was found, and all 7 met their gruesome end simultaneously. Upon hearing this chilling account, Jiang Jin was abruptly seized by a profound realization. His gaze once more fell upon the nearly incinerated remnants of the letter in his hand. A mere hypothesis you dare suggest? As dawn broke across some distant land, Yang Jiang sat fuming with barely contained fury within his chambers. Outside, a subordinate had just dared to enter, but before he could even utter a syllable of his report, he was met with a thunderous roar. Did I not explicitly forbid anyone from disturbing my solitude? The subordinate, however, remained steadfast. Esteemed guests from the Zhongyuan Merchant Guild have arrived, sir. Yang Jiang, hearing this unexpected revelation, was instantly jolted into stark alertness. What? Who presumes to arrive without any prior notification or invitation? He then rapidly moved, rallying his personal guards, to personally receive the unexpected visitors.
Have you unequivocally confirmed whether these distinguished visitors are indeed from the Zhongyuan Merchant Guild?
The subordinate affirmed with unwavering certainty. Most certainly, I have verified their identity, sir. They bear the authentic golden token of the Zhongyuan Merchant Guild. Upon hearing this, Yang Jiang's astonishment only deepened, bordering on disbelief. The golden token of the Zhongyuan Merchant Guild _? His mind raced, a chilling realization dawning. Only those intimately connected to the guildmaster, or individuals he held in the absolute highest esteem, could ever possess such a revered artifact. What, then, could be the true, profound nature of their relationship with the esteemed guildmaster? Meanwhile, Mo Yang and his companion waited, radiating an aura of composed silence.
Swiftly, Yang Jiang approached. Upon beholding the 2 waiting figures, his surprise intensified, morphing into outright shock.
It is they? He quickly composed himself, forcing a facade of amiable welcome as he advanced towards them. Ah, esteemed guests, I presume your travels have been quite taxing. I am Yang Jiang, the esteemed leader of this regiment. The duo then each presented a name previously unheard of.
They swiftly retired to the chamber to partake in tea.
I possess a passing acquaintance with those close to the leader of the Zhongyuan Merchant Guild, yet this is my first encounter with you both. Mo Yang interjected. Precisely. Our tasks often commence under the cloak of night. As he spoke, he produced a sealed letter from within his garments. This missive is from your guild leader. Yang Jiang swiftly broke the seal and perused its contents, before erupting into booming laughter. Ha ha! To think the guild leader would show such profound care and benevolence towards a humble man such as myself, Mo Yang then elucidated. Due to unforeseen misfortunes befalling the guild leader, he fears that this regiment might also incur damages. Thus, he dispatched us to this place to safeguard the regiment's security.
Should there be any task wherein we can render aid, pray do not hesitate to speak plainly.
Yang Jiang stroked his beard in deep contemplation. Indeed, there is a matter that troubles me greatly. With the surging volume of goods, I have been compelled to retain more new escorts. However, I suspect certain restless elements are sowing discord, disturbing the very peace of this domain. Mo Yang then inquired, does the leader desire us to eradicate these disruptive elements? Yang Jiang responded with grim resolve. I must ensure they never again defile this place with their presence. Yet these are all obstinate and troublesome individuals, defying simple solutions. I confess, I harbor doubts as to whether you two can truly manage such a challenge. Mo Yang's demeanor exuded absolute confidence. Such a task is trivial. We shall execute your commands precisely, regiment leader. Yang Jiang reached out and plucked a grape. Your words bring me amusement, yet I find myself rather uncertain about entrusting this particular affair to your hands. Lately, I have been plagued by sleepless nights, disturbed by the incessant screams. At that precise moment, Han Yu's eyes flashed with sudden realization. Her sword erupted from its sheath, its target the very grape clutched in his hand.
Her draw was blindingly swift, creating the illusion that the longsword had not even fully departed its scabbard. Her piercing gaze then fixed upon the subordinate standing beside Yang Jiang. Mo Yang, too, regarded the man with an equally grim and scrutinizing stare. The grape in Yang Jiang's grip abruptly split into 2 perfect halves. The sudden, astonishing display left him utterly shaken. Han Yu then elucidated.
Be it the screams or any other disturbance, simply entrust the task to us, and the regiment leader shall witness our capability firsthand. Yang Jiang was drenched in a cold sweat, his expression still betraying profound alarm as he looked upon them. Elsewhere, the blood demon army surged forth beneath a towering cliff face. Their movements were frenzied, as if they had just received an urgent, clandestine dispatch. Back here, Yang Jiang had now regained his composure, beaming with an almost giddy delight.
In our discourse concerning the martial path, I perceive within you profound insights and exceptional foresight.
Mo Yang replied with an unconcerned shrug, uttering 3 simple words: empty flattery. Yang Jiang recoiled in surprise. Empty flattery, you say? What precisely do you imply?
You are excessively crude.
It has been an age since I engaged in such a truly meaningful and pleasant conversation as this. I earnestly hope we might continue this discourse during our evening repast. And you, esteemed Han Yu?
The young mistress Han Yu's expression remained utterly indifferent, merely stating, "That sounds acceptable."
Yang Jiang then rose to his feet, preparing to depart. I have urgent matters requiring my attention. Bring forth a lavish feast and the finest wines, he commanded his attendant. With his orders given, he then hastily made his way to the privy.
The attendant remained, gathering the scattered fruits, and courteously inquired, "Pray tell, what may I procure for you 2 esteemed guests? I shall arrange it without delay."
Mo Yang uttered his reply, unhurried yet firm.
"Cease your pretense." The attendant adopted a facade of bewilderment. "What do your words imply, sirs?" Han Yu interjected.
"It appears the regiment leader is unaware of your true identity." At her declaration, a cold sweat began to bead upon his face. "I am quite ignorant of the meaning behind your accusations." Mo Yang's countenance turned stern. "When that grape was bisected, I sensed a tremor of primeval qi emanating from you, a feat utterly beyond the perception of any ordinary mortal. If you wish to conceal your true nature, then at least endeavor to do so with competence, would you not?"
Truly, a remarkably careless operative of the demonic cult.
At these words his eyes instantly sharpened with murderous intent. From his sleeves, 2 gleaming short swords manifested in a flash. Despite the lightning-fast, close-range assault, Mo Yang effortlessly evaded the strike.
Simultaneously, he unleashed his other blade, slashing viciously towards Han Yu.
Yet, unlike Mo Yang, she merely drew her own blade with a whisper of steel. With a casual flick she parried his short saber, sending it spinning wildly into the air. Mo Yang had risen, his hand now clamping around the elder's throat, asserting complete control.
Brigade leader Jiang Yang was to be apprehended by the Dragonclaw Brigade.
As he was choked, his eyes bulged wide, and blood continuously gushed from his nose. The mention of the Dragonclaw Brigade's name only deepened his profound horror. On this side, after a painstaking effort, Yang Jiang had finally relieved himself and exited the lavatory. His complexion had now considerably brightened, no longer etched with the grimace of moments past.
He swiftly made his way back to the main hall, where Mo Yang and his companion waited.
"My stomach is completely empty. My appetite is—" Dramatic pause. "But to my utter shock, there is currently not a single soul here." Before he could even grasp the unfolding events, a cold blade was already pressed against his neck.
To his utter bewilderment, the one holding the sword to him was none other than Han Yu.
What in the blaze is happening? From behind him, Mo Yang's cold voice resonated.
"Brigade leader Yang Jiang,
we are the Dragonclaw Brigade of the Wulin Alliance. If you desire to live, then heed my words with utmost attention." The moment he heard they were from the Wulin Alliance, Yang Jiang's face instantly blanched, and sweat erupted from his skin like a torrential downpour. Elsewhere, the Blood Ghost army stood poised atop a desolate mountain peak, clearly awaiting a crucial development. Moments later, a lone figure sprinted toward them with urgent speed. The last time he was sighted, he was traveling somewhere with the mounted warriors. "The individual we planted as a steward for the brigade leader has been eliminated. They vanished approximately 1 hour ago."
Considering the ground a horse can cover in a single hour, we possess ample time to intercept them before they can set foot within the Wulin Alliance's territory.
Upon hearing this crucial report, the leader, without a moment's hesitation, commanded his brethren to give chase. On their side, Mo Yang and Han Yu were furiously riding, escorting Yang Jiang with urgent speed back towards the Wulin Alliance.
Seated precariously on his horse, his face ashen, he droned on with an endless stream of complaints.
"Oh, heavens above! I knew this would happen. I knew this entire affair would unravel into such a colossal mess."
Han Yu, her patience worn thin, snapped at him to hold his tongue. "If you desire to depart this world with your corpse intact, then I strongly advise you to seal your lips."
Mo Yang chimed in. "It would be in your best interest to heed her words, brigade leader. Unlike me, she would not hesitate to ensure your physical form is no longer whole." Han Yu issued another chilling threat. "If you're truly curious, feel free to try opening your mouth again." Owing to these grim warnings, Yang Jiang dared not utter a single further whimper, allowing the 2 cultivators to fully concentrate on urging their horses onward. Meanwhile, the Blood Ghost army unleashed their rapid movement techniques, soaring through the air in relentless pursuit. The scene shifts to the Wulin Alliance, where Du Chong traversed a lonely path, his destination clearly the Alliance Master's residence. Just then, several elders emerged from inside. Du Rong immediately bowed in respectful greeting. "My humble salutations, esteemed elders." The elders swept past him, their voices laced with a hint of resignation. "Are you attempting to sway the Alliance Master once more?"
Truthfully, we doubt he can be swayed any further. Du Chong offered no reply, instead, swiftly advancing into the Alliance Master's private chamber.
"The elders are already beginning to debate your position as Alliance Master, demanding a resolution to dissolve." The Alliance Master let out a weary sigh. "If only I had more valid pretexts to avoid seeing them, I could simply slip away. Is there truly no more cunning excuse?" The Dragonclaw Brigade leader, Alliance Master, Du Rong, replied. "There are only 3 days left until the half-month deadline. I implore you, please endure a little longer." The venerable elder offered a faint smile. "I have given my word. I shall see it through." Du Chong's expression hardened with resolve. "I will not allow you to endure this for even a moment beyond this half-month, Alliance Master." On the other side, Mo Yang and his 2 companions had halted their journey, seeking respite beside a murmuring stream. Han Yu sat slumped against a rock, seizing the precious opportunity to close her eyes and recuperate.
Mo Yang, too, leaned against a craggy rock face, allowing his eyes to fall shut in weary repose. Yang Jiang's countenance was also etched with profound weariness, yet his eyes remained stubbornly open. He furtively darted a glance at Han Yu beside him, before his gaze flickered towards Mo Yang. Observing that both cultivators had succumbed to slumber, he then fixated his gaze upon the 2 horses drinking from the stream ahead. In that instant he mustered every ounce of strength from his entire life, lunged to his feet, and bolted towards the 2 horses. Yet, before he could even take but a few desperate strides, Mo Yang's cold voice rang out, piercing the tranquil air. "Did I not already state that foolish actions are tantamount to begging for death?" Han Yu chimed in, her voice devoid of mercy. "Precisely why I suggested we simply sever his legs from the start." Yang Jiang, utterly rigid with fear, frantically explained. "Please, do not misunderstand. It's merely that I've had sufficient rest, and I simply wished for us to immediately proceed towards the alliance." Suddenly, Mo Yang seemed to realize something startling, and his abrupt change in demeanor left Yang Jiang utterly perplexed. Despite Yang Jiang's inquiries, Mo Yang remained silent, gazing intently at the cliff face, only moments later instructing Han Yu to follow Yang Jiang's words. "Han Yue, prepare yourselves quickly. The Blood Ghost army has already cornered us within the forest." They swiftly discovered the tracks of horses. Mo Yang and his 2 companions were no longer by the stream, having already departed. After a brief inspection, they confirmed 2 horses, their identical hoofprints indicating a shared lineage. The tracks perfectly matched the intelligence they had received. They had arrived approximately half an hour ago, and departed towards Qiwang just a quarter of an hour prior. The leader commanded his men, "Prepare your weapons, make ready for battle." Meanwhile, Han Yu single-handedly urged 2 horses forward at breakneck speed. Yang Jiang, bound and gagged, was left alone on a single horse. It seemed Mo Yang had stayed behind, intent on blocking the Blood Ghost army's pursuit. Despite being bound and gagged, Yang Jiang struggled incessantly, whimpering with desperation. Han Yu stated coldly, "Why bother with such meaningless resistance?" On the other side, Mo Yang stood silently amidst the tall grass, as the Blood Ghost army swiftly appeared. "I believe he is one of the 2 who captured the convoy leader. It appears he is waiting for us." Mo Yang, seeing their arrival, showed no fear. Instead, a smirk of keen interest played upon his lips. The leader, observing his demeanor, let out an intrigued scoff. "Amused, aren't we? Such audacity, to stand here, openly awaiting our arrival. Is he attempting to buy time for the other one, to spirit away the convoy leader? I shall deal with him. The rest of you, pursue the convoy leader." Hearing this, the men immediately surged forward, chasing after their target. Mo Yang stood observing, his gaze sweeping over them, 4 on the left, 3 on the right. Having completed his assessment, he instantly launched his assault. One man, seeing this, immediately moved to intercept him. He swiftly drew his weapon, launching a proactive strike. "You intend to stop us?" Mo Yang uttered no further words. With a flick of his wrist, he delivered a crushing blow directly to the man's head. The man was instantly felled by Mo Yang's single strike. Without pausing, Mo Yang surged towards the next foe, ending another with a swift punch. The remaining individuals did not halt, continuing their desperate flight. Mo Yang, unwilling to let them escape, pursued them with unrelenting speed. In mere moments he had overtaken them. One individual, unable to endure the pressure, spun around to attack. Despite the sudden assault, Mo Yang effortlessly evaded the blow. He then seized the man by his collar, and, with a powerful swing, hurled him towards another target. The 2 men, colliding mid-air, instantly crashed to the ground. Mo Yang seized the opportunity.
lunging forward with a mighty punch, striking both assassins with a single devastating blow. In the blink of an eye, 4 foes had been utterly subdued. Having dispatched the 4 on the right flank, he then turned his attention to the remaining 3. By this point, they had already fled a considerable distance. Mo Yang dared not hesitate, swiftly giving chase, for he knew that regardless of their fallen comrades, the Blood Ghost Army's ultimate priority remained the elimination of the convoy leader.
Just then, the leader himself moved to pursue Mo Yang.
Mo Yang suddenly remembered his opponent, realizing he had almost forgotten the leader's presence.
The remaining foe, who had stood motionless until now, suddenly unleashed a chain whip that flew with blinding speed as Mo Yang was momentarily distracted. Mo Yang's eyes widened in shock. Daring not to be careless, he swiftly contorted his body to evade the strike.
Upon seeing his opponent's weapon was a chain saber, Mo Yang was greatly astonished, realizing he could no longer continue his pursuit of the other 3. His first strike having failed, the opponent merely swung the chain anew, launching the saber once more. Mo Yang once again deftly dodged the attack. This unexpected agility left the opponent thoroughly bewildered. He ceased his assault, instead retracting the saber back into his hand. The 2 men stood in silent confrontation, their gazes locked, each secretly pondering. His mastery of the chain saber is truly astonishing. He was a far greater threat than the 4 he had just effortlessly dispatched. The opponent cast a sharp gaze upon his prostrate subordinates, silently conceding to the protagonist's audacious arrogance.
He had vanquished 4 cultivators in mere moments, even evading his chain-bladed weapon not once, but twice.
Mo Yang took the initiative. Not long ago, I defeated a bear-like brute and sent him your way. I wonder if he ever reached. The leader's eyes flared crimson, radiating palpable killing intent. After a moment of contemplation, he sneered. Bear-like, you say? You speak of Jiang Deng? His excitement surged as he threw his head back, unleashing a booming, unrestrained laugh that echoed across the desolate land. So you are the one from the Peng family who dared to slay Jiang Deng? Are you Mo Yang of the Xiaolong group, the one wielding that formidable fist technique? Mo Yang's true chi surged instantly, coursing through his meridians with unrestrained power. If you know who I am, then you should understand the perilous situation you now find yourself in. The opponent responded with chilling composure. Of course, this is simply my chance to eradicate you. A lingering threat of the demonic sect. A mocking sneer twisted Mo Yang's lips, a silent challenge in his gaze. The opponent, witnessing this blatant disdain, was visibly taken aback. Do you truly believe I am on the same pathetic level as that bear-like brute? Mo Yang's expression remained perfectly serene, unperturbed. Even if your cultivation realm is higher, he stated calmly, it changes nothing. These audacious, arrogant words only serve to ignite an even deeper fury within the opponent. I find myself intrigued by the mysteries surrounding you. He slowly reached out, untying his cloak. I shall unravel every single one of your secrets as I dispatch you to the King of Hell, Yan Wang. Utterly unfazed, Mo Yang questioned his name, his voice devoid of fear. The opponent let out a cold, derisive laugh. Your words hold no value. He then channeled his cultivation, directing it into his blade. Let us see how long you can endure beneath the edge of my mighty weapon. With that pronouncement, he unleashed his chained weapon, sending it whirling menacingly through the air. Yet Mo Yang remained utterly still, not making a single move, observing with unwavering focus. The surrounding foliage, caught in the furious spin of his long blade, was instantly shredded and scattered, an invisible vortex of destructive power now swirling around him. His lips curled into a knowing, profound smirk. His brow furrowed in concentration, and with a final, primal roar, he gripped the chains tightly. Come! The great blade tore through the air with astonishing speed, hurtling towards Mo Yang's position, which was instantly engulfed in a billowing cloud of smoke and dust. Witnessing this devastating impact, the opponent's delight was unrestrained. I trust you will not disappoint me by failing to withstand this strike. Swiftly, the dense cloud of smoke and dust began to dissipate, slowly revealing Mo Yang's silhouette. The long blade had not touched his body at all. He had evaded its deadly edge by a hair's breadth. The opponent retracted his formidable blade, a faint smile playing on his lips. It seems my concerns were unfounded, yet, beneath his calm facade, profound confusion churned within him. Could it be that devastating strike had left absolutely no mark upon him? Mo Yang remained motionless, a silent sentinel. He cast a quick glance behind him, where a massive crater now scarred the earth, the undeniable testament to the opponent's recent attack. Fresh blood, however, had begun to trickle from his hand. That last, seemingly evaded strike had indeed left its mark. He replayed the critical moment in his mind. As the great blade descended, he had instinctively raised his hand to parry the fatal blow. It was then that the great blade had been forcibly diverted, sent flying off to the side. He stared at the fresh blood welling on his hand, a profound bewilderment clouding his expression. I was certain I had neutralized its force with my internal energy, he mused, yet it still managed to wound me. His true chi surged once more, instinctively circulating within him. How intriguing! From a distance, the opponent's eyes caught sight of the blood on Mo Yang's hand. This sight ignited a surge of exhilaration within him, intensifying his resolve to battle. This was no mere unscathed evasion. Immediately, both formidable figures resumed their battle stances, poised for the impending clash. Mo Yang let out a cold laugh. Merely a trifle of blood.
Meanwhile, Han Yu and her companion fled with desperate speed, daring not to pause for rest. Yang Jiang's frantic cries and pleas were utterly ignored by her. Her face was drenched in sweat, a testament to her profound exhaustion. Yet her resolve remained unyielding. She refused to halt her relentless flight. Soon, they arrived at the edge of a deep, treacherous chasm. The only path across was a decrepit, rotting wooden bridge, barely clinging to existence. Han Yu gasped, startled by the bridge's perilous state. Daring not to cross immediately, she abruptly reined in her horse, halting their advance. Their steeds, heavy and powerful, could scarcely hope to traverse such a fragile structure. She cursed under her breath, her voice laced with seething frustration. Damn it all! She then swiftly unbound Yang Jiang. He gestured towards a narrow trail beside them, offering a grim suggestion. We can only circumvent this valley by horse.
Why would you abandon a perfectly capable mount, only to cross this terrain on your own exhausted legs? Han Yu scoffed. I told you we have no time. Yang Jiang retorted, his voice laced with irritation. You forced me off the horse. My legs have lost all strength. Han Yu stared at him, her gaze icily severe. Do you wish for me to restore their strength?
Witnessing her demeanor, he immediately feigned a cheerful stride forward.
I shall walk myself. Meanwhile, 3 figures from the Blood Fiend Corps continued their relentless pursuit.
Han Yu and her companion resolved to cross the rickety wooden bridge on foot. From behind, she impatiently urged, Hasten your steps!
Yang Jiang responded, sweat pouring from him like a torrential rain. Do not rush me. Can you not see I am expending every last ounce of my strength? Han Yu sighed in utter helplessness. Truly, an utter fraud.
At that precise moment, a jolt of alarm ran through her as she sensed something amiss. Turning her head, she perceived an aura, surging towards them with terrifying speed.
She once again implored Yang Jiang to hurry, yet he found himself utterly incapable of increasing his pace. Without a flicker of hesitation, Han Yu swung her leg and delivered a swift kick directly to his backside, effectively assisting him. As he tumbled towards the opposite bank, she too leaped, gracefully soaring across the chasm. Yang Jiang roared in furious indignation. Have you completely lost your mind? Why in the heavens would you suddenly kick my posterior? I am on the verge of death here. Han Yu's gaze, however, remained intently fixed upon the opposite direction. Silence your complaints and rise at once. We must flee with haste. Moments later, the 3 assassins closed in, only to be brought to a sudden, unexpected halt by the sight of the rickety wooden bridge. Upon seeing them, Yang Jiang was seized by overwhelming dread. They are. Han Yu unsheathed her sword with a fierce snarl, bellowing, Cease your pointless squabbling and flee now.
From the other side, the chain scythe tore through the air once more.
Mo Yang did not parry. Instead, he deftly sidestepped the attack, then coiled and unleashed a counterblow with his powerful fist. Witnessing his blistering speed, the opponent was utterly astounded. He is far too swift. In the blink of an eye, Mo Yang materialized before him and delivered a devastating punch.
The opponent's reflexes were equally sharp. At that critical juncture, he deftly leaped, evading the strike.
Mo Yang cast his gaze upwards, as his foe, still suspended in midair, once again propelled the chain scythe. Your speed may be formidable, but against me, it is utterly futile. The chain scythe sliced through the air, hurtling towards Mo Yang once more, but this time, it failed to connect entirely. A subtle smirk played upon Mo Yang's lips, a silent acknowledgement of skill. A seasoned veteran, indeed, combining agility with linked maneuvers to maintain his distance. At this, the opponent roared. Do you truly believe you can breach my defenses simply by closing the distance? I have lived an entire lifetime wielding the chain scythe. Do you truly believe I do not understand its every vulnerability better than you ever could? Mo Yang remained utterly impassive. Is that truly the case? Immediately, he launched himself forward. The opponent, a cold sneer twisting his lips, raised his chain scythe in response. Do you imagine a mere frontal assault will bridge this chasm between us? The chain scythe was now clutched firmly in his grasp. He intended to engage Mo Yang in direct, brutal combat. Both combatants surged forward, their momentum radiating an oppressive aura as they lunged towards each other. A colossal collision instantly erupted between them. Fresh blood, once again, adorned the opponent's blade. Mo Yang had suffered a grievous slash across his flank. He lowered his gaze to the wound, his countenance contorted into a grimace of pain. The opponent let out a triumphant cackle. I am far superior to those boastful fools who claim mastery of the sword. Even if the chain scythe were cast aside, it would present no significant disadvantage to me. Mo Yang's expression remained grim. He offered no reply, merely standing in silent observation. Yet, in mere moments, an unsettling transformation manifested upon the opponent's body. From his left shoulder, Mo Yang's true qi suddenly surged forth. In the very next instant, his entire left shoulder erupted in a gruesome explosion of flesh and blood. Beyond the searing pain, a profound shock paralyzed him. He simply could not comprehend what had transpired. Mo Yang's expression remained utterly unconcerned, as if nothing had happened. Is that truly so? It appears your assumptions were mistaken, wouldn't you agree?
The opponent gnashed his teeth, a dreadful realization dawning upon him. His attack merely grazed me, yet it inflicted a wound of this devastating magnitude?
Mo Yang pressed. You claim to be intensely curious about it? Once more, a torrent of true qi violently surged forth from the opponent's body.
Indeed, I am profoundly curious.
The gruesome wound on his shoulder, now enveloped by surging true qi, was rapidly healing, no longer a significant concern. But seeing you act so foolishly, I no longer wish to waste my time understanding you. His chains were once again empowered by his true qi. Upon seeing this, Mo Yang not only felt no fear, but instead, a slight smile touched his lips.
He too clenched his fists, adopting a ready combat stance, as if to say, "Let us see." His adversary raised his blade, pointing directly at Mo Yang, declaring, "I shall hack you into oblivion until nothing remains." He then unleashed his ultimate technique, the Crimson Chain Blade's swift assault. Mo Yang, however, did not stand idly by to court death, instead leaping to evade the onslaught. He then moved along the chains, his fists swinging, as he lunged towards his opponent. His adversary, however, did not halt his assault, continuing to swing the chains with relentless fury.
The ferocious chains soaring technique was unleashed. Mo Yang, in mid-lunge, was abruptly startled. He hastily halted his momentum, raising both hands to block the incoming chains. This single move effectively severed his offensive, rendering him unable to approach his adversary.
Where his arms received the chains, minor injuries began to appear. Yet these minor wounds seemingly fell short of his opponent's expectations, causing a deeply displeased expression to cross the adversary's face. The adversary did not falter, instead continuing to swing the chains, pressing his assault. Mo Yang, no longer choosing to block, actively leaped backward, evading the strike. He clearly sensed that his adversary was preventing him from closing the distance. He deduced that the previous shoulder injury was causing his opponent concern. Meanwhile, his perplexed opponent pondered on the other side. Why are his hands completely unharmed? Even Zhang Deng's thigh bone couldn't withstand the full power of my ferocious chains soaring. Mo Yang's form became a blur as he abandoned direct confrontation, choosing instead to rapidly circle his adversary. Gritting his teeth, the opponent watched in disbelief. Despite the blow to his abdomen, Mo Yang was moving even faster than before. Mo Yang's blinding speed as he circled his foe caused the adversary's focus to waver. He frantically spun his great blade above his head, roaring, "You stand no chance! No matter your speed, your bare hands can never match the velocity of my chain blade." Swiftly, he pinpointed Mo Yang's exact location. "If you refuse to attack first, then allow my great blade to strike forth once more, directly at you." With this swing of his blade, his confidence was absolute. Indeed, this time, he cannot possibly evade. But to his utter disbelief, Mo Yang effortlessly dodged yet again. This left his adversary utterly dumbfounded. Mo Yang, closing in with startling speed, raised his hand to intercept the chains. With a precise impact, he deflected the flying chains, causing them to whip back, coiling menacingly towards their own master. The adversary had no time to react, struck by his own weapon. Hoist with his own petard, fresh blood erupted from his body like a crimson mist. Mo Yang did not pause. He seized the chains. Then with a surge of immense strength, he violently reeled his opponent toward him. Despite his desperate struggles, the adversary was yanked off his feet and sent hurtling. Mo Yang seized the opportunity, unleashing a devastating punch directly into his foe's chest with his free hand. The chains themselves shattered into fragments with that single, crushing blow, and the adversary's body was sent flying amidst the swirling winds. As the dust settled, his utterly disheveled form was revealed. "You cunning wretch! To turn my own chain blade against me." As he struggled to his feet, his face contorted in agony, and he painfully coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Mo Yang, not rushing to press his advantage, merely stood and stated, "That wound of yours will be most difficult to heal." The adversary glared at him, cursing through gritted teeth. "Damn you!" His mind replayed the earlier punch to his shoulder. With that single strike, everything became terrifyingly clear. This was no ordinary martial artist, merely employing common fist techniques. He wielded a profound mastery of external strength and body refinement techniques. But how could a mere 20-year-old possess such exquisite control over external force, capable of inflicting such grievous injuries? Mo Yang walked towards him,
a chilling question on his lips. Are you overthinking, or are you simply too terrified to be curious about me any longer?
Hearing these words, the adversary felt a surge of humiliation. Once more, he gripped his chains, channeling his true chi. Seeing this, Mo Yang accelerated his charge. The adversary's chain blade lashed out again, and where Mo Yang had been, a cloud of dust and smoke erupted.
Even so, he did not cease, roaring as he continued to swing his chains, unleashing another ferocious strike directly into the swirling dust. The wound on his abdomen, however, was violently re-aggravated, spraying blood and forcing him to clutch it tightly. As he prepared to launch another attack, Mo Yang's fist erupted, slamming a devastating blow directly into his jaw. His body, once more, was sent hurtling through the air like a broken kite. He collapsed, utterly powerless, unable to rise for a crucial moment. Mo Yang, however, did not press his advantage, standing in silent, menacing anticipation. After a strained pause, his battered opponent finally struggled to sit upright. Damn it! The longer this battle drags on, the more terrifyingly powerful he becomes. Has he already transcended the limits of what I can possibly endure? We only need to neutralize the caravan leader. What if we continue to engage while simultaneously orchestrating a retreat? Mo Yang, sensing his opponent's cowardly thoughts, simply sneered. Don't tell me you're already contemplating escape? I doubt this is the opportune moment to entertain such notions. Meanwhile, the other assassins, a relentless horde, continued their frantic pursuit of Han Yu and Yang Jiang.
Yang Jiang desperately forged ahead, with Han Yu fiercely covering their rear. The old man, glancing back mid-stride, bellowed a warning.
They are upon us, Han Yu urgently warned. Do not look back. Just keep running.
The relentless assassins swiftly closed the distance, breathing down their necks.
I shall secure the girl. The two of you, seize the caravan leader. With tasks meticulously assigned, one assassin instantly surged towards Han Yu.
Her eyes turned glacial as she met his gaze, instantly raising her sword to deflect his assault, then gracefully leaping back to create distance. She refused to be entangled, her focus still on protecting the caravan leader.
The assassin, relentless in his pursuit, surged forward again, determined to prevent her escape. Blades clashed furiously once more as the two combatants engaged in a whirlwind of deadly exchange. Han Yu's face contorted in a grimace as she rapidly processed her thoughts. Are they attempting to pin me down, merely to capture the caravan leader?
You fools are truly, utterly naive. Her true chi suddenly exploded forth, an overwhelming surge that jolted her assailant.
Han Yu's blood-red vital energy erupted, and with a furious swing of her sword, she unleashed a devastating moonflame strike, sending her adversary soaring through the air.
Even the two assassins lurking behind were caught in the shockwave, forced to halt their advance, as the entire cliff face trembled, obscured by billowing dust and smoke.
Rocks and debris cascaded from both sides of the chasm.
The caravan leader, jostled by the tremors,
spun around in alarm, only to find the path behind him utterly consumed by an impenetrable cloud of dust. He froze, rooted to the spot. What in the heavens was that? Han Yu, a blur of motion, once again burst forth from the swirling chaos. I told you to run. Do not look back. Are you deaf, old man?
The old man, his voice laced with trepidation, inquired.
Have you truly eliminated them? But then, from the depths of the rockfall, the three assassins clawed their way out, seemingly unscathed. Han Yu's expression, once more, was etched with grim tension.
Each of them now radiated an oppressive aura, far more dreadful than any they had displayed before. Her swordsmanship, it does not hail from the orthodox sects. She is no ordinary practitioner.
If she lives, our mission to eliminate the caravan leader will remain an impossible task. Then we must combine our strengths and utterly eradicate her first.
Han Yu, sensing their renewed determination, issued another urgent warning. Caravan leader, from this moment forth, do not cease your retreat.
The three assailants, discarding their cloaks, formed an immediate pact. Han Yu must be eliminated first.
The old man, with newfound urgency,
spun around and fled. All right, I admit I may have no right to say this, but please, young lady, do not perish. And if, by some cruel twist of fate, you must fall, take those bastards with you. Han Yu, moments before touched by his concern, could only stare, utterly speechless and bewildered. The assassins, reaching a unanimous accord, decided against capture. Swift elimination was now the only objective. Any further delay, and pursuing the caravan leader, will become an untenable burden.
In perfect unison, all three assassins immediately surged forward.
They utterly disregarded the caravan leader, their singular focus now locked upon Han Yu. Weariness marred her features, yet her resolve remained unyielding, an iron will refusing to surrender. Meanwhile, the two, Mo Yang and his opponent, continued their exchange. Our objective was the leader, Yang Jiang. By now, Yang Jiang's head must surely have been separated from his neck. Therefore, I no longer have any reason to remain here. Mo Yang, I have indeed suffered defeat due to my own incompetence. As he spoke, he swiftly produced a smoke bomb, then directly hurled it between them. I have been defeated by you, Mo Yang? Yet you will never be able to prevent our organization from dissolving. Ultimately, victory shall belong to our side, and to the demonic sect. From beginning to end, Mo Yang stood silently, showing no intention of stopping him. Even at the very end, you still boast of meaningless things, and deceive only yourself, do you not? You should not have confronted us directly. We were the ones who cornered the leader. Yet how did you know to follow our trail?
The only ones who knew we came to Xianxia to capture Yangjiang are those who could foresee everything.
Only a select few within the Wulin Alliance could have orchestrated such a feat. Your ultimate exposure has revealed to me that there is a mole within the alliance.
The figure, who had been fleeing, halted abruptly, startled by these words.
He could not have imagined Mo Yang's deductions would be so incredibly sharp. Mo Yang's voice continued to resonate, unwavering. You failed to complete your mission. You should have risked it all to take my life, or else someone in the demonic sect will suffer greatly because of you. Having said this, he turned, intent on departing. At that very moment, the figure's chains once again surged with power. A tempestuous gale once more erupted, as he abandoned all thought of escape and turned back, eager for a decisive battle.
It was Mo Yang's prior words that had compelled him to remain and fight to the bitter end.
Mo Yang, utterly fearless, turned to face him. I still do not know your name. No matter how he tried to pry for a name, he was met only with profound silence. Mo Yang let out an unexpected sigh. The true qi within him once more began to circulate, as both men faced each other, poised for the ultimate decisive battle.
The other combatant spoke no more, launching a proactive assault, unleashing sweeping chain blades.
He soared into the air, whirling his chains, sending flying blades soaring forth.
Wherever the whirling chains struck, the very ground was pulverized into dust.
No matter how formidable you are, today you shall fall here. Mo Yang showed no intention of evasion. He stood his ground, clenching his fist, channeling his true qi to unleash his first stance. Their attacks collided in a thunderous clash. Mo Yang directly utilized his fist technique to halt the opponent's colossal blade. The foe did not relent, continuing to swing his arm, unleashing his second stance. Another mighty punch burst forth.
Rocks and earth around their battle were constantly flung into the air. The other combatant once more spat fresh blood from the corner of his mouth, clearly in a desperate state.
Mo Yang continued to unleash his third stance, each subsequent punch stronger than the last, raining down continuously, subjecting the other to utterly crushing pressure.
His chains were now completely enveloped by Mo Yang's potent true qi.
The hand gripping his chains recoiled, spurting blood, forcing him to release his grip. He stared at his hand in utter disbelief, frozen in place.
His great blade was now seized by Mo Yang, wielded in his opponent's hand. He subconsciously raised his head to gaze at Mo Yang, gasping, "A bare-handed combatant?"
Mo Yang uttered not another word, unleashing his fourth stance. The opponent's body was instantly struck, torn asunder into countless pieces. This single strike was so immensely powerful it pierced straight through him, then slammed into the ground behind, which immediately erupted into a catastrophic explosion. Before his very last breath, he still could not comprehend it. Before his eyes, Mo Yang stood like an insurmountable war god. Having dealt with the foe, Mo Yang let out a measured breath, and the great blade in his hand was released. He stood, gazing at the opponent's corpse, remembering the words spoken just moments before. By now the leader, Yangjiang, must surely have lost his head.
Recalling this, he couldn't help but feel a surge of worry for Han Yu. Meanwhile, Han Yu's battle remained incredibly fierce. Attacked by three individuals in concert, she found no moment of respite. They relentlessly pressed their assault, forcing her into a desperate, arduous retreat. The four figures continuously moved across the cliff face, exchanging blows. Han Yu's expression was grim as she inwardly lamented. Their coordinated and precise attacks, are they simply preventing me from counterattacking? Han Yu had barely landed when, from behind, another attacker struck. With no time to ponder, she hastily raised her sword once more to parry the blow. Despite this, under the overwhelming force of her opponent, she was continuously driven back, sliding across the ground. Ultimately, her opponent relentlessly cornered her against the cliff face. Can you truly not withstand the power of a man? What a pity. I truly believed you were different. But in the end, you are still merely a woman. The remaining two seized this opportune moment, surging forward with deadly speed. Do not let her escape. Though cornered and relentlessly suppressed, Han Yu remained defiantly unyielding. So what? Her longsword erupted once more with an inferno of blazing, violent flames. Witnessing this, the assassin recoiled instantly, fear gripping him as he widened the distance. Han Yu roared, unleashing the Huoyu Shijian, a swift and devastating crimson strike that tore through the air. The first assailant had no recourse, struck instantly, and drenched in their own gushing blood. The two remaining assailants, rushing in from behind, frantically scrambled to evade. After unleashing her technique, Han Yu let out a disdainful, cold snort. The demon sect's power amounts to nothing more than this. In such a dire situation,
Only the lowest, most despicable bandits would babble about men and women. Hearing her audacious mockery, the assailants, killing intent, surged forth anew. "You dare to scorn the demon sect?" The entire pack once again charged forward, a frenzied blur aimed directly at her.
Han Yue remained utterly fearless, once again bending into a stance to unleash the Huoyu Ziejiao.
The technique she unleashed this time was named Dian Yu. The leading assailant was instantly struck, bathed in their own gore, while the one behind, less gravely, managed to raise their weapon, blocking the strike but suffering only minor wounds.
He wasted no time, seizing the opening to surge forward without a moment's hesitation.
Han Yu refused to stand idly by and await her demise. She proactively launched her own strike, engaging in fierce combat. In this engagement, she seized victory, severing her opponent's head clean off, sending it tumbling to the ground. But Han Yu was not unscathed. Her side now bore a sword wound, fresh blood steadily seeping out.
She glared at the grievous wound on her body, cursing under her breath. Damn it all!
The final assassin dared not linger in thought. They couldn't even defeat her with a coordinated assault. Before we return, we must punish her for daring to disrespect the demon sect. However, if our commander survives, it will gravely impact the entire sect. With this realization, he decisively turned and bolted, sprinting towards the fleeing commander.
Witnessing this, Han Yu's expression tightened with a fierce desire to pursue, but the moment she moved, her wound violently burst, spewing fresh blood. She stumbled, clutching her wound, utterly unable to give chase for the moment.
The wound is far deeper than I anticipated. Using Qinggong in this state is exceedingly perilous. It is an excruciating prospect, yet there is no other recourse.
She stooped, snatching a strip of cloth from a fallen corpse, then grit her teeth, binding the gaping wound.
A horrifying, agonizing pain surged through her, plunging her into torment.
She doubled over, her entire body trembling, desperately striving to suppress the excruciating agony. Swiftly, she steeled her resolve once more, launching herself forward with a burst of Qinggong.
Meanwhile, Mo Yang was moving with astonishing speed, soaring to provide support.
He swiftly arrived at the far side of the wooden bridge,
but the bridge itself now lay shattered, demolished by the ferocious combat. Mo Yang stood, his gaze fixed anxiously on the distant shore. On the far side, the last assassin was still frantically fleeing, when suddenly, a chilling realization struck him, compelling him to turn his head. Han Yu, astonishingly, was now closing in directly behind him. When had she possibly caught up? Han Yu's abdominal wound, though bound tightly, still relentlessly leaked fresh blood.
Her complexion grew increasingly ashen, threatening to give way to unconsciousness at any second.
The assassin had also grasped this grim reality, sighing inwardly.
That wound was far from wasted. Meanwhile, the commander continued his desperate, frantic flight, utterly exhausted, yet daring not to stop.
Finally, he could endure no longer, collapsing to his knees, unable to take another step. Even if you beat me to death, it changes nothing now.
He had barely paused when, from behind, he witnessed Han Yu and the assassin, locked in pursuit, hurtling towards him.
The assassin's eyes lit up with unbridled joy upon seeing the commander. "He's caught!" Han Yu cursed inwardly. "You fool! I told you not to stop."
The commander, gritting his teeth once more, forced himself to his feet, fleeing with everything he had.
"Oh, he's here now." Han Yu's wound grew increasingly severe with each passing moment.
Her endurance was now teetering precariously on the brink of its absolute limit.
With her last ounce of strength, she surged forward.
She lunged past him, raising her sword. "This ends now!"
But this decisive strike was deftly avoided by her opponent. "I think not," he sneered, then countered with a sweeping strike, sending her hurtling backward. Han Yu's body was sent flying, smashing into the cliff face, agony rippling through her. Her abdominal wound erupted anew, and an unbearable wave of pain surged through her once more.
The assassin, seeing her unable to rise, smirked triumphantly. What a tenacious girl. Most would be cowering for their lives in such a state.
"I shall slowly torture you to death, once I have dealt with him." He did not finish her off immediately. Instead, he swiftly darted away once more. Han Yue's face was strained with helplessness as she cried out. The group leader was still desperately fleeing, but the assassin was closing in rapidly. He lunged forward, blocking the group leader's path, and raised his blade. "Rest in peace, group leader." In helpless terror, he threw his hands over his head, muttering, "I am surely dead." But at that very instant, the assassin's head detached and fell. He collapsed before the group leader. His mission, on the brink of success, utterly failed. After a prolonged silence, with no further sound, the group leader slowly opened his eyes, only to see his assailant had already perished. This sight only deepened his astonishment. The one who had struck was a figure cloaked in black robes.
Before Han Yu, two individuals also stood. Who they were remained a mystery, but the immediate storm of peril had finally passed. A short while later, a horse-drawn carriage sped through the forest,
Han Yu still lying unconscious within it.
She suddenly startled awake, bolting upright.
The moment she sat up, a jolt of raw, unpleasant pain shot through her abdominal wound.
Someone had already tended to her wound, bandaging it and stemming the blood flow.
Mo Yang, seated opposite her, spoke. How fortunate. No internal organs suffered damage. It took considerable effort to stop the bleeding. You had lost too much blood. Jiang Shu, peering in from outside, added. The vice leader watched over you without a moment's rest. Elder brother. Not even your own husband could have cared for you so diligently. Mo Yang cut him off impatiently. What utter nonsense. Han Yu disregarded him, her gaze scanning for information, as another voice rang out from outside. The vice leader commanded us to remain on guard for any unexpected trouble before our departure, to meet promptly near the exit of Yangshan Canyon. The speaker was Li Bang. Yu Ni also spoke up. It took some time to get the carriage here. Those old carriage sellers kept raising their prices relentlessly. Han Yu's mind suddenly cleared. Miss Yu Ni, and Li Bang too.
She angrily turned to Mo Yang. It would have been better if you had told me sooner. Leading others into such a path of death is no laughing matter.
Mo Yang offered no explanation, merely sitting in silence.
Han Yu quickly clutched her wound again, groaning in renewed pain.
Only then did Mo Yang speak. You must cultivate. If merely 3 ruffians can land you in such peril, then your skills are far from adequate. Han Yu's face contorted unpleasantly. Her gaze lowered, and only then did she notice Mo Yang's own wounds. I am in this state because of you, as well. Mo Yang sighed helplessly, saying nothing further. Han Yu felt a surge of dissatisfaction. He couldn't even offer a single word of praise. The group leader, who had been sitting in a corner, finally spoke up. What utter nonsense are you spouting? You're already useless. What more do you expect? A palpable killing intent emanated from Han Yu as she stared at him intently, thinking to herself, should I just send him to meet his ancestors?
The carriage continued to speed along the road. For now, no dangers threatened them. The scene shifts to the Martial Forest Alliance.
Behind the mountain, 2 shadowy figures moved stealthily. An old man took out a letter and handed it to the other, instructing, You have but one chance. You must not make any mistakes. The other person put away the letter, replying confidently, Leave it to me. Then, they parted ways, each going in a different direction. Beneath a tree, Jiangshan was lying listlessly, half asleep. Suddenly, he started awake and sat up. Not far away, a lone figure slowly walked. I would recognize you anywhere, even in this darkness, Lord Zhu Jun, because I am so familiar with that distinctive gait.
Zhao Jun turned around in surprise. Jiangshan?
Jiangshan's gaze fell upon the black cloak, clutched in his hands. Are you going somewhere, Lord? Zhao Jun replied as he continued walking. I am going nowhere. Sleep has abandoned me, so I merely walk.
Jiangshan pressed further. It seems your excellency harbors many profound thoughts, does he not?
How many seasons have passed since our paths first crossed? I can discern your very presence, even by the faintest whisper of your breath. I possess 2 flasks of potent wine. Let us partake together.
Against all expectation, Chu Jun unequivocally refused.
Another time. Today, weariness weighs upon me. Having uttered these words, he swiftly departed. Jiangshan remained, his eyes narrowed, scrutinizing the figure vanishing into the distance.
Your excellency is one who would seek out spirits immediately upon awakening, yet now you refuse me.
Such an uncharacteristic shift in demeanor.
Chu Jun, tense, whirled his head back. Regardless of our camaraderie, there are matters beyond your concern.
Very well. Let us drink then. As dawn rapidly broke, Jiangshan lay utterly incapacitated, sprawled by the wayside.
Passing servants, witnessing his state,
evinced clear disdain. What a repulsive sight. He truly slumbers indiscriminately, wherever he falls.
Jiangshan remained utterly oblivious, sunk in a death-like slumber.
After an indeterminate passage of time, another approached his form. The newcomer prodded his back with a drawn sword, calling out. The protagonist did not stir, merely uttering with a languid tone, I yet live. Do not disturb my peace.
Haiming, with a helpless sigh, then applied greater force to his prodding.
Infuriated by the incessant prodding, Jiangshan erupted to his feet, brandishing his weapon. Insolent whelp. Haiming lifted a satchel in his hand, signaling it was time for sustenance. The two then proceeded to a nearby pavilion, where they settled down to feast.
Jiangshan devoured his meal with the ferocity of one starved, utterly heedless of his surroundings.
Only after the last morsel was consumed did he finally exhale a deep sigh. Now, I find myself embracing life with renewed fervor. It was then that Haiming finally broached the true matter at hand. Is there any tidings from Mo Yang? Jiangshan retorted. Do you truly believe he possesses such leisure? If he intends to fulfill this arduous task within the span of half a month, he will be ceaselessly toiling, save for the briefest moments of sustenance and slumber. Mere days remain until the half-month deadline expires.
Should his endeavor prove successful, he would undoubtedly be en route to the Lianmeng.
Haiming offered a subtle smile. Indeed, the absence of tidings is, in itself, a favorable omen.
Xianxia straightened, his demeanor grave.
Beyond that, I surmise you did not summon me merely to witness my repast, did you?
Haiming shook his head with frantic urgency. Old patriarch, your impatience is truly formidable. You afford me no moment to ponder whether these words should be uttered. Xianxia, with an unyielding gaze, commanded him to speak forthrightly.
Haiming, poised to speak, suddenly found his words caught in his throat. He fixed his gaze upon his companion, then uttered, "Forget it. Observing your present countenance, it appears you would unleash utter chaos were I to reveal the truth. Would you not?"
Xianxia,
his agitation palpable, demanded, "What insidious meaning lies within your words?"
Haiming's face was etched with weary resignation.
Very well. It is not, in truth, a secret that cannot be divulged to you.
Have you, of late, discerned any peculiar anomalies concerning Chu Jun?
Days prior, in a bid to unearth crucial intelligence, I readied a carrier pigeon.
It was then that I chanced upon a peculiar exchange. A carrier pigeon, unfamiliar to our ranks, delivered a missive to the branchmaster. Its sender remains unknown, yet it bore the distinct mark of his hand, once more.
I regularly correspond with a simple farmer. This is undoubtedly his missive. Upon perusing the missive's contents, Chu Jun broke into a smile of profound satisfaction. Truly, a most dependable individual. He bade me seize the quarry should it elude his snare. He is but a simple farmer, skilled only in ensnaring his catch, never truly partaking of its essence. Let this matter remain unrecorded within the grand ledger. His visage, in that fleeting moment, transmuted into that of an entirely different being.
Such were my thoughts.
Yet initially, the notion of investigating Chu Jun had not even crossed my mind. But upon beholding that altered visage, I resolved to conduct an inquiry into his affairs, at least once. Thus, I embarked upon a clandestine surveillance of his movements. I witnessed him departing, cloaked in a black robe. Subsequently, he secretly met with someone. I was too distant to discern the entirety of their conversation, yet one phrase resonated with absolute clarity. "If the Dragonclaw Alliance apprehends him." At this revelation, Xianxia's expression turned ashen with profound shock. Haiming continued to elucidate. The mention of the Dragonclaw Alliance within that clandestine dialogue was startling enough, yet even more astonishing was the individual named in its wake.
"Do you not realize that was Yang Jiang, the very sect leader Mo Yang is currently pursuing?" Xianxia, his brow slick with tension, demanded. "There is not a single shred of deceit in what you have uttered thus far, is there?"
Haiming's stern countenance was also beaded with sweat, as if each drop affirmed the veracity of his every word.
Having concluded his discussion with Haiming, Xianxia departed with haste.
His mind drifted to the events of the previous night. The wine begins to take its hold upon me. My gratitude for your wine, Xianxia. There is yet another flask. Let us drain it completely first. Zhu Jun, with a subtle smile, gracefully declined.
These past few days, my body has felt discomfort each morning, a testament to excessive libation.
It was then I realized I had become truly aged. Xianxia sighed with emotion. To hear such words from you inflicts a pang of sorrow deep within my heart. Of late, I perceive you as a shadow of your former self. I know not if you merely court death, for you depart silently, without a word, and even dispatch messenger pigeons without leaving a record of their contents. I cannot discern whether your actions are accidental or deliberate.
Confronted by these accusations, Zhao Jun's tension mounted, his body slick with nervous sweat.
Alas, a myriad of gazes now converge upon me. Such fervent attention adds years to my very being. Do you not agree? Recalling this exchange, Xianxia's thoughts returned to his earlier conversation with Haiming, prompting deep contemplation. Another individual? With what could he possibly be so dissatisfied? The scene shifts to Mo Yang and his formidable contingent. They had temporarily halted their journey, allowing their steeds to graze.
The sect leader, in somber dejection, sat solitary upon a stone, radiating profound sorrow.
Mo Yang and his companion stood a short distance away, meticulously observing and overseeing.
Jiang Shu, his brow furrowed with doubt, questioned,
"Vice leader, is it truly wise to leave him thus, unbound? What if he seizes the opportunity to flee?"
Mo Yang responded with chilling indifference.
"He has now witnessed the true visage of the demonic sect. Even if I were to grant him leave, he would not dare to depart." His gaze then subtly shifted towards another direction. Han Yu and Yu Ni were present there, and a sudden realization dawned upon him. "Ah, and the uniform I specifically requested? What of it?" Jiang Shu uttered a sound of realization. "Ah, precisely. It resides within the carriage."
Meanwhile, Yu Ni was diligently assisting Han Yu in bandaging her wounds.
After inspecting the injury, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister, your recovery is astonishingly swift. A recovery of such speed surely leaves no room for scars.
From start to finish, Han Yu's countenance remained frigid and silent, projecting an aura of absolute inaccessibility.
Uni pondered for a moment, then cautiously inquired, "If I may be so bold, what exactly is the nature of the relationship between you and the vice leader?" Upon hearing this particular inquiry, Han Yu began to show a subtle reaction, her expression etched with confusion as she countered, "Why do you pose such a question to me?" Uni calmly responded, "Back at the Pang clan, I discerned a peculiar closeness between you and the vice leader." Han Yu sighed, donning her robes once more. "I no longer fathom the thoughts that occupy his mind," Uni continued. "The expression in his eyes when he gazes upon you is starkly different from how he regards the rest of us."
Her mind recalled the moment Han Yu lay unconscious, when Mo Yang's concern had bordered on absolute panic.
Uni, observing from the periphery, had missed not a single, minute detail. "I perceived it within his very eyes." Hearing this, Han Yu's brows furrowed, and she hastily interjected, "Your words are truly utter nonsense." At that precise moment, Uni turned her head, gazing into the distance. "It is the vice leader." Upon hearing this, Han Yu too turned her head to observe. Mo Yang approached, inquiring, "How fares the treatment?" Uni offered a gentle smile. "It has just concluded. The bleeding has ceased, and her fever has subsided. All is significantly improved." Mo Yang exhaled slowly. "Indeed, what profound fortune." He then flung a cloth bundle onto the ground. "Put these on. Wearing bloodied clothes is ill-advised." Han Yu remained seated, an unmistakable look of irritation etched upon her face as her gaze followed his retreating figure. Only then did her eyes fall upon the bundle of garments on the ground. Yoyer, observing from the side, offered a knowing smile. "Precisely as I foretold." Han Yu, her irritation boiling over, snapped, "What are you implying?" Mo Yang returned to the carriage's side, issuing a swift command for the group to depart at once.
Jiang Shu, perplexed, inquired, "My lord, we still have 2 days remaining compared to the half-month deadline."
"Why such urgent haste?" Mo Yang responded. "By tomorrow morning we shall arrive at the alliance. There are matters I must personally verify. I have matters to attend to before the decree to dissolve our faction is passed."
Swiftly, the twilight began to descend.
A somber night blanketed the forest. The tranquil hours swiftly receded, yielding to the brilliant dawn, as the scene shifts to the Wuclan alliance. The table was laden with an assortment of missives and documents. Yesterday, the elders dispatched these to the entire alliance. I saw no need to read them, for their intent was already painfully clear.
Durong's brow furrowed as he stared pensively at the stacks of correspondence.
After a weighty silence, he finally spoke.
"We still possess 2 days, Alliance Master."
The Alliance Master let out a heavy sigh. "We no longer have 2 days. Tomorrow marks the absolute final day of our agreement. You must pray for a miracle, for if none appears, I shall have no recourse but to yield to the demand for our faction's dissolution at tomorrow's elders' convocation. Leader of the Claw Dragon Troop, I implore your understanding." The scene shifts outside, where the patrol guards, overcome by extreme boredom, stifled endless yawns. At that very moment, a carriage in the distance streaked towards them with astonishing speed. Both guards were abruptly jolted by the sudden commotion. This carriage, of course, belonged to Mo Yang and his company. The carriage, traveling at an unchecked pace, skidded a considerable distance past the main gate before finally grinding to a halt.
Jiang Shu, brimming with exhilaration, enthusiastically waved towards the gathered onlookers.
"Greetings, everyone. Please disseminate this news. The Claw Dragon Troop has successfully concluded their clandestine mission and returned safely."
Meanwhile, Durong was making his somber return to his quarters. Just as he reached the outer courtyard, he encountered Guan Sheng standing sentinel.
He then followed him into the inner chambers.
Pushing open the door, he immediately beheld Mo Yang and the troopmaster already within.
The assembled individuals swiftly exchanged formal greetings.
Durong's discerning gaze swiftly settled upon Yang Jiang.
Mo Yang, not wishing to keep him waiting, promptly introduced him as Yang Jiang, the commander of the Central Forces. The two then withdrew to the outer courtyard to converse privately. "To have returned safely is indeed fortunate. Did you encounter any hindrances along your journey?" Mo Yang replied. "Broadly speaking, there was nothing of significant consequence." "And what of yourself, leader?" Durong offered a faint smile. "I am well enough. It is the Alliance Master who endures the constant tribulations of the elders, persistent inquiries. He is forced to contend with their ceaseless demands. Tomorrow's elders' convocation shall resolve all matters, and until then, we shall quarter Commander Yang Jiang within the Claw Dragon Tower, while the remaining members of the Claw Dragon Troop maintain vigilant watch. Neither you nor Han Yu need to hasten. You both may proceed to rest." Just as he was about to depart, Mo Yang interjected, proposing that Yang Jiang be detained within the Alliance's dungeons rather than those of the Claw Dragon Troop. Durong flinched, his voice laced with disbelief. What is the meaning of this proposal? Are you aware of his strategic value? Mo Yang's expression turned grim. Approve the motion. Confine him to the dungeon. Must you truly take this drastic measure, leader? Moments later, Yang Jiang was bound and led away. Mo Yang stood silently to the side, his gaze unwavering as he watched Yang Jiang being escorted away, uttering not a single word. Euchre stood beside him, her presence a silent vigil.
Only once the group had departed a considerable distance did Mo Yang inquire about Han Yu's condition. Euchre responded.
She is currently recuperating within the main chamber. You too, vice leader, should seek your rest.
Precisely at this moment, Hai Ming approached from a distance once more. Seeing this, Mo Yang promptly told Yu Ni to give them some private space.
Hai Ming approached with a warm smile. Mo Yang, you have returned safely. No sooner had they greeted each other than the young man craned his neck to look behind him, searching for Yu Ni's whereabouts. Mo Yang grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and dragged him down. Is Miss Han following you? There is no time to discuss such trivialities.
The two withdrew to an secluded corner and began to converse in hushed tones.
That is all Brother Jiang and I have overheard. Mo Yang fell into pensive silence. Who sent or received his letters, and their contents, remained entirely unknown. The timing of these letters coincided precisely with our departure. If the Zhao Long gang had indeed captured him, the more Mo Yang pondered, the more suspicious he became. He then solemnly instructed Hai Ming. From now until the elders' meeting tomorrow, I only need you to observe him. Do nothing else beyond that. Hai Ming nodded. Understood. I will inform Brother Jiang as well. As night fell outside the forest, the two individuals ascended the mountain peak to meet as usual. I have located where the gang leader is imprisoned. In half an hour, I will carry out your orders, and then escape from the alliance.
The old man remained silent from beginning to end. Once the other party finished speaking, they departed without further ado.
He then swiftly descended the mountain. Hai Ming, hidden within the forest, secretly observed him. Upon returning to the alliance, the old man removed his cloak.
He followed Mo Yang's instructions precisely, shadowing the old man closely, doing nothing else. Precisely at this moment, a voice resounded in his ear.
Your footsteps are creating a disturbance. Hai Ming started in surprise, and instinctively gripped his sword hilt defensively. The one who had just spoken was Jiang Shan, hidden in the shadows of a corner.
Seeing that it was him, Hai Ming let out a breath.
Heavens, Brother Jiang. Jiang Shan calmly replied. Do not be so surprised.
Meanwhile, Zhao Jun, having just returned to the outer guard post, bowed in greeting.
My lord, you have returned. Zhao Jun nodded. Indeed. Carry out your duties well. Hai Ming was still secretly observing from a distance when Jiang Shan emerged at that moment. Leave the rest to me. You may return and rest. Hai Ming asked, perplexed. Brother Jiang, you also know, don't you?
Jiang Shan replied,
I know. I will merely stand guard. Hai Ming stood there, sighing, watching his retreating figure, lost in unknown thoughts. As Jiang Shan approached the door, he immediately inquired, where is the branch master's subordinate?
Stepping into the courtyard, he encountered another person.
Why are you still awake at this hour? He continued moving towards the corridor, his eyes narrowing, staring intently in a particular direction. The scene then shifted to the prison cells.
Here, as always, guards meticulously patrolled everywhere. Teams of sentinels also marched back and forth upon the city walls. No sooner had one group passed than a masked figure in black leaped onto the wall.
He then silently descended.
He observed carefully. Then, using a ventilation shaft, he infiltrated the depths of the dungeon.
Below, figures were moving about at that very moment. The black-clothed figure lightly dropped down from above.
Precisely then, a voice suddenly echoed, causing him to start in alarm.
I am hungry. Is there anything to eat? Not far away, two prison guards chatted listlessly as they patrolled. Endure it for now, then go find something to drink.
The two quickly vanished at the end of the corridor.
Only after they had fully disappeared from view did the black-clothed figure emerge from the dark corner. He then swiftly moved into the prisoner containment area.
Swiftly, he located the cell holding Yang Jiang. He quickly employed some technique to disable the lock, then silently slipped into the prison cell. He produced a wooden box, which contained two small needles. On the needles were traces of a liquid, likely a potent poison.
He gently brought the needles towards Yang Jiang's neck, his heart secretly rejoicing. This is far too easy. But he remained oblivious that behind his head, someone sat silently observing. The silver needle was just a hair's breadth from striking. The attempt on Yang Jiang's neck suddenly froze. The assassin's hand was simultaneously seized by another. Mo Yang's voice cut like ice, a chilling command. Withdraw your hand and follow me, or I will snap your neck without hesitation.
The assassin, hearing that voice, seemed to recognize something. But before he could even register the thought, Mo Yang had already seized his throat, lifting him effortlessly.
Now stand up for me. The assassin's eyes bulged, bloodshot, and riddled with incomprehension. How could he have known I was here? Damn it all. If it has come to this, then death is inevitable. With that grim realization, He steeled his resolve once more, and with a desperate swing of his arm, aimed to plunge a silver needle towards Yang. But how could Mo Yang allow such a scheme to succeed? He lunged, seizing the assassin's wrist with an iron grip, forcing the silver needle to clatter to the ground. He then twisted the arm violently behind the assassin's back, locking him in place. But the assassin refused to yield. From his other hand, another silver needle appeared, and once more he lunged to strike at Yang. To his utter dismay, Mo Yang swiftly lashed out with a kick, deflecting his hand. Before the assassin's arm could even fully extend, the silver needle was sent flying, impaling itself into the stone wall. In a breathtaking display of dominance, Mo Yang seized his throat once more, slamming him against the iron bars. Do you truly not fear death? Then I shall ensure you taste the true terror of oblivion.
At these words, a cold sweat, born of sheer terror, instantly drenched the assassin. Yang, oblivious to the life and death struggle unfolding beside him, remained in a death-like slumber. The scene shifts now to the inner sanctum of the Peng clan's branch. Within the chamber, countless candles flickered, illuminating the tense atmosphere. Chu Jun sat at a grand table, his gaze fixed upon a cup of wine. Across from him, Jiang Shan observed. Jiang Shan's wine cup lay empty. Soon, the first rays of dawn pierced the darkness. The revered elders, as per their solemn agreement, converged upon the Alliance Master's hall. Swiftly, all were assembled within the grand hall. The Alliance Master himself soon arrived. The moment he entered, all rose in unison, offering a respectful salute. Without uttering a single word, he proceeded to his place at the head of the assembly and took his seat. You are all aware of the gravitas surrounding today's assembly. The time for deliberation has passed. Therefore, I shall now render my final judgment. Regardless of any mitigating factors, the creation of corpse puppets remains a heinous crime, demanding severe retribution. In this matter, no facet can be overlooked, and no justification, however grand, shall grant clemency. Thus, a significant number of esteemed elders are convinced that the Peng clan must, by right and law, be utterly dissolved, and I concur with this judgment. Upon hearing this, a wave of profound relief and satisfaction rippled through the gathered assembly. Indeed, Alliance Master, we worried you had deliberated for too long, but mere contemplation cannot be the ultimate resolution. Alliance Master, please, proclaim your decision. The Alliance Master offered a faint, knowing smile, and commanded his subordinate to retrieve the official decree of dissolution. At that precise moment, a figure emerged from the antechamber. The sudden arrival left all the esteemed elders utterly astonished. Is that the leader of the Dragonclaw Legion? Why do you possess those critical documents? Durong remained silent, holding aloft a scroll in his grasp. Perceiving his intent to incinerate the scroll, the assembly erupted into a frantic clamor. Dragonclaw Legion leader, what madness is this you attempt? Do not tell me he truly means to. But their worst fears were instantly realized. Durong, with unflinching resolve, hurled the official document directly into the roaring flames. The decree demanding the Peng clan's dissolution was incinerated before the stunned eyes of all. A moment of stunned silence enveloped the hall, before a collective roar erupted. What is the meaning of this? Dragonclaw Legion leader, have you lost your senses to commit such an outrage? Durong merely sighed, unmoved by their outrage. He drew a deep breath, then turned to salute the Alliance Master with cupped hands, before acknowledging every elder present, finally commencing his explanation. The Peng clan's alleged creation of corpse puppets was nothing but an elaborate charade. It was a demonic conspiracy, orchestrated to forever banish the Peng clan from the martial world, and furthermore, it was meticulously designed to sow discord within our alliance, to fracture us from within. An elder, seething with anger, abruptly cut him off. Are you truly attempting to blame this on the demonic sect once more? Dragonclaw Legion leader, all your pronouncements are merely an attempt to shift blame onto the demonic sect, and your evidence, the only proof you possess, are a few oddly shaped weapons, and a handful of witnesses. Yet, not a single one of your witnesses can claim to have seen the events with their own eyes. I fail to comprehend your stubborn adherence to this narrative, when you refuse to acknowledge the truth, or present any truly convincing evidence. The sole reason this incident has dragged on for so long is your utterly frivolous arguments. But at that precise moment, a thunderous voice boomed, cutting him short. Elder Chu. The voice carried such overwhelming power that the very foundations of the grand hall trembled. Elder Chu, drenched in a sudden cold sweat and rendered utterly speechless, slowly turned his head. The one who had just silenced him was none other than the formidable Alliance Master himself. Do not interrupt the leader of the Dragonclaw group. Hear him out completely. Elder Zhu dared not defy, swiftly and silently returning to his original position. Durong then resumed speaking. The demonic sect is undoubtedly complicit in this affair. I shall present the evidence now. Yang was immediately brought in thereafter. I believe some here are already acquainted with this individual. Explain everything thoroughly, and do not twist black into white. A sorrowful look,
clouded Yang Jiang's face as he began to explain. I am Yang Jiang, commander of the Central Guard Group. One day, a man calling himself Qi Daojiang came to me with an offer I could hardly refuse. If we transported dead bodies to the Peng family, they would grant us an exclusive escort team with the Zhongyuan Merchant Association. They would secretly deliver these bodies to us at night. We would then place them into caskets filled with ice and fragrant herbs, seal them, and transport them to the Peng family. Du Rong then inquired, "Did you know what those corpses were ultimately used for?" Yang Jiang frantically waved his hand. I solemnly swear I was completely oblivious. He utterly deceived me until the situation became irreversible. He then spoke these words. We shall pin the crime of crafting ghouls onto the Peng family.
This should undoubtedly be enough to fool those stubborn old men in the alliance.
Upon hearing this, the assembled elders involuntarily swallowed hard. Du Rong pressed on. When did you realize he was a member of the demonic sect? Yang Jiang responded. Near the conclusion of the deal, he revealed his true affiliation to present an even more enticing offer. I desire for you to continue working for us, just as before. If you accept, then when the fated time arrives, you shall receive our unwavering protection. You will ascend to become the preeminent merchant group, simultaneously partaking in all trade ventures across the entire Central Plains. When the scheme started to go awry, I finally realized one crucial truth. I had been exploited, and my fate would be no different from Pang Zhong's. Outside, Mo Yang stood silently beneath a tree, awaiting. Suddenly, a subordinate approached him. Are you the vice leader of the Dragon Claw Group? He was then ushered to meet the Alliance Master, who declared, At last, we meet, the one capable of infiltrating the dungeons and holding the Alliance's secrets in the palm of his hand, you who possesses intimate knowledge of the Pang family, and who could shake my very position within the Alliance in merely half a month. It is indeed you. Mo Yang stood silently, his gaze fixed upon the Alliance Master, offering no reply. The Alliance Master offered no further words, merely standing there, a silent, expectant smile playing on his lips. After a moment, Mo Yang clasped his hands in a respectful greeting. The vice leader of the Dragon Claw Group pays his respects to the Alliance Master. The two men then once again fell into a profound silence. After a long moment, the Alliance Master finally broke the oppressive silence once more. I have heard from the leader of the Dragon Claw Group, protecting the Pang family from annihilation and uncovering the demonic sect's profound secrets. All these monumental achievements are owed to your efforts. Therefore, in my capacity as Alliance Master, I am immensely grateful. Mo Yang queried, a hint of doubt in his tone. Is everything truly resolved? Du Rong confirmed. Indeed. Only then did Mo Yang finally feel at ease. I merely did what was inherently my duty.
Furthermore, that we achieved this outcome is thanks to the unwavering support of my comrades, including you, Alliance Master, for having dispatched your people to the Pang family beforehand.
The Alliance Master chuckled softly. How could I, an old man merely striving to retain this position, possibly know everything? It was all but a mere coincidence, Vice Leader. Wouldn't you agree? If there is anything you desire, simply name it, Mo Yang countered. If I desire nothing, may I then be excused to depart first? The Alliance Master was utterly taken aback, as if disbelieving his own ears. Even Du Rong was left profoundly bewildered. Vice Leader. He had barely uttered the words before Mo Yang abruptly cut him off. Many urgent matters still await me at home. May I depart now, Alliance Master? The Alliance Master, left with no alternative, could only reluctantly consent to his departure. Du Rong remained, bowing respectfully. I truly apologize for his brazen disregard, Alliance Master. Perhaps when he dedicates himself to a task, he simply pays no heed to conventional decorum. The Mingzhu stood there, hands clasped, observing Fang Sha. Claw Dragon Enclave Leader, he mused. Is there truly anyone out there who grasps the righteous path more profoundly than the Vice Leader? Can anyone comprehend issues more deeply, or act with greater swiftness than the Vice Leader? Upon hearing this, Du Rong was struck dumb, frozen utterly in place. Mo Yang, meanwhile, had descended alone, treading a secluded path. His expression was grave, as he recalled the harrowing events of the previous night. The assassin had been strung up and brutally tortured. He had relentlessly applied countless forms of agony, seeking to extract information from his captive's lips. Below, two brothers of the Jiang family stood waiting. Mo Yang quickly reached them, and before even arriving, he issued a swift command. Hurry to the Beggars, Sect sub-branch within the Alliance. The scene shifted to the Beggars, Sect sub-branch. Zhao Jun had remained seated at his table since last night, his gaze fixed upon a cup of wine, still undrained. His countenance revealed deep contemplation. After an indeterminate period, he finally steeled his resolve and raised the cup of wine. At last, he drained the cup in a single gulp. Outside, several beggars on guard duty were chattering jovially, recounting tales with carefree abandon. Suddenly, one of them flinched, realizing something amiss. Do you smell something? At the same moment, others across the alliance were similarly startled. Mo Yang's group, still on the move, were also seized by a sudden alarm.
For in the distance, ominous black smoke billowed skyward. Zhu Jun's room was now engulfed in a fierce and merciless conflagration. The gathered crowd descended into chaos, desperately scrambling to extinguish the raging inferno. Mo Yang's three quickly rushed to the scene. Beholding the blaze before them, his face tightened with concern. Elsewhere, Jiangshu had already returned, urgently summoning Du Chong to their aid. The beggars? Sect sub-branch leader? Zhao Jun? It is merely a hypothesis. The enigma of Zhao Jun remains. A hypothesis? The other retorted. Did you not state the fire erupted within the sub-branch leader's own residence? Jiangshu clarified. The body is burned beyond all recognition, and the vice leader cautioned that we must not draw conclusions too swiftly. Du Chong heard this, and his mind immediately replayed his previous conversation with Mo Yang. He knew we had captured Yang Jiang and were pursuing us. Without an informant, he could not possibly have known. Durong was astonished. Are you truly planning to use Yang Jiang as bait to ensnare them? Mo Yang replied. He has done much to hasten the dissolution of the Pang family. Therefore, if we present him with an opportunity, he will undoubtedly seize it. I will remain by his side, so you need not fret. Focus instead on preparing diligently for tomorrow's Elders' Council meeting. Recalling this, Du Chong couldn't help but inwardly sigh. To think Zhao Jun was truly a member of the demonic sect. The impermanence of worldly affairs is truly profound. Below the mountain, a throng of beggars were now stirring up a clamorous disturbance. Quickly hand over the sub-branch leader's corpse, they roared. We shall escort his remains back to the main branch. Surrender him at once.
Jiang Xiang reasoned. I have already stated that he will be handed over once our investigation is complete.
Therefore, cease your disturbances and wait patiently.
But the beggars paid no heed, wildly clamoring, and causing an even greater uproar, utterly disregarding any talk of investigation.
You wretched Claw Dragon Enclave dogs, hand him over now. Inside the room, a charred and horribly disfigured corpse lay in silent repose.
Durong stood to the side, his eyes narrowed in intense observation.
The person you referred to
was Zhao Jun, correct?
Mo Yang continued.
The assassin who attempted to murder clan leader Yang Jiang with a poisoned needle confessed that Zhao Jun was indeed the puppet master pulling the strings.
Durong's brow furrowed with suspicion.
Is it not possible the assassin merely uttered this to mislead us? Mo Yang fell silent, recalling the agonizing interrogation of that day. The assassin had been subjected to every conceivable form of torment. The possibility of him lying was virtually non-existent.
With this realization, he firmly affirmed to Du Chong that there was no deception from the assassin. Seeing his resolute affirmation, Du Chong refrained from further questioning.
Just at that moment, Healing pushed open the door from outside and entered. Leader, the vice branch master of the beggars, Sect, has arrived to identify the corpse.
Jiang Shan swiftly entered the chamber, his gaze falling upon the grim sight of the corpse. He stood in silence, his eyes gleaming with a piercing intensity as he scrutinized the remains. After a long moment he confirmed, "This is indeed sub-branch leader Zhu Jun. He devoted his entire life, heart and soul, to our cause. His transgressions were grave, yet he accomplished much of true import. While we must acknowledge his misdeeds, I implore you, do not underestimate the profound impact of his actions." Du Rong interjected. "I had already decided as such," Jiang Shan continued. "I will personally inform our entire branch to cooperate fully in this matter. Therefore, we humbly request to lay our chief to rest according to the traditions of the Beggars' Sect."
As dusk rapidly descended, the body was solemnly handed over to the Beggars' Sect disciples, who escorted it away.
Mo Yang and Jiang Shan stood silently, observing the scene. Only after the procession vanished from sight did Du Chong finally break the silence. From the Pang family in Hebei to the Zhongbing Legion, and now, even the Beggars' Sect's branch, the truth has finally been laid bare. Yet the realization that all these threads are intrinsically connected, just how many factions, how many noble families, remain untouched by the sinister influence of the demonic cult. Once Du Chong had departed, Jiang Shan finally spoke, his voice laced with a grim question. "How does it feel, knowing your hypothesis has become reality?" He replied, "I am truly enraged." The two then ascended to a serene mountain peak, seeking solace in conversation. "You must know, from the moment the corpse was taken for investigation, no traces remained, save for the inferno," Jiang Shan lamented. Therefore, he ultimately sought to destroy all evidence by orchestrating the blaze and taking his own life. Mo Yang interjected. "Every possibility remains open." Jiang Shan then put forth his chilling theory. This was an assassination. Mo Yang, startled, whirled his head to face him. "How could you possibly know?" Jiang Shan elaborated. "Last night, I visited the branch master. Though our conversation was fleeting, I conveyed everything that needed to be said. It was then that Zhu Jun declared,
Tomorrow, I shall personally visit the dragon capture unit.
Though such a promise could merely have been a deceitful ploy to evade the predicament, the blaze erupted precisely after the elders' assembly concluded. What profound reason would compel him to so resolutely destroy all evidence and take his own life?
Why wait for that specific moment to act? The deputy leader, already deceased, was set ablaze in full view, while everyone was awake. It was a deliberate act to prematurely conclude the investigation, ensuring all culpability would fall solely upon Zhu Jun. As he uttered these words, Jiang Shan's emotions surged, tears streaming freely down his face. The scene shifts. The alliance master sighed, the name Zhu Jun heavy on his lips as he repeatedly murmured it. So, what course of action will you take now? Du Rong, leader of the dragon capture unit, responded with grim resolve. On the surface, I intend to declare Zhu Jun's death a suicide. Yet, I will secretly initiate an investigation, to guard against all unforeseen eventualities. The alliance master's posture stiffened. Does this mean the possibility of assassination still looms?
Du Chong confirmed.
Indeed. The alliance master once more clasped his hands, gazing distantly, lost in profound contemplation. The scene transitions to Zhu Jun's funeral rites.
Zhu Jun was the sole individual within the Beggars Sect whom Brother Jiang truly revered. Thus, I tread carefully when speaking of Zhu Jun's suspicious conduct in his presence.
It is entirely understandable that he would perceive it as a suicide.
He was still mid-sentence, attempting to elaborate from Brother Jiang's perspective, when Mo Yang sharply cut him off. Jiang Shan was right, Hai Ming. Zhu Jun was silenced, murdered to keep him from speaking. There are still those within the alliance colluding with the demonic cult.
Hai Ming reeled back in shock at these damning accusations. What? Mo Yang pressed on, his voice grim. It could be an elder from a powerful faction, or even the imperial family, one of their trusted subordinates. Or, it could even be the alliance master himself. His audacious words, uttered without the slightest reservation, carried to the ears of two patrolling guards. Did you hear that? One whispered, aghast. Surely, I must have misheard. Hai Ming, in a state of utter panic, implored.
There are already countless unsettling rumors circulating about the demonic cult.
Would it not be wiser, then, to exercise extreme caution when discussing such matters?
You are Mo Yang now,
not Mu Jin. Mo Yang merely offered a faint smile, utterly unconcerned by their pleas. The scene shifts to the Dragon Capture Unit's headquarters. Within Han Yu's chambers, no soul stirred. The bandages that had bound her wounds lay discarded on the bed. Han Yu herself, however, was immersed in arduous sword practice within the training grounds.
Despite her utter exhaustion, with sweat pouring from her brow like rain, she stubbornly persisted in her relentless training. She launched herself into the air, executing a flawless somersault, then descended, unleashing a devastating sword strike.
Every movement was flawless. Yet upon landing, her foot slipped, sending her tumbling awkwardly backward.
She struggled to sit up, her fingers tracing the wound on her abdomen. Clearly, it had yet to fully heal.
She slumped there, resting, a vacant sigh escaping her lips. It was at this precise moment that Mo Yang once again appeared. I instructed you to rest, yet you stubbornly disregarded my words.
Han Yu irritably wiped the sweat from her face, retorting, "Mind your own affairs. I know my own body better than anyone else."
I am no mere child. I truly fail to comprehend why you persist in fretting over me. Mo Yang sighed, a hint of exasperation in his breath. Without another word, he reached out and struck the very spot where her wound lay.
Han Yu instantly clutched her throbbing wound, a pained gasp escaping her lips.
Mo Yang admonished, "If you refuse to be treated as a child, then cease behaving like one. Reckless training is not your primary objective. If your body is harmed now, you will be utterly useless when the true battle arises." Han Yu, seething with resentment, gritted her teeth. She then hurled a stone directly at him. Mo Yang made no move to evade, and the stone struck his head. His expression instantly darkened as he turned to glare. But Han Yu feigned ignorance, turning her back and gazing skyward. "Oh look, the sky is filled with clouds. Is it about to rain?" Mo Yang, utterly helpless, lowered his head and sighed once more. Truly, a complete fool.
Shifting scenes, the attempted eradication of the rival faction had utterly failed. The primary cause was that the Long Tuan had abducted the leader of the Zhongbing Tuan. Therefore, we annihilated all of Yang Jiang's kin, and I personally ordered the assassinations, leaving not a single trace.
The elder figure seated at the forefront suddenly uttered Mo Yang's name. "It is him again, is it not?"
The subordinate affirmed. "Indeed, demonic sovereign."
"I believe our time for mere observation has passed." The demonic sovereign's eyes instantly blazed with a terrifying crimson light. The very ground around them then shuddered with an incredibly violent tremor. As dawn broke over an unknown locale, thoroughfares teemed with merchants and bustling crowds engaged in vibrant trade. Amidst the surging throngs, A lone figure draped in black robes traversed the streets. As he walked, his attention was abruptly drawn to a gathering crowd in the distance. A martial arts contest was unfolding there, where a lone woman was locked in fierce combat with a formidable, towering brute.
The towering brute's massive saber was swiftly disarmed, sent flying from his grasp by her devastating blow.
The saber spun through the air, coincidentally plunging into the ground directly before the black-robed figure. The black-robed figure was none other than Mo Yang. The victorious woman, after striking down the brute, uttered with disdain, "Still not enough. If you cannot even best me, how do you expect to defeat a subordinate of Chunhua?"
The towering brute, having just been vanquished, trembled with incandescent fury upon hearing her words, yet remained utterly powerless.
The woman then bellowed to the surrounding multitude, "Is there no one else willing to challenge me? I can offer any price you desire." It was then that Mo Yang emerged from the crowd, intent on testing his might. The surrounding spectators, witnessing his ascent, erupted in a clamor of whispers and mockery. Another fool steps forward, eager for humiliation. How many moves until he falls, I wonder?
The woman, brimming with excitement, urged him to arm himself before the fight. Yet, to her utter surprise, Mo Yang simply stated he required no weapon.
The woman, intrigued, smirked. "Bare hands, you say? Quite the daring move." Though her words conveyed interest, inwardly, she secretly scoffed at his audacity. Is this man a fool? To face a spear wielder with naught but his bare hands?
Instantly she lunged forward, a blur of motion. "Do not dare to retreat!" With a potent thrust, her spear descended upon Mo Yang, instantly churning the ground into a blinding cloud of dust.
Yet to her astonishment, Mo Yang effortlessly evaded her formidable strike. The woman herself was left utterly stunned. Without a moment's hesitation, she swung her spear once more, aiming a vicious strike at his throat. But again, he deftly ducked, narrowly escaping the lethal blow. In the blink of an eye, Mo Yang materialized directly behind her.
The woman sensed his presence, and witnessing his true power, she couldn't help but offer a rare word of praise.
Impressive. Below, the spectators erupted in furious shouts, demanding he cease his evasions and engage in a bloody, all-out battle. Within the woman's body, her true qi began to surge and circulate with newfound intensity. Then, how about this? Immediately, she unleashed another ferocious wave of attacks. Even Mo Yang was taken aback by this renewed onslaught of her strikes.
His headwear was instantly struck from his head, sent spinning through the air.
Though he contorted his body backward in an attempt to evade, he found himself unable to completely avoid the blow. The woman, a triumphant smirk on her face, uttered, "Surprised?" She then resumed her relentless assault, her spear slashing violently. Mo Yang once more deftly weaved his body, evading the strike.
Her attacks failing repeatedly, the woman refused to yield, gritting her teeth and pressing her assault with renewed ferocity.
Yet every single one of her relentless attacks was effortlessly evaded by Mo Yang.
Despite her constant failures, the woman felt no despair. Instead, her excitement surged, fueling an even more furious and relentless offensive.
The spear's tip plunged directly toward Mo Yang's throat, a lethal thrust. But to her utter disbelief, he calmly raised his hand and seized the spear, halting its deadly trajectory. A sheen of cold sweat involuntarily erupted across the woman's face. He gripped my spear with his bare hand? Without uttering a single word, Mo Yang raised his free hand and struck the spear shaft. The long spear immediately vibrated violently, flying from the woman's grasp. To her bewildered face, the long spear was thus seized by Mo Yang, its tip now pointing menacingly at her.
Without her weapon, the woman, terrified, collapsed onto the ground like a helpless kitten.
The surrounding spectators were utterly stirred by this astonishing display.
He seized her weapon.
What a pathetic defeat. That person will surely claim the prize money. Mo Yang did not continue his assault, instead standing silently, observing the long spear. He then tossed the spear back to the woman, not forgetting to praise its superior craftsmanship. The woman, still dumbfounded, slowly reached out to reclaim her long spear.
She harbored no sadness. Instead, a profound joy bloomed within her heart.
Excellent. This man could seize my spear with such ease. He must truly be a master. Mo Yang walked over, picked up his own shattered conical hat, and sighed. It's completely beyond repair.
The corners of the woman's mouth curled upwards, unable to suppress her burgeoning delight.
I've finally found him. He is the martial artist I have been relentlessly seeking.
20 years have passed since Musin vanished. The great martial arts war concluded with victory for one faction.
Currently, the Wulin Alliance controls 7/10 of the Central Plains, maintaining a fragile peace throughout the martial world. But even this peace poses a grave threat to the very essence of Wulin.
True martial artists fear this tranquility, for they are those who relentlessly pursue the pinnacle of life through the path of martial arts.
If a martial artist has already attained such peace, what further heights are left to conquer? The Alliance leader sighed, understanding the profound unease within those martial artists' hearts. To break the established order of the Central Plains, that is the demonic sect's very purpose. Mo Yang confirmed. Indeed. Durong then also spoke up. Thus, the purpose of our dragon capturing corps becomes undeniably clear. Regardless of the 5 great clans or the 9 great sects, we shall investigate them all and expose every hidden faction of the demonic cult. The alliance leader inquired. So where shall we commence our investigation now? Mo Yang offered an insight. There is a minor sect, quite suspicious indeed. Mo Yang recalled this conversation, a sigh escaping him. The woman opposite had once again risen and approached, greeting him. My name is Lian Shu. I am the next sect leader of the Twin Dragon Sect. Seeing Mo Yang still lost in thought, she playfully punched his arm. HMPH. Why have you only decided to show your face now? Mo Yang merely sighed, offering no reply. He then followed her away. Wandering alone, teaching martial arts. Does this imply you have no home to return to? You should know you are exceedingly fortunate. Not only will I provide you with funds, but I shall also cover all your accommodations. Of course, that is contingent upon your future usefulness. Arriving outside the sect gates, Mo Yang observed the dilapidated signboard, which looked ready to fall, and couldn't shake the feeling that something was deeply amiss. Li Shu pushed open the gates and called out, I'm home! Inside the room, a middle-aged man lay motionless on a bed, his appearance suggesting he was perilously close to death's door. Li Shu rushed to grasp his hand, calling out, Father! She then explained, His name is Li Hong. He is my father and the current sect leader of the Twin Dragon Sect. Father, please rest assured. I shall soon assume the mantle of sect leader. Mo Yang stood silently observing, his mind recalling Du Chong's question from earlier. Did you hear that news from within the prison? Mo Yang confirmed that someone had recently been apprehended for harming the Twin Dragon Sect leader. That individual began rambling about being framed, and how certain aspects connected to the demonic sect. Du Rong continued, We cannot afford to overlook even the slightest detail. For this very battle, we must be meticulous to such an extreme, must we not? Recalling everything, he stepped forward, asking, May I examine him? Li Shue was startled. You are proficient in medical arts as well? Mo Yang approached and took Li Hong's pulse, replying, It's merely a few minor tricks. After taking his pulse, he pulled back the eyelids to check the pupils, then examined the abdomen. Only a slight variation in symptoms, but it's the same type as the primary affliction. This poison is not indigenous to the Central Plains. This is, without a doubt, a masterpiece of the demonic cult. He then stood, his gaze sharp as he turned to Li Shui. It is poison. Did you know of this? Li Shui's face contorted with extreme fury. I know it. Chun Hua, that old vixen, she is the one who did this. That insidious woman usurped my father's rightful position. She was merely a concubine. Yet how could she dare commit such an audacious act? At the mere mention of that woman, Chun Hua, Li Shui could no longer suppress her sorrow, and tears streamed down her face. She then proceeded to recount the entire ordeal to Mo Yang. Within the Shuanglong sect, the one who commands the most formidable martial artists under their banner ascends to the position of sect master. After my father's downfall, the martial artists loyal to him gradually abandoned the sect. Subsequently, Chunhua, backed by 3 martial artists of obscure origins, brazenly seized the sect master's mantle. I know she contrived baseless accusations against an individual and submitted them to the Wulin Alliance. Mo Yang questioned, Why did you not expose the truth? Li Shui let out a heavy sigh. Who would heed the words of a former sectmaster's daughter in such circumstances? The sole path to exact retribution is to tear her from her usurped seat of power. Mo Yang inquired. So, I merely need to vanquish every martial artist under Chunhua's command? Li Shu, fueled by a surge of hope, rushed to his side, declaring, I have absolute faith you can accomplish this. If you are willing to aid me, Li Shu began, but Mo Yang cut her off decisively. I seek no compensation. My only desire is to see the Shuanglong sect restored to its former glory, stable and whole. Li Shu stood frozen, utterly captivated, as she watched his resolute figure depart. Li Shu then sought out her father, making a solemn vow. Father, today, your daughter shall vanquish Chunhua and reclaim the Shuanglong sect for you. With her declaration made, she grasped her long spear and strode forth, a formidable presence. Mo Yang already stood prepared, awaiting her arrival outside. She emerged, radiating unshakable resolve, and beckoned him forward. Let us proceed to the Shuanglong sect. The scene shifts to the venerable Shuanglong sect. As a sect of moderate influence, its entrance was perpetually guarded by 2 vigilant disciples. Suddenly, their attention was drawn below, a flicker of alarm crossing their faces. Shrouded within the creeping mist, 2 silhouettes advanced. In moments, Li Shui emerged into their sight, her presence undeniable. Do you not recognize me? She demanded. Inform Chunhua that King Yama herself has arrived. She swiftly pressed forward, entering the sect's grand martial arena. A vast throng of onlookers had already gathered, their hushed whispers and murmurs filling the air. Mo Yang stood silently beneath the platform, a towering presence behind Li Shu, observing all. Soon, several figures emerged from above,
and at the forefront stood none other than the current sect master of the Shuanglong sect, Chunhua.
Upon her appearance, every individual present immediately bowed in solemn deference. A smug, self-satisfied smile crept across her lips as she basked in their forced reverence.
Her gaze then sharpened, piercing through the crowd to fix upon Li Shui standing below the platform.
Li Shui, in turn, met her gaze with an equally intense stare, brimming with unyielding indignation. Chunhua let out a theatrical sigh, shattering the tense silence. Zhuer, must you truly go to such lengths?
There's no need for this public display to prove your animosity. The entire world already knows of your hatred.
How many more pointless challenges must I endure before you finally acknowledge my position? Li Shu scoffed, a cold sneer on her face. I would sooner embrace death than ever acknowledge you. I have merely come to purge the accumulated refuse from this sect. That vile, scheming fox. An individual from the crowd could not help but bellow.
Insolence! How dare you utter such words?
Li Shu addressed the accuser and the crowd. You have all been thoroughly deceived by this cunning old fox. Observe closely, and I shall unveil Chunhua's true, repulsive visage. With that declaration she beckoned to Mo Yang, who stood poised beneath the platform. Without a single word, he immediately cast aside his concealing cloak. Li Shu, in a seamless motion, descended the platform, yielding her prominent position to him. As she brushed past him, she uttered a quiet, urgent plea. Everything rests upon your shoulders. Mo Yang responded with unwavering confidence. Fear not. This task is mine to command. Chunhua let out another exasperated sigh, an internal thought surfacing. This girl is truly incorrigible. I granted you life. You should have known your place, lived in silence, and remained subservient.
She then addressed Mo Yang directly. According to the Shuanglong sect's sacred rules, there are 3 trials of combat. Yet, do you stand here as the sole challenger? Witnessing Mo Yang's resolute affirmation, a flicker of grudging admiration crossed her features.
Very well. Such audacious confidence. She then cast a sharp glance at one of her subordinates, issuing a silent command. Tasked with slaying Mo Yang, he received the command and immediately plunged onto the arena floor, his resolve absolute. Li Shui's face was etched with apprehension as she watched her opponent ascend the stage. He was the one who had vanquished the 2 contestants I brought to the previous martial arts trial.
The challenger unsheathed his blade, slowly circling Mo Yang.
Where did that young woman unearth you? From some backwater? Mo Yang inquired, utterly unconcerned. Are you merely the first challenger? The challenger raised his sword, pointing it at Mo Yang. You shall not live to see who follows me. With that declaration, his true chi surged instantly, channeling its power into his sword. Speaking no further, he launched himself into an assault, a mighty sword strike cleaving downwards. But it only met the arena floor. Mo Yang, however, had already glided backward, effortlessly evading the blow.
He granted his foe no moment to ponder, instantly surging forward to launch his counterattack.
The challenger, seeing his advance, snorted derisively, raising his sword. What utter folly! How can a mere fist hope to contend against the edge of a blade? The long sword and the fist collided in a flash. To his utter disbelief, his long sword splintered into fragments the instant it met Mo Yang's fist.
Before he could even process the shock, Mo Yang's fist swung, delivering a devastating blow straight to his face.
The impact sent his body soaring, like a kite severed from its string.
He lay inert on the arena floor, completely devoid of combat capability. Compared to the demonic sect monsters Mo Yang had confronted, this challenger was no more than a puny ant. Fresh blood soon gushed from the mouth of the hulking figure sprawled upon the arena floor.
The entire assembly watched, utterly aghast.
Even Xuanhua, observing from above, was struck dumb with disbelief.
Even Li Shu, the one who brought Mo Yang, and had personally witnessed his power, was utterly astounded. A surge of triumphant delight quickly blossomed within her heart. An absolutely masterful move. He had utterly annihilated his opponent's legendary blade. As her subordinate remained motionless on the ground, Xuanhua could no longer contain her fury and roared. What is happening here? Why does he not rise? A subordinate rushed forward to examine the fallen warrior, then reported grimly, He is dead, Sect Master. Upon this dreadful revelation, Xuanhua's countenance twisted with tension, a cold sweat beading on her brow.
He annihilated my subordinate with nothing but a single, bare fist?
Where did that wretched girl, Lin Shu, unearth a warrior of such monstrous power? Gritting her teeth, she snarled an order for another warrior to enter the arena. This new challenger wasted no words. Upon descending to the arena, he instantly unleashed his attack.
His weapon was a cruel, sharp-tipped chain.
After exchanging a probing strike, the elder spoke. At your tender age, I confess I cannot comprehend how you command such profound martial arts. Yet know this. I shall not hold back an ounce of my strength. A faint, intrigued smile played upon Mo Yang's lips. Chains? You say? Mo Yang murmured, then instantly settled into a ready combat stance.
Come, old man, the challenger roared without hesitation, charging forth with a devastating strike. Scene transition. Elsewhere, in a grand study filled with ancient tomes, Huang Hun let out a deep, weary sigh.
The evidence unearthed from the beggar sect has granted me much insight. Yet this is merely a fraction of what we truly know about the Great Wulin War.
From behind him, Zhuge Ming chimed in. Unquestionably, there are traces of the demonic sect hidden somewhere. There is an abundance of material still to be deciphered. Take your time, Lord Huang Hun.
At this, Huang Hun let out another weary sigh of dejection, then turned his gaze to the figure across from him. Has the vice leader also instructed you to scour for these ancient texts? Han Yu, diligently engrossed in her own search, nodded in solemn confirmation.
Indeed, she replied. I personally find this entire affair most intriguing.
Huang Hun's brows shot up in surprise. You find this matter intriguing?
The Great Wulin War erupted 2 decades ago. Then, you were nothing more than a mere child. Why would you seek to delve into its mysteries now?
Zhuge Ming, visibly annoyed, cut him off. Must you be so loud? Who among us was not irrevocably scarred by that great war?
Huang Hun uttered a soft gasp of sudden understanding.
I suppose that is true, he murmured. Meanwhile, Han Yu, utterly oblivious to their bickering, remained singularly engrossed in her relentless search.
Soon, her fingers brushed against something. A discovery that stirred a profound sense of perplexity within her heart.
Why am I the sole individual to unearth these strange, incongruous details within the ancient records? Is it merely because I hail from the demonic sect? Whether viewed from the perspective of the victor or the vanquished, there exist profound differences, truths that are difficult to articulate.
Even amidst a grand martial conflict, could the demonic sect truly have forged the very documents held by the Beggars Guild?
To uncover the demonic sect's grand scheme, I must meticulously compare these artifacts with the ancient records stored within that forbidden place.
Shifting our gaze back to the Twin Dragon sect, Mo Yang's second battle has reached its decisive conclusion. This opponent, much like the first, now lay prone and battered upon the arena floor, vanquished by Mo Yang. Though, unlike his predecessor, life still flickered within him.
Impossible! How can a mere stripling like you wield such unfathomable power? What monstrous entity are you, truly?
With these words barely escaping his lips, his remaining resolve finally shattered, and he succumbed.
As he joined his fallen comrade, the entire arena erupted once more in a chorus of disbelief. He had won again! What terrifying monster is this man?
From above, Chunhua's face contorted into a grotesque mask of fury, her teeth gnashing as she hurled venomous curses.
Damn him! Now, only a single, lone expert remained as her final bastion.
Li Ju's fists clenched in fervent excitement.
Excellent, Mo Yang!
Within her, a silent, triumphant joy swelled.
Only one champion remains to represent that aged sect master. All my hopes rest upon you, Mo Yang. Do not dare disappoint me. At last, you swiftly ascended the battle stage. Mo Yang's voice cut through the air. Are you the final challenger?
The challenger coolly uttered his name, his voice devoid of emotion.
I am the one who will claim your life. Mo Yang wasted no words, instantly assuming a formidable battle stance. Come then, young pup. Seeing this, the opponent unleashed a lightning-fast strike, his blade flashing as it cut through the air without hesitation. Yet, confronting this ferocious assault, Mo Yang's visage remained utterly tranquil, as if untouched by the impending danger. He did not evade. Instead, he chose to stand firm, raising both hands to meet the oncoming blow head-on.
No sooner had the technique passed than the opponent materialized behind Mo Yang, before he could even register the shift.
I must confess my bewilderment at seeing you block a blade with your bare hands.
Surely, it's merely some rudimentary body-protecting chi, is it not? This sudden, insidious strike from behind, intended to claim victory, was, however, effortlessly evaded, as Mo Yang simply bent at the waist.
Instead, he seized the fleeting opportunity, launching a devastating counterpunch that slammed directly into his opponent's abdomen.
The force of the blow sent the man hurtling backward, only to stumble and struggle to regain his footing far across the arena. As Mo Yang prepared to press his relentless assault, a sudden, chilling sensation jolted him. He spun, only to realize a hidden projectile had pierced his back.
The burly man, whom Mo Yang had thought defeated, had merely feigned death, cunningly waiting for an opportune moment to launch a surprise attack.
That dart, young one, is laced with a potent neurotoxin.
Mo Yang remained silent. With a swift, decisive motion, he reached back and extracted the embedded projectile.
The burly man smirked, radiating an air of smug triumph.
It's futile! Just a single drop could paralyze a beast the size of a house in mere seconds. Mo Yang, utterly unconcerned, casually tossed the dart to the ground. Seeing his perceived distraction, the sword wielder seized the opening, launching an immediate, frenzied assault. Where do you think your gaze is wandering, fool? A powerful sword strike carved through the air, instantly erupting into a suffocating cloud of dust and debris. He did not pause. Instead, he soared into the air, a blur of motion. That venom is not what shall end you. No. What shall claim your life is the unforgiving edge of my blade. Yet, as his long sword descended with deadly intent, Mo Yang effortlessly intercepted it with his bare hand. Witnessing this impossible feat, the man's jaw dropped in utter disbelief, a profound terror gripping his very soul. Mo Yang let out a dismissive snort. Truly, a monumental disappointment. Having uttered his judgment, Mo Yang unleashed another devastating kick, sending his opponent soaring away. High upon the dais, Chunhua recoiled in shock as the defeated opponent was sent hurtling directly toward her.
"What?" she shrieked, utterly refusing to believe her eyes.
"What in the heavens are you doing? Kill him! Finish him now!" The burly man slowly rose to his feet once more, his mind a maelstrom of profound bewilderment. How is this possible? He was clearly struck by my poisoned dart. Why is he utterly unharmed? Mo Yang slowly advanced, prepared to enlighten him and dispel his foolish doubts. I have personally tested virtually every conceivable toxin known to man.
The burly man's face was drenched in cold sweat.
Was this figure truly immune to all poisons?
Instantly, he was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the wall behind.
On the stage, Chunhua trembled violently, her entire body seized by terror.
Mo Yang stood before her, his gaze a chilling threat.
"If you value your life, then I advise you to remain here and face your responsibilities," Chunhua.
His words froze her in place.
The thought of quietly fleeing vanished, and she dared not take another step.
The surrounding crowd erupted once more, a wave of whispers passing through them. He had single-handedly vanquished all of Chunhua's enforcers. Could such a formidable warrior truly be protecting Li Shui?
By the ancient laws of the Shuanglong sect, the esteemed position of sect master would now rightfully belong to Xianxia, the victor of this trial.
You have shown us the true meaning of an indomitable will, one that triumphs over even the direst hardships.
Then, as one, the entire assembly roared Li Shu's name, a thunderous affirmation.
Overwhelmed, her hand, still clutching the long spear, trembled uncontrollably, and her eyes began to well with tears.
At last I have succeeded. As night descended, she and Mo Yang walked, sharing their thoughts in quiet conversation. The Central Plains demonic sect, in its quest for absolute dominion, cares nothing for political intricacies. They conspire against and assault every sect, great or small. The poisoning of your father was but one of their insidious schemes.
Such treachery unfolded solely because Chunhua craved the esteemed position of Shuanglong sect master. Your future responsibilities, as the new sect master, will be profound. Recruit powerful warriors immediately. The Shuanglong sect must rise, stronger than it has ever been.
Li Shu nodded in agreement. I believe so too. And are you truly planning to simply depart like this? It is already so late. Would you not stay until dawn? Mo Yang continued walking, explaining, I possess but one body, yet my burdens are vast. Alas, I cannot linger anywhere. Li Shu stood, watching his form recede into the distance, momentarily speechless.
She could only engrave this immense gratitude into her heart, awaiting the day she might have the chance to repay him.
Mo Yang vanished into the encroaching night. Yet as he walked, he abruptly halted, startled. Before him stood Han Yu, patiently awaiting his arrival. Little one, have you come to escort me? Han Yu, hearing his voice, also gave a slight start. What took you so long to emerge? You've had me waiting until my legs are completely numb. Mo Yang raised an eyebrow, a hint of suspicion in his voice. Is there something of great importance? Han Yu elaborated. There is much I wish to convey, but these are matters not to be spoken when countless prying eyes surround us.
Those records regarding the Great Martial War that you bade me investigate? If my suspicions are correct, they have been meticulously falsified.
They claim these records were derived from the archives of the Beggars Sect. I suspect the demonic sect's internal spy falsified those records from the outset. Mo Yang finished her thought. Just as I suspected. The Beggars Sect's network of informants truly permeates every corner. Han Yu pressed on. Then relying on the Alliance's records to uncover the demonic sect's conspiracies is a futile endeavor. We require records from other, untainted sources. Mo Yang, walking a step ahead, calmly uttered. The demonic sect's own archives. Han Yu froze instantly at his words. This reaction, in turn, piqued Mo Yang's suspicion. What is it? Han Yu countered. Are you not curious as to how I uncovered the flaws within the Alliance's records? Then, you have calculated every possibility, haven't you? That is why you instructed me to scrutinize those records. If the Alliance's records were indeed forged, then the only one who would discern this truth would be someone from the demonic sect itself, one who had privy to all original records. And similarly, you already know my true identity, do you not? Mo Yang had remained utterly silent throughout, allowing her to speak her mind without interruption. Finally, he let out a long, weary sigh. I am famished. Let us depart quickly. Han Yu stood frozen, staring blankly at his retreating figure. "You absolute scoundrel!" The following morning, within the Dragonclaw group, Mo Yang and Du Chong strolled through the corridors, engaging in conversation. Thus, I advised the Shuanglong sect master to make meticulous preparations. First the imperial family, then the mercenary legions, and now their gaze falls upon the mid-tier and minor sects. I know not if there is anywhere left to escape the clutches of those fiends. All members of the Dragonclaw Brigade had, by this moment, assembled. Upon the arrival of Du Rong and his comrade, they bowed respectfully in unison. Du Rong addressed them. "All of you must be aware of the recent misfortunes. It is evident the demonic sect is involved in the incidents concerning the Pang family and the Zhongbing battalion. Yet this is surely but a small piece of the entire tapestry. At present, we know not the extent to which their insidious tendrils have spread. Therefore, we shall commence our investigation without delay. Thus, I urge you all to prepare yourselves meticulously." Guansheng inquired, his brow furrowed with doubt. "Where shall we begin, Commander?" Du Rong gravely declared, "The Huashan sect." Upon hearing this, Han Yu's face involuntarily tightened with a hint of tension. She then approached Du Rong to speak with him in private. He responded with bewilderment. "Why do you seem disinclined to visit Huashan?" Han Yu explained, "I possess crucial information that must be verified regarding the Great Martial Arts War." Du Rong grew even more perplexed upon hearing this. Huang Hun and Zhu Ming have already thoroughly investigated the Great Martial Arts War. Why then? At that precise moment, Mo Yang approached. "I gave her the order, Commander, and I shall accompany Han Yu." Han Yu's face clearly displayed her displeasure, yet she uttered not a single word. She then departed with him. "If you already know who I am, do you still deem it necessary to follow?" Mo Yang replied, "I have heard that the current situation within the demonic sect is not entirely favorable for you." Han Yu retorted, clearly annoyed. "You have known my true identity for ages, yet you still feigned ignorance. You are a wicked and malicious wretch. Do you not know this? So do not provoke my ire, for we have a long journey ahead until we reach the demonic sect." Mo Yang offered no rebuttal, simply following her. "Who is the current demonic sect leader?" "It is Yi Feng," Mo Yang inquired again. "How powerful is he?" Han Yu explained. Before assuming his current position, he had already reached the peak realm long ago. Even you would find yourself in dire straits if you were to confront him. Do you understand? There is a way to examine the records without causing any disturbance. Although I do not particularly favor that method, you merely need to observe and remain silent." Mo Yang inquired, his expression still full of doubt. "What method is that?" Han Yui replied, exasperated. "Do not concern yourself. Even if you knew, you would be of no assistance to me anyway." Mo Yang suddenly reached out and seized her hand. "I asked what it is." Seeing his grave demeanor, Han Yu, momentarily tensed, rendered speechless. With no other recourse, Han Yu could only reveal that Yi Feng wishes to marry me, not because he loves me, but because I am the granddaughter of the former sect leader. Having spoken, she decisively and forcefully pulled her hand away. "And I have been expelled from the demonic sect, thus I cannot enter. However, if I were to agree to that marriage, everything would change. If I were to become his consort, none would dare lay a hand upon me. Even if I were to examine any records, I would encounter no issues whatsoever." A hint of interest played upon the corner of Mo Yang's lips. He then abruptly stepped forward and tapped Han Yu lightly on the head. "What sort of foolish idea is that? You are worth far more than he could ever comprehend. I will stand by you, so there is no need for such a drastic measure." He had, astonishingly, uttered her true name, greatly startling her. Han Yu stood there in stunned silence, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, as tears welled in the corners of her eyes. Why this sudden shift? Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a forest where a group of black-clad figures had gathered. Swiftly, a figure hastily ran forth from the front. The intelligence he brought back concerned none other than Han Yu. Her face was concealed by a disguise, but in her grasp was the Tianzi sword, a legacy left by the previous sectmaster, Dan Xing. Upon hearing this, the assembled crowd was utterly astonished. But where was she? At that very moment, Han Yu and her companion were slowly traversing a dense forest. The land had recently shifted into autumn, transforming what were once expansive rice paddies into a sprawling forest. Suddenly, Mo Yang's face contorted. He had sensed an anomaly. His gaze sharpened, fixating on a nearby broken branch. Yet neither made a sound nor a sudden move, continuing their measured advance. Then, Mo Yang abruptly broke the silence, his voice low. "Have you incurred any enmity within this territory?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a flurry of movement erupted from the dense forest before them. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Yu drew her sword, her gaze sweeping warily around as she demanded, "How many assailants are we facing?" Before Mo Yang could utter a single word, countless silhouettes materialized from the front and from behind them. They were utterly surrounded, their escape routes sealed. Then, a figure, clearly the leader, stepped forward with deliberate pace, his voice cutting through the tension. "Surrender the Tianzi sword at once. Young lady Han Yu, it would be wise to heed our words." Han Yu's brow furrowed in confusion. "Who exactly are you people? Are you agents of the demonic sect?" The leader responded, his voice chillingly calm. "We are the demonic sect's elite assassination squad." Han Yu visibly flinched, her eyebrows knitting together in alarm. Mo Yang, standing beside her, looked utterly bewildered. Han Yu quickly explained that this was a covert assassin unit of the demonic sect, comprised entirely of formidable masters. The leader pressed on. "We have been commanded to retrieve the young lady, therefore we advise you to comply peacefully and come with us." Sweat beaded on Han Yu's face, running like rain. "Mo Yang," she whispered, "they are too numerous." Abandoning any thought of resistance, she immediately sheathed her sword and walked towards the leader. "I will go with them." Yet, to her utter dismay, the moment she stepped forward, the leader immediately commanded his forces, "Eliminate Mo Yang!" The words had barely left his lips when a hidden weapon expert unleashed a volley of deadly projectiles directly at Mo Yang. Yet, Mo Yang remained utterly unmoving, allowing the barrage of hidden weapons to hurtle towards him. Witnessing this, Han Yu cried out in sheer panic, "Mo Yang, be careful!" But to everyone's astonishment, Mo Yang didn't even deign to glance at the incoming assault. With a mere casual flick of his wrist, the hidden weapons were effortlessly swatted away. The assassin who had launched the attack had no time to react. In a brutal twist of fate, his own hidden weapons were redirected, piercing his vital points and extinguishing his life. Witnessing Mo Yang's monstrous power, the assembled cultivators no longer dared to harbor any shred of contempt. What kind of monster is this?" a voice stammered. Mo Yang slowly raised a hand, peeling back his concealing cloak. "Have you forgotten what I instructed you? You did not have to reveal yourself like this." Han Yu stood rooted to the spot, utterly stunned, momentarily speechless. The scene abruptly shifted to the majestic Huashan sect, nestled deep within Xianxia province. After an arduous journey, the contingent from the Xiaolong Association had finally arrived at the foot of the sacred mountain. The two brothers of the Jiang family gazed at the mountain peak before them, their faces alight with excitement. A peak adorned with blossoming cherry trees. A truly peerless spectacle, wouldn't you agree? Truly, a formidable sect possesses a grandeur unlike any other. Within the sect, a disciple rushed in, hurrying to the back of a middle-aged elder to deliver an urgent report. Upon hearing the name, Xiaolong Association, the elder's expression shifted to profound surprise. Immediately thereafter, he led several disciples outside. Upon seeing Du Rong and his entourage, the elder spoke, a polite inquiry in his tone. "You must be weary from your extensive journey to reach us. Greetings to the esteemed members of the Xiaolong Association." Du Rong, leading his contingent, responded with equal courtesy. Du Rong presented. "The Xiaolong Association pays its respects to the revered sect master of Huashan." The middle-aged man returned the gesture with a jovial clasp of his hands. "It is indeed a pleasure. I am Xin Ming. To what distinguished purpose does the esteemed leader of the renowned Xiaolong Association grace our Huashan with your presence, accompanied by your formidable members? We were not privy to any prior announcement, so I confess, I am rather taken aback." Du Rong then countered, his gaze piercing. "Are you aware of the grievous events that recently transpired concerning the Bang family? That was an incident with the potential to utterly dismantle their entire lineage. It is precisely for this reason that the Alliance Lord has issued an imperative. We must prevent a similar catastrophe from ever occurring again. Beginning with Huashan, our directive is to conduct a thorough investigation across the entirety of the martial world." The sect master's expression clouded with perplexity. "But why, then, is Huashan the very first sect to be subjected to your inquiry?" Du Rong offered a slight, knowing smile as he explained. "We are simply executing our orders, with no ulterior motives whatsoever." The sect master's face momentarily tightened into a mask of displeasure. Yet he made no impetuous move, quickly composing himself with a placid smile and a nod of acquiescence. "I comprehend," the sect master affirmed. "This is an endeavor of righteous justice, and thus it is entirely fitting for Huashan to lead the charge. We shall cooperate with every fiber of our being. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask." Du Rong bowed deeply and sincerely, uttering a heartfelt, "Thank you." The atmosphere, now filled with jests and laughter, appeared remarkably harmonious. But that was merely an outward facade. The sect master was clearly seething with profound displeasure within. Shifting focus back to Mo Yang and his group, their leader involuntarily uttered two words. "How intriguing! You dare challenge our entire Xianxia?" He then roared, rallying his Zishan brethren to surge forward. Upon receiving the command, the assassins simultaneously drew their weapons and advanced. At that very moment, Han Yu reached out, gripping her sword's hilt, and loudly commanded, "Stop!" But before she could complete her sentence, the leader bellowed, ordering his subordinates to escort her away. Han Yu had no time to react. She was instantly seized and bound by a set of chains, her face strained, drenched in sweat, staring behind her in disbelief.
The leader spoke again. "Be grateful, for our Lord commanded that you are not to be harmed." Seeing her bound, Mo Yang, who was at the front, became deeply worried.
The leader no longer hesitated, immediately commanding his brethren to attack.
Two figures swiftly swung their swords, thrusting them directly at him.
Mo Yang did not parry, but lightly leaped up, gracefully evading the assault. A faint smile played on the corner of his lips, a silent acknowledgement of their speed.
Quite swift indeed.
As those two missed their mark, another assassin immediately charged from the front. This time, Mo Yang did not evade. Instead, he raised his bare hand to intercept the opponent's sword tip. Seeing his long sword blocked by a bare hand, the assassin was utterly aghast.
Mo Yang stood there, a cold sneer on his face.
"I heard you were an expert. Impressive work, young one."
Before the young man could even comprehend his words, he was sent hurtling backward by a single, crushing punch. Simultaneously, from all four directions, countless assassins surged forward, not engaging in direct combat, but launching their long swords en masse toward Mo Yang. A blue light flashed in his eyes, devoid of any fear, as a torrent of true ki fiercely erupted from his body. Every longsword launched toward him was halted, blocked by a formidable bodyguarding aura of true ki.
The leader, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, while his subordinates were similarly agitated.
"That's a bodyguarding aura."
Mo Yang swiftly bent low, clenching his fists, then unleashed a powerful strike, sending all the longswords flying.
The true kiel emanating from him was so potent that even nearby assassins were violently thrown backward.
The entire forest region trembled violently in its wake. Once the chaos subsided, the group once again saw him, his icy gaze fixed upon them. The leader's mind reeled in disbelief. "Impossible! How could someone so young possess such a powerful bodyguarding true Q?" Mo Yang addressed them with a chilling voice. "I don't need to say anything more, do I?"
The leader's thoughts raced.
He cannot be underestimated. Han Yu. Why would she appear with a monster like him? Even if we were to defeat him, we would suffer countless casualties. No, that's wrong. We might not even be able to defeat him. We could be utterly annihilated. With this thought, he immediately instructed his subordinates behind him. "We will stall for time until Han Yu is safely escorted away."
He then commanded the Xianxia group to charge once more, while another faction dragged Han Yu along and swiftly retreated. Bound and carried away by them, she felt utterly powerless and frustrated, hanging her head low.
"I detest this. I had ignored my own judgment, leading to this desperate tactic."
She recalled Mo Yang's words from earlier,
playing them back in her mind. "I don't want you to know too much about me." The more she thought of it, the more helpless she felt. "You utter fool," she thought, and her eyes immediately hardened with resolve.
She swung her leg, kicking the longsword by her hip, which immediately flew out before her.
Without hesitation, she opened her mouth and gripped the sword's hilt, then forcefully maneuvered the blade, attempting to sever the ropes binding her.
After a burst of desperate effort,
she finally succeeded.
The two assassins who were fleeing were startled to see her suddenly break free.
"What? How did she sever those ropes? Damn it. You're making things unnecessarily complicated."
Han Yu ignored them, fiercely roaring, "Tell Yi Feng to find someone else, don't come looking for me." Having declared this, she swiftly activated her movement technique and rushed back.
Seeing her actions, the group immediately gave chase, intent on recapturing her. Han Yu sped like a streak of light, her heart consumed by extreme worry for Mo Yang. Swiftly, the assassins closed in behind her. Once again, the binding chains were brandished by her adversaries. Han Yu's brows furrowed at the sight of the very chains that had just ensnared her. Daring not be careless, she swiftly twisted her body, evading their grasp.
From another direction, another figure whirled an iron chain.
The moment Han Yu paused, he immediately launched his iron chain at her.
She once again struggled to parry with her sword,
but swiftly she was ensnared by the iron chains once more. This time, it wasn't just one chain. 3 coiled tightly around her. Han Yue was captured by the 3, who then pulled taut with immense force, rendering her utterly immobile. "Why struggle for even a moment?" one of them sneered, "when you'll only be caught instantly." Upon hearing that voice, a startling realization dawned upon Han Yu. The figure chortled darkly, and removed his face covering. "In the past, you also ran, only to be captured just the same." Han Yu's mind involuntarily recalled how, as a child, she was often dragged by her hair and captured by this very person. "So it's you, Ma Dongshan?" the man sneered. "I am merely following orders from above, so cease your futile struggles, you pitiful granddaughter of the former sect master." Han Yu's eyes immediately blazed crimson. Her longsword, imbued with true qi, shone brilliantly, and the aura around her erupted ferociously. "I am not pitiful. I am no longer the Han Yu of the past." Meanwhile, Mo Yang was still fighting fiercely on all sides within the encirclement of the death assassins. They were relentlessly met by his devastating punches, sending them flying. Despite this, they surged forward without cease, one after another. But the outcome remained unchanged. If they weren't struck by a punch, they were met with a kick. The bodies of the death assassins struck down by Mo Yang now lay strewn across the ground. He roared aloud, "Are you truly willing to die so senselessly?" The moment he finished speaking, another figure immediately charged, swinging his sword in attack. As usual, Mo Yang easily evaded it, then delivered a brutal, affectionate punch directly into his opponent. He continued to bellow, "To abandon your lives purely for the command of a despicable wretch, is it truly worth it?" Undeterred, two more figures charged forward once again. Mo Yang spoke no further, unleashing two direct punches into them, as gore once again erupted, splattering through the air. He reached out and seized a longsword, then decisively hurled it sideways. The longsword streaked forth with blinding speed, flying towards their leader. He was quite far away, but had he not dodged in time, he would have met his demise. He turned back in terror to see the longsword impaled deeply into a tree trunk. This distance must have been at least 100 li'd, yet he could hurl it with such unerring accuracy. Even while fighting, he had been keeping an eye on me. Pondering this, he asked a nearby subordinate, "How many men are still alive?" The answer indicated only a handful remained. The young man mused inwardly. The others should have had enough time to escort Han Yu away. He then commanded his brethren to retreat. He walked over and retrieved the longsword Mo Yang had just hurled, then flung it back. The longsword pierced the air as it flew back, streaking directly towards Mo Yang. He merely raised two fingers effortlessly and clasped the blade, halting its advance. The leader showed no surprise, casually leaving a single phrase before departing. "We shall meet again." With that said, he swiftly departed with his subordinates. His remaining subordinates similarly dispersed in all directions, retreating. Mo Yang did not intervene, but stood silently, observing. Nearby, Han Yu's longsword, its tip stained with fresh blood, was impaled in the ground, its blade still imbued with traces of her true qi. Mo Yang approached, extracted the longsword, examining it. He then surveyed the chaotic aftermath of their battle surrounding him. "She truly refused to be dragged away docilely," he mused. Contentedly carrying the longsword, he continued his journey. "This is for the best," he thought. The scene shifts to the Huashan Sect, where the Zhao Long gang stood facing a group of Huashan disciples. The middle-aged elder of the Huashan sect's face was strained. "Even if an investigation is underway, there is no justification to search this place, nor do we need to prove anything. Sect Master, please, say something." The Sect Master sighed deeply and spoke. "I agree with Vice Sect Master Zhu Hao. This chamber contains only Huashan's expenditure records. What could there possibly be for the Xiaolong Corps leader to inspect?" To his dismay, Durong remained utterly unyielding. "No exceptions shall be made." The Sect Master persisted in his attempts to persuade him, but it was all to no avail, merely squandering precious time. Durong ignored him, advancing relentlessly, commanding the Vice Sect Master to yield his ground. His hand, fueled by fury, gripped his sword hilt, poised to unleash a devastating strike. "If you insist on forcing your way in, then dare to make a move." The surrounding Huashan disciples simultaneously clutched their sword hilts, ready to engage in a battle to the death. The atmosphere instantly plunged into a suffocating tension, as if swords were already drawn and bows strung. Qin Ming roared with a booming voice, "Enough! What is the meaning of this blatant provocation?" Durong's expression remained an icy mask, devoid of all emotion. Qin Ming, upon witnessing this unyielding resolve, involuntarily broke out in a cold sweat. Durong's voice cut through the tension, uttering the very words that instilled the deepest fear within him. "Am I to consider this a deliberate act of defiance against the alliance?" Upon hearing this, the Vice Sect Master's sword-gripping arm trembled uncontrollably. His face contorted into a similarly grim and unsightly mask, mirroring Qin Ming's. Durong pressed on, his gaze unwavering. "Am I to interpret this as an act of outright treason against the alliance?" Qin Ming, his composure shattered, roared back, "Treason? This accusation is utterly preposterous." Durong's countenance remained frigidly impassive. Then, open the door. Once again, beads of cold sweat slicked Qin Ming's brow. It seemed clear that something profound, something they desperately wished to conceal, lay hidden within those walls. Just as the suffocating tension reached its peak, another voice, calm yet authoritative, echoed from behind them. "What is the meaning of this commotion?" Turning their heads, the gathered crowd beheld an elder standing serenely. Upon seeing him, the Huashan disciples immediately bowed, cupping their hands in a gesture of profound respect. "Greetings to the Huashan Grand Swordsman, Jiang Bo." The members of the Xiaolong Corps were visibly stunned upon hearing this. Huashan Grand Swordsman Jiang Bo? He is revered as one of the 5 peerless swordsmen of the entire martial world. A living legend. Even Durong, resolute as he was visibly shaken by his sudden, unexpected arrival. Qin Ming swiftly approached the elder, cupping his hands in a respectful salute. He nodded gravely. "Sect Master Qin, You are also present?
Xin Ming then swiftly recounted the unfolding situation to him, in concise detail.
The elder then turned his gaze towards Durong. Durong, seeing this, immediately cupped his hands in greeting. We pay our respects, esteemed elder. The elder, stepping forward, addressed him directly. You are the leader of the Xiaolong Corps? Durong confirmed his identity with a curt nod. The elder continued, his eyes piercing. You insist on examining what lies within this chamber, do you not? Durong nodded. Indeed. The elder stroked his beard, a sigh escaping his lips. So unwavering is your resolve, that even if I were to draw my sword upon you, bearing the infamy of a traitor, you would still press on?
The members of the Xiaolong Corps watched in stunned disbelief. Terror etched upon their faces. Durong gazed intently at the elder, his thoughts profound and calculated. After a heavy silence, his answer remained unshaken. He would enter the chamber, no matter the cost. The elder, upon hearing this defiant response, erupted into a booming laugh, ignoring Durong's evident astonishment. He then commanded Xin Ming to open the door. Though he clearly hesitated, unwilling to comply, the elder cut him off before a single word could escape his lips. Observe closely, the elder proclaimed. If we possess true confidence, there is absolutely nothing to conceal. Xin Ming, rendered utterly helpless, saw no other recourse. He could only grit his teeth and resign himself to destiny.
The elder then issued a stern reminder. Be wary. Let nothing vanish from that chamber. Durong, leader of the Xiaolong Corps, solemnly replied, I shall engrave your words into my heart, esteemed elder.
The elder then cupped his hands and swiftly departed, his voice echoing, Delay no longer. Open the door.
As if on cue, a somber darkness soon enveloped the entirety of Huashan's sect. Within the study chamber, however, lamps burned brightly, defying the encroaching gloom.
Every member of the Xiaolong Corps was engrossed, meticulously scrutinizing the ledgers within.
Guansheng spoke. I can finally understand why they so desperately wish to prevent our inspection of these records.
Yer added, her voice laced with disbelief.
The budgetary discrepancies are catastrophically severe. He Ling then offered. Perhaps it is because they train warriors, yet cannot afford to retain them as true disciples.
Jiang Xiang felt a prick of doubt. Were the funds allocated for their new semester's training not severely restricted? Jiang Shu confirmed. Indeed, Durong asked, bewildered. Are we truly here just to review Huashan's financial discrepancies?
Be wary, lest these delicate matters escape your lips.
The group continued their meticulous scrutiny through the entire night.
The following morning, deep within the Xiwan Deshan, a colossal architectural complex lay concealed. Han Yu had, by then, been brought to this very place, held captive within.
She stood by the window, observing for a brief moment, before decisively turning away. Her gaze drifted to a scabbard placed nearby.
If only she had her sword, she might be able to act. The thought gnawed at her, fueling her unease. Damn it! Just then, a handmaiden entered from outside. Princess, your bathwater and fresh garments have been prepared.
Han Yu decisively refused, stating she had no need. But the handmaiden remained unyieldingly firm.
Please, princess, follow me. Han Yu angrily retorted, I told you I have no need. The handmaiden sighed. It would be best if you came with me. Unless you desire to be served by men, this is your sole, best option.
Han Yu's face contorted, her teeth grinding in fury. Yet she found herself utterly without recourse.
A short while later, Han Yu was escorted to a bathing chamber, attended by 3 handmaidens.
She remained utterly still, sitting in a daze, letting them attend to her as they wished. Soon after, 2 more individuals entered, bearing fresh attire.
Han Yu was then assisted in changing her garments.
She was adorned in resplendent crimson robes, complemented by a luxurious golden hair clasp. Though the attire was exquisite, she felt nothing but profound vexation. She was then led back to her chamber.
Once more she approached the window, gazing out in deep contemplation, when suddenly, a voice resonated from outside. I never truly noticed how you resembled a man in your usual attire, but now, adorned with jewels, and in these new garments, you are utterly breathtaking.
Han Yu's eyes narrowed as she recognized the intruder. This was Yi Yang, the current demonic sect master, who now regarded her enraged expression with evident amusement.
Indeed, it is I. Just look at the fire in your eyes. I have never witnessed such an intense gaze from any woman before. It is truly provocative. Han Yu recoiled, evading his grasping hand, and unleashed a furious retort. Remove your filthy hand from my person.
Driven by her fury, she abruptly flung his hand aside, then unleashed a swift punch aiming directly for his head.
As he narrowly evaded the strike, she immediately followed with a ferocious kick, continuing her assault. Yet every one of her desperate attacks proved utterly ineffectual against him.
Instead, he seized her by the throat, her futile struggles only making her seem all the more captivating to him.
Our wedding will take place in merely 2 days. Do not provoke my wrath with this pointless resistance.
For tormenting you after the ceremony would simply lack a certain refinement.
Han Yu, her throat constricted, her face a pale, contorted mask of tension, struggled against his grip. The more she resisted, the more Yin Yang's perverse excitement grew. After a tense moment, he finally relinquished his hold, releasing her. Han Yu collapsed powerlessly to the ground, clutching her throat and racking coughs tearing through her.
Her eyes, burning with escalating resentment and fierce bitterness, followed his retreating form. Night swiftly descended, casting its ominous shroud over the entire demonic sect.
Outside, guards and soldiers patrolled ceaselessly, while from behind a hidden wall, a solitary figure covertly observed. Once the patrol had passed, he launched himself over the wall, soaring inward.
Meanwhile, Han Yu sat alone, lost in thought by a table, when suddenly, she sensed an anomaly, jolting her to turn her head sharply.
A young man had stealthily infiltrated the chamber through the window, gesturing for her to remain silent.
Many formidable warriors are guarding this place.
As Han Yu recognized the familiar face, a surge of overwhelming joy washed over her. "It is you, Wu Bai." As the young man advanced with a relieved smile, he added, "I feared you might have been spirited away." Han Yue, perplexed, questioned, "How could you possibly know of my presence here?"
Wu Bai clarified,
"I have been observing your movements ever since the Xianxia squad delivered you to this place."
Even the stoic Xianxia leader, that perpetually grim-faced figure, I have never before witnessed such fury from him. It appears he encountered no small amount of trouble in securing your return, princess.
Within her heart, Han Yu reveled in quiet triumph. Naturally, she mused, such troubles are the price of underestimating Mo Yang.
Wu Bai then turned, heading towards the exit.
"Come now, follow me," he urged. "I shall lead you from this place." To his utter astonishment, Han Yu declined. "I have matters that demand my attention here," she stated, "thus, I cannot depart."
Wu Bai, taken aback by her words,
froze for a moment, before swiftly turning and dropping to one knee.
"Issue your command, princess. I shall dedicate myself to your cause."
Han Yu gazed at him with a surge of emotion. "Wu Bai," she began. Just as outside, the moon ascended to its zenith, declaring the deep of night. Upon a desolate cliff face, a lone figure abruptly manifested. This mysterious individual was none other than Mo Yang himself.
From his elevated vantage he commanded a full, unobstructed view of the demonic sect's grand stronghold.
Swiftly, the night ceded its domain to the approaching dawn, its first rays piercing the gloomy darkness. Mo Yang, now concealed deep within the forest bordering the demonic sect's headquarters, meticulously assessed the situation, seeking an opportune moment for infiltration. Upon observing the gate sentries, he immediately identified them as members of the Xianxia squad. They were clearly executing stringent identity checks, a telltale sign they fully expected Mo Yang to reveal himself. As he observed, a sudden prickle of sensation shot through him, compelling him to whirl around and gaze behind.
Not far off, concealed within a dense thicket, Wu Bai was meticulously scanning his surroundings, searching for something unseen. "Surely I just sensed a distinct aura lingering here, did I not?"
Could it merely be a beast? He mused, lost in his contemplation. Utterly oblivious as Mo Yang advanced from behind, a phantom undetected by gods or demons. The unsuspecting youth was instantly seized by the head, his movement abruptly halted.
Before he could even register a thought, his head was violently thrust against the solid tree trunk. "Who precisely are you searching for, Junior?" a voice rumbled. Wu Bai thrashed, desperately trying to twist his head and identify his captor.
As his vision cleared, his eyes fell upon the gleaming heavenly emperor's sword, held firmly in Mo Yang's grasp. A gasp escaped his lips, and he managed to stammer, "Esteemed senior? Are you Mo Yang?" "My name is Wu Bai. Senior Sister Tan Yu dispatched me on a mission to locate you." Upon hearing this, Mo Yang's surprise was evident. He instantly released his captive.
Wu Bai then proceeded to meticulously recount the entire situation to him. "She is held captive within the innermost, most heavily guarded depths of the demonic sect's fortress. Numerous elite warriors stand vigilant guard there, awaiting the dawn of tomorrow's forced wedding."
Mo Yang recoiled, a sudden shock rippling through him. "A wedding?" he demanded. Wu Bai grimly confirmed. "Indeed. A forced union with the demonic sect master, Yi Feng." Mo Yang scoffed, a dark glint in his eyes. "That impatient fool truly cannot wait." Wu Bai sighed, a heavy sound. "That man has lusted after senior sister for an agonizingly long time." The two figures then moved, conversing in hushed tones as they traversed the perilous landscape. "I contemplated scaling the towering walls," Mo Yang began. "But their immense height, coupled with ubiquitous patrols, render such an attempt futile. I even considered attempting passage through the main gates." Wu Bai immediately interjected. "That path is utterly impassable. One requires a specific command token, a seal of authority, to gain entry or exit through those main gates." Mo Yang, without a moment's hesitation, produced a command token and casually tossed it towards Wu Bai. "Are you referring to this?" Mo Yang questioned.
Wu Bai's eyes widened in utter shock and excitement at the sight of the object.
This command token is of extraordinary value. Only a select few cultivators ever attain such a relic.
From where, pray tell, did you acquire such a legendary artifact?
Mo Yang remained silent, lost in thought, his mind drifting back to the fragmented memories of his previous life. It was the former Sect master, Tan Xing, who had bestowed this very item upon him in a bygone era.
This token, Tan Xing had said, serves as a testament to our enduring friendship.
Mo Yang, however, did not reveal Tan Xing's identity, merely stating it was a gift from a venerable old acquaintance. However, Mo Yang mused, I fear its efficacy may be limited. The Xia squad has already identified my true visage. Wu Bai stroked his chin in contemplation. Then, let us use the secret passage. He quickly recalled something vital. As long as we enter covertly, that should suffice, correct? He then swiftly led Mo Yang forward. The place they arrived at was the demonic sect's waste disposal exit. The moment Mo Yang arrived, the appalling stench made him visibly uncomfortable. This stench is truly horrific, Wu Bai replied. Naturally, all the demonic sect's waste and foul water drain into this very place. Mo Yang questioned, have you ever attempted to enter through here before?
Wu Bai shook his head, indicating he had not.
Only those with truly perverse tastes would ever do such a thing. Hearing this, a clear expression of helplessness dawned upon Mo Yang's face.
So are you certain we can gain entry through this path?
Upon receiving Wu Bai's confirmation, he sighed, realizing they had no other recourse. The scene shifts to a magnificent palace, nestled deep within a cavern. Yi Feng stood on a raised platform, deep in thought. Even after sacrificing 20 of your men, you still could not defeat him?
Tan Yu has found a true talent and befriended him?
The leader of the death squad, kneeling below, responded.
Your subordinate has already informed every member of the demonic sect of his appearance and attire, and patrols have been drastically tightened to prevent his infiltration. A corner of Yi Feng's mouth curled into an expression of profound interest. If he appears, you must ensure his capture alive.
I only hope he appears before the wedding. That would be a magnificent gift for my bride.
Ha ha.
Meanwhile, Wu Bai and Mo Yang slowly approached the discharge gate. Suddenly, Wu Bai offered Mo Yang 2 small pieces of cloth. Take these. They might offer some slight assistance. His intention was for Mo Yang to use them to cover his nose, just as he was doing. Mo Yang silently gazed at the cloth pieces, offering no reply.
Just then, the discharge gate suddenly shook with violent tremors. Immediately afterward, a colossal volume of waste gushed forth from within. Wu Bai, witnessing this spectacle for the first time, was utterly taken aback. After a moment, the waste finally ceased its flow, and everything gradually settled back into an eerie calm.
Mo Yang, from behind, lamented. It seems they offered no help whatsoever.
Wu Bai explained.
This occurrence happens when they release accumulated wastewater, so there's no need for concern.
Inside the demonic sect, servants were incessantly carrying waste, converging it towards the headquarters.
Waste from all corners of the sect flowed into a massive reservoir, then proceeded along a conduit leading outside.
We just finished discharging it, so why is it full once more? Tomorrow is the grand wedding ceremony, so every corner demands water.
Deeper within the cavern, Mo Yang and Wu Bai navigated a winding path by torchlight. The further they delved, the more oppressive and nauseating the stench became. Wu Bai again offered the 2 pieces of cloth to Mo Yang. As before, Mo Yang refused once more.
I can still endure it. Wu Bai did not force the issue, continuing onward. With no ventilation, all the foul odors had accumulated right here. No sooner had he finished speaking than a gust of wind abruptly swept through from ahead.
This startled both of them profoundly. Immediately after, tremors began to resonate from further ahead, and another torrent of waste surged forth, roaring its way out. Mo Yang gazed at the massive cascade of waste, utterly bewildered.
Did you not say there was no need for concern?
Wu Bai tossed the torch in his hand to Mo Yang.
I was not boasting, but this is indeed simple to handle.
A corner of Mo Yang's mouth subtly curved upward as he pondered inwardly.
Is this young master also a true expert? Let us witness the extent of his power.
Wu Bai stared at the torrent of filth rushing towards them, his eyes instantly blazing crimson. He then unleashed the one heaven divine hand, forcefully splitting the surging flow, making it divert to both sides without touching them. Behind him, Mo Yang silently shielded the torch's flame with his hand, preventing it from being extinguished.
He uses energy to part the water with his fists, creating space.
Quite impressive. At the forefront, Wu Bai's face was quickly drenched in sweat. The sheer volume of effluent was draining his true qi, and he was rapidly nearing his limit.
Damn it. I truly thought this would be effortless. He quickly pushed his might to its absolute peak, as the filth was now surging right at their feet. From behind, Mo Yang had also keenly perceived this dire situation.
Wu Bai gritted his teeth, desperately trying to hold on. The danger was overwhelming. He couldn't hold on much longer.
At this critical moment, another fist manifested beside him.
Mo Yang stepped forward, replacing him, unleashing a powerful defensive technique. Under his terrifying strength, everything was instantly brought into order.
Wu Bai stood there, jaws slacked in utter astonishment.
Outside, the waste discharge pipe once again gushed thunderously. Yet inside, Mo Yang and his companion still stood calmly. Wu Bai, an incredulous expression on his face, turned to look at the figure before him. The effortless grace of his techniques, the energy flowed from him on a completely different level than his own. Mo Yang tossed the torch back to him, warning, "There's no telling when it might gush out again, so we must be swift." The two immediately set off with urgent speed.
Meanwhile, the waste reservoir had been completely depleted. For now, no more discharge was possible.
The discharge gate was also slowly closing shut.
A guard pointed and bellowed,
"Old caretaker, I've brought the food. Please close the gate."
Seeing the old man sitting there blankly,
he roared out once more,
"Old caretaker,
I told you the food is here, so close the gate."
The old caretaker sighed.
"It'll just fill up again soon enough. Why bother closing it?
Just leave it open today." As the gate was about to close, a hand suddenly reached out from within, holding it open. The old caretaker, completely oblivious, continued to sit there, yawning widely. Seizing this chance, Mo Yang and his companion leaped out from within, fleeing the area with extreme speed.
The two then rapidly moved across the rooftops, making their escape.
Their path led them directly to the servants' clothes-drying area.
Without hesitation, Mo Yang snatched a set of clothes and quickly donned them.
Wu Bai stood guard nearby, muttering,
"When I left, there weren't this many guards, but it's fine. Reaching senior sister's prison should still be without hindrance." To Wu Bai's surprise, Mo Yang had no intention of heading to that location.
"We will not go to Tan Yu's place of imprisonment."
A lavish feast of hot pot, grilled delicacies, and rare mountain sea ingredients had been meticulously laid out.
The chambermaid respectfully bowed, urging her to eat swiftly before the dishes grew cold. Yet Han Yu remained seated, completely listless, showing no intention of touching her chopsticks. She gazed out the window, lost in thought, her heart consumed by endless worry.
"Hasn't Wu Bai finished yet?" Wu Bai, on his side, looked at Mo Yang in confusion. "Sir, what exactly do you mean by that?"
"Sir, senior sister commanded me to find you with the utmost speed."
"We cannot afford to squander a single moment."
"What do you mean we're not going there?"
Mo Yang explained. "Even if we were to take Tan Yu, it does not guarantee Yi Feng will release us."
Hearing this, Wu Bai once again stood dumbfounded, completely at a loss.
Mo Yang continued to explain. "There will be special guests attending tomorrow's wedding. We will show them who is truly the strongest, and re-establish the hierarchy of the demonic sect." Wu Bai broke out in a cold sweat, swallowing hard. "Re-establish the hierarchy? Wait, do you mean defeat Yi Feng?"
Hearing Mo Yang's casual confirmation made it even more incredulous for him.
"I know you are powerful, but this is far easier said than done. There will be numerous guards, and the 4 demon guardians protect Yi Feng."
Mo Yang smiled.
"I shall be the one to deal with them."
Wu Bai grew even more bewildered.
"Then what of Yi Feng himself?"
Mo Yang replied.
"That, naturally, will be Tan Yu's task."
Wu Bai's heart surged with alarm.
"Senior sister, fighting Yi Feng?"
The thought spurred him to agitated shouts.
"Yi Feng is an exceedingly powerful adversary. I do not underestimate her abilities. But against Yi Feng," Mo Yang cut him off, "she will undoubtedly succeed."
"I will ensure it is possible, Wu Bai." Swiftly, darkness once again embraced Han Yu's chambers.
Yi Feng, with his sinister presence, sought her out once more.
Han Yu, as before, sat transfixed,
her spirit seemingly adrift.
Yi Feng's eyes fell upon the untouched feast splayed across the table.
"You must eat to regain your strength. Only with vigor can you endure what is to come. I personally commanded the kitchens to prepare this fare specifically for you."
Perhaps the young lady's appetite has vanished, overcome by the sheer anticipation of tomorrow's grand wedding.
"HMPH, Han Yu spat, her voice laced with ice. "Rather than this feast, I'd prefer to gnaw on scraps like a common dog you've abandoned."
Yi Feng showed no trace of anger.
Instead, a cruel smirk spread across his lips.
With an abrupt, brutal motion, he slammed her head onto the table surface.
"I treat you with the reverence of a precious jewel, yet you yearn to wallow in the dirt like a common cur?
Then you shall first learn to lower your head and feed, as such a creature should. Come, be a good girl and eat. Afterwards, you may even bark for me, like a loyal hound." As he forced her head towards the food, a searing rage ignited in Han Yu's eyes, turning them a furious crimson. Suddenly, with a ferocious burst of defiance, she lunged and sunk her teeth into his hand. Yi Feng, caught off guard by her sudden, venomous attack, his expression momentarily tightened. In an instant he violently flung her away, sending her sprawling and rolling across the cold floor. He cast a dismissive glance at his bleeding arm, a weary sigh escaping his lips.
"What is this feral behavior? Biting like a savage beast?"
He strode towards her, looming over her fallen form, his face menacingly close to hers.
You truly are a woman who continues to pique my dark fascination. You are utterly distinct from those servile women who merely bow their heads and willingly shed their garments. However, should you bare your fangs and claws tomorrow, it will indeed become troublesome. I cannot permit my esteemed reputation to be tarnished before my esteemed guests. Han Yue scoffed, a bitter mockery in her voice. Yi Feng, are you truly so consumed by fear, afraid that your name will be dragged through the mud, branded as one who cannot even subdue a single woman, is that it?
Yi Feng's eyes instantly sharpened into icy daggers. With a swift, precise movement, he unleashed a flurry of pressure points upon her form.
As the devastating blows struck her vital points, Han Yu collapsed to the ground, utterly paralyzed and unable to stir a single limb. A cold sweat drenched her form, her entire being seized by an agonizing tension. What vile sorcery have you inflicted upon me? Han Yu gasped. Yi Feng, with a chilling calm, replied,
Fear not, for in but a fleeting moment your limbs shall obey your will once more.
In a few short days, all shall revert to normalcy. I shall personally ensure you grovel before me, my future lady. Upon hearing that repulsive title, lady, Han Yu's fury intensified tenfold, her teeth grinding together with a defiant clang. Deep within her tormented heart, she silently screamed for Mo Yang.
Meanwhile, across the vast expanse, the formidable Mo Yang sat solitary atop a distant rooftop, his gaze fixed upon the boundless cosmic tapestry. Suddenly, a profound disturbance rippled through his senses, causing him to snap his head back. Before long, dawn's first light illuminated a bustling crowd gathering outside Yi Feng's opulent grand hall. Your subordinates have scoured every inch, both within and without, yet his presence remains elusive. This subordinate believes he has long since abandoned the struggle, shattered by the thunderous wrath of Zishahan.
Yi Feng nodded slowly, a dark smile playing on his lips. Perhaps so. But oh, what a profound misfortune this is. A silent sigh of cruel satisfaction escaped his inner thoughts. I desire for her to witness, with her very own eyes, the ignoble severing of that wretched fool's head. Outside, a magnificent, extravagant banquet sprawled, a spectacle of grandeur. Distinguished guests swarmed in, eager to bestow their blessings upon the union, as the melodious strains of lutes, songs, and flutes continuously wove a vibrant tapestry of sound, adorning the jubilant atmosphere. A murmur rippled through the less patient guests. Whispers began to spread. A wedding celebration of such splendor? Yet the esteemed bride remains conspicuously absent?
Surely, she has not dared to flee, has she? She was seized days ago. Whispers abound that she has been compelled, against her will, to partake in this unholy union.
Yi Feng now reigns as sect master. Could any woman still defy his will? One might assume willingness, yet the truth remains shrouded in uncertainty. At that precise moment, a subordinate hurried forth to deliver a report to Yi Feng. Master, the grand carriage of the esteemed Lady Han Yu has just arrived. Yi Feng's lips curled into a triumphant, self-satisfied smile. Immediately, a herald stepped forward, his voice booming across the assembly. Let it be known! The divine, sacred union of Sectmaster Yi Feng and the esteemed Lady Han Yu is hereby officially commenced. The assembled musicians erupted into a thunderous crescendo, their instruments wailing with raw intensity. Moments later, the distinct echo of approaching footsteps resonated from beyond the grand entrance. In unison, every single guest pivoted, their gazes riveted upon the threshold.
Beholding Han Yu in her bridal attire, the gathered crowd was struck with profound astonishment.
Is this truly the Han Yu we once knew? Han Yu, her face a mask of icy indifference, was escorted in by maidservants, while Yi Feng erupted in fervent admiration. Exquisite! Amidst the melodious flute music and the awestruck gaze of the onlookers, the bride made her entrance onto the ceremonial platform. She slowly ascended, moving towards Yi Feng, who awaited her. He stood, extending his hand, a gesture of feigned assistance.
Instantly, maidservants approached, bearing 2 cups of the ceremonial Daobei wine.
Yi Feng swiftly reached forth, claiming one of the cups. Han Yue's cup remained with the maidservant, who held it for her.
Yi Feng raised his cup, a smug smile gracing his lips. Once this wine is consumed, we shall officially be husband and wife.
Then, you shall truly become mine. He even secretly transmitted a threatening message to her, a stark choice between life and death.
Having drained his own cup, he advanced, intending to forcibly feed the wine to Han Yu.
From below, a subordinate boomed. Our esteemed cultmaster personally offers the ceremonial wine. His actions today are truly brimming with warmth. A true man unleashes a torrent of killing intent upon his foes, yet bestows gentle affection upon his wife. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's smugness intensified, and he laughed with even greater satisfaction. He drew perilously close to Han Yu, murmuring, Are you attempting to gather qi by remaining so silent? You should hold the wine in your mouth, and then transmit it to me. As he uttered these words, he pressed the wine cup against her lips. I shall conclude this Dao Bei ritual with a kiss. If you dare to resist, then struggle, by all means. But precisely at this critical juncture, from the distance, a stone tore through the air, unobstructed, and smashed directly into Yi Feng's hand. The ceremonial Dao Bei cup, still clutched in his hand, shattered upon impact. He bellowed furiously. Who dares to commit such an outrage? A familiar voice resonated in Han Yu's ears. Little one, you look far more fetching in that formal gown than your usual martial attire. Upon the rooftop, a lone figure stood, brazen and imposing. Who else could it be but Mo Yang? Han Yu's eyes involuntarily widened at his sudden appearance. The guests were utterly bewildered by his presence, muttering, "What is he doing? What audacity! To simply appear like this?" Yi Feng gnashed his teeth, his face a mask of profound gloom as he glared upward. It's him? Mo Yang swiftly descended from above, landing on the platform, his trajectory bringing him past Han Yu. Her body stumbled, dislodging her ornate phoenix crown, which tumbled to the ground. Mo Yang strode forward, extending a hand to steady her swaying form. Gaze fixed on the man before her, she inwardly sighed with relief. Why did it take you so long? Yi Feng watched him embrace his wife and gently settle her onto a seat, his face paling with 1,000 degrees of venomous resentment. Only after completing this, did Mo Yang finally fix his gaze upon him. You must be Yi Feng? The two men met face to face for the very first time. Yi Feng's lip curled into a sneer. So, it's you? Thank you for showing yourself. I had feared I wouldn't be able to present my wife with a suitable wedding gift. Indeed, I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time now. He then bellowed, summoning 2 guards. The instant his words ceased, 2 figures lunged forth, descending upon Mo Yang from behind and above. Mo Yang, however, did not stand idly by awaiting his demise. He swiftly drew his sword, intercepting their assault. Their combined offensive was abruptly halted, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. Both were then overwhelmed by Mo Yang's sheer power, forcibly driven backward. Before either could even react, he surged forward, unleashing a furious counterattack with his sword. Both were utterly outmatched, instantly blasted backward, crashing violently into the dining tables. The entire area erupted into chaotic ruin, dishes shattering and scattering across the floor. Mo Yang gripped his longsword, turning to Han Yu and stating, Little one, you left it behind in the forest. A radiant joy blossomed on Han Yu's face. My sword, Mo Yang continued. I shall return it to you soon, little one. Yi Feng scoffed coldly within his heart. I heard he is merely a martial practitioner. A sword in the hands of a simple martial practitioner. How utterly laughable. Those 2 henchmen swiftly rose once more from the chaotic debris. I underestimated him gravely. He is no ordinary individual. Neither dared to underestimate him any longer, simultaneously mobilizing their spiritual energy with grim determination. Mo Yang, still remarkably calm, stood there, advising, I hold no enmity towards anyone here, and thus I hope you do not prematurely end your lives at this moment. The audience below seethed with anger upon hearing this. He should have been executed already. How dare he utter such arrogant words? Another, far calmer, restrained them. Cease this. He would not act so rashly without reason. The 2 guards at the front once again raised their blades. A devil like him needs no reason. Only death is fitting for one who harms our master. With those words, both charged towards Mo Yang without the slightest hesitation. Utterly fearless, he once more raised his sword to block their assault. As one companion attacked from the front, the other launched a flanking strike from the side. The 3 continuously clashed, blades ringing against blades, until suddenly, Mo Yang leaped, vanishing from his spot. He deftly evaded their combined assault, landing silently behind them. Seeing this, the 2 sneered, Coward! We shall finish you here and now. With that, they frantically channeled their chi. Witness my Asura Moonlight Sword Art. Confronted by this strike, Mo Yang felt a flicker of surprise as the opponent's true chi surged, forming a swirling vortex around him. The surrounding audience watched in terror. The Asura Moonlight Sword Art? Has that man gone mad? If caught within it, not even a bone will remain. Everyone, flee at once. On the platform, Yi Feng's lips curled into a triumphant smirk. Yes. Hasten and tear him into 100 pieces. Seated alone, Han Yu's face betrayed a look of intense, anxious worry. The man's eyes blazed crimson, his murderous intent completely unbridled. Swiftly, he unleashed a crimson light strike, imbued with overwhelming power, which transformed into a spiraling vortex that surged towards Mo Yang. Mo Yang showed no intention of evading, standing his ground and gripping his longsword. The very spot he occupied was instantly engulfed by the crimson light, followed by a powerful explosion that ripped through the air. The entire area was instantly submerged in a sanguine mist. After unleashing that devastating sword strike, The two guards couldn't help but feel a surge of triumph. It is done! But swiftly, they discerned Mo Yang's blurred figure within the swirling dust and smoke. To see him still standing gallantly, utterly unscathed, filled them with an unshakable terror and disbelief.
Mo Yang's form remained perfect, without a single injury, as he narrowed his eyes at them. The two guards involuntarily trembled, slick with cold sweat.
This is impossible! The surrounding spectators were no less thunderstruck. What sorcery is this? He is completely unharmed? How could he have survived? Only then did Han Yu's taut expression finally relax with a sigh of relief. Yi Feng ground his teeth. What monstrous being is this?
Even peerless grandmasters would tremble in fear before the moonlight sword art.
What's more, he is not even a sword master, merely a martial practitioner. Yet he blocked a lightning-fast sword strike with but a single blade. Mo Yang then spoke, his voice chilling. Now, it is my turn. The two guards frantically raised their swords. You are? At that precise moment, another sound echoed from behind. Mo Yang spun around, startled, only to see countless sharp claws slashing towards him. After a flurry of attacks, the figure landed a short distance behind him. The elder then turned, raising two razor-sharp claws, and stared at Mo Yang with appreciative eyes. Quite swift. Mo Yang, seemingly unfazed, countered, "Are you also a Zisha?" The man's lips curved into a smug smirk, but he offered no reply. Just then, a heavy chain ripped through the air from a distance. However, before the chain could strike Mo Yang, Wu Bai swiftly arrived, sweeping his fist to intercept it.
The one who launched the sneak attack on Mo Yang was none other than the very man escorting Han Yu here.
Wu Bai sneered at them. 4 against 1? How utterly despicable. Am I wrong, Lord?
Han Yu's surprise only deepened upon seeing Wu Bai's appearance. She truly hadn't expected this young man to reveal himself here.
Mo Dongshan twirled his chain. Look, brothers! Tan Yu's dog wags its tail, welcoming its master home. Wu Bai roared in fury. Mo Dongshan, how dare you mock my senior sister? You trash! You are utterly useless without your iron chains. Ma Dongshan unleashed his chains once more without hesitation. Wu Bai nimbly dodged, simultaneously roaring a warning to Mo Yang behind him. His eyes instantly blazed crimson. Then he charged furiously towards Ma Dongshan, intent on a decisive battle. This punch carried an overwhelming power, striking Ma Dongshan with such force that he skidded backward across the ground.
His expression couldn't help but twist into alarm after this single strike. The clawed figure also lunged from behind at this moment, seeking to ambush Wu Bai. Then, allow me to send you on your way first. Wu Bai had no intention of standing still and accepting death. He instantly flipped his body to evade the opponent's claw attack, landing gracefully. Sweat beaded on his face, yet he remained supremely confident, without a trace of fear. Meanwhile, the two assailants lunged forth once more to attack Mo Yang. One attacked ferociously from the front, while the other stealthily ambushed from behind, but each time they only struck empty air. Mo Yang soared into the air, hovering there as he gazed down at them. I am here for you. With that, he swung his sword, unleashing countless strikes that rained down. Seeing this, the two figures couldn't help but tremble. What? The two couldn't evade in time and were struck by the sword Kui, sending them flying in opposite directions. Mo Yang then descended into the center of the fray. The hearts of both guardians were filled with dread. Such overwhelming power! How could any normal person wield a sword like this? Mo Yang stood there, exuding a blazing fighting intent, countless times more terrifying than their own a moment ago. The spectators observing from the sidelines were utterly shaken. What is he planning to do? This internal energy. Could it be? Mo Yang slowly raised his sword. His long sword was now engulfed by a thick layer of blood. Han Yu stared wide-eyed in stunned disbelief. Is that the crimson flame sword art? Mo Yang's eyes suddenly flashed with a crimson glow. As his true Kui circulated, the blood Kui coating the blade turned even more crimson. Like true blood itself. Han Yue was even more profoundly shaken by this sight. No, that's wrong. This is a higher realm of the crimson flame sword art. It's the heretical crimson sword art. Yi Feng's body couldn't help but tremble. Impossible. How could that scoundrel possibly cultivate the heretical crimson sword art? The two guardians, refusing to believe, charged forward once more in a frenzy. This cannot be real. It must be an illusion technique. We shall finish him with a combined strike. Both launched their attacks simultaneously from his left and right flanks. A slight smirk played on Mo Yang's lips. This time, he had no intention of dodging. Instead, he actively swung his sword, unleashing the scorching flame technique. Terrifying flames instantly erupted and surged forth, engulfing the two figures. Engulfed by the flames, both instantly froze, screaming in agonizing pain. Accompanying this, their bodies were also shredded to pieces by the sword Kui. Mo Yang's blood Kui still surged violently around him, and very quickly, the two figures were consumed by the flames. Their forms vanished. Yi Feng, standing on the platform witnessing everything, couldn't help but gulp repeatedly. Mo Yang then turned his head to glance in that direction,
before slowly walking towards him.
Very quickly, he descended directly before Yi Feng.
Their 4 eyes met, locking in a tense stare. Yi Feng stuttered, How could you? How could you wield the demonic sect's secret art, the heretical crimson sword art? Mo Yang did not reply, but stated calmly, You are no match for me, Yi Feng. If you wish to die, I shall send you to your demise instantly. Yi Feng knew his words held truth, and dared not retort impulsively. What do you want from me? Mo Yang's expression turned grim. I want you to fight me in a battle to decide the master of the demonic sect. Right here, right now, with Tan Yu present?
Yi Feng was utterly astonished by this.
With Tan Yu? Mo Yang continued. Regardless of the outcome, I will absolutely not interfere.
Yi Feng mused inwardly.
Because of the previous sect master Tan Xing's blunders, we lost the great martial arts war, and those who refuse to accept this truth still sympathize with her. They all harbor resentment towards me, their new ruler. That is precisely why I shall use this wedding to break her, and all those who defy me, into submission.
What a truly foolish move. He sought to rescue her, yet in doing so, he has inadvertently presented me with the perfect opportunity to enact my grand scheme. A dark satisfaction washed over him as he readily assented.
Mo Yang, appearing unfazed, approached Han Yu and took her pulse. She stammered. My vital acupoints have been sealed. I have no recourse but to obey the evil crimson sword art. How do you possess knowledge of such a forbidden technique? Mo Yang merely placed a hand on her shoulder, offering no reply. I shall infuse my true qi into your meridians, shattering the seals on your acupoints. Without delay, he began to circulate his essence, channeling true qi into her being. Han Yu closed her eyes, her form still, as she began to succumb to the intoxicating sensation.
Suddenly her eyes snapped open, wide with disbelief, as she felt herself adrift in an endless, unfathomable void.
Within the abyssal gloom, a familiar, compelling voice echoed, calling to her. Han Yu turned, her gaze drawn to a radiant brilliance piercing the profound darkness. Compelled, she slowly advanced towards it. Could this be Mo Yang's true qi? Mo Yang's command resonated. Absorb it! Let them witness who truly commands the demonic sect. As Han Yu embraced Mo Yang's surging true qi, the sealed acupoints across her body were instantly shattered, her eyes blazing crimson, and an overwhelming, heaven-shaking aura erupted from her form.
Meanwhile, Wu Bai found himself relentlessly assailed by the 2 aggressors. Mo Dongshan's sinister chains lashed out, sending him hurtling into the stone wall. Fresh blood now trickled from the corner of his mouth.
He stood, gasping for breath, muttering curses under his breath. Damn it all! Just as I feared, I am still too inexperienced. Mo Dongshan, a sneer twisting his lips, stepped closer. Tell me, have you sensed it yet?
For just moments ago, a potent surge of power flared, only to vanish instantly. It seems our master has already dealt with that pest decisively.
As Wu Bai remained in a daze, the clawed fiend suddenly lunged, striking without warning. He narrowly evaded the blow, his swift reaction saving him from an untimely demise. With true qi circulating within him, a cruel smirk twisted his lips. It means we need not be so hasty in ending your life. With those words he lunged once more, resuming his assault on Wu Bai. Wu Bai ducked low, evading the strike, then retaliated with a fierce fist, slamming into his assailant's flank. Enough of your worthless chatter. Even as he spoke, Mo Dongshan's chains materialized from the distance, lashing out. Wu Bai could not react in time. The chains ensnared him instantly. Mo Dongshan gripped the chains, a triumphant sneer on his face. This is a battle you cannot possibly win. Why not kneel and surrender, rather than persist in this futile struggle? Who knows? That insolent little girl might even shed a few tears and foolishly attempt to save you. Wu Bai, his body tense, turned his head to see the clawed fiend leering at him with a malevolent grin. He immediately gritted his teeth, a guttural roar escaping his lips. Do not dare to insult my senior sister. With that declaration, heedless of the chains binding him, he surged towards Mo Dongshan. Mo Dongshan, however, was not slow. He deftly leaped, evading the desperate lunge. Then, with a powerful heave, he yanked the chains, dragging Wu Bai mercilessly. Once more, Wu Bai was flung through the air, colliding violently with the stone wall. Relentlessly battered, Wu Bai was now utterly spent, collapsing to his knees on the ground, racked with unbearable agony. Mo Dongshan, his patience finally exhausted, let out a weary sigh. End him. I tire of this childish game. The clawed fiend advanced once more, a sneer on his face. Truly, what a tedious affair this has become. I intend to ensure he spends the rest of his wretched life unable to walk. He shall serve as a chilling example to any who dare to defy our master. Now which limb shall I sever first? His hands or his feet? Heh. Your legs appear to be practically begging for my blade. Do not squirm so, little one. A single tremor in my hand, and who knows what I might sever accidentally. Wu Bai, his heart seized by terror, cried out for his senior sister. Just as his grim fate seemed sealed, a sudden, thunderous fist slammed squarely into the clawed fiend's face. The one who had unleashed this devastating blow was none other than Mo Yang. The clawed fiend reeled from the impact, collapsing onto the ground, his fate, life or death, utterly uncertain. Wu Bai, witnessing Mo Yang's sudden appearance, was utterly stunned. "Is that truly you, my lord?" Mata Dongshan was drenched in a cold sweat. How could he possibly have arrived here? Could the terrifying aura that erupted moments ago truly have belonged to him? Mo Yang reached out, seizing the chains that bound Wu Bai, and with merely a trace of power, obliterated them. Ma Dongshan was utterly frozen in shock, witnessing his own chains so easily shattered. Across from them the clawed fiend had risen again. Wu Bai, now freed from his torment, was overwhelmed with elation. "You are still safe, my lord. How truly fortunate." Mo Yang cast him a sharp glance, commanding, "I shall clear this place." Wu Bai questioned, a hint of doubt in his voice. "But where is senior sister? What has become of her?" High above, upon the platform, Yi Feng stood proudly, his sword held aloft. Han Yue swiftly moved forward, sword in hand. Her bridal attire had been violently torn, leaving it in tatters for ease of movement. Her countenance was chillingly cold as she stared at her opponent, lost in contemplation. Across from her, Yi Feng inwardly analyzed. Does she truly intend to fight in such ragged attire? Truly, it's beyond words. After a brief moment of consideration, he declared loudly, "Han Yue, with your current power, you cannot possibly slay me. Surely even you are aware of this truth, aren't you? Why do you not accept the vast disparity in our power and fall into my embrace?" Han Yu gazed at him with a solemn expression, musing inwardly. He speaks truly. His internal energy and strength far surpass my own. Yet, Han Yu refused to surrender because of it. She swiftly raised her sword, assuming a battle stance. "I will not flee again because of this," she resolved. Yi Feng, observing her stance, exclaimed, "So, this means you will fight? It pains my heart to be forced to defeat you." With his words concluded, he proactively launched himself forward. "However, never dare to dream of usurping my position." The long swords of both combatants swiftly collided. The instant they collided, Han Yu's expression contorted in an unsightly grimace. Across from her, Yi Feng merely chuckled with an air of absolute leisure, clearly relishing the moment. He swung his blade with such devastating force that the very ground erupted, sending up an obscuring haze of dust and smoke. But beyond his wildest expectations, Han Yu miraculously evaded the strike, reappearing in an instant directly behind him. Yi Feng let out a cold, derisive laugh. "If that were not the Heavenly Emperor's sword, you would already be a corpse, Han Yu." And just as he declared, Han Yu's sword-wielding arm still trembled violently. Sweat poured from her body as she stood, gasping for breath without end. Yet, with astonishing speed, she regained her breath and swiftly calmed her turbulent spirit. Then, her true qi exploded forth from her body with savage intensity. Yi Feng scoffed. What incredible stubbornness! True qi instantly erupted from his own body as well. This time, it was Han Yu who led the charge, bursting forward to strike. Their long swords collided once again. Yi Feng smiled coldly, gazing at her. "Coming to me so willingly like this. It truly makes me desire to embrace you instead of slaying you." With those words he spun his blade and lunged, aiming directly for her throat. In but a flash, he had once again seized the absolute initiative. Han Yu swung her blade, deflecting his relentless assault, then coldly snorted, "Let us see just how long you can maintain your composure." Swiftly, Yi Feng's expression contorted into a hideous grimace. His arm had been gashed and wounded by Han Yu's blade. He lowered his gaze, staring at the fresh wound, his face twisted in an expression of utter, disbelieving fury. He gritted his teeth and bellowed, "What insufferable arrogance!" The elders observing below were all profoundly shaken by Han Yu's audacious strike. Truly astonishing. How could this be? I had believed this would be a one-sided slaughter. To witness this young maiden fighting on par with the new sect master, it truly stuns the senses. She possessed not this formidable power before she departed the demonic sect. What cataclysmic event transpired outside the demonic sect that forged her into a warrior of such terrifying might? Yi Feng attacked, bellowing frantically as he moved. "How dare you inflict a wound upon me, you insolent woman!" A devastating strike, carrying a sky-shattering aura, was instantly unleashed by him. Han Yue's brows furrowed. "Yue Huo Jie Jian?" Without a hint of hesitation, she swiftly spun her longsword, then unleashed a decisive parrying strike. Yi Feng's attack was thus bisected by Han Yu, who immediately spun her longsword once more, unleashing a flying orb of Qianai as a counterattack. The fiery orb spun in mid-air, hurtling towards Yin Feng with blistering speed. He, however, showed no fear, swinging his sword with a cold sneer. "A trivial technique," Yi Feng declared, bisecting Han Yu's attack just as she had done to his. But the assault did not cease. Han Yu granted him no reprieve, no moment to catch his breath, as she surged forward once more. Yifeng roared, "Do you truly believe you can wound me again?"
With those words, he raised his sword to the heavens, preparing to unleash the formidable Asura sword art.
Han Yu watched, utterly shaken, as this Asura technique manifested with power infinitely greater than that wielded by the earlier guard. A terrifying aura erupted from Yifeng, surging into his blade as it soared toward the sky. He bellowed at her once more, "Awaken from your delusion!" Then, he brought his sword crashing down. A terrifying torrent of sword energy plunged directly towards Han Yu's face, rendering evasion impossible. As the sword energy bore down almost upon her, she froze, utterly paralyzed. A flicker of a past memory replayed in her mind, leaving her gasping for breath, powerless in her stance. "I've exhausted all my strength. Yet why do you not feel the slightest weariness from my assaults? Now, I am so weary I can barely stand. Just how powerful are you, truly?" Mo Yang smiled in response.
3 people.
"That is the number of individuals in the martial world I am uncertain I could defeat." Han Yue gasped in astonishment. "Though I know you merely jest to tease me, that thought is truly terrifying. When will I ever attain such formidable strength? All I ask is to become strong enough not to rely on you," Mo Yang reassured her. "You are already far stronger now. The pain and hatred within you, you are merely being controlled by them. That is why you fail to perceive your own true power." The scene shifts back to reality. In this precarious moment, a hair's breadth from certain death, Han Yu teetered on the brink. But it was Mo Yang's words from that memory that jolted her into awakening.
She gripped her longsword, raising it to intercept the devastating incoming attack.
Yet the moment their powers clashed, she buckled, unable to withstand the force, collapsing to her knees. Yifeng sneered coldly, "No matter how much stronger you become, the ultimate outcome shall remain unchanged." Han Yu gritted her teeth, channeling every ounce of her life's energy to resist.
"I am not the same as before."
A dense, crimson blood quat instantly surged and enveloped her longsword. This sight sent a jolt of profound alarm through Yifeng.
Han Yu, with renewed vigor, strained to rise again, her eyes burning crimson, radiating an overwhelming aura.
Under this ferocious eruption, Yifeng's sword energy was utterly repelled, and furthermore, a terrifying streak of blood qi shot towards him in retaliation. Once again, the entire area was engulfed by this horrifying blood qi.
Meanwhile, Mo Yang continued his fierce engagement with the other 2 adversaries. He gripped one end of a formidable chain, yanking it with immense force.
Mo Dongshan, his chains rendered ineffective, lunged forward, swinging his remaining arm in a desperate attack.
Yet before his strike could even connect, it was effortlessly seized by Mo Yang.
Immediately, Mo Yang's other hand shot out, clamping around the foe's throat. Mo Dongshan was utterly subdued, helpless and powerless to resist. It was at this precise moment that the other assailant launched a sneak attack from behind. Mo Yang swung his arm, slamming his fist into the assailant's wrist, halting the attack. That single, devastating punch shattered the man's arm into a pulpy, bloody mess.
Mo Yang did not pause. He hurled Mo Dongshan into his comrade, sending both adversaries crashing to the ground, defeated and broken.
Wu Bai stood observing from the side, his jaw slack in utter disbelief. Unbelievable. Even after witnessing it with my own eyes, regardless of each foe's distinct combat techniques and varied attacks, he remains completely unharmed, his breathing utterly stable. Such mastery would be impossible unless he could discern the very essence of their every strike. Mo Dongshan, though battered, swiftly struggled back to his feet. He turned to urge his fallen comrade to rise, but the man lay there motionless, eyes rolled back, jaw agape, a lifeless husk. Mo Yang spoke, his voice cutting through the air. "The sect master you so fervently support will soon face utter defeat. When that time comes, those who worship him like you shall be buried alongside him." Mo Dongshan hastily dropped to his knees, desperately pleading for mercy. "This lowly one is defeated. I shall no longer interfere with your affairs. Please, spare my life." Mo Yang continued, his gaze piercing. "You would abandon the master you vowed to serve, merely to save your own pathetic skin? A wretch like you is beneath even the lowest insect." At this moment, Wu Bai, who had been observing from the side, finally spoke.
Ma Dongshan, in his past, was a vile and insidious scoundrel who had brutally tortured the senior sister.
"Your Excellency, you must not spare his life." Ma Dongshan frantically renewed his pleas. "This humble one will offer his sincerest apologies for all the wrongs I have committed. I will do anything, to earn your forgiveness." Mo Yang questioned him. "So long as you survive, is that it?" The instant Ma Dongshan affirmed his answer, Mo Yang, without a flicker of hesitation, unleashed a devastating punch directly onto his skull. As his opponent collapsed, lifeless before him, Mo Yang calmly declared, "This was his wish, and now, it is mine." Above, the scene shifted back to the raging battle. As the dense dust and smoke slowly dissipated, Yi Feng's lips incessantly bled fresh crimson. His entire body violently trembled, and he inwardly cursed, "Damn it! What in the blaze is happening?" In that brief moment, I felt as though her sword had achieved the full mastery of the fiendish crimson sword art. Its sword key had transformed into an ominous black. Across from him, Han Yu was no less battered, her appearance clearly indicating her arduous struggle. The arm, gripping her sword, still trembled violently, while sweat poured from her body like rain. Yi Feng's mind churned with profound bewilderment. Did my eyes deceive me? How could a mere cultivator like her possibly attain such a formidable realm? It was because of him that I kept frightening myself, causing my blood qi to fall into chaos. In moments, both warriors once again stood upright, locked in confrontation. A smirk crept across Yi Feng's lips as his true qi violently erupted once more. "I never imagined you capable of pushing me to such straits. Just as I suspected, that accursed bloodline has yet to vanish. Even your deceased mother was just as defiant, her resistance utterly futile before her demise." Upon hearing this, Han Yu's expression twisted into an utterly hideous scowl. Her mind was flooded with childhood memories, reliving the moment she had witnessed her own mother tragically hang herself. In that instant, Han Yu could only stand, screaming in utter despair and indignation. At that very scene, two other figures were present. One of them was none other than this despicable Yi Feng. She would never forget the abhorrent visage of that man. His insidious words once again plunged her into this agonizing memory. Noticing her initial wavering, Yi Feng pressed his advantage, continuing to taunt. "Tell me, shall I send you to join your mother?" Han Yu, grinding her teeth in a fit of uncontrollable rage, was momentarily consumed by his provocations. Losing all semblance of reason, she charged forward in a furious frenzy, utterly disregarding all else. The long swords of both combatants once again met with a resounding clash. Han Yu attacked, screaming furiously, "I command you, perish!" Yi Feng, however, remained unhurried, calmly parrying her furious onslaught while strategically retreating. Despite Han Yu's raging madness, he effortlessly weathered her relentless assault. Swiftly, he spotted an opening and unleashed a swift kick, sending her flying. Han Yu's body instantly soared through the air like a kite with a severed string. She had barely impacted the ground, not even managing to rise, when he soared through the air, appearing directly above her head. Han Yu strained every muscle, struggling to raise her sword to parry his impending strike. Yi Feng let out a triumphant cackle. Like a cunning old fox, he knew well that manipulating an injured beast was a far simpler task. His longsword descended, pressing ever closer, an inch from her very skull. Just then, Mo Yang's voice resonated once more within her mind. "You must liberate yourself." Upon hearing these words, she jolted, a flicker of clarity returning to her eyes. From atop the rooftop, Mo Yang continued his spiritual transmission. "If you unleash your true potential, you will succeed. Your true enemy is not the ghost of your past, but the one standing directly before you now." Yi Feng, brimming with complacency, suddenly saw his expression twist in disbelief. For Han Yu's longsword had, impossibly, erupted once more with fierce, blazing fire energy. Wu Bai, watching from afar, was startled by what his senior sister was unleashing. Meanwhile, a subtle smirk played on Mo Yang's lips as he observed in silent contemplation. Han Yu, channeling newfound strength, rose to her feet once more. In the very next instant, she unleashed a devastating sword strike, sending Yi Feng soaring through the air. He was utterly incapable of resisting, simply sent hurtling away by the force of her blow. But she did not stop there. Han Yu's eyes blazed with renewed intensity as she surged forward, unleashing the formidable, Moonfire demonic sword art. A single strike, the Moonlight Death Sword, tore through the void itself. Yi Feng gritted his teeth, desperately raising his sword before him, determined to parry the devastating blow. "I will carve you into 1,000 pieces. Your pathetic evil crimson sword art will never prevail against me." He frantically exerted all his strength, believing he was on the verge of victory, but no. At that critical moment, his longsword suddenly developed countless fractures. Before his horrified gaze, the longsword shattered into countless fragments. Han Yu's terrifying sword chi, no longer meeting any resistance, immediately surged forward, engulfing him. Yi Feng's body was sent flying once more, like a kite with its string cut, as a powerful explosion rapidly erupted. Dazzling white light swiftly enveloped the entire arena. The spectators on all sides were momentarily blinded, unable to see anything. The entire evil sect trembled violently in response. Only Mo Yang stood tall, completely unfazed, his gaze fixed below. He mused inwardly. "Tan Jing, you are watching this, aren't you? Your granddaughter has finally matured." Below the stage, Han Yu stood, panting continuously, steadying her body, while within the rubble, Yi Feng was once again struggling to rise. The moment he sat up, Fresh blood immediately gushed frantically from his mouth. He sat there, struggling, and unwillingly roared. This is truly absurd. The descendant of the one who suffered the greatest defeat in clan history? And such a person will lead the sect? What do you think you can accomplish as the sect master? Your subordinates? I will sever your throat, just as I did with your mother's.
Han Yu said nothing more. She strode forward, swung her sword, and directly severed his head, then immediately collapsed to her knees on the spot.
Finally, she had succeeded in avenging the great grievance. All members of the evil sect were observing and waiting on all sides. Han Yu quickly realized all eyes were fixed upon her.
She swiftly rose to her feet once more. She turned to face the crowd.
Mo Yang stood there, smiling, awaiting her decision. Outside the forest, the leader of the Purple Kill Squad observed the main headquarters. A subordinate approached to report. The sect master's head has been severed, and orders have been given to prepare for her inauguration ceremony. Moreover, several of the previous sect master's subordinates have sided with. Though most have fled, they will be purged sooner or later. The leader sighed. Less than half a day has passed, yet everything has changed so rapidly.
She disregarded all scorn and contempt, and swore to temper herself.
And at this critical juncture, she confidently stepped forward as the new sect master before the eyes of all.
Such obstinacy could send shivers down one's spine.
Those who possess such a quality will inevitably become extraordinary. Though at this level, it is rather terrifying.
The power born from that obstinacy has now touched those who wished not to be affected by it.
Tan Xing's bloodline is truly different from ours. After pondering this, he then declared, Purple Kill will immediately return to receive orders from the new sect master. The other person worried, Can we still be accepted? The leader replied. The Purple Kill Squad swore eternal loyalty to the evil sect master. If she wishes for our demise, then so be it. Soon, it was the next day, and Han Yu was weeding a certain plot.
She brought a flower seedling. After clearing the area, she planted the flower on a grave.
As she was lost in thought, a voice suddenly resonated beside her ear. What flower is this? Han Yue, unfazed, calmly replied. It is the flower my mother loved most when she was alive. I want to plant it here, where it receives the most sunlight. This is all thanks to you. Mo Yang countered. No, it is you who truly deserves the credit. Han Yu smiled and followed him. As they walked, Mo Yang explained. It seems everyone has accepted the fact of your becoming the sect master. They might not show it, but they harbored considerable dissatisfaction with Yi Feng. Han Yu sighed. I am not accustomed to receiving such preferential treatment, nor did I return to become the sect master. So, truthfully, I truly do not know what to do. What are your thoughts on this? Should I become the sect master and remain here forever? Upon hearing this, Mo Yang fell into deep contemplation.
Han Yu did not rush to continue,
standing there, watching him, awaiting his counsel. The scene shifts to outside the forest. After the great storm, the sky above the demonic sect had returned to its usual bright serenity.
Han Yu stood alone on the cliff of Chenxi Mountain. She stood there, feeling the wind, her mind replaying the conversation with Mo Yang.
There are still matters I must bring to light. The answers I seek, and the truth, lie beyond these lands. If I become the sect leader, and am forever bound to this place, Mo Yang interrupted. Within the Zhao Longtuan, you can achieve anything far more easily than here. Han Yu gazed at him seriously. You wish for me to become the sect leader? Mo Yang replied. What matters is your own decision. I do not understand if my thoughts truly hold such weight. Recalling this conversation, Han Yu could not help but sigh. If I remain here, it will be difficult to stay by your side. Does that not make you sad?
She looked at Feng Che again, seemingly having made her decision.
Just then, a maidservant approached from behind.
Sect leader, the incumbent council has arrived to seek your opinion on tomorrow's inauguration ceremony.
Han Yu nodded, saying, I understand. Yet, inwardly she felt nothing but annoyance. The scene shifts to outside the forest, where Mo Yang had already departed the demonic sect. He was now en route to the Wulin Alliance, carrying a stack of documents. As he walked, he meticulously examined the ledgers and records acquired from the demonic sect, searching for vital information.
After a period of observation, he could not help but feel a pang of disappointment. There was still no new intelligence.
His mind replayed the moments before his departure. Since I have acquired the records, I shall return to the Wulin Alliance. Upon hearing this, Han Yu froze. So soon? Mo Yang explained. I must return, for my task here is complete. What is it? Is there something you wish to tell me? Han Yu's face fell as she turned away, remaining silent for a moment. After a brief pause, she shook her head. It is nothing. Just return safely. Recalling this incident, Mo Yang let out a sigh. She always complicates things. That girl is truly something else. Just then, the sound of someone calling, Great One! Echoed from behind him.
Wu Bai stood there, breathless and stammering.
I have been calling for you this entire time. Did you not hear me? Heavens above. You truly walk at a terrifying pace. Mo Yang sighed. I was lost in thought, and paid no heed. But what do you seek from me? Has something befallen Han Yu? Wu Bai smiled, gesturing for him to follow. I believe I can be of assistance. It was then that a certain individual came to mind. Mo Yang looked doubtful. You can truly help me? Wu Bai confirmed. Indeed. He is my venerable master, a man who survived the Great Wulin War. Mo Yang was slightly taken aback. Survived? I know what you intend. I am grateful. But if this is merely to hear some mythical tales, then I see no benefit. Wu Bai explained. Forgive me, but my venerable master is not one to be compared to those antiquated legends spread throughout the lands. He is a truly formidable martial artist, a man who absolutely should not be dwelling in this wilderness. Mo Yang smiled. Is that so? Perhaps I judged too hastily. What is his name then? Wu Bai replied. His name is Zhang Ning. Upon hearing that name, Mo Yang instantly halted. It seemed he recognized this individual named Zhang Ning. Wu Bai, seeing his reaction, was puzzled. What is it? Zhang Ning? He suddenly vanished during the Great Wulin War. He was one of the demonic sect's 2 great protectors. Is he truly still alive? The two swiftly arrived at a small dwelling deep within the forest. A burly man was fetching water when suddenly, the call of "Master!" echoed in his ears. Mo Yang and Wu Bai stepped forward, their faces alight with anticipation. Zhang Ning's brow furrowed slightly. I explicitly told you not to bring strangers back here. He turned, fixing his gaze upon Mo Yang. Mo Yang, in turn, observed him with an equally sharp intensity. As Zhang Ning met his gaze, a sudden, profound shock reverberated through him. Wu Bai approached with a cheerful smile. Master, allow me to introduce you. Before he could finish, Zhang Ning's entire body began to tremble violently, tears already streaking from the corners of his eyes. He stared at Mo Yang, an agitated shout escaping his lips. You are still alive? By the heavens, you are actually still alive. Mo Yang offered a slight smile. You recognize me then? Zhang Ning's excitement surged even higher. How could I not? How could I ever fail to recognize you? Wu Bai, witnessing his master's unprecedented agitation for the first time, stood scratching his head in utter bewilderment, as the two then retreated inside to converse. Rumors of your death had spread throughout the Zhongyuan, and I too had believed them, for no one ever found your body, Mo Yang continued. No one believed that I had simply gone into seclusion. Zhang Ning burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha! Tell me, what truly transpired? Mo Yang pondered for a moment, then began to recount his tale. That year, I had annihilated 7/10 of the demonic sect's initial grand army, striking directly at the heart of the enemy's command. It was an unimaginably brutal battle. Mo Yang recalled the scene as if it were yesterday, facing a truly formidable army, all by himself. He roared at the figure standing atop the highest point, who merely extended his arms with a mocking smile. Indeed! Come forth, mightiest warrior of the Zhongyuan! Your swords are but playthings for fools. Mo Yang stomped violently, unleashing a devastating punch that sent every demonic minion before him flying. The demonic overlord, witnessing this from his platform, felt no pity for his fallen subordinates. Instead, he became even more exhilarated. Come forth and offer your blood to me. You shall become a divine being. The two then plunged into a decisive battle. The demonic fiend, brimming with excitement, channeled his Q, unleashing a furious assault, precisely as he had anticipated. Confronting his terrifying onslaught, Mo Yang showed no trace of fear, choosing instead to meet it head-on with active resistance. He pierced straight through the opponent's attacks, surging forward relentlessly. The demonic overlord was horrified to see his attacks shattered so easily. In a flash, Mo Yang had already appeared directly above his head. A single punch was unleashed, and fresh blood erupted instantly, marking his final lingering memory. After that, I cannot recall how long I fought him, nor do I know whether he lived or died. One thing, however, I am absolutely certain of. In that fierce clash, I activated my heavenly meridians, pushing past the ultimate limits of a lifetime's inner energy. I might truly have perished, just as the rumors claimed. But when I awakened once more, 2 decades had passed, and my body and face had been completely transformed. Zhang Ning gasped in astonishment. Rebirth and reverse aging? Only those with absolute conviction can achieve such a feat. Mo Yang continued. The cost was great. I lost half of my original inherent power. To regain my innate strength, I am still actively seeking a method. My inability to fight as I once did will become a formidable hindrance, especially as the demonic sect wages war and unleashes its terror, even as we speak. Zhang Ning interjected. But you are not dead, you have returned. As long as those evil cultists and their hounds still draw breath, we have an opportunity to silence them forever. Upon hearing your news, the Elder Council swiftly informed us of your whereabouts, so we could dispatch reinforcements to aid you. However, upon arrival, all that remained were countless corpses of the treacherous cultists, and the overwhelming, acrid stench of blood. Mo Yang explained. That assault came sooner than anticipated. Their elite forces merged with their main army, leaving me no time to wait for anyone. Zhang Ning continued. We had also anticipated that very possibility, which is why we sought you out with utmost speed. However, as we battled the remnants of those evil cultists and pressed forward towards you, he suddenly paused, his expression growing visibly tense. That was my fault. I gravely underestimated them.
Witnessing my brethren fall before my very eyes, I wanted nothing more than to charge forward, slaughter them all, and then take my own life.
But in that moment, I realized I had to live on. For a greater cause. Mo Yang was utterly bewildered. But why? Zhang Ning slowly, deliberately, began to shed his outer robes. For the past 2 decades, I have lived a life of seclusion deep within these mountains, waiting for your return, so I could show you this. It is carved into my very flesh. Across his chest were 2 long, intertwined scars, interweaving a grim tale. Upon seeing these scars, Mo Yang's eyes widened in profound surprise.
Zhang Ning continued.
On that fateful day, the demonic sect assailant left this very scar upon my body. He wore the robes of the demonic cult, yet the sword art he wielded was distinctly not theirs. Without a shadow of a doubt, he was a member of a prestigious orthodox sect. The moment Mo Yang laid eyes on the scar, he recognized the sword technique. White belonged to the Huashan sect. Zhang Ning continued. That is why I dared not act rashly on my own accord. What then does this scar upon my body truly signify? I trust that you, of all people, will understand its profound implications.
Mo Yang's expression twisted once more into an utterly grim and unsightly scowl.
The scene then shifts to the Huashan sect.
Thank you for facilitating our investigation, a chilling voice stated. The sect masters had gathered to see off the departing members of the Dragonclaw troop.
Naturally. From the very beginning we have had no association whatsoever with the demonic cult. Remember this. If the reputation of our sect is tarnished by this investigation, then the Wulin Alliance shall bear the full and complete responsibility.
Please convey these stern words to your esteemed Alliance Lord.
Du Chong's face hardened. I shall remember your words well.
Both parties then exchanged a formal cupped hand salute, bidding their cold farewells.
The members of the Dragonclaw troop then swiftly descended the mountain. As they walked, their irritation festered. Why must they treat us with such hostility, as if we were mortal enemies? This Huashan sect clearly requires a thorough reevaluation. Du Chong sighed, a subtle weariness in his voice. They were unwilling from the very beginning. Such a reaction is only to be expected. Many other sects will treat us with even greater animosity. It's best we brace ourselves now.
Qin Ming stood watching their retreating figures until they vanished completely from sight.
Only once they were far away did he finally allow himself to curse with thinly veiled irritation.
Truly a troublesome bunch. Just then, another figure approached. Everything is prepared.
Can we depart now? I shall follow the sect master. The 2 of you may return and rest. The 2 figures immediately complied, without question. The sect master and the other figure then proceeded to a secluded pavilion to converse with someone else. In the end, all the Huashan sect's information and records had to be handed over.
They threatened to accuse us of betraying the alliance, so
truly, there was no other choice. You have suffered greatly. I had to restrain myself many times to prevent myself from acting rashly. The person opposite replied. The other sects have also grown more vigilant regarding the Dragonclaw troops' inspection. This so-called inspection is merely a pretext. Their primary goal is to unearth the weaknesses of the great sects, to exert pressure and expand the alliance's power. It matters not. For with authority comes arrogance. We should exploit that very point, to utterly humiliate them. However, from the looks of it, you might not possess the power to control the entire grand situation anymore.
Hearing this,
Qin Ming could only let out a helpless, bitter laugh. Splendid! Why don't you let them investigate the Nanggong clan instead? Then, use your experience to utterly humiliate them, letting the other sects witness the sheer might of the Nanggong clan's aura? The other person, hearing this, was instantly struck dumb, unable to formulate a single counter-argument. The scene shifts back to Mo Yang, who had once again set out on his journey back to the Wulin Alliance. His conversation with Zhang Ning still deeply etched itself into his mind. 20 years have already passed. If we grant them another 20 years to establish a secret force within Huashan, the Central Plains Wulin will truly descend into utter chaos.
Recalling this grim prospect, Mo Yang's expression grew profoundly solemn and dark. All those directly or indirectly connected to the demonic cult inherently established their own clandestine armies,
thus implying. Just then, a shadowy figure emerged from the forest, and a grenade hurtled directly towards Mo Yang.
Distracted by the sudden appearance of his opponent, he failed to notice what lay ahead.
By the time he turned his head, the grenade was already inches from his face.
Instantly, the entire forest was engulfed in a blinding cloud of smoke and debris.
Mo Yang, engulfed in the swirling smoke, coughed relentlessly, his breath catching in his throat. His vision, already obscured, was now severely restricted. The enigmatic blood-robed figure materialized swiftly before him. "I have awaited your arrival for far too long, Vice Leader of the Dragonclaw Brigade. I am here to claim your life." Mo Yang's lips curled into a faint sneer as he let out a measured breath. "You have just divulged the impending storm within the Wulin Alliance's very core. You have erred, you dog of the demonic sect, and to think, this arrogant fool, unaware of the vastness of the heavens and earth, dares to confront me alone? Truly idiotic." With those words, he instantly launched himself forward, charging with lethal intent. Before his adversary could even react, Mo Yang unleashed a crushing punch, striking true against their chest. Yet, to his astonishment, the moment his attack connected, the figure's body dissolved into thin air. Mo Yang's brow furrowed in a grimace. A clone technique? Moments later, he stood utterly alone amidst the dense forest. He roared with frustrated fury. "Enough with these childish games. Show yourself." The voice instantly echoed back. "I assure you, I play no games, nor am I alone in this endeavor." No sooner had those words faded than another chilling sound reverberated through the air. Mo Yang spun around, only to behold a ghastly Xianxia shambling unsteadily towards him. His face instantly contorted in utter shock, but the horror did not end there. Behind him, an entire legion was advancing. He was now completely engulfed, surrounded on all sides by an immense, ravenous army of Xianxia. Mo Yang gazed upon the horde of Xianxia, unable to suppress a furious roar. "Your barbaric cruelty and inhumanity are utterly abhorrent. You show no mercy, not even to the innocent," the voice retorted, dripping with scorn. "Why would one sympathize with these half-human, half-demon abominations? I anticipated witnessing you battle these playthings, yet you are no different from the rest, soft-hearted and weak, just like them." Mo Yang ground his teeth, his voice a low snarl. "I will find you, and I will tear your flesh into 1,000 shreds." The hidden figure's laughter swelled, brimming with even greater triumph. "An intriguing thought, indeed. But before you can even attempt such a feat, perhaps you should first take a leisurely stroll through the gates of hell itself." The moment the words left his lips, countless ghastly Xianxia hands erupted from beneath Mo Yang's feet, instantly ensnaring his legs, rendering him utterly immobile. Cold sweat beaded on Mo Yang's face. He realized, with a jolt, that he had been deliberately lured into this precise spot. Just then, a Xianxia from behind lunged forward, striking with lethal force. Mo Yang swung his fist, delivering a brutal blow directly to its chest. But how could a Xianxia, a creature of death, still comprehend pain? It simply shrugged off the impact, relentlessly swinging its blade towards Mo Yang's head. Mo Yang felt a bitter surge of frustration. Had this creature been alive, his punch would have undoubtedly rendered it dead. Yet, these abominations felt no pain. As long as they remained whole, they would relentlessly press their assault. Mo Yang finally steeled his resolve. There was no alternative. Another Xianxia from the front surged forward once more. Mo Yang ceased all hesitation, gathering his profound ki, and unleashing a devastating palm strike. The lunging Xianxia was instantly pulverized into a bloody, unidentifiable mess by his overwhelming force. "I can only shatter your wretched forms into oblivion." The blood-robed figure, observing this spectacle, merely chuckled with enhanced amusement. "Truly impressive, yet that was merely a prelude. I have an entire legion of malevolent spirits awaiting your acquaintance. Let us witness how long your defiance can endure." Moments later, Mo Yang was once again completely engulfed by the encroaching Xianxia horde. His expression turned icy, even as the monstrous throng lunged, desperately clinging to his form. In an instant, Mo Yang's body was entirely consumed by the swarming Xianxia. But just as swiftly, a terrifying surge of true qi erupted from his very core, illuminating the entire forest with a blinding, dazzling brilliance. From a distant vantage point, the blood-robed figure watched this unfolding scene, struck by an indescribable, visceral terror. Mo Yang emerged, utterly unscathed, his form radiating an indomitable presence. The surrounding Xianxia had been utterly obliterated, reduced to nothingness by his power. His face a mask of icy resolve, he bellowed, "Come!" Scene shifts to another location. Word of Yi Feng's demise had just reached this location. Yi Feng is dead. He evaded our surveillance and departed without authorization, but rumors suggest he infiltrated the demonic faction and incited considerable chaos. Had our allies remained stationed there, I believe we could have effortlessly dealt with the demonic faction's forces. The revered silver-haired elder inquired. "Whom did you dispatch?" The informant continued. "It was Elder Wen Deng. He adamantly insisted on undertaking the mission, and thus, I granted my approval." The elder mused, a hint of recognition in his tone. The Legion of Malevolent Spirits. That is, Wen Deng's personal force. The report continued. Elder Wen Deng indicated he would lead 50 men, but I advocated for an increase by 3 further contingents. We must ensure a swift and conclusive resolution. The elder pondered aloud, his gaze distant. Are you perhaps exercising too much caution? Could it be that we have gravely underestimated him? Meanwhile, Mo Yang was still furiously tearing apart the charging hordes of corpse puppets. Wen Deng, observing from the shadows, was utterly stupefied. Beyond all description, he had scoffed at the suggestion of bringing 200 men, believing it foolish. Yet he never imagined that even a force of 200 would be powerless to contend with Mo Yang. Whether on the offensive or defensive, Mo Yang moved with unparalleled agility, his movements as swift as a bolt of lightning. His striking speed must be at least 70%. No, 80% of my own. He wielded his internal energy with such effortless grace, yet showed no signs of fatigue whatsoever. He truly is a monstrous existence. Did he truly slay Jiang Deng and Jiang Yi? Our demonic sect has indeed gravely underestimated him.
Just then, Mo Yang unleashed another terrifying strike, sending tremors through the entire forest. Perched atop a tree, Wen Deng's face was drenched, cold sweat pouring down like rain.
They were all dead. The 200 members of the Phantom Demon Army had been utterly annihilated.
From below, Mo Yang turned his head, casting a sharp glance towards Wen Deng, before instantly leaping forth, vanishing from the spot.
Wen Deng watched in terror as Mo Yang appeared directly before him. How did you uncover my hiding place?
He dared not be careless.
Immediately activating his clone technique, his body split into innumerable shadows, enveloping Mo Yang from all sides. After a moment of observation, Mo Yang raised his fist, letting out a cold scoff. A paltry deception can never fool me twice.
He did not strike at any of the illusions, but instead unexpectedly punched the tree trunk directly. To his surprise, fresh blood immediately splattered across his fist.
Wen Deng's true body had been cunningly hidden within the tree itself. Mo Yang snorted coldly. I already warned you I would tear you to 100 pieces. Following his thunderous roar, Wen Deng's body was instantly shattered, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Once the deed was done, Mo Yang strode over and retrieved his spatial ring. Judging by their desperate attempts to eliminate me, I must have become a thorn in their side. But do they truly believe such paltry efforts are enough to defeat me? Then they clearly do not know who I am. As Mo Yang continued on his path, he suddenly sensed something.
He turned his head to look, but perceived nothing out of the ordinary. He stood there, lost in thought.
Was it merely the wind? After a moment, he let out a breath, and swiftly hastened on his way once more.
Perhaps having just concluded a battle has made me more sensitive than usual.
His figure quickly vanished from sight, leaving the area behind. Not long after he departed, a solitary figure emerged from the depths of the forest. He remained utterly unchanged. This man was the only one in the entire martial world who could still evoke a chilling sense of dread within me upon confrontation. To meet you again like this, it is truly an honor, O God of War. But now, our gaze shifts to the Dragonclaw squad.
Here, Du Rong was engaged in conversation with Huang Hun.
The Nangong clan has requested our investigation. Everyone else would eagerly avoid any trouble regarding such matters, yet they proactively sent a letter of request. And it just so happens that the Nangong clan was our next target of investigation anyway. However, I still sense some form of conspiracy at play within this affair.
Huang Hun explained. They have never openly opposed the Wulin alliance. Moreover, they have always proudly boasted of being the most loyal clan. Therefore, we cannot be certain.
Du Rong nodded. I will keep a close watch on them. Just at that moment, another voice resonated from outside. It seems nothing happened at Huashan. Mo Yang had just returned, not even having had the time to change his clothes or wash away the bloodstains, before immediately heading here to meet with the two of them.
Du Rong and Huang Hun rushed forward to inquire. Deputy Leader, what happened to your appearance?
What on earth transpired? Mo Yang replied. On my way back, I had an encounter with the demonic sect. Upon hearing this, both were utterly appalled.
What?
The demonic sect? Mo Yang elaborated. They brought an army of corpse puppets, known as phantom demons, blocking off the entire road. Upon hearing this, Huang Hun grew tense. This is disastrous. If they are free to unearth all the deceased, they will become a truly grave threat. Mo Yang continued. They have been doing so for a long time already. It is only now that we have finally uncovered the truth. I will gradually present everything to both of you. But first, all of you must examine this. He then unfurled his cloth pouch, revealing the trove of ancient records within.
Witnessing this, the two observers were instantly taken aback. These documents are... Mo Yang interjected. These are additional records concerning the Grand Martial War, obtained from the demonic sect.
A moment later, Du Chong and Mo Yang stepped outside to confer.
These records recount nothing new, echoing what we already know.
Thus, it remains difficult to ascertain the true actions of the demonic sect. I know not by what means you acquired these records from the demonic sect, but they are absolutely vital.
Deputy Leader Mo Yang clarified.
It was Han Yu who conceived the idea of comparing our records with those of the demonic sect, and a significant portion of the credit for obtaining them belongs to her. Du Rong suddenly enlightened. Is that so? She uttered not a single word, so I had assumed it was your ingenious plan. Mo Yang was utterly astonished. What? Han Yu has returned?
Du Rong casually responded. Indeed, she returned several days ago. She is currently preparing for the next crucial investigation alongside the other members. But why do you pose such a peculiar inquiry? Mo Yang stood utterly dumbfounded, his jaw slack, unable to process the revelation. He then swiftly made his way to confront Han Yu. They stood face to face, locked in an intense gaze for a prolonged moment, before Han Yu finally broke the silence. Your appearance is utterly indescribable. What calamity befell you that you returned in such a disheveled state? Furthermore, you arrived even later than I, despite me having departed after you. Mo Yang offered no reply, instead pressing the question, what truly transpired? Han Yu averted her gaze, avoiding his penetrating stare. You bid me choose, and I have made my choice. This is the decision of this young maiden. I have returned. Can you not even feign a modicum of joy? Mo Yang remained utterly silent, his gaze unyieldingly fixed upon her. In his heart, he sighed deeply. This child could potentially serve as a crucial bridge between the Alliance and the demonic sect. I had believed leaving her there was the sagest course of action. I had merely assumed that the loss of a companion would not warrant such sorrow. Noticing his demeanor, Han Yu inquired with a hint of suspicion, Are you truly not pleased? Mo Yang offered no response, decisively turning on his heel and departing. Within his heart, he let out a silent sigh. But what is this inexplicable sensation? Upon encountering this child once more, I found myself, as Han Yu was scowling with irritation, his voice resonated once more. It is good that you have returned. Upon hearing this, her sullen demeanor instantly melted into overt joy. She let out a soft breath and hastily rushed to follow him. What? You remain utterly unchanged. Mo Yang walked ahead, the corners of his mouth subtly curling into a pleased smile. The scene shifts to a different location. A congregation of demonic cult members had assembled. Upon receiving the reports, the lead figure nodded solemnly. Understood, I am aware. He then swiftly approached the elder with silver hair. Everything has been utterly annihilated. The elder, seemingly unfazed, merely inquired about Wen Deng. The figure responded grimly. He is deceased. The elder then pressed about Wen Deng's adversary. Witnessing the other's hesitation, the elder immediately discerned that something untoward had transpired. Utterly useless, the figure continued. We now know that such a force is insufficient to subdue him. Your subordinate shall devise a more comprehensive strategy to deal with him. Therefore, your reverence need not be concerned. The elder offered no reply, instead turning to Fang Che. Find a way to bring forth someone capable of truly challenging him. The scene shifts to the Dragonclaw Legion. The legionnaires stood fully prepared, assembled in the courtyard, listening intently as Du Chong briefed them on the situation. Are all of you prepared? This expedition to the Nangong family will be vastly different from the one at Huashan. You must execute your tasks with utmost efficiency and precision, then return safely to the Alliance. Under no circumstances shall you lower your vigilance, and remain acutely aware until you are safely back within these walls. Jiang Shu offered a confident smile and spoke. You have iterated this 100-fold, leader. This time we possess the deputy leader and Maiden Han as our formidable safeguards, thus no unforeseen calamities shall befall us. The legionnaires then collectively departed from the Alliance. Each bore an unwavering resolve etched upon their countenance. As dusk settled upon the Nangong family estate, within a secluded chamber, two figures conversed. All sects and prominent families will fix their attention upon us. Thus, we cannot afford a single misstep. The figure opposite nodded gravely. Understood, Patriarch. Precisely then, a subordinate entered from outside. Reporting to the Patriarch, the Dragonclaw Legion has arrived, and is awaiting at the main gate. Upon hearing this, the Patriarch's lips subtly curved into a smile of keen interest. Du Chong's party was swiftly ushered in through the gates, as a figure emerged with a genial smile to greet them. They were then escorted into the Grand Hall to formally meet the Patriarch of the Nangong family. The middle-aged man smiled genially. A distinct honor to meet you. I am Nangong Tian, Patriarch of the Nangong family. Mo Yang's expression darkened, his gaze intently fixed upon the Patriarch. Nangong Tian. A long time ago, Rong Yang had brought me to meet this very man. He had once declared, observe carefully, this is an exceptional talent within the martial alliance. I am Nangong Tian. Should an opportunity arise, I sincerely hope to receive your esteemed guidance. His eyes burned with nothing but ambition. And now? We meet again. Du Chong stepped forward, exchanging a few polite inquiries. Is your esteemed health still robust, elder? Nangong Tian offered a faint smile. I remain unchanged. However, you,
Master Du Chong, appear to have aged.
It seems the affairs of the Zhaolong clan weigh heavily upon you,
Du Chong replied. For the safety of all, such arduous tasks must be undertaken, regardless of the burden. Nangong Tian countered. The safety you speak of, is it solely for Alliance leader He Qi? Du Chong flinched, startled. What did you say?
Internally, he chastised.
These words are truly brazen.
Mo Yang had been intently observing Nangong Tian from the start. After witnessing Du Chong's reaction for a moment, he walked over and clapped his shoulder.
I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart.
The hour is late now.
Let us commence the investigation tomorrow. For now, let us feast and drink our fill, then retire to our chambers to immerse ourselves in tales.
A pall of grimness settled upon the faces of Du Chong's contingent, their vigilance palpable. Soon after, a lavish banquet spread was presented before them. The warriors of the Zhaolong clan were then led in by the attendants. Upon beholding such a magnificent feast, they could not help but be astounded. Truly, the grandeur of a wealthy house knows no bounds.
An attendant clarified. We have prepared an abundance of provisions. Please, be seated and partake to your heart's content.
Before long, the moon hung directly overhead. Having feasted and sated themselves, the group was then escorted to guest quarters for rest. Full bellies, wine-soaked spirits, and clean lodgings. If every posting were like this,
I would gladly dedicate my entire life to inspections. Bai Xiao interjected. Enough. Have you forgotten the leader's admonition to never let down your guard?
Li Bang, from the side, also spoke up.
The proceedings are set for tomorrow, are they not? Then let us relax now and conserve our strength for the morrow's challenges.
Within the women's chambers, Han Yu and her two companions engaged in joyful conversation. She had become far more amiable, actively conversing with her sisters. Only Du Chong's chamber remained shrouded in gloom.
Mo Yang stood by the window, gazing out in deep contemplation.
The next day dawned swiftly, and Jiangshu was the first to awaken and step outside.
My body feels sluggish beyond measure. I must limber up before the others awaken.
But after only a few steps he suddenly halted, startled. For before him stood countless members of the Nangong clan.
Nangong Tian smiled jovially at him. Good morning, my young friend, he then commanded. Proceed into the guest chambers. Conduct a thorough search. Report anything suspicious immediately. Have their persons been searched? Your subordinate has already seen to it, Lord. Du Chong, agitated, roared. Clanhead, what exactly do you believe you are doing? Nangong Tian placated. Do not misunderstand, Du Chong. I am merely undertaking what is necessary for a transparent investigation.
Du Chong looked bewildered.
A transparent investigation, you say?
Nangong Tian elucidated. When you conduct your inquiry, it is possible you may fabricate some groundless accusation against us. Should such an incident occur, not only would our honor be tarnished but also— He had not even finished speaking when Du Chong abruptly cut him off.
Are you implying this of the Zhaolong clan? Nangong Tian waved his hand dismissively. It is not that I distrust you.
After all, as you conduct your duties, we shall provide every assistance.
Thus, we must also ensure that your work is conducted with utmost impartiality. Would you not agree?
Du Rong gritted his teeth, declaring,
I will manage my own men. Nangong Tian scoffed. That is your assumption, not mine. Du Rong was utterly dumbstruck, his jaw hanging in disbelief. From behind, Mo Yang silently observed their every movement.
Meanwhile, a member of the Nangong clan displayed a strange expression.
As the tension mounted and no one was watching, he subtly reached into his robe.
Swiftly, he produced a document of some kind. Both factions remained locked in a tense standoff, their gazes clashing like drawn blades.
Moments later, a Nangong guard approached, clutching a document. Patriarch! I discovered this. The Dragonclaw Guild members were utterly perplexed, for they recognized nothing of its contents. Nangong Tian snatched the document, his eyes narrowing in suspicion.
Didn't you claim you would manage your own subordinates?
This was carefully hidden beneath a bed. It hardly seems like something innocent. With that, he swiftly unrolled the scroll, his gaze piercing. His face immediately contorted into a savage sneer. The contents are truly fascinating.
This document explicitly states the Nangong clan allocated a staggering sum to the Zhongbing Corps.
Yet my clan has never once dealt with them.
Explain yourself, Leader Du Rong.
Why is this fabricated document found in the possession of your subordinates? In response, the Nangong clan members clamored, their hands tightening on their sword hilts. In the blink of an eye, the Dragonclaw Guild found themselves completely surrounded, with no avenue of escape.
Du Rong immediately warned his men not to draw their blades.
Han Yu whispered to Mo Yang, her voice laced with unease. I have a terrible premonition about this. Mo Yang retorted. Do you regret returning here yet? Han Yu merely offered a faint smile, utterly devoid of fear.
From the front, Du Rong swiftly stepped forward to explain. Patriarch, that item is not ours.
Nangong Tian replied with a sneer. I gave you a chance to defend yourself, Yet it seems you refused it. Durong glared at the blades pressed against his throat, his voice fierce. Do you truly believe that scrap of paper belongs to the Dragonclaw Guild? Nangong Tian roared. If this had been found while cleaning your quarters, perhaps it would be a trivial matter. Durong, refusing to yield, roared back. This is a malicious ploy! Someone deliberately framed us to implicate our guild.
Nangong Tian scoffed. The only individuals present are myself and your men. If not you, then are you suggesting it was one of my people? My loyal subordinates would never be so foolish as to betray their own clan. Perhaps you believe the Nangong clan is a mere impoverished family, utterly without backing? Do you truly hold even me in such contempt?
Durong felt a surge of helplessness. The patriarch was utterly unwilling to listen. He has already decided that paper is ours. Could this truly be?
Just then, Mo Yang's voice cut through the tension. It seems you desperately wish for us to be the architects of that tattered document.
Nangong Tian's voice boomed once more. From this moment forward, any who dare to resist will be deemed an accomplice to this vile fabrication. Until the truth is brought to light, the Dragonclaw Guild will be detained, and every single one of you will face thorough interrogation.
Starting with you, Leader Durong. Not far away, perched on a desolate cliff, a mysterious figure observed the Nangong clan.
This was the very same individual who had appeared in the forest after Mo Yang's departure. The Dragonclaw Guild members were swiftly dragged into the dungeons below.
Jiang Shu gripped the iron bars,
his face contorted in frustration. This is utterly incomprehensible. We came to resolve issues, not to cause them. Just wait, old man. You'll live to regret this.
The departing guard, annoyed by his outburst, couldn't resist turning back.
He slammed his spear against the iron door. Cease your incessant racket. If you wish to avoid starvation, then silence yourselves.
Jiang Shu scoffed.
You dare threaten us with starvation? How utterly despicable. Healing sighed, her gaze weary.
Who would hide such a document? And for what purpose?
Bai Shu scoffed. It's obvious someone planted it here.
Guan Sheng chimed in.
So I'm not the only one who thinks this way.
You're, sir, bewildered, questioned.
Why did the leader not permit us to retaliate?
Li Bang explained.
Perhaps he believed that if we acted rashly, we would only invite greater calamity.
Jiang Shu's eyes widened.
Could it be that the Nangong clan seeks to frame us because they, too, conspire with the demonic sect, just like Protector Pang of the Pang family? He had deliberately brought people to investigate in the early morning, certain he would unearth something. It seemed as though everything had been meticulously prearranged by them.
Han Yu offered her insight,
suggesting it could be personal motives, or perhaps he was being manipulated.
Jiang Shu gazed toward Mo Yang, asking,
Vice Leader, what are your thoughts on this matter?
Faced with this pressing question,
Mo Yang unexpectedly chose to remain utterly silent.
Meanwhile, Dun Chong was being brutally tortured by the Nangong family's enforcers.
Nangong Tian, standing before him, stated coldly, I ask again, is the Alliance Master truly the one behind all of this? He ordered you to secretly prepare those documents to frame us, implicating us in illicit activities.
Du Chong's lips curled into a cold sneer. I understand now.
Everything was orchestrated from the start, wasn't it?
Who truly ordered you to use those documents against us?
To falsely accuse the Alliance Master of being a demonic cultivator.
Nangong Tian roared in fury.
Silence! How dare you cast such slander upon us?
Du Chong retorted without a trace of weakness.
We did nothing. If it wasn't you, then there must surely be a mole from the evil faction.
Nangong Tian snapped.
Those scoundrels could never set foot within the Nangong family, and even if they did, there's no way I wouldn't.
Du Chong scoffed.
Cease your self-aggrandizement. They infiltrated the Nangong family long ago.
Nangong Tian composed himself.
Do you truly believe you possess the right to utter such words?
It's clear there's a mole within the Dragonclaw Legion,
and you yourself remain oblivious.
Du Chong was visibly startled by this revelation. Swiftly, someone approached the remaining group, calling for Han Yu.
The clan master has summoned you. Come forth immediately.
Han Yu, upon hearing this, was greatly surprised.
Summoning me? Mo Yang's expression twisted, as if he had realized something grave.
Very quickly, the man led Han Yu back.
Clan master, your subordinate has brought the person you requested.
Han Yue immediately afterward
slowly stepped inside. The moment she entered, she was instantly startled,
for the tragic state of Du Chong
was truly unbearable to behold.
She gnashed her teeth in furious indignation. You wretched dogs! What have you done to our leader?
The moment she finished speaking, Nangong Tian instantly pressed his sword against Du Chong's throat. I know your true identity, young one.
Han Yu,
hearing this, was even more profoundly shaken.
Nangong Tian smirked.
But the leader of the Dragonclaw Legion does not know. Do you not intend to inform him?
Before he suffers an even more agonizing punishment, Han Yu gritted her teeth, her face etched with extreme tension, glaring at Nangong Tian. Du Chong then shouted, Why do you hesitate?
You are Han Yu. The moment he roared this, Nangong Tian's longsword sliced a shallow gash across his throat, silencing him instantly.
Fresh blood dripped from the sword's blade, making Han Yu, witnessing this from the side, blanch even further.
Nangong Tian threatened. I will count to 3. Confess it yourself. Having said this, he immediately began to count. By the count of 2, his sword-wielding arm had tightened even further. I do not intend to show any mercy.
Han Yu's face was drenched in sweat, and her body trembled uncontrollably.
She had no other choice but to compromise. Very well. I am the new leader of the demonic sect, granddaughter of Tan Jing. My true name is Tan Yue. Meanwhile, Jiang Shu was still frantically rattling the iron bars and yelling, I told you already. If you're only investigating one person at a time, and Han Yu has been taken away, then that means the leader's turn for interrogation is over. So why hasn't our leader been returned yet?
The guards had been thoroughly irritated by him for quite some time. One guard could no longer tolerate it, walking over and brandishing his spear threateningly.
I told you to shut your mouth, didn't I? Cease this incessant banging. Mo Yang, who had been sitting quietly inside, suddenly spoke up. The matter of Han Yu being taken away after the leader troubles me greatly. Outside, the two were still locked in a heated verbal battle. Go back to your post, or I will not let this matter rest.
Jiang Shu taunted back without a shred of fear.
Or else you'll stab me, right? Go on, try it then. Challenge me here, the figure taunted. Enraged, his opponent lunged with intent to kill, but at that very instant the entire prison fortress erupted, torn asunder. The onlookers in the distance watched, horrified, as sudden dust and smoke completely obscured their vision. What in the heavens? Yet the architect of this chaos was none other than Mo Yang. Even the formidable Dragonclaw Corps were caught off guard, stunned by his brazen act. The Nangong family guards charged forth. Deputy leader, they're attempting a prison break. Brothers, seize them. Mo Yang stood his ground, making no move to evade the barrage of thrusting spears. Yet, in a flash, every single spearhead was cleanly severed, impaling the very roof above them. All 3 witnesses were utterly thunderstruck by this impossible display. What in the blazes? Before they could even process the shock, Mo Yang unleashed a torrent of strikes, felling each assailant with a single, devastating blow. He then turned to the remaining figures, his voice low and commanding. I am the one who broke free. Do nothing. Do not interfere. Remain exactly where you are. Meanwhile, Han Yu found herself with 2 gleaming longswords pressed against her throat. She offered no resistance, surrendering to their ominous intent. Nangong Tian, a smirk playing on his lips, taunted. Do you hear that? Indeed, leader of the Dragonclaw Corps, this woman is clearly an agent of the demonic sect. Durong's mind, against his will, replayed Mo Yang's earlier, cryptic words. Han Yu, are you truly? Han Yu, her face a mask of silent defiance, offered no reply. Nangong Tian pressed on, his voice dripping with condescension.
You can't even purge the vermin within your own halls, yet you dare claim to hunt the pests of others?
This entire charade is fueled by the Alliance Master's blind ignorance, corrupting all who follow him. Not only has he allowed demonic sect infiltrators into our alliance, but he has also permitted them to desecrate my very domain. Enough! Execute her! No sooner had the command escaped his lips than a guard's longsword arced, poised to cleave Han Yu's head from her shoulders. But in that precise instant, the very gates of the prison erupted inward. The entire assembly reeled in shock, their heads snapping towards the source of the cataclysm. The figure who emerged was none other than Mo Yang himself.
Nangong Tian snarled, his voice laced with fury. It is not your place to interfere.
Only when we are finished with this impudent girl will you be permitted to show your face. So, I see. You stand with her, do you not? Mo Yang's lips curved into a slight, chilling smile as he let out a slow breath. Nangong Tian was utterly bewildered by Mo Yang's inscrutable demeanor. Mo Yang launched himself forward with explosive speed, a cold declaration echoing, Still the same, I see. The 2 guards who held Han Yu captive were instantly struck down, their forms crumbling beneath his sudden assault. By the time Nangong Tian even registered the blur, it was already irrevocably too late. His heart was seized by an overwhelming tremor of absolute shock. Both men were instantly incapacitated, felled by his blinding speed. Mo Yang offered a sword to Han Yu, his gaze sharp. Did you reveal it to them? Han Yu reached out, her fingers closing around the longsword. They threatened the Alliance Master's life. I had no other recourse. He knew my true identity from the very beginning. Mo Yang merely nodded, an absence of surprise in his calm demeanor. Mo Yang then declared, Let us depart. It was I who conspired with the demonic sect, and it was I who planted the evidence here to implicate you in their dark dealings. The Dragonclaw Corps played no part in this whatsoever. Nangong Tian's fury surged at Mo Yang's audacious words.
He cast a quick, discerning glance towards the figure behind him. Durong, utterly perplexed, blurted out, Deputy leader, why would you?
Mo Yang cut him off. Given this sudden turn of events, I have nothing more to declare.
Who could have foreseen the Alliance Master's lapdogs would stoop so low as to search my chambers?
Nangang Tian's rage erupted into a furious roar, yet Mo Yang's brazen defiance showed not a single shred of fear. I will snap your neck, you despicable cur.
Confronted by Nangang Tian's explosive rage, Mo Yang maintained his mocking smirk, not a single trace of fear marring his composure.
Nangang Tian's true qi erupted violently, and he surged forward, his sword glinting, a whirlwind of furious intent. The formidable technique he unleashed was known as the unreturning flying dragon. Mo Yang stood firm, showing no intention of evading, clenching his fist to unleash a devastating, single-form technique. Fist met blade in a thunderous collision, and terrifying waves of true qi erupted from their forms, distorting the very air around them. The entire prison fortress shuddered under the impact, rocks and debris scattering wildly in a catastrophic display of power. A wave of profound terror swept through all who witnessed this truly horrifying spectacle.
Even within this constricted space, at the heart of the fierce struggle, two figures remained locked in a desperate clash. Nangang Tian's blade found itself utterly incapable of breaching Mo Yang's steadfast defenses. A cold, mocking sneer twisted Mo Yang's lips, deriding, "What a truly weak and sluggish technique. One who claims the mantle of family head, yet wields martial arts utterly devoid of distinction." Nangang Tian, utterly enraged by the taunts, bellowed with renewed fury. "You accursed fiend!" he roared, unleashing yet another frenzied, desperate strike. Mo Yang, unhurried, continued to mock. "The seat of Nangang family head, granted to you, is clearly just for show." As the words left his lips, he delivered a devastating punch straight to Nangang Tian's chest. Nangang Tian's body was instantly sent hurtling backward. Mo Yang, without pause, surged forward, unleashing a barrage of techniques. A relentless chain of 5 devastating moves. Nangang Tian was flung back once more, slamming into the wall. He coughed up a painful mouthful of fresh blood, the relentless 5-move combo utterly shattering his will, forcing him to collapse to his knees. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Mo Yang, a raw challenge in his voice. "You fiend, how dare you!" Nearby, Guanzhan's face twisted in utter disbelief. How is this even possible? I had heard tales of his power, but I never imagined it would be this profound. Disregarding the stunned onlookers, Mo Yang turned to Han Yu, urging her to depart. He had barely taken a few steps when Durong's voice resonated once more, calling out. The two stood facing each other, their gazes locking, yet no words were exchanged. It was only then that the Nangang family guards dared to rush to their incapacitated family head. "Are you unharmed, family head?" they asked. He roared back in a fit of rage. "Quickly, apprehend them!" The guards hastily led each other, fleeing towards the outside. That man repelled the family head with a mere handful of techniques. If the family head himself cannot subdue him, what hope do we, a collection of insignificant cultivators, possibly have? They quickly reached the exterior, but the sight that greeted them sent shivers of utter dread through their very souls. The outside was now a landscape of utter pandemonium. Every single guard had been brutally subdued, lying scattered across the ground. A lone figure, trembling uncontrollably, struggled to articulate. "We exerted every ounce of our strength to stop him, but it was utterly futile." Both of them. They are absolute monsters. The scene abruptly shifts to a secluded cavern. I should have simply taken the blame and fled on my own. That would have sufficed. Why did you have to embroil yourself in this affair? Now look what's happened. You've made an enemy of the entire alliance, not to mention the formidable Dragonclaw faction. What will you do now, Han Yu? Mo Yang's face was drenched in sweat, rendering him momentarily speechless. Noticing his unusual state, Han Yue asked with concern, "What ails you? Are you injured?" Mo Yang then explained, "In that initial clash with Nangang family head, I should have completely nullified his sword Kui. Yet ultimately, I failed. I circulated my cultivation technique too rapidly, and my body simply couldn't withstand the immense strain." Han Yu was utterly stunned. "What? You should have struck back. Why would you attempt to neutralize it?" Mo Yang sighed. The vital energy he channeled into his sword was vast, enough to bury us all alive. Had I merely retaliated in kind, the resulting shockwaves would have been catastrophic, far beyond what we saw. Han Yu chastised him. "You fool! In such a perilous situation, you were still prioritizing the safety of others?" "Give me your hand," she commanded. Mo Yang, a gentle smile gracing his lips, replied, "My greatest fear was only that you would be harmed." Upon hearing his confession, Han Yu's cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson. Mo Yang then gently reached out and clasped her hand. Han Yu's cheeks burned crimson, her eyes shimmering with tender affection as she gazed at him. She then began to circulate her own cultivation energy to aid in his recovery. Mo Yang, lost in a wave of unexpected bliss, whispered 2 words. "So warm." The scene returns to the Nangang family compound. Utter chaos still reigned supreme. The subordinates continued their frantic search.
but it appeared their targets had vanished far beyond reach. And what of the other members of the Dragonclaw faction?
Their old dungeon collapsed, so we have transferred them to the new cells, sir.
The family head will render his judgment once his recovery is complete. Until then, focus all efforts on clearing the devastation and meticulously recording every single loss. Within the dungeons, the guards had been rigorously reinforced and stationed. The number of patrolling sentinels was also drastically increased.
Du Cheng had already been brought in and confined with the rest of the faction's members.
After hearing his account, utter disbelief washed over them all. How can this be? Why would the vice leader commit such an act? Is young Miss Han truly the granddaughter of the demonic sect master?
He Ling voiced her suspicion.
Their inseparable presence had always struck me as peculiar, but this truth shatters all imagination.
Du Rong spoke again.
I, too, initially refused to believe it. But these are undeniable truths.
Peng Xiao offered a desperate theory. Perhaps he confessed to save us from the Nangong family's insidious trap, sacrificing himself.
For the present circumstances are overwhelmingly against us.
Yor agreed fervently.
Indeed, leader, only through such a drastic measure could his very life be preserved,
Du Rong declared with grim resolve.
I shall not repeat myself again. From this moment forth, those two are declared sworn enemies of the Claw Dragon Gang. Upon hearing this stark declaration, all present were gripped by an unbearable tension. Guan Sheng questioned, his voice laced with disbelief. Do you truly believe that the vice leader and young Miss Han have betrayed us? Du Rong remained in profound silence, offering no answer, his thoughts shrouded in mystery.
Soon, twilight fell. My subordinates reported their escape, fleeing far from these grounds. Yet, to preserve our dignity, I ordered the search to continue. The full situation and cataloging of losses will take time. Until then, I hope.
Nangong Tian, who had been listening intently, could no longer tolerate the delay and abruptly cut him off. I cannot simply sit here and watch them slip away. The subordinate continued. That fabricated evidence now holds no sway. The true concern is that they may have already reached the demonic sect. Do not allow such detrimental thoughts to cloud your discernment, family head.
The next morning, a solemn procession departed from the Nangong stronghold. The members of the Claw Dragon Gang, shackled and confined within iron cages, were paraded away.
Do they truly intend to treat us as mere beasts? What deranged scheme has seized the family head? How could he conceive of caging us and parading us before the alliance like this? Mo Yang and his companion observed from the shadows, their expressions grim. Should others witness this spectacle, rumors will undoubtedly spread far and wide. They will become the focal point of all gossip upon returning to the alliance, and their animosity towards you and me will only escalate further. Mo Yang remained utterly unconcerned, his demeanor as stoic and silent as ever. Elsewhere, a mysterious figure also observed the proceedings in secret. He then swiftly turned and vanished.
Soon, the oppressive shroud of night descended once more. Within the Nangong estate, a lone guard patrolled the deserted courtyard. As a pigeon circled high above, it swiftly descended, landing precisely on his outstretched hand. Tied to its leg, naturally, was a coded message. Just as the man reached for the message, a branch, propelled by unseen force, tore through the air from the distant darkness. The pigeon was instantly struck, forced from his grasp, and the terrified guard instinctively drew his blade. Han Yu emerged from the concealing shadows of the trees. It was you! You revealed my true identity to the family head. Upon seeing Han Yu, the man's fear intensified into sheer terror. Had she not already made her escape? Before the man could even process his shock, Mo Yang, who had been silently perusing a letter from behind, broke the silence. This message contains naught but scathing judgments and dire warnings about my person, alongside detailed accounts of recent events here. Han Yu pressed further, her voice sharp with accusation. Who exactly are you? And to whom did you send this treacherous missive? I no longer require an answer. Yet I wonder, would it not be amusing to hear your pathetic attempt at an explanation? Mo Yang continued, his voice laced with chilling derision. Let us see what ridiculous pretense you have managed to conjure. The man's eyes widened in horror, cold sweat pouring down his face as he reached the absolute peak of terror. A short while later, 2 patrolling guards passed the location. They were abruptly startled, for not far from their path lay a grotesque, lifeless form. By then, Han Yu and Mo Yang had already vanished into the distance. How did you discern he was an infiltrator of the demonic sect? Mo Yang replied with a detached air. After the family head suffered defeat by my hand, while the others brandished their blades at my back, he alone moved in a different direction, striving to conceal himself for survival. For the family head's supposed right-hand man to act in such a manner, he could only be one of 2 things: a craven coward, or an insidious spy for the demonic sect. Ultimately, his loyalty to his true mission was absolute, and it was precisely that unwavering adherence that sealed his exposure. Han Yu nodded slowly. Were your deduction incorrect, you would indeed be shamed beyond measure. Where shall our path lead us now?
The two exchanged a knowing, faint smile. Mo Yang gazed into the vast distance. Many paths lie before us. So long as I traverse them with you, I would venture anywhere, face any trial, Han Yu offered, a hint of challenge in her voice. Very well then, let us seek the sacred grounds of Mount Hua. With that, the two figures vanish together. The scene shifts, revealing the hallowed halls of the Martial Alliance. Within the Alliance leaders' council chambers, the air thrummed with the ceaseless accusations of the elders. The focus, inevitably, was Mo Yang and his companion, as every conceivable transgression was now laid squarely upon their heads. Furthermore, suspicions now swirled that the Alliance leader himself was secretly aiding and abetting their actions. The Alliance leader vehemently refuted. Impossible. The Alliance's most formidable elite assassins are already in pursuit. We shall receive definitive words soon enough. Another elder's voice boomed across the chamber. Remember this. The longer this prolonged uncertainty persists, the greater the unforeseen dangers will become, and all ultimate blame shall inevitably fall upon our alliance. Alliance leader, the others clamored, eagerly echoing his sentiments. Indeed, all those associated with these two villains must share their ultimate demise. Meanwhile, Huang Hun remained seated, utterly silent from start to finish. Suddenly, from a distant location, a signal flare blazed skyward. Instantly, someone recognized the distinctive white communication beacon. We have successfully cornered Mo Yang and Han Yu within the valley. For too long, those two nuisances have always eluded our grasp. But this time, their escape is impossible. Comrades, advance. Seize them now. Moments later, Han Yu's figure materialized in the far distance. The assembled crowd was bewildered to see only her. But where was Mo Yang? Han Yu, without a moment's hesitation, surged forward, her blade flashing from its sheath. With her first move, she unleashed the devastating Huoyu Ji Jian, a wicked blade technique. A powerful sword strike, like a soaring meteor, cleaved directly towards the throng. Witnessing this, the leader roared in absolute terror, commanding his forces to scatter and evade. As the strike landed, earth and stone erupted, scattering shards like shrapnel. The cultivators struggled, scrambling to evade and deflect the relentless onslaught of debris. Damn it all! Are you truly trying to prove yourself the blood descendant of the Dancing Evil Sect's very leader? Just then, Mo Yang reappeared, materializing directly above their heads. The leader was utterly terrified to see his sudden appearance, just as Han Yu launched her assault from the other flank. Where are you looking? Before he could even register a thought, her blade arced, sending him soaring through the air. The two, disdaining further combat, seized this fleeting moment. They scaled the sheer cliff faces, intent on traversing the treacherous gorge. Below, the assembled forces roared with renewed fury. They are crossing the canyon on the other side. Even if they sprouted wings, to traverse this canyon, they must still pass through the mountain gate. Do not lose their trail for an instant. We shall then merge with the main forces and engage them in battle. As night draped over the Wulin Alliance, within a secluded chamber, only the Alliance leader and Huang Hun remained. He sighed. I did not summon you. Yet you arrived and endured these harsh words. Still, seeing you remain utterly silent until this moment, I presume you have something profound to convey? Huang Hun responded, I have never once betrayed your trust, nor have I ever sought to deceive you. Alliance leader, Huang Hun finished. The elder nodded. I know. Sometimes, your unwavering honesty even gives me pause. Huang Hun continued. Last night, I uncovered something so profound, that even now, I struggle to fully comprehend its implications. The Alliance leader's brow furrowed in doubt. Is this discovery intimately linked to our current predicament? Huang Hun's expression turned grave. It is far more. It is a revelation capable of utterly destabilizing the Wulin Alliance, a matter of immense, world-shattering importance. The two then proceeded, with utmost urgency, to a hidden, clandestine passage. This secret passage was known only to a select few. Yet, the person they sought was already intimately familiar with its existence. It was not until the events of last night that I, myself, became aware of this location's true existence. After a sustained period of movement, the two finally emerged from the hidden passage. Beyond lay a dense, ancient forest. Huang Hun turned to the Alliance leader. I shall await your return here. The one you seek awaits you, not far from this very spot. The Alliance leader looked perplexed. Who? The scene then abruptly shifted. Han Yu, perched upon a craggy cliff face, gasped for breath. We've finally eluded their pursuit, haven't we? The figure beside her slowly reached up, shedding their elaborate disguise. That elaborate decoy will keep them ensnared within the canyon for a considerable time. Han Yu smiled wryly. You truly are something, capable of impersonating him so perfectly with such a simple, rudimentary disguise. Excellent work, Wu Bai. It was then revealed. The one who had been fleeing alongside Han Yu all this time was none other than Wu Bai, cleverly disguised. Meanwhile, the alliance leader advanced, his confusion still palpable. At such a late and critical hour, if you have indeed summoned this old man forth, then courtesy dictates you reveal your identity first. The mysterious figure's voice resonated through the silence. Must I truly comply? The alliance leader gasped, utterly stunned. For this figure before him was none other than Mo Yang, the very man they had been relentlessly pursuing.
Witnessing Mo Yang's true identity, the alliance leader was undeniably shaken to his core.
The two men stood face to face, locked in a profound silence. The entire atmosphere instantly froze, with only the desolate whisper of the wind echoing between them. After an eternity of unspoken thoughts, the alliance leader finally broke the silence. From the very moment you first set foot within the Wulin Alliance, I sensed your extraordinary nature, and when you practiced your cultivation, I witnessed movements brimming with boundless power and an unshakable confidence.
In this old man's extensive memories, I recall but one other who possessed such a formidable demeanor.
I was already certain of your identity then, yet I patiently waited. I trusted that you held a profound reason for concealing your true identity.
As he finished speaking, the alliance leader unexpectedly raised his hands, cupped them together, and bowed deeply.
What a fated encounter, to stand before the god of war. I pay my profound respects. Mo Yang then began to recount the full, unsettling truth to him.
Through their insidious plots and cunning deception, they blinded our eyes to what was necessary, and deafened our ears to the vital truths.
But this was merely a prelude. They further sowed discord, watching as we foolishly turned our blades upon one another. I could not, would not, stand idly by and witness such a calamitous fate unfold. The alliance master rejoined. So, you willingly shouldered this blame, becoming a lightning rod for scrutiny, all to secure your freedom of action? 2 decades ago, you alone confronted the demonic sect, successfully preventing their ravaging advance into the Central Plains. You understand their machinations more intimately than any other. If the alliance refuses to adapt, refuses to directly confront them, what do you foresee as our inevitable doom? Mo Yang's response was immediate, unwavering. The demonic sect will seize total dominion over the alliance, and our very next generation will be twisted into their subservient pawns.
For 20 years, the martial world has slumbered in complacent arrogance, resting on the laurels of a past victory. It is precisely this stagnation that allowed the demonic sect to insidiously plant their spies within our ranks.
The alliance master sighed. The greatest fault lies with this old man, for failing to uphold his sacred responsibilities. Mo Yang cut him off. I am not here to cast blame upon you. I offer but a single proposition. If the alliance's assassins persist in hunting me, I shall be left with no recourse but to retaliate. My path will then inevitably be stained with the blood of innocents. This is a fate I utterly abhor, the alliance master continued. You understand, Mo Yang's charges still stand unblemished. From the alliance's perspective, revoking that command is exceedingly difficult. Yet, I will exert every ounce of my influence to ensure they do not impede your path.
Meanwhile, within the alliance's grand prison, Du Yong was held captive. He sat in deep contemplation,
eyes closed, lost in a labyrinth of thoughts.
His mind replayed his departure from Nangong, specifically Mo Yang's final, lingering gaze, which still stirred a deep-seated doubt about his every action.
Suddenly, with a jolt of surprise, he raised his head. Outside, Huang Hun was opening the prison door, awaiting him. I shall explain on the way. Follow me shortly. Soon after, Du Yong was led directly to Mo Yang's presence. You were still imprisoned? Mo Yang remarked. It seems you've attempted to distance yourself from me, but clearly, it has failed rather spectacularly. Du Yong's eyes widened in dawning realization. Immediately he clasped his hands and bowed in a respectful salute. My lord, I beg your pardon. Mo Yang then produced a command medallion and offered it to him. The leader of the heterodox faction entrusted me to deliver this to you. You are to stay with the heterodox faction for a period. Du Yong took the medallion, his face etched with utter bewilderment. Why must I journey to the heterodox faction? Mo Yang explained. You have not yet been cleared of suspicion, and you are likely to become a prime target for the demonic sect. If they perceive any connection between us, you know well that the alliance's prison will be far from a safe haven, while suspicion still lingers. Huang Hun asked worriedly. Will this truly be safe?
The heterodox faction and the martial alliance have always been mortal enemies, and Du Yong is a man of the alliance,
Mo Yang explained. The child who once infiltrated the Dragonclaw Corps has now risen to become the leader of the heterodox faction. Therefore, there is no need for such concern. Upon hearing this, those present were greatly stirred, their excitement palpable. You speak of Han Yu? Is she truly the leader of the heterodox faction? Mo Yang confirmed. Indeed. Such a potent bloodline cannot remain suppressed or obscure. He then cast a knowing glance toward the alliance master. It grieves me to depart without sharing a few cups of potent wine with you. The old man smiled. At a more opportune time, I shall have a feast prepared, awaiting your return."
With these words, both parties exchanged their solemn farewells and departed. Watching Mo Yang and his companions' retreating figures, Huang Hun lamented,
"The criticisms you now face will be far more intense than any before. Your very position as Alliance Master may well be stripped from you."
The Alliance Master nodded.
"That may indeed come to pass. But the tides have turned. A cause worthy of such fierce resistance has finally arisen."
Elsewhere, the black tiger, He Hu,
had unsheathed its deadly claws, preparing for a relentless hunt.
The demonic sect's insidious spies were now being purged,
one by one.
Yet the misguided populace of the Central Plains continued to exert immense pressure on the Alliance, actively opposing their efforts.
"The time has come when we desperately require your assistance."
The elder before him sighed deeply.
"I have been in secluded cultivation here, utterly detached from the affairs of life and death.
For 20 long years he has gazed upon this ancient tree and placid lake. If that is the case, have 20 years truly been sufficient for my emergence from seclusion?" The other replied,
20 years prior, the demonic sect attempted to invade the Central Plains and seize its 3 treasures. However, their scheme was thwarted by Mu Xin, igniting a catastrophic martial world war.
"If your whereabouts were to be exposed, what fate do you believe would befall your clan and kin?"
Upon hearing this, the elder's body tensed, trembling uncontrollably as sweat poured from him like rain.
"I require more time.
I cannot guarantee my success."
The other snapped a stern correction.
"You must succeed if you do not wish to witness Bai Mingjin perish in a sea of flames and his family torn apart by savage beasts."
"Bai Mu, you absolutely must succeed." Meanwhile, the dark influence of the evil faction stirs ominously.
At this very moment, Han Yu had returned, honing his blade within the secluded training grounds.
Not far off, Wu Bai sat observing, a profound sigh escaping his lips.
"Lord Mo Yang is gravely delayed. Could some grave incident have occurred within the martial alliance? Or perhaps some unforeseen peril befallen him on his journey?"
Han Yu responded with an air of absolute indifference.
"Who in this realm possesses the power to harm a single strand of his hair?"
Wu Bai pressed on.
"The most probable scenario is that he, while resting at some secluded inn, unwittingly encountered a captivating beauty and succumbed to a passionate night beneath the moonlit sky."
Upon hearing this,
Han Yu's eyes immediately blazed crimson, overflowing with palpable killing intent. A devastating surge of sword ki tore through the very air, hurtling towards Wu Bai.
Had he not swiftly contorted his body to evade it, his form would have been cleaved into 2 pristine halves, just like the massive boulder that now lay shattered behind him.
Han Yu retorted with irritation, her voice sharp.
"That is utterly impossible. Cease your baseless conjectures at once." Precisely at this critical juncture, another figure burst through the entrance.
"My lord, there you are. Someone from the Alliance bears our sacred token and demands an audience with you." Han Yu's expression shifted to astonishment upon hearing this. "From the Alliance?
Who could it be?" Within the grand hall, a figure meticulously examines the token in hand, then declares with certainty, "It is genuine. I witnessed Sect Master Dan Jing bestow it upon Mu Xin with my own eyes. It cannot be a fabrication." The youth beside him, utterly astonished, stammered, "Could it truly be him?" His gaze then fell upon Du Chong. "You claim to be Du Chong, the formidable leader of the Dragonclaw Syndicate. Is that not so?"
"I, Xie Xun, the sect master of the evil faction, find it exceedingly difficult to accept that you possess this token, for Mu Xin, the individual you speak of, perished 2 decades ago."
Du Chong clarified.
"As I have already unequivocally stated, this very token was personally bestowed upon me by Lord Mu Xin.
He is not dead. He lives,
hale and hearty.
What possible motive would I have to deceive a revered figure such as yourself?"
At that precise moment, a voice rang out, urgently calling for their leader. Han Yu, with a surge of joy, swiftly stepped forward. Du Chong, beaming with delight, greeted her. "Now I suppose I must address you as Dan Yu,"
she questioned, a hint of bewilderment in her tone. "You must have already encountered Lord Mo Yang, have you not?"
"Then why is it that you have arrived here alone, and not with him?"
Du Chong explained.
"Lord Mu Xin decreed that my presence in the Alliance was no longer safe, and thus dispatched me here. After departing the Alliance, he claimed urgent matters required his attention, and vanished to an undisclosed location."
Han Yu stood utterly dumbfounded. "Wait, leader, did my ears deceive me? You just uttered the name, Mu Xin?"
Du Chong, taken aback, exclaimed, "Oh, it appears he has not yet enlightened you on this matter, has he?
The esteemed vice leader is none other than Lord Mu Xin himself.
Should the demonic sect discover he yet lives, our efforts to resist them will become exponentially more arduous. Hence, he adopted the alias, Mo Yang."
Han Yu,
hearing this profound revelation, was utterly shaken to her core.
"Mo Yang is Mu Xin?"
At that moment, Xie Xun, who stood upon the dais, interjected. Wait a moment, he demanded. Are you implying that Mo Yang was the one who sabotaged Yi Feng's wedding with her? What then is to become of their intertwined destiny? And yet, Mo Yang is Mu Xin. Han Yu whirled, unleashing a furious roar. Silence, Xie Jun. Can you not perceive that I am in no mood for your trivial jesting? The youth, scorned by her furious outburst, bellowed in return. Dan Yu! If you harbor no respect for me, then why compel me into a position I utterly despise?
The assembled guards swiftly converged, seizing Xie Jun to forcibly restrain him. He was violently dragged away, yet his furious roars continued to echo. Unhinged. Speak! I demand you speak!
Han Yu gritted her teeth, a low growl escaping her lips. You wretched fool. Then, turning to Duchong, she demanded, I must hear the truth from Mo Yang himself. Where can I find him? Moments later, the two figures stepped out into the outer courtyard.
Duchong issued a grave warning. On the treacherous path leading from the 10,000 mountains, you may well encounter assassins from rival sects. It is not that I underestimate your formidable martial prowess, but none can foresee the perils that may yet arise. Should you venture forth alone, the perils will be insurmountable. Thus, I implore you to remain here and await his return, for then, he himself will surely impart the answers you so desperately seek.
Han Yu's voice was sharp with a biting question. And what if he never returns at all? Duchong offered calm reassurance. His power and experience are beyond all measure. They cannot be underestimated.
Truly, who in the entire martial world could even touch a single strand of his hair? He will undoubtedly return. There is no need for such worry.
Han Yu's face remained etched with a deep melancholy and profound worry. Alone, she made her way to a familiar sanctuary atop Chensui Peak. What am I to do now? After we escaped, pursued deep into the forest that fateful night, we sought refuge together.
The nightmares that had relentlessly plagued me suddenly faded into insignificance. He embraced me, allowing me to find a serene slumber within his protective embrace.
My feelings for him were thus once more affirmed, deep within my heart.
In that instant, my affection for him deepened beyond measure.
As Chensui reminisced about that harrowing night, she finally, irrevocably, made her decision. Now, no matter who you are, it holds no consequence. Where are you, truly? What fate has befallen you? I beg of you, please return safely to my side.
Elsewhere, as gloom shrouded the night, a lone figure moved with breathtaking speed through the ancient forest. This figure was none other than Mo Yang, the very man Han Yu yearned for day and night. With a powerful leap, he plunged down a treacherous cliff face. At that precise moment, his eyes caught sight of another figure directly ahead. The sudden appearance of the other party sent a shockwave through him. He hastily descended, landing with precision near the enigma. A grim shadow fell upon his face as he stared intensely ahead. Yet the spot was now completely shrouded in a thick cloud of dust and smoke, obscuring all sight. As the dust and smoke finally dissipated, the enigmatic figure was once again revealed. Mo Yang, utterly bewildered, questioned, "Who could this possibly be now?" When the adversary remained stubbornly silent, he unleashed a furious roar. "I demand to know! Who are you, scoundrel?" At that very instant, a profound shock coursed through him. His vision blurred, and his eyes immediately grew hazy. He simply crumpled, falling unconscious on the very spot he stood. The one who had launched the decisive strike was Bai Muare, who had materialized behind him without a sound. He was subsequently dragged away by his captor, and brutally bound with heavy chains. I am utterly repulsed by these spineless cowards who ceaselessly prattle on about peace. Thus I purged them from the martial world, and endeavored to forge a new era, a new martial domain. The demonic sect's insidious incursion into the Central Plains was merely the genesis of my grand design. Who could have foreseen that everything would crumble into ruin? All because of you. Indeed, it was I who orchestrated your involvement, making you the unwitting instrument through which the demonic sect infiltrated the Central Plains. Now you know, don't you? Mo Yang, struggling against his bonds, his face a mask of grim fury, gritted his teeth and roared in defiance. Mo Yang's true qi erupted violently from his very core, striving to shatter his restraints. Yet, in an instant, a chilling realization dawned upon him. Something was terribly, catastrophically wrong. He had barely begun to circulate his qi before all strength drained from him, and he collapsed, utterly powerless. What monstrous deed have you wrought upon my very being? Bai Mu offered no reply, merely standing silent and grim, his gaze piercing into Mo Yang. Amidst the rivers of demonic blood and mountains of corpses, your body, utterly devoid of consciousness, lay shattered. Your entire body, then, was without a single intact inch, leaving absolutely no vestige of a chance for survival. You had thwarted my grand ambition, and thus, I harbored no intention whatsoever of allowing you to cling to life. But at that critical juncture, the enigmatic black-robed figure stepped forward, commanding him to spare the wretch's life. Bai Muhe, utterly bewildered, retorted,
Are you blind to the heinous deeds this man has committed? Even annihilating him 1,000 times over would not suffice, yet you now dare to command me to save him? The black-robed figure's voice dropped, laced with menace. Unlike me, you still shoulder burdens of immense consequence. If you wish not to forfeit everything you possess, then you would do well to meekly obey.
Recalling that chilling exchange, Bai Mu couldn't help but let out a profound sigh of lamentation.
Unbeknownst to me, the very efforts I expended to realize my grandest ambition had instead dug a treacherous pit for my own downfall.
I poured every ounce of my being, exhausting all forms of rare elixirs and profound medical arts, simply to pull you back from the precipice of death.
Even the most arcane and forbidden techniques I dared to employ.
This grueling process persisted without cease for an entire month, until astonishing, wondrous changes began to manifest within your shattered body, all wounds grotesquely knitting themselves back together. It was not mere recovery. One could assert, without hyperbole, that you had been utterly reborn.
I know not if this miracle was solely due to my arduous efforts, or if it sprang from some dormant power deep within your very essence. Thus you defied the very gates of hell, clawing your way back to life. You dare question what I have done to you? Ha ha! I am the one who dragged you back from oblivion, yet your consciousness never returned. And frankly, I could not care less.
Should your consciousness ever stir, I shall personally ensure it is frozen solid once more, into an eternal abyss.
You emerged younger, your vitality overflowing, brimming with boundless energy. Have you ever pondered why you could no longer wield your chi as before? Why could you not break free from those suffocating shackles? Why were you so effortlessly ensnared? It was due to a soul curse. Are you familiar with such an ancient art? A malevolent spell cast upon a being that has lost its consciousness, forcing it to act against its own will. This profound spell is akin to a divine, forbidden art. Even devoid of consciousness, your will remained an unyielding, unbreakable fortress. I nearly collapsed attempting to cast the spell upon you, a spell that is as easily activated as a pebble dropped into a tranquil lake. Thus, separated from the world, neither living nor truly dead, I have existed in this realm for 20 long years. Everything has converged for this singular moment. This is the dawn of finality, the moment to end it all. Mo Yang, drenched in sweat, glared at him, gnashing his teeth and roaring. Bai Mu's eye, unconcerned, narrowed his eyes and pressed on. Especially the unforeseen connection that now binds us.
With those words he swept his hand, unleashing the silver needles he held. Each one precisely embedded itself into the body's most critical vital points.
Mo Yang immediately felt his consciousness plunge into an endless void. His awareness drifted, hopelessly lost, with no path to escape. After an indeterminate period, outside the cavern, a figure in black robes stood vigil before a shimmering lake.
Soon, Bai Mu emerged from within the clandestine laboratory.
His exhausted countenance revealed that the task had been anything but simple. As he exited, the shrouded figure immediately stepped inside. He strode to a stone altar, then reached out and grasped the ancient bronze bell resting upon it. The bell's sonorous toll immediately reverberated throughout the cavern. Within, Mo Yang heard the bell's cry, his eyes instantly flaring crimson as he reawakened.
He swiftly rose, then slowly began to pace towards the shadowy figure.
At this moment, his consciousness was utterly gone, his being enslaved by the bronze bell's command. Bai Mu explained. He can now wield his full cultivation power. He has become a loyal executioner, an unstoppable force. My task here is complete. It is now time for you to fulfill your promise. The figure in black lauded him. Excellent. All matters of your past shall remain buried secrets. Bai Mushif, from this moment forth, you are free. The elder exhaled a heavy breath, then swiftly ascended the steps and departed. Below, the figure in black suddenly spoke again. Even if you leave this place, the world will remain as it once was. The blood cult no longer welcomes you. Should you maintain your disguise, it is better for you to return to the world than to slowly rot away here. If one who once championed the new martial world merely seeks such mundane desires and chooses to live out their remaining years in dull monotony, then I believe Bai Mu's death would be far more beneficial. Do you not agree, God of War? He then raised his hand and gently shook the small bell. Bai Mu, walking towards the exit, was instantly startled by the echoing chime of the bell. He turned to look back, and instantly, fresh blood splattered across the cavern. The scene shifts to the demonic sect.
The figure in black now appeared here, solitary and formidable.
Upon seeing him approach, the surrounding guards clamored forth, revealing their presence.
The figure in black slowly advanced towards the steward standing before him. The two quickly stood face to face. The steward raised the letter held firmly in his hand.
You, from the Central Plains, are you the one who sent this message? The figure in black confirmed. Indeed. The steward looked puzzled. But how peculiar. This bears the seal of Bai Mu, a man who vanished 2 decades ago. Yet, you bear no resemblance to him. Who, exactly, are you? The figure in black retorted. Who I am, that is irrelevant. What matters is that I can grant you what you seek, provided you arrange a direct audience with your demon lord."
The steward, utterly uninterested, turned to leave, muttering,
"Indeed, these Central Plains sects are truly insipid." No sooner had he turned than an assassin lunged from behind, intent on claiming his life. But before the assailant could even strike, his body was instantly rended limb from limb. The figure in black struck with blinding speed. Even his sword draw was imperceptible. By the time they registered what had happened, only the mangled corpse of the victim remained, and even the steward froze in stunned silence. The figure in black continued, "Among those, have you discovered the one tied to Musin?" High atop the demonic peak, the demonic overlords meditated as was his custom. His thoughts, too, drifted to the name Musin. Across the lands, the martial alliance stirred. Within the beggar sect's branch stronghold, an urgent message had just arrived. This was already the third such report.
Xianxia took the missive, unfurled it and questioned, "From where did this dispatch originate?"
The messenger replied that it came from another branch master. Xianxia pondered internally. The third one, precisely the same. Could it be? If this originated from that place, would it not take them mere hours to reach the Nangong clan? He immediately grasped the dire gravity of the situation. At the Alliance Lord's chambers, the elders had all gathered. 5 sects had already been assaulted by that ruthless killer. Among them, the Azure Sword sect had been all but annihilated.
From what I've heard, it wasn't a single person. Futile. The reports are contradictory.
Whether it's one or many, the core of the rumors holds undeniable truth. We must unearth the mastermind behind this chaos and resolve the situation before it escalates into an even graver crisis. Then, who shall lead the vanguard into this perilous storm? Each sect shall dispatch 3 cultivators to form the expeditionary force? What are your thoughts on this? Meanwhile, the Alliance Lord met privately with Xianxia. Upon hearing his report, he immediately questioned, "Are you certain?"
Xianxia affirmed that even a rat thousands of miles away could not escape the beggar sect's gaze. This was truly the work of vice leader Xu Mingzhu of the Dragon's Claw Syndicate.
Hearing this, the old man was deeply perplexed. He once vowed never to tread upon the blood of innocents. Why, then, would he commit such atrocities now?
Xianxia continued, "There's something else. This is merely my personal conjecture, but I believe the vice leader's next target is the Nangong clan."
The Alliance Lord reeled in shock. What did you just say? As night descended upon the Nangong aristocratic family, a lone figure slowly approached its main gates.
The patrolling guards, witnessing this, gripped their sword hilts in wary suspicion.
Who goes there?
The figure ignored them, advancing relentlessly. The guards simultaneously drew their blades.
"Identify yourself," they demanded. "This is the Nangong clan, the mightiest in the martial world."
This figure was none other than Mo Yang, who had lost all consciousness and was systematically massacring sects across the martial world. His wide, bloodshot eyes, brimming with murderous intent, fixed upon the Nangong clan members, who were instantly overwhelmed by a terrifying aura. Nangong Tian, resting within his chambers,
was startled awake by the commotion. "What is that sound?" A servant swiftly burst in from outside to report. "Clanhead, you must flee this place at once. The rumored murderer has arrived." Outside, Mo Yang was wreaking havoc, relentlessly massacring. He charged at every living soul, unleashing palm strikes that obliterated his foes into bloody mist. The desperate guards charged forward, risking their lives to halt his advance and prevent him from reaching the main hall. Mo Yang, consumed by pure madness, knew only slaughter. Immediately thereafter, a colossal explosion erupted. Nangong Tian, fleeing with his servants, sensed the devastating explosion. His face blanched, utterly consumed by terror. Mo Yang stood amidst the ruins like a monster, his eyes glowing crimson. He was currently at the peak of his power, and now, plunged into a state of berserk frenzy, his strength was virtually unstoppable. Nangong Tian, seeing his face, recognized his old rival. To the realm of the sinister path, the scene now shifts. Han Yu paced restlessly before the entrance, awaiting Mo Yang's return.
Every day she came out to gaze expectantly, yet her beloved had still not appeared.
Dunchong emerged and asked, "Are you waiting here again?" Han Yu's face was etched with profound worry. "It has been 10 days, and there has been no news at all. I have a premonition of ill fortune regarding this."
Du Chong attempted to reassure her. "Our leader said he would also search for Musin's whereabouts. If there were any issues, news would have reached us long ago."
Just then Wu Bai rushed over frantically.
"Leader of the Dragon's Claw Syndicate, a vital dispatch has arrived for you."
Upon seeing the letter, both their expressions involuntarily tightened. The scene shifts to the demonic cult.
The demon lord was conversing with the black-robed figure from Zhongyuan, so this was the true reason for Bai Mu's disappearance.
The black-robed figure continued. "Indeed, Bai Mu was displeased at having to offer the entire Zhongyuan to you. Mu Xin is a perfect choice to serve your will and the demonic sect. Yet, in a mocking twist of fate, Mu Xin has yet to awaken." The demon lord interjected. A soul curse will inevitably claim the life of its caster, and the ultimate outcome remains utterly unforeseeable. Old Man Bai must have possessed absolute certainty to dare such a feat, but his ambition proved recklessly hasty. The black-robed figure continued. Fortuitously, he managed to manipulate Min's consciousness. The demon lord nodded. That was an inevitable outcome, born from his strenuous efforts. Do you now seek to forge an alliance with us? It appears this place offers you greater spoils than Bai Mu ever could, does it not? Haha, I knew it. Thanks to your schemes, the demonic faction has sustained grievous losses. In the annals of the demonic faction's history, that shall forever be its most ignominious stain. The black-robed figure casually replied, History is merely poised to repeat itself. Everything you desire shall be within your grasp. Hearing this, a faint smirk played on the demon lord's lips, as a formidable surge of true chi erupted from his form. You will not regret this? The black-robed figure affirmed. I harbor no lingering attachment to Zhongyuan. The demon lord let out an exuberant roar of laughter. Excellent! Then I shall grant your desires. Once this path is trod, there shall be no turning back. Awaken, my loyal disciples. The hour has come for us to bathe Zhongyuan in blood. Transitioning back to Zhongyuan, Han Yu and her companions were urgently moving under the cloak of night. Their faces were etched with palpable tension, signifying that something catastrophic had undoubtedly occurred. In a desolate clearing, a gathering of figures awaited. This assembly was led by Huang Hun, and soon, a figure pointed into the distance, shouting for his attention. Du Chong and Han Yu hastened their approach, quickly advancing to clasp hands in greeting. Han Yui, with a hint of awkwardness, also offered her salutations to him. The accompanying disciples of the demonic cult kept a considerable distance, observing as the three then began their grave discussions. The patriarch and matriarch of the Nangong family had barely managed to escape, but their ancestral stronghold lay utterly annihilated. Subsequently, the Huashan sect, the Zhongnan faction, and the Murong family were also subjected to ruthless assaults. Mid- and small-sized sects across the land suffered catastrophic losses, brought to the very verge of utter ruin. Du Chong voiced his suspicions. Could it be that the demonic sect has once again amassed such terrifying power? Replied Huang Hun. I initially thought so too, but the victims he slew were utterly disconnected from the demonic sect. Regardless of intent, his actions remain profoundly unsettling. Han Yu proposed. Is it possible that someone is impersonating him, committing these heinous acts? Huang Hun rebutted, I regret to say, but it was Mu Xin himself who committed these deeds. Han Yu retorted sharply. I refuse to believe it. Where is he now? I must confront him. Huang Hun intercepted her. You cannot. It is far too perilous. Any who approach within 5 miles of him are slaughtered without exception, even those who were once closest to Mu Xin. And you would be no different. Han Yu remained resolute. Then if the situation is already irredeemable, surely we have all the more reason to seek him out. Du Sheng moved to dissuade her, but his words were cut short before they could even form. Had it not been for Mo Yang, I would have perished long before those baseless rumors could even spread. Where is Mo Yang now, leader? Just tell me, master. Confronted with her unyielding resolve, Huang Hun found himself with no recourse. Dawn broke swiftly. At a certain sect, countless corpses lay strewn across the ground, and Huang Hun's group arrived nearby to investigate the grim scene. The battle had just concluded this very morning. To call it a battle, however, would be a grave misnomer. It was nothing short of a ruthless massacre. Huang Hun inquired again. Is he still there? Indeed, leader. That is why we dare not approach. Han Yu stood there, gazing upon the horrific spectacle below, her heart filled with a profound sense of bewilderment. Perceiving her intention to advance, Wu Bai immediately stepped forward, offering to accompany her. But Han Yu halted him. Should any misfortune befall you, the Lian-Meng alliance will bear no responsibility. This is my solemn wish, and I implore you to convey it to the others. Wu Bai's concern was palpable. You may disregard my life or death, senior sister, for I am always ready to sacrifice myself to protect you. Han Yu shook her head. Not today. She then approached Du Chong. He let out a sigh. I know that no matter what I do, you will still go to see Min. Han Yu offered a faint smile. Until we meet again. The two others accompanying her shrieked in alarm. Why did you not stop her? To proceed like this is to court death. Come back. If she does this, we will all face grave danger. Du Rong turned to Huang Sun, seeking counsel. Han Yu advanced into the forbidden ground without a trace of hesitation. Inside, Mo Yang, residing within a certain dwelling, swiftly sensed the intrusion. Immediately, his furious roar echoed forth from within the house. Han Yu had only just reached the exterior when this jarring roar sent shivers down her spine. What is this suffocating, deathly aura? Never have I sensed anything like this before. Is that truly you, Mo Yang? Swiftly, the very ground began to tremble violently. Mo Yang, gathering his chi from within, burst forth as the entire internal structure erupted in a mighty explosion. Riding the chaotic force of the blast, he launched himself out, landing with ethereal grace atop the Sect's grand gateway. Han Yu, upon seeing him, instantly confirmed he was the very person she sought. Mo Yang's eyes glowed crimson, his ferocious expression fixed in a chilling glare upon her.
Startled by his terrifying visage, Han Yu watched as he, without hesitation, instantly lunged towards her.
A single, devastating punch, imbued with destructive power, struck down, shattering the very ground and engulfing the entire area in a swirling cloud of dust and smoke. Mo Yang stood waiting within the heart of the dust cloud, making no further move. But in a flash, Han Yu's figure reappeared, not far behind him.
She was utterly stunned by his recent, terrifying display of power.
Is this truly Mo Yang? This raging monster, radiating such a destructive aura? You just tried to kill me. Is that truly you? Without allowing her further thought, Mo Yang charged once more.
Han Yu dared not be careless again, instantly seizing the hilt of her sword.
This time, the two directly clashed, face to face. Han Yu cried out, "Why have you transformed into this monstrous state?" Mo Yang, uncaring, continued to unleash even greater power. Han Yu could not withstand his onslaught, forced to actively retreat and widen the distance.
She screamed loudly once more. "It is I, Han Yu. I am the granddaughter of Tan Xing, your old friend. Please suppress this inner demon."
These desperate pleas, however, seemed to have absolutely no effect on Mo Yang.
His true qi once again surged forth wildly, causing the very ground beneath him to shatter.
Han Yu cried out to him helplessly in despair, as the ground beneath her instantly pulverized and scattered, her previous position once again swallowed by a blinding cloud of dust. Far away, even the onlookers were struck with terror by the residual might of the battle. The tremors from within. They reached even this far? This is the most brutal battle I have ever witnessed. That girl from the demonic path. She is truly courageous. Huang Sun's expression was strained to its absolute limit. He doesn't even recognize Han Yu. What are we to do in this desperate situation?
Du Chong and Wu Bai's faces were also etched with extreme worry.
Back at the raging battlefield, Mo Yang still stood, snarling ferociously. Opposite him, Han Yu had once again materialized. Gripping her longsword, she pointed it defiantly. "Very well then, continue. Unleash all your boundless fury upon me, until your true spirit returns to you, for I shall never take a single step back." Mo Yang paid no heed, swiftly charging forward once more. Han Yu, her true qi erupting, likewise harbored no intention of retreating. "Mo Yang, what meaning does my life hold, if not for you?"
Both simultaneously unleashed their ultimate techniques, hurtling towards each other in a final, desperate clash.
A devastating explosion with a powerful shockwave then dissipated, shifting the scene to another location, where an old master stood at a pavilion, contemplating while feeling the breeze. He suddenly spoke, asking, "Haiming, are you worrying about your friend?" Haiming, standing below, replied, "Master, before I speak, I wish to apologize to you. I have violated my oath. I concealed Mo Yang's true identity from you. I will accept any punishment, but please allow me to resolve this matter." The old master then asked, "Is he Mushin?" Haiming was startled. "You already knew about that?"
The old master replied,
"I met him a long time ago. The battle has not yet concluded, yet you remain in seclusion here at Zhangtianshan, refusing to intervene?
Do you think the vengeful soul of Tan Xing would accept this?"
The only one who spoke to me like that was Mu Yin."
Haiming was perplexed.
"Why did you not tell me this sooner?" The old master descended from his spot. "Is it not true that you only seek out this old man when you need something?" Haiming was taken aback. "Please stop teasing me, master. I cannot fathom why Lord Munga would commit such inhumane acts." "Master, do you not know either? Why has this matter devolved to such a state?" The old master sighed. "Even if we knew, what do you think we could do?" Haiming was stunned into silence. "Master, what do you mean by that?"
The old master explained, "I am certain that Musheng cherished and revered Zhongyuan more than anyone.
That is why he could sacrifice himself without hesitation 20 years ago. As for his current state, I also have some conjectures. His fervent love for Zhongyuan will ultimately guide him back." The more Haiming heard, the more his mind reeled. "What do you mean? What does return mean? Master, please elaborate further."
The old master no longer dwelled on the matter. He stood there, gazing into the distant horizon.
"Haiming, the landscape of Zhangtianshan has changed today. The disciples on this side were once again thrown into terror by the shockwave. It seems to be over. The dense smoke makes it impossible to discern the situation within." Huang Hun cursed. "Damn it! Why is there suddenly no wind at all?" Wu Bai could no longer restrain himself. He lunged forward. "I will go check the situation." Du Rong swiftly followed after him.
The two ignored the pleas and warnings of the crowd. They dashed away with urgency. They quickly reached the periphery of the battlefield. The ground here had been leveled into desolate ruins. Wu Bai's body trembled violently, consumed by unspeakable anxiety.
Durong tried to calm him, saying, "Wait, we still do not know the full situation." Wu Bai roared, "You tell me to be calm after witnessing this scene?" He then loudly called out for Han Yu. No matter how Durong tried to persuade him, he continued to scream frantically. The dust and smoke rapidly dissipated. The figures of Han Yu and Mo Yang within the battle's core were revealed. She was there, tightly embracing Mo Yang's body, and she herself did not appear to be gravely injured. Wu Bai and his companion quickly rushed forward upon seeing this. "Senior sister, are you all right?" Han Yu cried out for them not to approach. "Do not come any closer, or you will perish." Hearing this, Wu Bai and his companion halted in terror. Mo Yang, held tightly by her, still had blazing red eyes, and had not yet regained consciousness. Soon, the somber shroud of night descended once more. Huang Hun had returned to the Alliance to report the situation to the Alliance Master. Upon hearing the report, the Alliance Master could not help but break into a cold sweat. "It was that forbidden spell," Huang Hun continued. "This is the first time I have witnessed a spell with such overwhelming power." The Alliance Master then asked, "Did he mention who cast the spell?" Huang Hun shook his head. "Not at all. Before he told me to return and report to you, he merely repeated those words." After that, he was utterly exhausted, unable to speak further. The Alliance Master sighed. "Has the situation truly become this dire?" Huang Hun confirmed. "Indeed. Now, I shall reveal the crucial details, something that will determine our very survival." The scene shifts. The guards on duty were suddenly startled as Du Chong approached from their side. Recognizing his visage, the entire group immediately halted. "Is that the leader of the Dragonclaw Legion? They are about to change shifts. They will not heed my words. Therefore you must make haste," Durong replied. "After all, this is the Alliance Master's command." The man continued, "We have never regarded you or the Dragonclaw Legion as criminals." Durong smiled, proceeding inside to meet with his fellow troopers. "It seems you all have been eating well and sleeping soundly lately." Upon seeing him, they were greatly surprised. They then departed through a secret tunnel. "We have received intelligence from Grandmaster Zhuge, but they are all horrifying reports," Du Chong explained. "Aside from the baseless rumors, the truth is he has sided with the demonic sect for his own agenda. Many innocent people have been slaughtered." Jiang Shu shrieked in terror. "So you brought us out here to confront the vice-captain?" Durong smiled. "If you truly desire a confrontation, I shall grant your wish." Bai Xiao asked suspiciously. "So, where exactly are we heading now?" Du Chong replied. "Grandmaster Muxin has requested an audience with you." Upon hearing the name Muxin, the entire group was profoundly shaken. "Who did you say?" In a certain secret canyon, Mo Yang, hidden there, clutched his head in agony. "That bell's tolling echoes endlessly within my mind, and with it, the faces of the innocents I have slain reappear. Each time I hear that bell, Han Yu consoled, "You know, that is not your fault. You have returned. That is the greatest blessing of all." Mo Yang then walked out to the waterfall, submerging himself beneath its powerful flow, blending with the rushing water. He sought to use this method to calm his tormented mind, as well as wash away the stench of blood clinging to his person. Han Yue was waiting above, when a voice echoed in her ear, calling out, "The Dragonclaw Legion has been brought here." Jiang Shu smiled. "It's not Han Yu, but rather Tan Yu, isn't it?" The reunited group warmly approached, eager to converse. "You have all arrived. You deceived us for so long. Truly despicable. This foul little girl. I always thought a girl from the demonic sect would be as hideous as a Xianxia demon, but you don't look half bad," Baizhu stated gravely. "Becoming fellow disciples with the granddaughter of the demonic sect master will surely invite great trouble. Everyone knows about Bai Mu and the demonic sect." "You're hastily interjected. Please don't say such things, elder brother, elder sister." Han Yu smiled. "It's all right. It is true that many misunderstandings surrounding my grandfather's death remain unresolved." Durong also appeared at this moment. "One day, these misunderstandings will surely be dispelled." Mo Yang, beneath the lake, awakened once more at this moment. A powerful pillar of water swiftly shot up from the surface. Han Yu smiled. "He has emerged." As she finished speaking, Mo Yang immediately rose from beneath the surface. Upon seeing him, the entire group was startled. "It's the vice-captain!" Du Chong reminded them. "Everyone, show some respect. The one who has always been by our side as the vice-captain of the Dragonclaw Legion is none other than Grandmaster Muxin himself." The entire group froze, dumbfounded in their spots. This revelation was truly too shocking. Their vice-captain is none other than the legendary war god, Muxin. The scene shifts to the demonic sect. A colossal army has now been assembled. The demon lord, along with his trusted retainers, stood upon the high platform, observing with immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, Mo Yang's group had begun their discussion. "I have discussed with Alliance Master He Qi regarding preparations for the war against the demonic sect. It is unclear how many clans and sects will heed his call." "Ah, that's right. Can we seek aid from the demonic sect through Han Yu?
Perhaps time will not permit it, so we should not expect too much. Therefore, the only ones who will directly confront the demonic sect are you and I.
Upon hearing this, faces in the crowd once again betrayed their profound tension. Bai Shu asked anxiously, "Is there truly no other choice?" Guansheng also spoke. "This will be a grueling battle, perhaps even our very last," Du Rong reproached. "In front of our revered leader, you dare to utter such words. We will most certainly win this battle." Han Yue interrupted. "More than just victory. We shall utterly eradicate them all. They have plundered everything from me. Even when I was a helpless child, unable to resist, they treated me no better than an animal. I have constantly had to flee from the nightmares that stalked me in my sleep. If any of you had endured a similar fate, I wonder if you could remain calm in this moment. This battle will mark the decisive end to everything I have suffered, so that no one else will ever suffer my fate again, even if it costs me everything. As long as I am not forced to live under their heel as before, there is nothing I wouldn't dare to do." Hearing her heartfelt words and unwavering resolve, the others were rendered utterly speechless.
Du Ronghai smiled with satisfaction, clearly deeply impressed.
The scene shifts to the Wulin Alliance, where armies from various great clans and sects were frantically gathering. Do they truly intend to stand there and demand the Alliance Master relinquish his authority?
Zhu Jiming explained. Everything was already discussed during the meeting, so this comes as no surprise. There is no longer any need for pretense among us. The person beside him sighed.
So, this time, they truly mean to make their move?
Zhu Jiming explained as he walked. Yesterday, I spoke with Qin Ming, the sect leader of the Huashan sect. Many of their disciples have been massacred, so they will not accept our proposal.
Therefore, it is clear that the ultimate outcome of the meeting is this. If the Alliance Master does not agree to their terms, then the worst possible scenario will unfold. Upon hearing this, the man excitedly roared. Then we have no more time to waste. Zhu Jiming remained exceptionally calm, stating, "The Alliance Master has forbidden any agitation." But the other man, far from calm, furiously stormed away. "Then we must simply act with measured composure, must we not? I must go and re-recruit the Dragonclaw Legion." And at that very moment, Hai Ming unexpectedly passed by. "I heard the deputy leader was around here, didn't I?"
As he stood there perplexed, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. The other man approached and inquired, "Were you not at Xianxia Mountain? How did you end up here?"
Hai Ming explained, "Leader, there is no more time. Please gather the other members immediately. I will explain everything as we go." Upon hearing this, both their expressions tightened, their faces creased with worry. The scene shifts to the Alliance Master's council chamber, outside of which an old man was slowly approaching. This man was none other than Chong Yang, whose sudden appearance sent a shockwave through all present. The sword saint Chong Yang, after slaying his own friend, Tan Xing, the demonic sect leader, he was overcome with such profound grief that he retreated into seclusion, no longer caring for the affairs of the Wu Mulin. Had he not famously declared that he would live in reclusion on Zhengshan Mountain until his dying breath?
Chong Yang, facing the crowd's questions, remained utterly composed.
"So what?" he scoffed. "If I hadn't descended the mountain, would you all have simply blamed everything that has transpired recently on the Dragonclaw Legion and Alliance Master He Qi, forcing him to relinquish his position?" One person immediately interjected. "The Dragonclaw Legion was established purely on the Alliance Master's personal whim. They haven't captured a single demonic sect member. They only ever focus on scrutinizing our shortcomings. That old man wants to turn all our clans and sects into his personal puppets." Another chimed in. "And what about Tan Xing's granddaughter? She has infiltrated the Dragonclaw Legion. Mo Yang, the deputy leader of the Dragonclaw Legion, is her pawn, and countless lives have been massacred by them." However, observing the Alliance Master's leisurely demeanor, as if merely sipping tea and watching a play, Chong Yang could no longer tolerate it. His eyes glowed fiercely, and the aura surrounding him grew oppressively sinister to the extreme.
He turned his head and fixed his piercing gaze upon the man who had just spoken, causing the latter to involuntarily tremble.
Once the other man fell silent, he turned to the Alliance Master and urged, "Alliance Master, do not tell me that you can still tolerate such insolence after witnessing this spectacle." Upon hearing this, the others were utterly bewildered.
"He?" Chong Yang continued. "You old fogies only hear and see what suits your own desires. Ignorant as you are, you still dare to open your foul mouths and spew venomous words everywhere." The crowd, agitated once more, roared in protest.
"What kind of logic is this?" Rong Yang bellowed, his stance utterly unyielding. "You ought to consider yourselves fortunate that my blade is not at hand." The crowd was once again struck with terror, their bodies slick with cold sweat. Rong Yang pressed on. "Do you truly believe I journeyed all this way for naught? To safeguard the position of Alliance? Lord He Qi? No, that is not it. I came here to offer you a final chance at self-preservation, but witnessing your arrogant pride as you spouted such vile fabrications, I am truly tempted to turn my back and return to Zheng Shanshan. Alliance Lord He Qi has always championed peace and harmony, yet it is you who refuse to heed his words. And what of the members of the Xiaolong Guild? Tan Xing's own granddaughter, Tan Yu, seeks to conceal the truth behind Tan Mo's death, choosing to wage this struggle alone. The one who granted that young girl the opportunity to step into the alliance was I, and the esteemed vice leader of the Xiaolong Guild, Mo Yang. He is not someone you can so recklessly denounce as a killer. He is the only individual who truly inspires fear in me. If he so desired, this entire Wulin would already be firmly within his grasp, for he is the Wulin incarnate. Upon hearing this, a profound realization seemed to dawn upon one man. Could he possibly be? Rong Yang continued. Who is it? Who do you truly believe could sway my conviction? The one who always shows such unwavering magnanimity and forgiveness to you stubborn old fools? Who else could he possibly be? The other responded. Only one name comes to mind. The legendary god of war. Rong Yang simply smiled, offering no direct reply. A clear expression of profound approval etched upon his face. Meanwhile, within the sinister halls of the demonic sect, a steward addressed the demonic lord. The central plains lie directly before us. Esteemed demonic lord. The demonic lord's face split into a ferocious, excited grin. We have traversed these lands for far too long. Once our ultimate objective is achieved, we shall drench the central plains in crimson. Therefore, let us press onward without respite towards the alliance. Let the feral ghouls lead the way, eradicating all obstacles in their path. A devoted cultist advanced, brandishing his blade and severing his own hand. Fresh, crimson blood gushed forth from his wound. He clenched his fist, raising it to channel his dark energy. The feral ghouls behind, sensing the fresh scent of blood, immediately erupted in a terrifying chorus of ear-splitting shrieks. Deep within the serpentine abyss, 3 shadowy figures illuminated their path with flickering torches. Elder brother, you have driven us relentlessly through these depths for so long. What marvel do you intend to reveal? Do you possess some grand design? Elder brother, the leading figure explained. I possessed a sight I intended for your eyes, but it appears to have vanished. It was the remnants of a skeleton. Undoubtedly, a cataclysmic battle must have raged here long, long ago. Only mere years ago, I witnessed countless skeletal remains scattered across this very spot. The other 2 recoiled in fright. Heavens, elder brother! What pleasure could possibly be derived from seeking mere bones? I heard tales of a colossal tempest that once ravaged this area. It must have long since scoured them clean. As the 2 were conversing, a sudden jolt startled them. What was that sound? Swiftly, a lone figure materialized before them. This creature was none other than a feral ghoul from the demonic sect. Upon witnessing it, the 3 were seized by terror, swiftly turning to flee. What is that thing? The feral ghoul lunged forward, its blade whistling as it cleaved towards them. But before it could even land its blow, Mo Yang suddenly materialized, unleashing a devastating punch that obliterated the creature. The 3 were even more utterly stunned by this sudden turn of events, their entire bodies convulsing with uncontrollable tremors. Who are you? Mo Yang offered no reply, merely standing in silent contemplation, his gaze fixed on Fang Sha. Han Yu advanced from behind, urging the terrified trio to swiftly abandon this perilous place. Du Rong, from another direction, likewise approached. If you harbor no desire to sample Meng Po's infamous soup, then hasten your departure. Stripped of any lingering doubt, the 3 immediately fled. Mo Yang narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Fang Sha, and mused aloud. I believed our previous skirmishes would have imparted a valuable lesson upon them. Yet, their numbers are twice what we anticipated. Du Rong approached and inquired. My lord, I heard you single-handedly battled 2 grand guardians of the demonic sect in the last great conflict. Han Yue interjected. But now, with 9 of us standing by your side, my lord, this battle will mark their absolute end. Mo Yang affirmed with a grim nod. Indeed. All that remained unresolved from our previous encounter shall now be collectively purged in one swift strike. Hear me, everyone. You have all mastered the art of confronting these abominations during your arduous training alongside me. This truth was brutally proven during the Hebei incident, but I fervently hope that your ambitions do not stop here. Once this foe is vanquished, your blades must continue to press against the throats of others. Slay but a few, and you shall feel a surge of confidence never before experienced. If 100 fall before you, then ultimate victory shall be ours. The Xiaolong Legion surged forward, as the encroaching twilight began to paint the horizon. A contingent of demon cultists, trailing the phalanx of vengeful spirits, abruptly halted. The leading figure's countenance clouded with an unreadable perplexity. His gaze fixed, unwavering, upon a sight in the distance. Only when he drew nearer did a chilling realization dawn upon him. There, impaled for all to see, was the severed head of the very cultist who led the vanguard of vengeful spirits. Meanwhile, the demon lord and his inner circle, stationed casually in the rear, proceeded with detached arrogance. Suddenly, an ominous tremor rippled through his senses, seizing his attention. Without uttering a single word, he instantly transformed into a blur, streaking across the sky. In a mere breath, he descended before the stunned forces, landing squarely at the vanguard. He stood, a silent, imposing figure, his gaze piercing the ominous mist that shrouded the path ahead. Perched on the command platform, the black-clad figure watched, a growing bewilderment in his heart. What bizarre scheme is he concocting now? The Demon Lord, without a single wasted word, instantly unleashed his devastating spiritual energy, striking directly into the heart of the swirling mist. As the mist recoiled and vanished, it laid bare a horrifying sight. His entire vanguard army, utterly decimated, lay strewn lifelessly upon the ground. The Demon Lord's mind reeled in utter disbelief. My 900 vengeful spirits! A decade of painstaking effort to forge them. How could this be? He lashed out with a furious glance towards the distant black-clad figure, a guttural snarl tearing from his throat. You! Explain this atrocity! Within his own mind, the black-clad man's thoughts raced, forming a chilling hypothesis. Could it be? The soul enchantment has been utterly shattered? The Demon Lord's teeth ground together, a terrifying whisper escaping his lips. You dare to betray me? From behind the dissipating mist, a lone figure slowly emerged. The Demon Lord's gaze snapped, instantly recognizing the presence. It was Mo Yang, his voice carrying an icy calm. Are you still clinging to that ludicrous delusion of godhood? The Demon Lord reeled in shock. His adversary's voice and appearance were utterly transformed, yet the crushing, familiar aura of sheer dominance was beyond all doubt. The one who dared to utterly humiliate me, who drove my mighty demon cult into hiding within the very mists of hell itself. We meet again. Mo Yang. Upon the elevated platform, Steward Mu Yin, hearing that very name, felt an uncontrollable torrent of cold sweat drench him. He lashed out an enraged glance at his subordinate, his voice a furious hiss. Who in the blazes is this man? That Central Plains rogue? The black-clad figure raged, offering no response but a string of angry curses. Confound it all, the Demon Lord lamented. It seems fate itself delights in toying with my destiny. I have yearned for this reunion with you for far too long. Mo Yang's voice cut through the tension. Your pathetic dreams of conquest end here, Demon Lord. A sinister smile twisted the Demon Lord's lips. It appears you have conveniently overlooked one crucial detail, Mo Yang. My demon cult has ascended to power far beyond its past glory. You are utterly incapable of standing against me now. Mo Yang simply scoffed, a cold disdain in his eyes. Your delusions run rampant. It is time for a rude awakening. The Demon Lord's true chi erupted in a ferocious torrent, his voice thundering. We shall see who truly wallows in delusional dreams. Instantly, the Demon Lord unleashed a devastating strike. A horrific torrent of countless spectral corpses surged forth, hurtling towards Mo Yang. But Mo Yang, utterly unfazed, disdained to evade, instead raising his fist, unleashing a powerful, direct blow to shatter the onslaught head-on. The Demon Lord's supposedly formidable attack proved utterly impotent against Mo Yang. In a blink, the entire terrifying assault was utterly obliterated, dissolving into nothingness. Witnessing this, the assembled demon cult disciples, a fervor igniting in their eyes, began to eagerly unsheathe their weapons. A chilling, amused laugh escaped the Demon Lord's lips, a glint of perverse interest in his eyes. Let the true games commence. With that pronouncement, his vast legions, like an unleashed swarm, erupted forth and charged. Mo Yang, however, remained a solitary, unyielding figure, utterly devoid of fear. His voice cut like a blade. Zhao Long Legion, the time for your emergence is now. No sooner had his declaration echoed than Du Chong and his formidable detachment surged skyward. They plunged into the maelstrom of battle, their presence radiating an indomitable aura. Long swords flashed like lightning, reaping a brutal harvest of foes with every wild, devastating swing. The Demon Lord scoffed inwardly, a cruel sneer on his face. So, more pitiful rats have emerged from their holes? Then let them all descend, together, to greet the King of Hell himself. Mo Yang, at the forefront, let loose a thunderous roar, spurring his forces onward. He desired nothing less than a swift, crushing victory. He Ling, a whirlwind of deadly grace, continuously employed her silken ropes to decapitate wave after wave of demon cultists. Suddenly her movements faltered, her eyes widening in profound alarm. A cunning demon cultist seized upon her momentary lapse, lunging with murderous intent, but an entirely different rope, impossibly swift, lashed out and constricted around his head with lethal force. And just like that, the cultist's life was brutally snuffed out, collapsing before her horrified gaze. He Ling whirled around, her eyes falling upon Yer Ser, who had just delivered her from the jaws of death. "You cautioned her to be careful." Helen gnashed her teeth. "Who needs your assistance?"
Meanwhile, Bai Zhu was also locked in a ferocious battle. Du Rong was similarly engaged in a bitter struggle when a demon cultist seized an opportunity to ambush him from behind, only to be instantly struck down by Mo Yang before he could land his blow. He charged forward, letting out a thunderous roar as he unleashed a single, devastating technique, a punch imbued with terrifying power that obliterated countless demon cultists.
Du Rong secretly exulted in his heart. "This is it. This is truly a god of war." The demon lord, observing from the rear, still showed no intention of making a move, musing, "This is truly like an egg striking a stone. Just wait and see. For the fiercer you fight, the swifter your demise shall come."
He merely continued to gesture, commanding even more forces to advance.
After a prolonged period of combat, Han Yu began to feel the toll of exhaustion. She spun her head to glance to her side, where Guan Sheng had just been struck by a vicious blow, sent flying by an enemy's kick. He seemed destined to perish in that very instant. But no. Han Yu had arrived in the nick of time, intercepting his attacker. "Are you injured?" she asked. The young man rose, his reply strained. "I'm fine, but even so." Han Yu sharply cut him off. "Do you truly believe these fiends possess an ounce of humanity? These wretches are nothing more than cannon fodder for that old demon."
Mo Yang, on his side, remained intensely focused in his battle. However, the sheer multitude of demon cultists was overwhelming. They surged forward, wave after relentless wave. If this continued, they wouldn't be killed, but rather succumb to sheer exhaustion. He quickly inquired about the group's status from Du Rong, learning that 2 of their 9 comrades had already reached their limit. Upon hearing this, Mo Yang immediately ordered several individuals to fall back. He and Han Yu would breach the enemy's defensive lines. Du Rong and the remaining cultivators would follow closely in the center, as Han Yu swiftly arrived by Mo Yang's side.
"Everyone is utterly exhausted. Should we now focus our attack on the Demon Lord?" Mo Yang replied. "He is a foe capable of withstanding my full-powered strike. For now, we must focus on eradicating these bothersome gnats first." The two then swiftly charged forward, both once again plunging into a brutal melee with the cultists. The black-clad figure in the distance still stood, silently observing the unfolding carnage. His gaze settled upon Han Yu's form below. Beyond the cultists clashing with Han Yu and Mo Yang, another contingent swiftly encircled the rear, targeting Du Rong's group. Witnessing this, he screamed out in alarm.
"These fiends are targeting both our flanks." Mo Yang commanded Han Yu to fall back and provide cover, while he would single-handedly hold this position.
The demon cultists intended to encircle them completely. Mo Yang's true chi surged forth explosively. He had already anticipated this maneuver, having observed their prior formation. A terrifying punch, radiating blinding white light, was instantly unleashed. The charging cultists were immediately atomized. The demon lord in the distance showed not an iota of regret. Instead, an unsettling excitement coursed through him. "Excellent! Burn them all! Let the flames rage higher and brighter." Your flames still burn so fiercely, do they not? Yet no matter what grand techniques Mo Yang unleashed, the demon cult's army remained vast as an ant swarm, relentlessly surging forward. No sooner had he dealt with one wave than an even larger throng charged from the rear. A furious rage ignited within him. "Damnable old man! Do you intend for me to be the sole survivor? What a truly sly old fox!" After a brief moment of deliberation, he commanded his comrades to retreat. "If we do not retreat now, at least 5 of them are doomed to perish. I shall buy you time, so depart at once." Du Rong gnashed his teeth, cursing under his breath. "Damn it all!" Mo Yang once more channeled his true chi, unleashing a thunderous roar. "Hurry!" Precisely at that moment, countless hidden weapons suddenly rained down from the distance. Their target was none other than the surging horde of demon cultists. Even Mo Yang, poised to strike, was taken aback. Behind them, a group of figures rapidly closed in. The demon lord's body trembled with fury. Could these be from the demonic faction? Leading the demonic faction's reinforcements was Wu Bai, who declared, "Senior sister, leave this to me." Han Yu smiled upon seeing him. "It's that young lad, Wu Bai." Du Rong also exhaled in joyous relief. "Great lord, surely the heavens themselves are aiding us now, no?" Mo Yang, too, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. The demon lord gnashed his teeth and roared, "You cursed Shiquan Dacian scum! Do you truly dare to defy our demon cult?" With the timely intervention of the demonic faction, the tide of battle swiftly turned. Mo Yang could finally breathe easier, no longer needing to worry about the Dragonclaw group's safety. He no longer needed to continuously exhaust himself by unleashing grand techniques. Amidst the fray, his gaze suddenly landed on someone specific. The leader of Xianxia? The man said nothing, merely bowing deeply towards Mo Yang, a clear display of profound reverence. Witnessing this, Mo Yang offered no further words, merely a faint, knowing smile. Han Yue murmured with doubt, "I thought you wouldn't make it in time. What exactly happened?" Wu Bai replied amidst the brutal combat. My master sent us an urgent dispatch, so we set out immediately and arrived just in time. Upon hearing Zhang Ning's name, Han Yu was startled, recalling his words from that time. I am merely an old man, riddled with sickness. Venerable Sect Master, even if you arrive here, I cannot offer any assistance. Remembering this, she couldn't help but sigh deeply. That old man truly is. Meanwhile, Bai Zhu, after eliminating another foe, shouted, Their power is waning. The evil cultivators must be overwhelming them.
Du Cheng, understanding his intention, immediately bellowed to stop him.
Do not advance. Hold your ground. The evil cultivators behind, ignoring the warning, immediately charged forward. When they weaken, we must seize the opportunity.
The group then surged forward, launching into a frenzied slaughter. The demonic sovereign in the distance scowled with displeasure.
I have already shown you patience, yet you pathetic rats still yearn to rush headlong into certain death.
He immediately soared into the air, joining the chaotic battlefield. Before the evil cultivators could even comprehend what was happening, their bodies were pulverized into minced flesh.
Du Rong, witnessing his attack from behind, cursed under his breath. This is not good, damn it. I hope this is the final battle.
The demonic sovereign unleashed an overwhelming aura.
I will show you no more mercy. I will devour every single one of you. Though tense, Du Rong did not falter or retreat in fear.
He stood his ground, raising his sword as his zhenki circulated throughout his body to its absolute limit.
Come! The demonic sovereign sneered, seeing him dare to actively challenge him.
He merely waved his hand casually, and Du Rong was instantly struck, coughing up copious amounts of blood.
Bai Zhu's group, fighting nearby, watched in horror and rushed to staunch his bleed.
Ignoring his own injuries, Du Rong urged them to flee immediately.
He Ling snapped at Guansheng. What are you still doing?
Quickly, help him away! The demonic sovereign scoffed.
Flee? You should worry about yourselves first. He Ling, unafraid, fearlessly swung her whip, launching an attack. Die, old man. The demonic sovereign merely ascended slightly higher, effortlessly evading her assault. A pleasant greeting, he remarked, then immediately unleashed a palm strike. The terrifying attack descended, leaving He Ling's group no immediate escape. It was at this critical moment that Mo Yang charged forward, unleashing a powerful punch against the demonic sovereign. He blocked Mo Yang's punch and sneered, Still far too weak, young one. Mo Yang ignored him, raising his other hand to unleash his seventh form. This time, the demonic sovereign found himself unable to block, and was instantly sent flying. The demonic cultivators below watched in shocked horror as their leader was sent hurtling back. The steward on the platform inwardly cursed, Damn it! Could the demonic sovereign truly have been defeated by him? Mo Yang then landed at the forefront of the battle, as Guansheng shouted to him, His wounds are severe, we will tend to him now.
Mo Yang nodded. Take him back for treatment immediately.
Du Rong, overcome with frustration, exclaimed, I apologize, esteemed senior. Mo Yang reassured him, You must rest now. You have aided me greatly. Meanwhile, the demonic sovereign slowly rose once more. This is what I loathe most about you. The strong should dominate the weak, not protect them. Mo Yang retorted. You are mistaken. I never wish to be strong, nor do I seek to protect the weak. I simply refuse to let those close to me vanish. Hearing this, the black-robed figure inwardly scoffed with disdain. That's it! That is precisely what I despise most about you. The demonic sovereign sneered. Only madmen would think such thoughts. Mo Yang snarled. Your demise is also a madman's decree. The demonic sovereign spoke no more, unleashing his demonic heaven divine art with a wave of his hand, and wherever its attack struck, the very earth was shattered and pulverized. Mo Yang shouted for everyone to retreat swiftly, as he himself courageously charged forward to meet the assault. Han Yu's face was etched with deep concern as Mo Yang clenched his fist. Just one more form! He immediately unleashed his eighth form. The clash of their attacks instantly caught the demon sect cultists in the middle, throwing them into disarray. The demon lord cackled maniacally. Come forth!
Mo Yang soared into the fray at his command, both unleashing an overwhelming battle intent as they lunged at each other.
A furious deathmatch between the two peerless masters instantly unfolded. A relentless storm of fists and kicks exchanged as they moved through the air.
After a fierce exchange, Mo Yang appeared to be pushed onto the defensive.
He was suppressed by the demon lord, forced to descend from the sky. He turned his head to look below, his face contorted in a grimace. Soon, both of them had plummeted from the sky. Within the rising dust, Mo Yang was desperately fending off the demon lord's relentless onslaught. The more he fought, the more frenzied the demon lord became, bellowing in delight. Such weakness! He roared. Instantly, a colossal explosion erupted, shrouding the area in thick, obscuring dust. Even Wu Bai's group, fighting nearby, was frozen in disbelief. The very heavens trembled, and the earth convulsed beneath their feet.
This was a battle between individuals who had long transcended the very zenith of martial arts.
Within the dust and smoke, Mo Yang and the Demon Lord had momentarily disengaged. The Demon Lord remained utterly unscathed, but Mo Yang bore a visible wound on his shoulder, still pulsating with lingering traces of hostile Xianxia. He lowered his head, observing his fist, now weeping blood. From the opposite side, the Demon Lord taunted, "What is this? A fist said to grind bones to dust and flesh to pulp? Yet it cannot even graze a corner of my robes? I will tear off your limbs and gouge out those wretched eyes. You will become nothing more than a mere puddle of gore, and I shall meticulously shred your very being into 1,000 pieces." With these words, he once again launched himself at Mo Yang. Mo Yang, undaunted, channeled his full power to unleash the 9 forms, as the Demon Lord descended upon him with blinding speed. "I shall begin with your arm." The Demon Lord unleashed a torrent of mad attacks, forcing Mo Yang to desperately parry and evade. He repeatedly found himself on the back foot, driven back by the Demon Lord's immense power. Despite his utmost efforts, Mo Yang's arm finally took a crushing blow. He was utterly incapable of mounting a counterattack against the Demon Lord. From a distance, the Guanxi let out a breath of relief, witnessing the Demon Lord dominating Mo Yang on all fronts. "This is truly a cause for celebration," he mused. "I truly do not comprehend what thoughts race through your mind." The black-robed figure beside him remained utterly silent, offering no reply. His gaze remained riveted on the distant, apocalyptic battle. Though battered and struggling, a defiant smile twisted at the corner of Mo Yang's mouth. A sudden realization dawned upon the black-robed figure. "I see," he murmured. "He hasn't even unleashed his full power against the Demon Lord yet. He is merely keeping the Demon Lord occupied, all while decimating the Demon Sect's ranks. He is not confident of victory, so he must strive to increase their casualties? Is it because he wishes to protect those cultivators?" In the distance, Mo Yang was once again sent flying by the Demon Lord's punch. As Mo Yang was thrown back, swathes of Demon Sect cultists were caught in the shockwave, swept away, and perished. The Demon Lord remained utterly indifferent to their life and death. Within the dust, Mo Yang's figure reappeared. He could no longer hold back, coughing up a mouthful of crimson blood. Yet, his Xianxia surged anew, and his eyes still blazed with unyielding resolve. The Demon Lord, seeing Mo Yang still standing, finally allowed a flicker of unease to cross his face. Mo Yang stood, letting out a chilling laugh. "Whether it is my arm, or any other part, if you wish to take it, you will have to exert far greater effort." The Demon Lord was once again driven to a maddened frenzy by Mo Yang's words. He furiously unleashed his cultivation, and a monstrous surge of terrifying Xianxia exploded forth, vaporizing countless nearby cultists. He shrieked with unholy fury, "I will sever each and every one of your limbs!" Mo Yang, utterly devoid of fear, merely offered a smirk of pure contempt. Just then, a terrifying sword, Ki, tore through the sky from the distance. The Demon Lord, focused on his next savage assault, was jolted, his attention abruptly seized as he turned his head. He dared not underestimate it, frantically unleashing a defensive technique to meet the oncoming strike. Those who witnessed this single sword strike all gaped in sheer astonishment. The black-robed figure appeared to recognize the assailant. The one who had struck was none other than Sword Saint Chongyang. Seeing him with his own eyes, cold sweat instantly beaded on the black-robed figure's face. Sword Saint Chongyang. Why would he be here? Upon arriving at the Wulin Alliance, Chongyang immediately rushed to this location. Mo Yang saw him and smiled, a joyous expression on his face. "You have arrived." The two brothers of the Jiang family were astonished. "Who is that?" "That is Sword Saint Chongyang." Han Yu exhaled sharply. "That old man. He handed me over to Mo Yang, then acted as if he would enter secluded cultivation on that mountain until his dying breath," Chongyang declared, his voice sharp and resolute. "The tormented soul of Danxing will soon find its final peace." As his words echoed, a vast army swiftly advanced from the distance. These were the forces of the Wulin Alliance, led by the formidable Huang Hun. Upon seeing this, the demonic cultists involuntarily trembled, seized by fear. "It's the Wulin Alliance," Guan Sheng exclaimed, excitedly tending to Du Cheng's wounds. "Leader, do you hear that?" Du Rong nodded gravely. "Indeed. It is the resounding call of a united Wulin." The Wulin Alliance army surged forward, their momentum reaching the heavens. Leading the charge, Huang Hun roared, "Leave no one alive." The two factions once again plunged into a brutal conflict, but this time, the tides of war were far more balanced. The black-clad figure was deeply bewildered. How could they possibly gather so many forces here? Mo Xin had cut all ties with Chongyang, and Chongyang had shown no intention of rendering aid. So how could this situation have possibly arisen? The steward, who stood nearby, now spoke with conviction. "Matters have escalated to this point. It can only mean this was all part of your scheme." "You vile dog of Zhongyuan!" the steward roared, proactively drawing his blade to attack. But the black-clad figure, not to be outdone, instantly retaliated, drawing his own sword to parry the strike. The steward gritted his teeth. "At last, You have finally revealed your true, despicable nature, have you not?
Ignoring him entirely, the black-clad figure gazed towards Mo Yang in the distance. He uttered a chilling promise. "We will meet again," then soared away, vanishing from sight.
How could the steward possibly allow him to escape so easily? He bellowed, ordering his subordinates to give chase. Meanwhile, the demonic sovereign once again emerged from the swirling dust and debris, looking truly wretched.
He rose to his feet once more, unleashing a devastating strike. A crimson bloodlight tore through the air, hurtling towards Chongyang. The old man, however, did not stand idly by. He raised his sword to meet the assault, and though visibly strained, he barely managed to fend off the attack for the moment. Seeing this, Mo Yang rushed to lend his aid. With a decisive swing of his fist, he shattered the demonic sovereign's attack, sending it scattering.
Chongyang was about to speak, but Mo Yang cut him short. "Leave this to me," Mo Yang declared. "I need you to lead our people to victory." "So, you have finally decided to let go and emerge from your seclusion?"
Chongyang responded. "I brought no belongings, nor do I intend to return to seclusion." Having spoken, he proactively retreated, ceding the entire battlefield to Mo Yang.
Mo Yang looked at the demonic sovereign, a chilling smile gracing his lips. "Now, I can finally unleash my true, overwhelming power. With my 3 remaining forms, I shall bring an end to your tyranny." The demonic sovereign cackled maniacally. "No force in this realm can ever slay a true god." As he spoke, his aura erupted once more, a suffocating pressure far more terrifying than anything witnessed before. He hovered in the air like an ancient demonic god, fixing his gaze upon Mo Yang. Within the demonic cult, a steward secretly rejoiced. The blood god! The pinnacle of blood arts he had failed to attain for 2 decades.
Facing the demonic sovereign's terrifying, oppressive aura, Mo Yang refused to yield.
Mo Yang stood firm, clenching his fists, channeling his spiritual energy. In the very next instant, he shot forward like a meteor, unleashing his legendary 10 forms.
From above, the demonic sovereign let out a booming laugh. "Those who dare defy a god shall only meet their demise."
Both combatants, brimming with unyielding resolve, hurtled towards each other for the final clash. Mo Yang roared back, "Truly, you refuse to listen to reason." He unleashed a devastating punch, smashing directly into the pile of rubble conjured by the demonic sovereign. The moment the rubble clashed with Mo Yang, it instantly began to crack and shatter. Mo Yang exerted even more power, and the rubble was instantly pulverized. He then swung his fist again, aiming a direct blow at the demonic sovereign. "You are no god," the demonic sovereign declared smugly. "Once I send you to the deepest hell, no one will dare deny that truth." With that attack, Mo Yang was violently struck back, plummeting towards the ground. The demonic sovereign did not halt. He soared through the air, relentlessly pursuing Mo Yang. "I am a god," the demonic sovereign roared. Mo Yang quickly stabilized his body, landing firmly on a massive boulder. Above him, the demonic sovereign descended, his attack already upon Mo Yang's head. Mo Yang stood, channeling immense power. "If you would seize the lives of others merely to proclaim yourself a god, then I shall personally obliterate that delusion." The charging demon lord suddenly faltered, then was instantly enveloped by Mo Yang's surging true chi. A single, devastating punch, blazing with an intense sapphire glow, pierced the gloomy night as it hurtled towards the demon lord. This was the 11th form. The demon lord gazed in horror at his own trembling arms. "Impossible! You cannot possess such power. You cannot harm me." Mo Yang wasted no words, launching himself forward, appearing before the demon lord in a flash, and unleashing yet another terrifying strike. The demon lord had no escape. The blow slammed directly into his face. The terrifying aerial battle seized the attention of all below. Rong Yang paused his own combat, looking skyward with a sigh of awe. Mo Yang, now dominant, utterly suppressed the demon lord, raining down an endless barrage of strikes from above. The demon lord was helpless, unable to block, reduced to a mere punching bag under the relentless assault. The two swiftly descended to the ground once more. Amidst the rising dust, the demon lord's body was violently hurled away, tumbling across the earth like shattered stones. Mo Yang stood, his true chi still surging, his aura piercing the very heavens. The demon lord, battered and trembling, painstakingly forced himself upright. What have you done?" No sooner had the words left his lips than fresh blood erupted from his body like a crimson mist. The demon lord shrieked in impotent despair. From a distance, Mo Yang made no further moves, merely standing in silent observation. The demon lord lay wretchedly on the ground, consumed by bitter unwillingness. "This cannot be. You cannot possibly be this powerful. 20 years ago you were not this formidable. I should have been the one to defeat you. How could fate have twisted to this outcome?" Mo Yang strode towards him, then, with a decisive motion, unleashed his fist, executing the ultimate 12th form. Sometime later, in a secluded spot, Rong Yang was enjoying wine with a friend, remarking on the beautiful peach blossoms adorning the mountains. His friend replied, If I had known you enjoyed it so much, I would have unearthed a few more jars. The two conversed merrily in the small dwelling, sharing sips of wine. Before long, the entire table of fine wine and sumptuous meat had been completely devoured. The martial world was once again in turmoil with the emergence of a new generation of martial artists. As the old era fades, the new arises to flourish.
After the war against the demonic sect, it seems us old-timers should consider retiring from the Jianghu.
The other man sighed. Can it be? A full year has already passed. Have you still been in contact with Lord Muxin?
Rong Yang fell into deep thought,
the harrowing scenes of that grand battle replaying in his mind.
Do you hear it?
That is the sound of victory being celebrated. The battle is over, and we have prevailed. Come, let us go. Everyone is awaiting your return.
But, to their surprise,
Mo Yang simply shook his head. My battle is not yet concluded. I still have someone I must find. Those were the last words Mo Yang uttered before his departure.
Recalling this,
Rong Yang couldn't help but sigh.
I only hope he will return.
The scene shifts to the Claw Dragon Group, where Durong bore deep scars etched onto his body from the great battle. He donned his robes, preparing to step outside. As he entered the main hall, the members of the Claw Dragon Group immediately erupted in clamor. When will you finally recruit new members, leader?
Leader, do you realize how exhausting it is when the workload constantly increases, yet our numbers remain unchanged?
Durong subtly changed the subject. Have you all eaten yet?
Jiang Shu's annoyance was clear.
We've eaten already. One must first eat to truly cultivate the Tao, no? Durong's face was etched with a helpless resignation.
Truly, there is nothing more to say. This is indeed the glorious Claw Dragon Group. In the courtyard, Hai Ming and Yurier were cheerfully chatting as they carried ledgers.
Both of them were fans of Hugo Review, and thus were in perfect accord. Just then, Durong also emerged from the house. You visit the Claw Dragon Group quite frequently, don't you?
Hai Ming,
you also accompany Yor quite often, I see. Yor smiled. He's merely helping me bring notes from the scripture repository.
Du Chong gazed at Hai Ming once more. Perhaps you should just join the Dragonclaw Legion right away.
Hai Ming chuckled. Could I truly be deemed worthy?
Durong burst into laughter.
Observe yourself. It's as if you have long awaited these very words from me, no?
The Alliance Master spoke.
If that is your desire, then proceed, Chief. But how do you intend to recruit more individuals?
Durong replied.
I hear there are individuals within the Martial Alliance itself who wish to join the Dragonclaw Legion. I intend to meticulously test those individuals for official recruitment. A solid plan. You should first consult with the Chief of the Righteous Martial Alliance.
Should you require anything, simply inform me, and I shall assist you.
Night fell upon a secluded location, where an entire mountain estate was engulfed in a sea of flames.
After unifying the brigands from the borderlands here, your power has undoubtedly swelled, hasn't it?
I hear you possess an exceptionally brilliant strategist. Where is he now, I wonder? The choked individual struggled to reply. This humble one does not know. He appeared suddenly, offered his counsel, then vanished after receiving payment. Who is he, and where is he from? This humble one is utterly unaware. Mo Yang questioned again. Does anyone here possess such knowledge? At that precise moment, a voice echoed from behind him. I know, esteemed warrior. The speaker was a small child, merely 6 or 7 years old. The child then led the way for Mo Yang to depart. My sister and I were strolling nearby, when that wicked city lord seized us for forced labor. But then that beast committed cruel acts against my sister, causing her to succumb to a grievous illness and pass away. I wished to become mighty, so that one day I could slay him. But esteemed warrior, you have already accomplished that for me. Mo Yang inquired. Do you still have a place to return to? The child pointed into the distance. This very plateau.
He pointed to a small house in the distance.
Right there, esteemed warrior. Instantly, a hat was gently placed upon his head. Mo Yang stepped forward, telling him to wait there, promising to return for him once his task was complete.
The child, hearing this, became thrilled. Are you truly serious?
The esteemed warrior will take me along?
From within the small house, a figure swiftly emerged. Upon stepping outside, he was startled, for Mo Yang was already standing there, patiently waiting.
I have spent an entire year searching for you, Tan Mo. The other individual, Tan Mo, let out a burst of laughter. It has been so long since anyone called me by that name. If all had unfolded according to my plans, what you would witness now would be blood and dust engulfing the Central Plains, along with an absolute submersion in ultimate wrath. But now, you are able to unleash your ultimate move. Ever since you attained the full power of the forbidden sealing art, you have only grown exponentially stronger. Mo Yang, bewildered, asked, why must you act in such a manner? Conspiring with Bai Mu to sow chaos among the demonic factions was not enough? Why conceal your very existence and instigate the great martial world war?
Tan Mo replied, it seems Bai Mu has betrayed me. Tell me, are you aware of this development?
The fact that I shed my own facade to deceive my father, and took on the identity of someone utterly unknown to me. As he spoke, he tore away his face covering, revealing his monstrously altered visage. Mo Yang's expression contorted. This lunatic. Tan Mo mused. I know. If I were not insane, how could I possibly commit such deeds? From the perspective of ordinary people, I am unable to perceive emotions as others do. I know not if it is an ailment or something else entirely. I knew it would cause trouble, so I strove to conceal it by behaving as a normal person would. When I was but a child, in my eyes, you were merely my father's trusted comrade, a taciturn, yet exceedingly mighty individual. But by the time I reached 20, after becoming young master and learning more of the world, you were no longer the same in my eyes. You are not bound, you are free. The world should be ruled by the wicked. I once believed my life was my own, but your way of living will only lead you to a swifter death. That was when my true self awakened, spiraling beyond my control. I struggled to conceal it, yet in the end, I could no longer restrain myself. Once that true self was unleashed, I finally grasped a clear answer. If righteousness cannot grant me freedom, then such concepts have no need to exist. Mo Yang retorted. Your actions betray your own family and will only lead countless lives to sacrifice. Tan Mo countered. Are your own hands not already stained with crimson blood? Mo Yang roared. Tan Xiang, the father who always cherished you, has also departed this world. Tan Mo replied. It was Cheng Yang's blade that slew my father, not I. Mo Yang continued to bellow. What of your daughter Tan Yu? Tan Mo remained utterly calm. It seems you are curious how my daughter will react when she learns I still live, yes? Perhaps I should pay her a visit? Mo Yang's face contorted as he bellowed his name. That furious roar, imbued with potent true qi, stirred a whirlwind into existence. Even the young boy, standing a great distance away, was affected by this gust. Tan Mo reached for his sword hilt, unleashing an attack on Mo Yang without the slightest hesitation. After that single strike, he questioned, Do you truly not intend to slay me? A sword wound, left by his blade, had already appeared on Mo Yang's shoulder, yet it was merely superficial. Tan Mo's face instantly contorted in shock, and immediately after, his body exhibited an unnatural anomaly. He simply collapsed, kneeling powerless on the spot. Mo Yang turned to depart. Considering the friendship between Tan Jing and I shall spare your wretched life for now. Tan Mo is dead, and history shall record it as such. Stir no more turmoil, but live out the remainder of your days as a mere shadow. Should you defy my words and dare to return to the Central Plains, then that day shall be your death anniversary. Mo Yang departed amidst the torrential downpour, sighing inwardly. Ah, Tan Xing, grieve not. Is it not common for children to grow in ways their parents never intended? The young boy, trailing behind him, asked softly, Does it hurt? Mo Yang shook his head. Only a searing burn and a slight ache. The young boy worried. Then do we need to find a healer to treat your injury, sir? Mo Yang replied. First, let us simply reach our destination. Meanwhile, Tan Mo remained kneeling there, heedless of the raging rain, wind, and thunder. He still lived, yet his spirit was indistinguishable from that of a dead man. The scene shifts to the dark faction. Han Yu stood upon the cliff, observing Fang Sha. Her hair unbound, it flowed freely in the wind, a stark contrast to her former self. Suddenly, Wu Bai rushed over from a distance, presenting a letter to her. The leader of the Claw Dragon Legion and their members reported they would arrive in 2 days. Han Yu sighed. The one who should have returned had yet to arrive. She suddenly perceived something. She turned her head to see Wu Bai beside her, a smug smile gracing his lips. The young man, as if sensing her thoughts, teased, Are you worried, elder sister? Perhaps he has not returned because he encountered a captivating maiden. Before his words were even finished, Han Yu raised her hand, intending to strike the impudent youth. The two then proceeded down the mountain. They will remain here for a day to investigate, so remember to prepare wine and meat for Shengzhuan. Wu Bai replied. There are many deer and rabbits here. I shall hunt them tomorrow. Just then, another voice resonated. May I have the honor of tasting it first? Han Yu started, spinning her head around. Behind her stood Mo Yang and his companion. He gazed at her, a smile playing on his lips. Since ascending this mountain, I have yet to sate my hunger. Wu Bai excitedly pleaded. Milord, please! Mo Yang instructed the young boy. Follow this elder brother. He will show you the place where you shall reside from now on. Wu Bai, a rare smile gracing his lips, inquired about the young one's name, then swiftly led him away. Han Yu, breaking her tense silence, finally questioned him. Where did you go? And what have you been doing? Mo Yang responded. I was compelled to attend to pressing, unresolved matters. Han Yue, her voice heavy with anxiety, murmured, I have waited for an unbearably long time. Mo Yang explained. I strove to return with the utmost haste. Han Yu's voice trembled as she pressed. Will you vanish again without a single word of warning? Mo Yang met her gaze with unwavering intensity, stating, Now, I stand before you. This concludes the matter. Indeed,